the end zone? Yeah. Does it take a couple of big punt returns on your part from an all-pro punt returner? Yes. Does it take a double pass that gets picked off in full stride by Nick Bonito to the house to close out a game? Yeah. But capitalizing on the mistakes of your opponent is a trait that good football teams should have. So I'll leave this open to you guys on the text line, 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. Sorry, I had to blow my nose for a second. I'm concerned heading into Thursday for a couple of reasons. And again, I want today to be mostly on the focus of this game. But it's hard to downplay at the very end. You get an interception from Patrick Surtain. That interception leads to him getting hit sort of blind. Guy coming across, hitting him around the knee area, messes up his ankle a little bit. He stays in the game. He leaves the game later. Now, initial reports on Surtain, they're interesting because Payton said the training staff told him PS2 could go back in. That was the news after the game. Now, if it's an ankle, you got to see how it reacts to taking the shoe off, adrenaline wearing off. How much is it going to swell up? And can it be good enough to go on a short week when you get to Thursday? If you're out both Surtain and Riley Moss on Thursday, then you're going to have some issues, especially against Justin Herbert, because Anthony Richardson is no Justin Herbert. Now, quarterback play on both sides in that game was very lacking. The difference with Nix and Richardson was almost exactly what I thought he would be. You know, we talked about this leading up, that it's a very college-style offense that they run there. It's read option. There's a lot of keepers for Anthony Richardson, a lot of designed quarterback runs for Anthony Richardson. You know, first drive of the game, he just rolls out, and he's huge. He's one of the biggest players on the field whenever he's on it. And he takes off and he runs for a touchdown. But when they asked him to throw the ball, and they did it quite a bit. He threw the ball 38 times. He didn't complete half of his throws, which is his MO the entire season. So his completion percentage on the year is 47%. His completion percentage in that game was 44.7. No touchdowns, 2 picks, but a couple of big throws. And that's kind of what the Colts offense was. Like, everything about that game from his perspective is something I saw coming. From Bo Nix's, I didn't see a game like that. Now, I left it out there. I was talking to Moj, and Moj was super confident heading into this game. And I already know it's going to happen. Moj is going to walk in here and say, I told you so. And me and Vic are going to tell him, I told you so. And I think both of us are going to be right. Because Mosier gets the ultimate W thing that he can trot out there, and me and Vic can say, that wasn't easy. I mean, you look at a final score that says 31-13, you're like, oh, the Broncos killed him. They did not. It was a couple of really stupid things that the Colts did at the end of the game to make this look a lot worse than it actually was. You know, you get that Bonito. I don't know how you don't call that a pick. I know the throw is backwards, but still. Mid-stride takes it to the house. And then you get, shortly afterwards, the pick by Surtain that the Broncos parlay into a touchdown, hitting Sutton in the back pylon. I mean, that's 14 points right there that totally skewed the score of a 17-13 ball game that was very much up in the air late. But at the end of all of that, if you don't have Surtain and Riley Moss, you could be in some trouble on Thursday. I'm watching the TV right now. I can't believe that people are still dropping the ball short of the end zone. Because that happened, I believe, in the Cincinnati game, too. where they had a defensive player that was about to take it for a house call, and he didn't so much drop it as like start his celebration and just lose control of the football. But how this keeps happening is beyond me. The difference between Richardson and Nix, though, yesterday, Richardson was kind of what I thought he was going to be. Bo Nix wasn't, with the amount of turnovers that he had. But the Broncos have a major, huge issue that needs to get rectified immediately. And I just don't know if it can. How does a game look like that for Bo Nix? 3 picks on 33 attempts. He only racks up 130 passing yards. I'll tell you why. Because you can't run the football for anything. And this offensive line is seemingly pretty good. But I just don't know if you have a real horse back there that's capable of doing it. Javonte Williams had 6 carries. His long was 4 yards. Audric Estime, not much better. Jaleel McLaughlin, 7 carries for 21. And you see when Jaleel tries to go between the tackles, there was a hit that was about halfway through the game where he just got walloped and went straight backwards. And it's just like he's tiny. You can't rely on that guy to be the dude who takes the ball 18 times a game. When you're the size of Darren Sproles, you need to play like Darren Sproles, which is I'm a lot of outside the tackles. And then I'll get, a couple of swing passes out of the backfield a couple times a game. But look, finding a way to win is a winner's trait. And the Broncos have done that on multiple occasions in games which they played poorly. So we'll talk more about that in a couple of minutes. 303-504-0925, broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. All right. I want to hear from you guys. Shoot me a text, give me a call. Hit up the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm there in your corner. Today is a day where we talk about the Broncos, and you can take that in any direction you want to in this sense. I don't know how you felt about the Broncos heading into the game. Most people are encouraged by what they're saying. They're a 9-5 football team. They're now the 6th seed in the AFC. Okay? With that, they are a team that I don't think anybody can put in the upper tier of what the NFL is. I don't think you can put them in a Bills conversation. I don't think you can put them in a Eagles conversation. Detroit win healthy, I suppose. A lot of these teams that are really, really good, and the separation between them and others is they are capable of having games like that where, let's be honest, if they played that game against a better opponent, this is going to end with a much different conversation. And that includes some teams that you think is just okay in the NFL. You know, some of your Houston Texan type of teams, or your Chargers, or whatever you think of Pittsburgh. You know, teams like that, you play this way, you're going to get smoked. But it's also doing what you have to do. And to the defense's credit, early in that game, a lot of the frustration that I had was it seemed to be in all three phases things weren't going well. Obviously, the offense kind of speaks for itself. Couldn't get the running game going at all. Couldn't find any sort of momentum in the pass game. You're turning the ball over. You're doing things that are just, I guess, quote, uncharacteristic. There's nothing that you did that I would say you're playing well. Defense was giving up huge plays, the turnovers on offense. You know, you gave up a huge punt return where he had to be stopped. Who's the Colts returner yesterday? Gold, whatever his name is. He had a 36-yard return where you got saved because your long snapper chased him down. Like nothing was going well. But all it takes is a couple of plays. And to this defense's credit, they struggled a bit. They really struggled in stopping the run. Like everything about that game that you look at, whether it's statistically or anything else, you kind of question, how did the Broncos win by 7 or 18 points? How'd they do that? They were outgained 310 to 193. They turned the ball over 3 times. Now Indianapolis turned it over 5. You couldn't throw the ball. You had 130 yards and 33 attempts with 3 interceptions. You couldn't run the ball. Bo Nix was your leading rusher with 23 yards. On the other side, Jonathan Taylor had 22 for 107. Like, nothing made sense. But what it takes is your defense to get you just a couple plays. Just get me a couple. And that's what they did yesterday. Well, they had more than a couple. But it's like, you get a couple of turnovers. You find a way to not just get your hands on the football, but turn it into 6 points. Like those, if you go back and you look at the way this season has sort of played itself out, the biggest plays of the year have mostly been defense doesn't just get a turnover, but they turn it into 6 points. Go all the way back to when this run really started. You're down to the Raiders. The Raiders have an opportunity to make it a 17-0 ball game, and PS2 takes it back to the house for a pick 6. Then it's 10-7, game totally flips. And multiple times throughout the course of the year, I'm sure you guys can start rattling these off. The defense makes a play where they turn it into a house call, and then the game totally changes, and that's exactly what happened when Nick Bonitto took the double pass, where it was almost like he was just sitting and waiting on it. It's a phenomenal play. By the way, that dude is going to get such a giant bag. Like, he is as good as anybody has been in this town since Von Miller was here. And with some of his athleticism, like, they are not the same type of player, because Bonitto has the athleticism to actually drop back and maybe play a little bit of zone if he's not on a just, pin your ears back pass rush, which Von couldn't do. So they aren't the same player, but as far as impactful, Bonitto's up there. He is going to put himself in Defensive Player of the Year conversations. And it's going to be totally deserved. His ability to just find a way to make a play at the right time is pretty unrivaled. In all of the NFL, there's only a few guys that can put themselves in that conversation. Like, Nick Bonitto has 11.5 sacks this year. It's tied for third in the league with TJ Watt. And then you throw on top of that, he's got a couple of touchdowns. He's got a pick. He's forced a couple of fumbles. He's a freak. Like, an incredibly gifted athlete with the ability to make some pretty spectacular plays at the exact moment you have to. And I love that the Broncos are in a position where they have one of these guys. Again, this is about building a foundation, and if you can do that while you're winning, all the better. But you got a quarterback who, yes, he didn't play well last week or yesterday, but found a way to get it done. Continue to win. You got a pass rusher that looks like he's one of the elites in the NFL. You got a corner who I think is the best in the league. And you got an offensive line that's at least decent. Like, that's a hell of a starting point for having a good competitive football team. But Nick Bonitto's ability, and I love how perfect the nickname has come in. With a couple of house calls this year, you got Casa Bonitto, which if I'm him, I'm trademarking that. I'm getting some endorsement deal done with Casa Bonitto. Like, I'm doing everything in my power to make that stick. Because it's one of the best nicknames. I don't know how many people nationally are really going to understand that. I know most people know what Casa Bonito is, if nothing else, for just South Park episodes. But as far as a local nickname, it's so perfect. Because it works in a million different ways. But that guy is just unbelievable. Every time you need to make a play, he does. But the question moving forward now is the Broncos are a 9-5 football team. They are the 6th seed in the AFC. They are a comfortable 3 games up on Indianapolis, 3 games up on Miami, and 3 games up on Cincinnati. And what it would take is the Broncos to lose their final 3 games, and all of those teams, depending on tiebreakers, the Colts are now out as far as competing with the Broncos for a playoff spot. Not happening. Even if the Broncos lose their last 3, the Colts win their last 3, they have a tied record. Broncos own the tiebreaker. So then it becomes about Miami and Cincinnati. So, tiebreaker scenarios, if Cincinnati wins out and you lose out, I think Cincinnati would get in based on the conference tiebreaker, and the same thing applies to the Dolphins. But you are in such pristine condition that all it would take now is you either win a football game in one of these last 3 weeks, or the Dolphins and Cincinnati lose one of their final three. Again, it would take a Herculean effort from the teams beneath you and an absolute step on your own Richard on the way to the finish line for you to not make the postseason now. That's how big that game was, combined with the Dolphins losing to the Texans. And think about the experience that will be gained with year one quarterback getting playoff experience. And how huge that's going to be in the long term. Not to mention, can you just mess around and get hot for a couple of weeks and make it really, really fun? Could that happen too? With this defense, I think there's a lot of things on the table that you previously thought maybe couldn't have been. I'm not talking about a Super Bowl, but the ability to win a playoff game. Like, would you rule out the idea if the season ended today, the Broncos play the Steelers in Pittsburgh in week 1 of the NFL postseason? Would you rule out the idea that they could win that game? Absolutely not. No way. Like, this is where it can get really, really fun. And they have one last minor hurdle to jump. And you know what? If you could get it done now, if you could 3 days from now get a W against the Chargers, have them duke it out with other teams, make sure that you're finishing like second in the AFC West, and not because of other teams are bad, because that's what happened last year. Last year, 2023, that season ends. You finish, I guess it was third in the division technically with the Raiders tiebreaker stuff. But you finish ahead of the Chargers, not because you were good last year. It's because the Chargers stunk. Chargers aren't a bad football team. They got their asses kicked this past weekend by Tampa, which was really, really bizarre to see. But a texter says, will the Broncos clinch with a win on Thursday? I haven't looked it up. I think so, though, because none of the other teams beneath them can get to 10 wins. So, yeah, I think with a win 3 days from now, the Broncos are in. Think about that. It's December 16th, and I'm telling you, 3 days from now, on the 19th, if the Broncos win a football game, they've clinched the postseason spot. What a weird world we live in. So 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. Just a pretty insane weekend. I want to get to Travis Hunter winning the Heisman. That now marks, out of awards in major sports that are followed in this country, the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, the MLB, college football. Those are your top 5. Not in order, but those are your top 5 as far as popularity. In 3 of these sports, the state of Colorado has owned what the world has deemed the best player. Jokic last year, McKinnon last year, and now Travis Hunter. Now, I thought this would be sort of a walkaway for Hunter based on some of the betting odds. That was close, really close by numbers. There was, as far as margin for Heisman winners, it's the smallest margin of victory since 2009. The first place votes, Travis Hunter took a large helping of. But as far as the total points that were given in this, Ashton Genty was just 214 points behind him. So it was 2,231 points to 2,017 for Ashton Genty. And you know what? Anybody who voted for anyone other than Travis Hunter or Ashton Genty in the first place in their Heisman ballots, remove them immediately. Who's the guy out here giving Cam Scatterbo 3 first-place votes? He's a great player, but what is that? I saw Curtis Rourke, the Indiana quarterback, got a first-place vote. Who is that? And get him out. Really cool to see Travis win. Again, Travis Hunter is not only the most unique and, how about this, uniquely athletically gifted player that this sport has seen, maybe ever, but at least for a long, long time. He is one of the most humble star players in that sport in an era right now where it's very much a me sport with NIL money and kids transferring everywhere. There's an ego that's also driven to that, and Travis Hunter has been able to, like, Heisman pose his way from any of that, getting caught up in any of that. Incredibly humble and likable kid that you just want to root for. Even in his speech, you heard it. But I'm so glad that he won. And again, for all of the people out there that wanted Ashton Jeanty to win the Heisman, I understand it. Like, I actually think it's a pretty good thing that this was close because it should have been. Ashton Jeanty is he is going to go down historically in this sport as one of the most prolific runners of the football in a season that college football has ever had. But he existed in the same world that Travis Hunter did. And that's the problem. You know, had Ashton Jeanty done this last year, I don't think this is a debate. Because remember, Travis Hunter missed some games last season. CU only won 4 games. Like, if they had that type of year, then this is Jeanty's, despite what Travis Hunter has been doing. But CU was winning. Travis Hunter stayed healthy, and he made plays every single week in ways that we've just never seen before in college football. So at the end of the day, this entire state has become one that incubates talent of the best in the world variety, which I think is a pretty difficult thing to do. But congratulations to Travis Hunter. Again, it's something I think we all saw coming. I did not know it would be that close, but I think well-deserved and obviously the right decision for somebody who is going to go down as maybe the last of anybody to do both sides of the football that well and that much. So 303-504-0925. Back after this. All right, again, Broncos win for their fourth consecutive victory heading down the home stretch where one more win clinches a playoff spot for you. Those come on a short week in L.A. On Thursday. Then you play in Cincinnati the week afterwards and the Chiefs the final week. Here's the thing. Chargers are going to be incredibly motivated. They are now in the last spot in the AFC playoff discussion, and they are now in the position that the Broncos were, which is we need to actually rattle off a couple of wins here to make sure that nobody in that Cincinnati-Miami group behind us is really going to chase us down. So they're going to be motivated to play. Cincinnati's not giving up on the season. They didn't look great against Tennessee. Now, still won pretty comfortably by the final score, but they didn't play well. Their defense is just in shambles. It's a mess. But they're thinking if we win out, we got a shot. And then you get the game against Kansas City, which currently, Kansas City 13-1 as they won again this weekend. Didn't look great. The Chiefs have failed to score 30 points one time this season. Not once have they scored 30. But 21 is enough to beat a terrible Browns performance in which Jameis Winston is throwing picks everywhere, and now Mahomes has an ankle injury that he left the fourth quarter for. Don't know how serious that injury is, but they got a 2-game cushion with that 1 seed against Buffalo. I guess more, I take that back. I think it's a 1-game cushion because they lost to Buffalo. That's their only loss of the year. So they're up by a game over the Bills for that first-round bye. But let's say that they win the next couple of weeks and they enter, that last week of the season 15-1 with nothing to play for. Maybe you find a game in which you're playing against Carson Wentz and not Patrick Mahomes. Now, their next couple of games are tough ones. It's Houston at home, and then it's at Pittsburgh. But you're just trying to keep an eye on one of two things. Where do the Broncos get a win to clinch that playoff spot, or where do teams like Cincinnati and Miami lose to clinch it? Now, I would much prefer the you earn it yourself sort of way. You punch a ticket by getting a W, and that ends the discussion. But no matter what, it's just get in. And it would take a mess of things to happen for you to miss this. Now, you see the Broncos' deficiencies. They're there. We know what they are. Almost none of them lie on the defensive side of the football. I would have liked to have seen a lot better stifling of the rushing attack from Indianapolis. It's one thing if Anthony Richardson goes off for 60 or 70 rushing yards because that's just tough to stop. A quarterback with the ability to get outside the pocket, take off, and run is a very difficult proposition for a defense. So when he takes off and he gets a couple of big gainers like he did early in that game for that 23-yard touchdown or whatever that number was, look, you don't like it, but it's something I can live with just because it's pretty unique. The traditional run game they had with Jonathan Taylor that was beating you up all game was something that I did not enjoy. And thank God that he dropped the football before the goal line, or we're having possibly a much different discussion. But the ability to stop the run just kind of wasn't there. I wouldn't say it's a deficiency of this defense. They've been all right at stopping the run. I don't think they've been... I'll look up statistically. I don't think they've been great. They don't feel like one of the league's best rush defenses. But they do an all right job. As far as rushing yards per game allowed, it's 99 per game, which is 5th in the NFL. But again, as far as averages go, maybe it's just the way that I see it. It doesn't feel that way for whatever reason. Like I said, they're pretty good at it. I wouldn't put them in the category of, hey, they can stop anybody, whatever they want. The concern here is your rushing game. The Broncos over and over again have kind of proven they can get no consistency there. And you see it kind of bear out in a couple of different ways. One of them is, if it's 3rd and 1, The Broncos throw the ball a lot on 3rd and 1. And I think that is a byproduct. I don't think that's getting cutesy with the play calling. I don't think that's Sean Payton trying to be smarter than the defensive coordinator. I think that's just no faith. They don't run it on 3rd and 1 because they don't think they can. And that's a really sucky place to be. Because that's going to be necessary. You need to be able to have the confidence that if it's in short situations that you can punch it in. I'll tell you what I saw from the Colts yesterday. I saw multiple instances in the first half where it was 3rd and 9 and 3rd and 10, and they ran it with Jonathan Taylor for a first down, which is inexcusable, by the way. But multiple times, they ran it for a first down on 3rd and 9 and 3rd and 10. But this is the big detail. The Broncos couldn't run the ball yesterday at all. If you look at just what the running backs did, it was 18 carries for 51 yards. That's against the 2nd worst rush defense in the NFL, 31st in the league in rushing yards per game allowed. Over the 3 weeks prior to that game, they were giving up an average of 5.2 yards per carry. You averaged 2.7. That's a problem. And the issue is, I don't think that gets fixed. I think this is just a reality that you deal with now. I don't think there's a scheme that is going to open up the running game. I just don't think you have a horse. You're entering the Kentucky Derby and you're sitting there on a donkey. And not just a donkey, it's like the one from Shrek that Eddie Murphy plays. And you're like, giddy up. Well, there's no giddy. There's no giddy up on that donkey, okay? It's just not available to you. And that's something that they'll have to get fixed in the offseason, but you're focused on clinching a playoff spot and maybe winning a game or two. Texture says, say hello to Genty next year. He's not going to be there if you're making the postseason. Genty's not falling to the 20s. So, I mean, I would love to have it, but we can see it. Like, there's a few times where it feels like guys don't hit holes with the speed that others do around the NFL. I could also say, like, it doesn't feel like the holes are as open as a lot of other offensive lines make across the league. Jonathan Taylor had a couple that were just wide open. That should have been touchdown. He was untouched for 40 yards. So it's a little bit of a combo, but the inability to run the football or have any faith in it hurts because it puts your rookie quarterback in a tough position with a lot on his shoulders. But you know what? To be able to overcome it, Texas says, why are you so down on a victory Monday? I'm not at all. I'm just looking towards things where you got 3 tough games now left on the schedule, need to win one to clinch a playoff spot, and that's going to pose an issue and an impediment to that for a team that's a lot better. If the Broncos played a lot better team than the Indianapolis Colts yesterday, they aren't winning that football game. But I say this, and I've said this all year long when the Broncos have been winning and people have pointed out the opponent that they've beaten. If you can do that in a game where I think if I were to give them a grade, that is at best a C- game, and I would say more like a D+. But to win that and win it that way, it's what good football teams do. Don't play your best, but still find a way to get a W. It's what good football teams do. So we'll talk more about that in just a second with Mojo Lombardi and Kane. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude.SR on the search bar of the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Mojo Lombardi and Kane starts next.
where they can hit some quick hitters or use the run game or quarterback run game.
They set up Mitchell. It's going to be a double pass. And that one is intercepted. Oh! It's Bonito.
Where they can hit some quick hitters or.
You know what's funny is listening to some of these sounds that we have in the middle of these intros or spot busters. And a lot of them are Vic yelling and screaming. And he's yelling and screaming, "Someone excite me. I just want to be excited." And I remember those are all in reference to the Broncos offense and the Broncos in general just being a boring football team. Here's what's funny about yesterday. Yesterday confirmed whatever you thought of the Broncos. If you thought they're just a team that beats up on bad teams and that's the only reason they win, well, guess what? That's confirmed yesterday. If you think they're a good team because they can play a brand of football that is subpar and still find a way to get a W, well, that's confirmed yesterday. You think they're a playoff team, well, that's confirmed yesterday. You have reasons to think when they make the postseason, they'll get blasted by a team in the playoffs. Well, that's confirmed yesterday. Like, whatever you thought of the Broncos, you were right with what happened yesterday against the Colts. Like, Moj, you're going to come on here, you're going to say, "I told you so." And me and Vic are going to say, "No, we told you so."
Yeah. One play changed the game, boys.
Yeah.
Now, you can look at the final score and say, "What are you talking about? They blew them out." You know and I know. You've watched enough football. You've been around long enough. And Moj, quit looking at us with those pursed lips of yours. You know and I know, and everyone listening to this radio show knows right now, one play changed the game. Mm-hmm. If he doesn't drop the ball, it's a different game.
Yep.
It could be a different outcome. It could be a different season.
Absolutely. I completely agree. One thing I did know going into the game, though, and this is what the Broncos were able to feed off of, is the Colts suck. All right, so you may turn the ball over to them. You may watch them do stupid things, drop the ball at the goal line, all this. That's what they do. That's why they're coming in as an under 500 team to your building. They don't have the ability to take advantage of positions they put the opposition in or the opposition puts itself in. So the Broncos were fortunate yesterday that they played a team that's full of so much incompetence. And they took advantage of that incompetence, overcame their own mistakes, forced 5 turnovers of their own, and won the football game. But they've got a lot to clean up if they think they're going anywhere from this point on. Anywhere.
I'll tell you this, though, Moj. You can say the Colts suck. It didn't seem like that early in that game. They were executing pretty well. Now, did they do stupid things? Yes. But Vic's totally right on this. If Jonathan Taylor hangs on the football for another 6 inches and that game's a 20-7 game, I don't think you're coming back from that.
I don't think so either.
I think the game's
Broncos
over.
Lose. And I think the Broncos not only lose the game, but then you start to wonder, do they have a grasp on this playoff stuff? Because they had nothing going, absolutely nothing going. The offense was, even after that, I mean, offensively, they had a couple plays, but you're down 20-7 early in the third. You're already going backwards offensively. Even after this game, again, the best kind of games are the ones you win where you have room to criticize, room to scrutinize. Those are the best kind of games. If the Broncos can't find a semblance of a run game between now and playoff time, watch out. They've got to be able to run the ball. And their inability to move the ball on the ground is going to catch up to them. It can't be just Bo Nix throwing it all the time. Someone's got to be able to run the ball. Javonte Williams, I don't know what to say about him anymore. I don't know if it's him, the offensive line. I don't know what it is. They can't run the ball.
Well, and that's – how about this? Between that and a couple of different factors, like, again, Moj, when you say the Colts suck, the Colts did a lot of things better than the Broncos actually yesterday. They ran the football effectively. Jonathan Taylor was really good on the ground.
Yeah, he was.
The Broncos
– they ran for – when I look at the numbers, the numbers the Colts put up are basically exactly what they average per game. That's it. Passing,
they
passing
did.
and running.
But this is kind of what I'm saying is that you had a game yesterday. You threw the ball 33 times and 130 passing yards. You couldn't run the ball for anything. Like, it's getting to 3rd and 1, and look, I don't want this to sound dour today because the Broncos won. And look, guys, it's from my calculations, I haven't looked this up, but I think this is the case. If the Broncos win, they're in the postseason now. Any of their last 3 games. If they get one win, they're in. Or if Cincinnati or Miami loses another game, they're in, both of them. So it's going to take a Herculean effort from Miami or Cincinnati.
And it's going to take a miracle.
And a complete...
Just say it, Brett. It'll take a miracle for them to win out and for you to lose out.
Yes.
It'd be a miracle.
Exactly right. But there's something to the idea that the Broncos, who are now 9-3 since week 2 of the NFL season, 9-3, with a lot of stuff they can improve on, but finding ways to win. And we all know what their strength is. Their strength is their defense. And how many times this year, guys, has the defense made a play that's completely changed everything? Like, we're talking about the Jonathan Taylor one, but remember, that's a 17-13 ball game before Nick Bonito jumps the double pass and takes it to the house. Back in the Raiders game, PS2 taking the house call when the Raiders were about to go up 17-10, and then it's a 10-7 game. The defense is changing things.
The third quarter, I'm looking at the final box score, 31-13. Did that feel like 31-13?
No.
I know late it did, but it didn't feel anywhere close to 31-13. That was a close game throughout. And on paper, it's going to be a blowout. And a year from now, we're going to look back at this game. Hey, remember when the Broncos blew out the Colts? But we all know it was not a blowout. It wasn't. But if you look at this game, 21 points were scored in the fourth quarter by the Broncos. There's 21-0 fourth quarter. And yet the decisive quarter, the one that changed everything, one of the most chaotic quarters I've ever seen at Mile High Stadium, was the third quarter that netted 3 points.
Yeah.
3 points total. And it was the dumbest thing I've ever seen. It was a quarter in which, get this, all right, the Colts gave the ball away literally an inch before the goal line.
Mm-hmm.
It was a quarter in which the Colts were whistled for 3 huge holding calls that set them back. A quarter in which Marvin Mims returned 2 punts inside Colts territory. A quarter in which the Colts not only did that, they were whistled for 2 personal fouls that added 15 yards to the end of big plays. They did everything they could to give that game away.
Yep.
Everything.
You look at some of these numbers, man. Anthony Richardson, is that, from everything we discussed about him leading up to this game, it's exactly what you thought an Anthony Richardson game would look like, right?
Yeah.
He completes 40% of his passes, but a couple of them are big shots that put them in the right position. But then he throws a couple of picks, but then he'll take off and run for about 20 yards occasionally. Like, everything about that is exactly what you thought from him. On the opposite side is we haven't seen a Knicks game like that in a while, where turning the ball over a lot. I know that Payton was getting frustrated with Cortland Sutton on the sideline, so there must have been some sort of thing he did wrong on one of the interceptions. I forget which one it was. But some miscommunications offensively with just no real rhythm to it. But you know what? You have a couple of prime opportunities after a good punt return or a turnover that you capitalize on. That little pop pass to Atkins for the first touchdown was just nice. Or no, Troutman, I'm sorry. Nice play action, recognize it immediately, get the ball out, score. Like, a couple nice plays in there. But I think we can be honest here. If they're playing that same game in 3 days, you aren't getting a win.
Game.
Yeah.
And what's amazing to me, you watch what the Chargers did yesterday. Holy cow.
Smoked.
Or should I say didn't do. I don't know how to feel about that going into Thursday night, other than the Chargers are probably going to be really unhappy. I mean, they had a halftime lead, and then they just laid down in the second half of that game. So we'll see. It may not even matter in terms of them being angry, because they looked really bad in the second half of that game. But if you play any number of other teams yesterday and you play that game against them, you're going to get killed if you're the Denver Broncos. It happened to be against a Colts team that just isn't good. They're just not a good team. So you got away with it if you're the Denver Broncos.
You know what?
That's what it was. That was a I got away with it type of game. You learn from it, you move on.
Moj, and when you call the Colts not good, there are aspects of their team that aren't bad. I'll call it right now. Anthony Richardson cannot play quarterback in this league. Can't do it.
Yeah.
Not yet he can't.
No, he can't do it.
He's got less than 20
I've seen enough. Can't do it.
All right.
Nope. Done.
It's a tough way to play.
Nope.
When you complete. Think about this, guys. You remember how ugly Tim Tebow was.
Yeah.
And how ugly that was to try and get a consistent offensive attack going with him.
Can't do it.
He completes less passes than Tim Tebow by percentage. That's impossible to do. Now, I do want to say something because I agree with Texers, and I'm not trying to come off as sounding like a downer. Like, I'm pumped about this win, and I do think about this for a second. If you were to put a letter grade on what the Broncos did yesterday, I think at best you go C-, probably more like a D+, and you won. And there's something to be said for that. Like, I don't care who your opponent is. If you put together a game like that and still find a way to, final score is an 18-point win. We all know it doesn't feel that way, but you still find a way to do that. That's what good football teams do. You don't have your A game every single week. Would I have liked to have seen a lot more clean game coming off a bye week in which you had a lot of time to prepare? Yeah. I would have. But there's something to be said about you played an ugly brand of football and still won the game. And now, think about where the Broncos are at. It started earlier in the day. The Texans beat the Dolphins, which gets that breath off the back of your neck for a second, right? With Miami just sort of waiting in the wings. The loss by the Chargers to the Bucs now puts the Broncos second in the division and sixth in the AFC, which avoids, if you guys watched what Josh Allen's been doing the last month, a potential matchup with that in Buffalo when you make the postseason, and instead turns that into a game in Pittsburgh where I don't care who you are, you would have to say that the Broncos have at least a decent shot of winning a football game against the Steelers. Like, that's what yesterday means. Now, it's all for naught if they don't win in 3 days, but still, you're sixth in the AFC with year one with a rookie quarterback. It's pretty incredible to start things off.
We're going to hear from some of the Broncos
your defense,
players.
though, overall, your defense is superb.
Yes.
The defense has been saving. The defense, well, not that they haven't gotten roughed up at times because they have. And by the way, this Surtain thing, Vic, you said you saw him walking around. He looks okay, thank goodness gracious.
Well, let me preface
scary.
that by saying, looking okay and playing okay are two different things. And I went back and looked at the highlight when he was originally hurt, and he got hurt when he picked off the pass. If you go
That's
back
what I
and
thought,
look at
yeah.
it. And I hate to use these words in a sentence describing Patrick Surtain. I want you to go back and look at the ankle. That looks like a high ankle sprain to me.
Well, he
Not just an ankle sprain.
It's blind.
A high ankle sprain.
I saw this after the game. Now, I didn't hear anything after the game. I didn't watch the press conference from Payton, but Payton said the training staff told him PS2 could go back in, is what they said, but the game was over, so he kept him out, which obviously you should. So I think, if nothing else, that's a good initial sign. But you're right, Vic. I guess you won't know until you sleep on it, and then you see what the swelling is this morning.
That's what it looked like to me. And people are identifying different things, but that's what it looked like. And I saw him walking around the locker room with no limp. He didn't have a limp, but walking around a locker room and playing football are two entirely different things. Remember, he did not play in the first game against the Chargers. He missed that game with the concussion protocol. So it'd be horrible if he had to miss the second game. And then you don't even know if you're going to have Riley Moss this Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big plays, though, on the defensive side of things this entire year have been the deciding factor between 9-5 and 7-8, in my opinion, or 6-9. I mean, the defense has made some really big, key, timely plays. Benito, let's call it like it is. The guy's a Pro Bowler. The guy is going to.
He might be Defensive Player of the Year.
Way. He very well could be.
What a read.
But I mean, but look at the Colts though. Hey, Richardson, I love what Benito said. He goes, "How did I sniff it out?" He goes, "Because Anthony Richardson's just kind of drifting, doing nothing." And I'm like, that doesn't look right. That's not what he does. And he's just kind of, I mean, if you couldn't telegraph a double pass more than you did. You couldn't. And good for Benito sniffing it out, but that's who the Colts are, bro. That's just who they are.
Well, they found another backup corner in Drains. He looked great.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
I thought he had some great plays back there.
It's tough for me to judge with Richardson but he did. I thought he played well.
That's a great point.
But I don't know how to judge that with him not really being the threat.
That is such a good point.
That's what I was talking about. Like, if there's a game that Riley Moss should miss, like, this is the game for it, right? Is that you would think you aren't going to get burnt too bad with having a backup on the field.
I'm just, again, to see a game turn on one play and yet the final score is 31-13. If you went down the street today and said, hey, Broncos won 31-13, but the game came down to one play, somebody would look back and say, what are you talking about?
Well, let me say something about that, because I love the dichotomy of what that play meant for the Colts and the Broncos, and it shows a real difference in Denver this year that we'll get to next. We'll talk to Adam Schefter at 8 o'clock this morning. As yes, I still remember when he said that 7 to 10 wins before the season. I go, okay, that's pretty high prediction, and he might be wrong. He might not have enough. Who knows before the end of the year? But I want to say something about what Vic was talking about and what we are considering the play that changed the game, which I think if there's nobody can really disagree that it was either the main factor or the only factor in this. Jonathan Taylor, you're talking about one of the best running backs in the league and a veteran in the league. I saw it happen twice, by the way, this weekend, where guy's about to cross the plane and drops the ball before he gets there. It happened in the Cincinnati game, as I forget who the defensive player was, but he's taking it back for a house call, and he didn't so much drop it as get ready to do his celebration and accidentally drop it. That rolled into the end zone. But still, the fact that guys are still doing this and a veteran like Jonathan Taylor is unbelievable to me.
I can't even fathom it. And obviously they don't intend to do this. It's not intentional, I should say. But the fact that they're already planning, some of them, what their dance moves are going to be, that was not Jonathan Taylor. He even said it after the game. He said, I have no idea how or why I did that.
Yeah.
I was not even aware I did that.
Did you say intentionable?
Yeah, and I corrected myself. So
I feel like that. Hang on. I feel like that should be a word.
I know. Vic, that sounds like a. Say it again, please, and use it in a sentence.
It wasn't intentionable.
That sounds real.
That does sound real.
And not only does it sound real, it sounds like it should be real. So I say we use it. I say we just go with it.
All right,
yeah,
let's go with it.
It's like if you didn't intend to offend somebody, like, oh, that wasn't intentional on my part.
Well, the word is intentional.
No, I like a bull.
Really replaces
You're right. You're right. It is. Yeah, but I like the way it sounds. I don't know.
The a bull, it's like permission. The a bull.
Yes.
Anyway.
But hang on, Moj.
I don't. Yeah.
All I was going to say was the difference between that, and especially with this team. And this is, I think, all credit to Sean Payton. And somebody else in particular that I'll get to in a second. Colts make boneheaded play. Boneheaded play is the play that we're saying changed the game in favor of the Broncos and against the Colts. Colts couldn't overcome boneheaded play despite the fact that they had the lead. How many times have we seen that story play out in the opposite manner with the Broncos over the past few years? They make a mistake. That mistake snowballs. That's the reason they lose the football game despite being in good position. And so many times this year, the opposites happen. And I'll take it a step further. You know what I love about Bo Nix? He did not play well yesterday. We all know it. You throw 3 picks like that, that's not a good game. 33 passing attempts for only 130 yards, it's not a good game. That dude is not scared to go back out and fire the ball again, though, is he? Like, he is not.
Yeah.
He is not deterred by a mistake that he makes.
Well, how can you be? They can't run the ball. Listen, everybody keeps saying, well, he kept throwing it. What choice do they have? I'm going to say this again. If the Denver Broncos cannot discover a run game between now and the playoffs, it's going to be a short foray into the postseason. They have to find a run game. Javonte Williams' last 18 runs, 18 of them, have netted 16 yards.
Yeah, Javonte's done. The issue that you find now is Jaleel can't go between the tackles because you guys remember that one play where Jaleel broke through the offensive line? He was greeted by a linebacker and went 15 yards backwards after a hit. He can't do that 18 times a game. Go ahead, Moshe.
They can't run the ball.
I'm trying to figure out if it's a talent issue at running back or it's a scheme issue. I'm going to have to go back and watch the All-22 today if I get time. I got the Avs game tonight here in Vancouver. But they've tried everything, right? They've tried every back. They've gotten Mims involved in the running game at times. They've done all the, everybody looks different to Estime, to Williams, to McLaughlin, to blah, blah, blah. Nothing seems to work. I'm not looking for a bell cow back, but I'm looking for, at least somebody to take the reins on any given week and say, this is my week, and nothing is working. You're paying that offensive line a boatload of money, and they can pass block like mothers, but what's going on up front in the trenches where they just simply can't get anybody unclerked with the football?
All I'm saying is
but Vic, listen, when you play the good teams in the playoffs, you're going to get smoked. You are going to if you rely on the rookie to just throw the ball, you're going to get smoked.
well, if the criticism is, well, he's throwing the ball to the other team and he's just not. Well, it's because the other team knows that's what they're going to do now because they can't run it. And if you can't run it, you become a one-trick pony, and that's what they were. Now, granted, of his 3 picks, 2 were just bad throws. He mentioned it afterwards. I'll give Bo Nix credit here. He said, "Yeah, did it start working on my brain a little bit? Am I gonna get picked off every time I throw the ball? That starts wearing on you, right? Starts wearing on you." But he kept throwing it, and at the end of the day, the numbers weren't that bad. 20 of 33, still only 130 yards passing, 3 picks, 3 TDs. Bottom line is, the only way they'll get better throwing the ball is if they can establish a run game.
Yeah, because when they have an effective play action, he's pretty damn good off of that.
That's how he got his first touchdown pass.
Yeah, the running game stuff is tough because I don't think it's fixable right now. And I do think it's a talent issue that they have in the backfield. I just don't think anybody's got that. I mean, I don't know if the offensive line is really good at run blocking. You watch that Jonathan Taylor 40-yard run that should have been a touchdown. He was untouched. He had a gaping hole to run through, but he also hit the hole at top speed and took off and ran. I think the Broncos have an issue of 2 things. Number one, I don't think they get a good push in the run blocking stuff. I don't see them winning the line of scrimmage where they're pushing guys back 2-3 yards when they call a run play, number one. Number 2 is when they do have a hole, it's only there for a short amount of time, and I don't think they have a back that hits it hard enough to actually break through it. And I don't know if that's a hesitancy from the running backs just when they get the football, but how many times, guys, do we see a running back get it and just get into gear immediately? Yeah. It always feels like they're probing.
Well, and I don't want to hear, well, they didn't try enough run plays to make it work. At the end of the day, the Colts ran it 32 times for 149 yards, averaging just under 5 yards per carry, 32 times. You would think, okay, well, they ran it 32 times. They tried to establish a run game. The Broncos don't. It's probably what? Broncos ran it half that amount? No, they ran it 27 times.
Yeah.
Not far off from the 32. Only they averaged 2.7 per carry. Half, pretty much, of what the Colts averaged. Well, they can't run the ball.
I can tell you this much. If you've been paying attention to short yardage situations this year, there's been a theme. And when you get down to like 3rd and 1 and 3rd and 2, the Broncos throw the ball on 3rd and 1 and 3rd and 2. And I think that tells you all you need to know about Sean Payton's confidence in the run game. Like I don't think this is him trying to outsmart an opposing defensive coordinator by like, we're going to throw it when they think we're going to run it. I don't think he has confidence that they'd pick up a yard. I mean, how many times do we see it? It's 1st and goal from the 2-yard line, and it takes 3 rushing attempts to get in. It's just they aren't effective at it. And we've seen that throughout the course of the year. So Sean Payton's like, he recognizes that that's a weakness, but again, we got 3 games left in the regular season. There's no fixing that now. It is what it is. This is what you got. So you just aren't going to have much of a running game. I think that's accepted. If they have a running back, let's not pretend like Sean Payton's averse to running the football. Go back to his years in New Orleans. Tell me what those rushing numbers look like. They give the ball to Alvin Kamara and Mark Ingram quite a bit.
Well, and with Javonte Williams, it's a chicken or egg type of scenario because you want him in there to protect the quarterback, right? He's great at picking up blitzes. He's great at picking up linebackers and safeties coming in. He's the best at it on the team. But at that point, you're already telling the opposition what you're doing. Mm-hmm. I mean, Audric Estime got 5 carries in that game. He got 5. He was their best runner by virtue of just stats. Jaleel actually had better stats, but Jaleel got hurt. He was limping afterwards. Dude, these short weeks with the amount of guys limping in that room, there's going to be a lot on the line Thursday night, and I'm just wondering who's going to be available. I don't know if your 2 corners are going to be available. We'll see if Riley Moss gets back.
They're in the postseason, though. I mean, if there ever was a time to take your horse and not put him in behind the cart, but put him in the cart, or actually just have the horse and stick the cart on top of the horse and walk the horse along. This is it, man. You see the teams that are trying to catch the Denver Broncos, they're not going to be able to do it, bro. They're not going to be able to catch you.
Oh, by the way, Brett, congratulations. Congratulations. Since you arrived in Denver, this is your first Broncos winning season.
I know. And it's a hell of a feeling. The fact that we're in I was thinking about this. Not just that the Broncos are in a position to where they're playing well and they're winning football games. It's December 16th. On the 19th, December 19th, the Broncos have an opportunity to clinch a playoff spot. In year one with a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
That's a pretty incredible statement to make.
Dude, the season, in my opinion, is already a win. It's already a win. You're at 9 wins with a rookie QB. You are this close to a playoff clinch right now. You've already clinched a winning season. If I had told you in August that the Broncos are going to have a winning season, you'd say, okay, all right.
Let's go. Yeah. I'd say damn right. That's a good thing. Good start to the Bo Nix era. That's what I would say.
Yes, but it's a funny thing how humans work and how greedy and selfish we become and how we want more and greed just takes over. Of course, it's natural. You got 3 games left. You win 1, you clinch. You want to get better by the week, and then you look around the league. You look around. And Chargers, I watched part of that game against the Bucs. They tore them up. What are the Chargers? They're not that good. Hell, Kansas City's now got questions about Mahomes. He's on the gimpy foot of his. There's a lot of stuff going on where greed sets in, where you're like, hold on a second. It's not enough having a winning record or clinching a playoff spot. Maybe we can do something here. This defense has proven to be special on occasions.
You have, I think, one of the more coveted defenses in the entire NFL, and that is due to the best cornerback in the league in Patrick Surtain. But let me reemphasize something. Nick Bonito could very well be Defensive Player of the Year. He is currently tied for 3rd in the NFL in sacks with TJ Watt, 11.5. I think he's a sack back of the lead in the league. He now, I guess it's a fumble recovery.
Yeah,
and not
I'm not
a pick.
calling it that. That's a pick.
It's a
six.
pick.
You can call it whatever you want.
Because it was a lateral.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
why.
care. Yeah, you can nerd out. You could say the pass went backwards, and I don't care. It's a pick 6.
He's got 2 house calls now on the year, and Casa Bonito is one of the coolest nicknames that I think has ever existed. And I think it's only for the locals here that are
Very
really going to get it.
esoteric, yes.
Only the locals are really going to get it. I know a lot of people are aware of Casa Bonita just from like South Park episodes, if nothing else. But that is such a great nickname for him. But you know what's amazing about that guy is he's obviously like an elite level pass rusher, and he is going to get paid such an obscene amount of money here in the short term. But he's obviously the best pass rusher you've had since Von Miller. Now, very different ways in which they do it. But he has an ability that Von didn't. They were both really good at getting after the quarterback. You know, Von with his elite bend and be able to get underneath guys without losing speed around the edge. Von couldn't cover like this. Von, he was an athlete, but this is a different sort of level of athleticism from Nick Bonito, and his ability to just turn on the jets and have that acceleration when he sees a play to be made. If they ask Bonito to drop back into his own coverage and cover a wide swath of ground, he can do that. He's really good.
When we were interviewing him, he said that stems from his basketball background. He was a full court defender. He could take on a guy and cover him full court, paint to paint. That's just the way he's a great athlete, man. He really is. As soon as he got it, right, like I didn't even know who it was, but as soon as I saw somebody streaking, I thought, that's got to be Bonito.
The great part is Mitchell is talking about the throwback to Richardson.
I saw this.
Mitchell said his coach had admonished him to throw the ball away if he saw the Broncos sniffing out the trickery. But he said he never since Denver had deciphered the play. Quote, it was pretty much there until 15 turned into Ed Reed and just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I heard him say that.
Did you hear him say?
Uh-huh.
He's like, all of a sudden 15 turns into Ed Reed and the whole friggin' thing is done. And it cracks me up, man. Like 15 turns into Ed Reed is hysterical.
Hey, what do you guys think? If that's a Bronco who pulls what John Taylor did, if it's anybody on the Broncos offense, what do you think Sean Payton does? What are we talking about today?
Oh, do you have this, Jesse? Because I
Well,
think Cortland was asked.
Yeah, I interviewed Cortland's son and P.J. Locke about this. Let's start with P.J. Locke, first of all. His P.J. Locke's impression of what he saw from the other side.
Oh, did that mean you needed a minute, Jesse? Sorry. Give Jesse a second because I'll pull it up. You good to go? All right, go ahead.
How a game, a season, everything changes by one ball not crossing the goal line?
I mean, it's a game of inches. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a game of inches. So I can believe it. I didn't think it would happen like that. You know, with that being like a kind of a turning point in the game, because he scored that touchdown like he did, and that doesn't happen. This is we're playing a totally different game. You know, VJ is calling the defense, defense plays different. Sean is calling offense plays different. They're running their offense a little bit different. So that was a game changer. So.
On the big picture, you guys did clinch a winning season today. It's been a long time coming. I know you got bigger goals, but how do you feel about that?
I mean, it feels great. Like I said, ever since I've been here, I mean,
that's good. The rest of it's just talking about the season and all that. But he saw it, and then Cortland Sutton, oh my God, he looked and he started laughing. He was like, if that were me, I wouldn't be here right now.
Cortland was getting chewed out, and he didn't drop a ball before the end zone yesterday.
I was going to ask you guys at the start of this segment, and you jumped on it, which is good. Jonathan Taylor basically said, what do you think? He's like, you're not thinking. He goes, he goes, if I was thinking, I wouldn't have done it, right? But these guys continue to do this in college and the pros. I mean, it continues to happen.
Maybe their brain is just working. Maybe they're thinking GPS-wise, all right? So your brain's on GPS mode.
And
you're going
really
so fast.
Too.
You're like, I'm already in, right? I'm in. I don't need this anymore. I don't need it. Mike Sanford was telling me that when he coached at Minnesota, their head coach, what was his name? What's the Minnesota coach?
PJ Fleck.
Fleck?
Yeah.
He insisted that every ball carrier that crossed the end zone had to hand the ball with two arms on it to the referee, which prohibited them from doing anything like that.
I mean, it seems like overkill.
Hey.
Yeah, I get it. Seems like overkill. You should just kind of know, hang on to the ball until you cross the plane of the goal line.
Easier said than done, apparently, because Jonathan Taylor thought he did.
Nope, I think it's exactly as easy as it's said. I think it's exactly.
But then why do we see it every week?
Because sometimes people are stupid.
Okay, listen, everybody says it's easier said. I agree with you. It's like, how do you not learn to hold on to the ball? Why is it happening every week?
Here's Taylor. He says, this can't happen. No, you're never consciously aware you're dropping the ball. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it.
I just set the sound. You got when Jesse gets it ready. Listen, and listen, Jonathan Taylor, he's not known for this, right? He's not known to be a show-off. He's not known to have exotic dances in the end zone that he's preparing and choreographing. This is not who he is. It just happened. It just happened. It happened out of thin air. And I'm telling you, it's going to happen again and again and again.
303-504-0925. I think that this is a first, and I think it's something that will never happen in sports again. And it's right here in this town. We'll get to it next. All right. As far as major sports in this country, ones that are the most followed, NFL, NBA, NHL, MLB, college football. I think those are the 5, right? Not necessarily in that order, but those are the 5. In 60% of those major sports that are followed in this country, the state of Colorado owns the player deemed the best in the world in those leagues. You have the NBA's best, you have the NHL's best, and you have college football's best. That's pretty remarkable, and I don't know if that's ever happened before. I don't know if it's ever going to happen again, but think about how crazy that is. You own 60% of that in this town. Travis Hunter winning the Heisman Trophy over the weekend. I thought by the way that sports books and odds makers were detailing I think Travis Hunter was like minus 3,000 to win the Heisman, which means you have to drop $3,000 to win 100.
A little bit closer than you thought.
Little tighter, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
The smallest margin of victory for a Heisman Trophy since 2009, I believe the number is. 2009. So in total, it was 2,231 points for Travis Hunter, 2017 for Ashton Genty. I'm happy for Genty.
Yeah, me too. And he said he should have walked away with it. You see that? I'm like, I don't know that you should have walked away with it, buddy. But I mean, you're having a phenomenal season, no doubt. I mean, one of the best in the history of the game. I think, though, this is where I think the voters a little bit, they don't know what to do with Travis Hunter because it's always easy to vote for, the best quarterback, the best running back, and not a guy who plays a single position and he's super dominant at it. That's just the only thing. But I think people in their brain when they're voting, that's an easier thing to comprehend than it is this guy who's a stud both ways. You see what I mean? And how can I now? I don't know. I mean, put that together and try to figure out how good he really truly is. He's going to be the number one. I mean, that should tell you everything. But I think that some voters just got confused about it.
Hunter won. I mean, I don't know what else. Most voters understood what they're seeing. He won.
Most did, yeah. So
most did.
But it was closer than I thought.
Genty would have won in any other year. He probably would have won if you took Ashton Genty and take a look at the last 10 Heisman Trophy winners. The last 10, he probably wins 8, 9 of those 10.
I think if he had the same year last year, he wins it.
He wins. Not this year. Because of the uniqueness of what Travis Hunter brought to the table. The unique nature of his game, his skills. Did you guys see the ticket that somebody sent us? One of our loyal listeners.
Yeah.
He bet $500 on Travis Hunter winning the Heisman. What were the odds there?
I don't know, but he finished with over $20,000.
He won $20,000. One of our loyal listeners who I'm sure will share his winnings with us since we inspired him to place that bet at the beginning of the season.
I was thinking about this at Joe Willie's. I've been pricing out what a private party would cost. And, booze and food included, of course.
Yeah.
And it comes around, for the number of people that I want, it's right about $20,000. So I think that maybe we should just go to Joe Willie's, and this guy can thank us profusely and spend that bread on a giant party.
I do have a beef, by the way. I have a beef. Travis Hunter should have won this award. I actually have no problem with this being close and Ashton Genty getting a lot of votes.
Sure.
I get it. I have no problem with that. Here's what I have a problem with. The dope that votes Curtis Rourke, Indiana quarterback, first place. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with Scatabo out of ASU, who's a really good back, getting 3 first-place votes. Why? He is not the best player in football.
The Seattle media member who did not have Travis Hunter on his ballot at all.
Multiple people. Only, I think Travis Hunter was off 8% of the ballots or 7%, 7 or 8% of the ballots. Off entirely.
How is that possible? These people should have their votes taken away. I mean, they really, really should have their vote. How do you take away a Heisman vote, Vic? Tell me about that. Tell me about the process. You've been involved in that college game.
What do you mean tell you about it? I mean, it's pretty easy. Everybody that has a vote normally understands how this works and watches college football. If you don't vote for Travis Hunter, if you don't have Travis Hunter on your ballot, I'll be the first to say it. You should not be allowed to vote again. You should lose your vote. If you don't even have him on your ballot. All right, it's one thing. You don't have to vote him number one. Doesn't offend me. I get it. But if you don't have him on your ballot, if you say to me as a college football member of the media, you don't think he's one of the best 5, you should not be allowed to vote again. You're done. In fact, you should not be allowed to watch college football again.
Yeah.
You're done.
I
In
agree.
fact, you should not be allowed to watch sports again. All sports. You're out. That would be my punishment for someone who doesn't have him on the ballot.
Well, at that point, it's just it's some sort of spite. And Travis is like, you watch him speak.
Could you put somebody on an island with only like Hallmark Channel? Is that possible?
I would love to try it.
On an island? Okay.
Yeah, this Scatabo stuff, neat player, yeah, okay. All right, come on.
Look, he's a good player. He is not better than Genti or Travis Hunter. Like, a guy who played his position is better than him. And I'm not going to get caught up in this, but if you're trying to tell me about Boise State's opponents and stuff like that, just stop. Okay, just stop. Ashton Genti is by far, no question, the best running back in the entire world in college football.
He was doing it against 9 and 10-man boxes, too.
And getting pulled in 4 different games at halftime because they were up so much. Like, this, just stop. The other thing, Travis Hunter steps up and he makes his speech. And it's not just, and I know that this stuff ultimately doesn't matter, but it matters to me. He's such a good kid. Like, he is so humble and non-braggadocious in an era of college football in which you're making millions of dollars. And there's a lot of me that's in college football now with the amount of transfers and money being exchanged and all of that. He's not. He's not that. He's grateful for the people that have embraced him and maybe cultivated some of this stuff. Not to mention work ethic, second to none. Ability, second to none. I think he is as good as a representative as you could ask for the university here.
I'm going to tell you, of all the things I saw this weekend and things you walk away, a weekend of sports, like what's your moment? What do you walk away? When Travis Hunter looked at the camera and addressed his father, who was not in attendance, I thought I was going to lose it when he hugged Prime. Yeah. Right? Mm-hmm. That was great. An extended hug is like, wow. But when he addressed the camera and spoke directly to his father, fellas, come on.
Yeah.
Come on now.
That was it was incredibly emotional. I also loved where he goes to Shedeur, and this is, I mean, think about this. Think of how, one phone call changes the direction of an entire life. He says, Shedeur, remember the call we had? That one call, right, changed it, and here I am today because he does go to Jackson State, because he does come with Coach Prime to Boulder. It's an amazing experience. It's an amazing, story, an amazing pathway. It's pretty awesome.
I want you to sit back and listen.
Pretty cool.
Just sit back and listen. I was in a crowded room, so I had to go back and rewatch it. When I heard it the first time, it didn't resonate. But here's Travis thanking everybody in the world, all off the top of his head, thanking everybody in attendance, and then he got to his dad. Listen in.
My father, he's not here to be able to make it, but I know you're watching on TV. Dad, I love you. All the stuff you went through, man. I look at your oldest son. I did it for you, man. All the times that you didn't get to see me, when the time you came to see my games, from not seeing probably 2 games in high school to seeing me on TV every weekend and coming to see me, man. That means so much to me. I know you wanted to be here and you can't. But trust me, I got you. I'm bringing the trophy home. I love you.
That was cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Super
Did you guys
duper.
see the reverse angle of his dad watching on TV back home?
I did not see that.
That was just, woo.
You know what else?
Jesse,
who's in for Nelly today. Do you have him talking about Lil Wayne for a second? Because I want to point something out. As great of a moment as that was, Vic.
That was weird.
Let me just take a U-turn here.
I know where you're going. The Prime hug was amazing. Thanking his mom was amazing. Thanking his dad. The fact that Lil Wayne's in attendance and he becomes a focal point of the I'm sorry. That was weird.
Let's hear it real quick. Go ahead.
Of it. Wayne, You don't know how you came into our life, man. My fiance love you. I ain't learned none. I didn't know none of your songs until she let me know, because I don't listen to music. She let me know. She told me, you got to listen to this. If you don't listen to music, listen to Wayne. And from that day on, that's all I listen to. Pre-game music. That's the song. Those are the songs I listen to. When I get in that TRX and I blast that music, I'm listening to Wayne. It's crazy. 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot hot. That's my song. I'm telling you, man. That's crazy.
So just cut that right there. So Lil Wayne is sitting next to Shador in Prime during this, and I can't help myself as he's talking to Lil Wayne saying this. And I want you guys to do the exercise I did. Close your eyes. Picture somebody from Boulder.
Uh-huh.
Picture your average Boulder resident.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lil Wayne
Yeah.
is now representing CU at a Heisman Trophy ceremony.
That's awesome.
I can't get over it.
Listen, man. At the end of the day, it's great that he's there to.
Oh, I think it's unreal.
It's great.
Cool.
He's cherishing this with the kid. But part of me is, why is Lil Wayne there? I mean, if you weren't like, what is he doing there?
Like,
Dude,
think about this. Think about if I won.
People there.
Think about, Moshe, if I won the Heisman and I'm addressing something, and I'm just like, by the way, I'm tearing up. I go, my dad, I love you. Anyway, I also want to thank Bruce Springsteen, who's here for me today. Your music company. It's just like, it's what? Anyway, we'll talk about this along with the Broncos this close to clinching a playoff spot with Adam Schefter of ESPN next. Adam Schefter joins us every Monday at 8 o'clock to recap the NFL weekend. And, Adam, it's always good to talk to you as he joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. You made a prediction with us. The first conversation we had before the season started, you said, I see the Broncos winning between 7 to 10 games. And guess what, Adam? You might be wrong. You might be a little bit short, depending on how the last 3 weeks go. But the Broncos are this close to clinching a playoff spot. The main question I got for you to start things off, why do players continue to drop the ball before crossing the end zone?
I got to tell you something. I'm at ESPN. I'm watching the game, and we have all the screens on. So you're watching the Lions and the Bills and the Eagles and the Steelers and the Chargers and the Bucks. And I see Jonathan Taylor go into the end zone, and I see the score change to, what was it at that point, 19-3?
19-7.
19-7.
19-7. I see it change, and I say to myself, oh boy. Here is the biggest home game since the 2016 ACC, and they're going to lose. They're going to lose this game. They're going to lose. I mean, that's just the way it kind of goes, right? And then I look up, and it says 13-3. I'm like, wait. What? And Denver's got the ball. I'm like, what? What just happened? What? Like, because I didn't realize there was so much going on. So I still have not seen a replay of the play, but I know it happened, and I can't believe it happened. And it turned the game. If he scores there, we'll see if Denver's able to come back.
I don't think they do.
My guess would be no. My guess would be no. But if he scores there, at the very least, the game is in hand.
Yeah.
In hand.
Yeah, I don't think they come back. Everybody keeps saying, you never know how the game results, but I'm not sure why I keep hearing myself twice.
Yeah.
But I don't think they come back. I think they...
Once is enough. Now you sound great, Vic. God,
thank
you. I don't think you've ever sounded that good on KCNC all those years.
I'm sure I didn't. The thing about football, though, isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing, Adam, how one play at any point in a game? Because Bo Nix did not have his A game. Sean Payton even admitted afterwards he takes partial blame. He wasn't calling a good game. But at the crux of the Broncos' woes, they can't run the ball, Adam. And when you become one-dimensional, this is what you get.
Well, there were so many games that we watched with John Elway playing quarterback where literally you felt like they had no chance to win the game until you looked up and they won the game. I mean, that happened repeatedly, right? How many times do we see that through the years? You're like, this team's getting just pummeled and outplayed, and somehow they found a way. And that was a little bit like that yesterday. Like, it wasn't going that way. And Vic, yes, they're not running the ball well. That's right now. And they certainly, I think, will look to upgrade that spot over time. And maybe it'll get better. Maybe they can run the ball better. And I'm not overly concerned. They're sitting here this morning. They're in a great spot. They're in a better position than everybody ever thought. So we can nitpick and find things that are wrong. Like, if you want to do that, you can do that. That's fine. I think I'd have to say, like, look where they are. What is the record now? 9-5?
9-5, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Nitpick Monday, Adam. We started the show by saying that. We could sit here and criticize aspects of the game where they need to improve, but I need everybody to understand something. The fact that we're doing this is amazing. They've got a winning record for the first time since our cohort, Brett, showed up here in Denver. I mean, it's been that long. In fact, Adam, I don't know when the hell you left. It feels like it's been that long since they've had the opportunity.
Well, again, what I would say is that they haven't been relevant in a while since they went to that Super Bowl, right? Like, they just haven't been relevant since then. And now they're winning and they're getting things done. And I like it. I mean, I think it's great to see this organization winning and being relevant again. And I know I wasn't singularly focused in on that game because there were so many games. So I'm sorry I missed seeing the replay of the Jonathan Taylor fumble, but they now will get the attention that they deserve. People will be tuning in and watching them as they should be.
I'm going to go out here on a limb and say that the AFC playoff picture in terms of the teams that are in is already over. I know the NFC has something to play for, but here we are, Adam, and we're sitting here, week 15, 14 games into the season, and It's done. I mean, unless the Chargers absolutely collapse, they still have to play New England and whatnot. They're going to get another win at least. Is it weird to you that we're locking things up in the AFC at this point, and the next 3 games really don't have any matter?
Well, but Denver's still got to win another game, don't you think?
Yes.
Yeah, so do the Chargers, but I think they will. To me, it just feels over in the AFC.
I haven't broken it down to look at it. I knew that if Denver lost yesterday to the Colts, that it was going to be they're going to have to find a way to win 2-3 of these games down the stretch.
Yep.
And it was going to be dicey with that schedule being what it is. And so you're telling me, my question to you this morning would be, and again, I haven't looked at it and studied it. If Denver went 0-3 down the stretch, they would still make the playoffs?
If one of those other teams loses.
I think Cincy and Miami would both have to lose a game, but yeah. So it would take
great.
that.
Okay, great. That's then listen, I want to see them in. I'd love to see the Broncos get a spot. And that was a bit that Jonathan Taylor fumble helped propel them into the postseason. They'll take it. No apologies.
Have you heard anything about Surtain's ankle? Do you think he'll be ready to play on Thursday?
I don't know. It didn't look great leaving the field. And on a short week, my immediate guess, and I emphasize guess, would be no, he doesn't play.
Okay.
And I just hope it's not anything significant, that they give him a little time off and get him well. What did he say after the game?
Well, I saw him in the locker room, Adam, and he was fine. He looked fine. He wasn't limping. There was no boot. He wasn't wearing anything to protect the ankle. He walked from the shower to his locker stall, got dressed, and left. He didn't speak after the game because he didn't finish the game. And the Broncos have a policy: if a player gets injured and does not finish the game, he's not talking to the media. But from my eye, I think he's fine. I think it's going to linger. And if it gets worse and inflates and swells, he may not play. But I would estimate he plays.
Wow. Well, that would be great for them. He's a tremendous young player. He's also the featured guest on Nickelodeon Slime Time this morning with a big interview with Dylan Schefter.
There you go.
That airs Wednesday night. So Patrick Surtain will be featured there before the big game Thursday night.
Speaking of ankles, what about Mahomes? I know he left the game early. It felt like the Chiefs had that game in hand, but is that something they're concerned about?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, he's had this injury and he's played through this injury, and that guy is so tough. The issue for this team right now, on top of the fact that they're not playing great football, although they played well yesterday, they play Saturday and they play Wednesday, Christmas Day. So they've got now 2 games in the span of the next 10 days for him to have to get through on an ankle sprain. And that's not going to be easy. By the way, it's an ankle sprain behind what has been a leaky offensive line, where they can't fix the left tackle position, where they've had Wanye Morris play there, where they've had Joe Tooney play there, where they've had DJ Humphrey signed off the street play there. Yesterday, I didn't even see who started the game yesterday. I'm going to guess Wanye Morris did. I don't know. Maybe it was Tooney. But they have not been able to – they've struggled to protect Patrick, and now he's hurt. He's hurt. He's hobbled. And we'll see whether or not he can get through for this week and next Wednesday.
Is it too much? Hold on, real quick. Is it too much for me to ask to have a Bills and Lions Super Bowl, but a healthier Lions team, and give it the full go? Because I'm telling you right now, man, that was pretty awesome, is what it was. Pretty dang awesome.
I think everybody would love to see it. Everybody outside Philadelphia, Minnesota, and Green Bay would love to see that Super Bowl. And honestly, as you were thinking about it, you're like, yeah, this has got a real chance to happen. But I just don't know that the Lions can get there now. They're leaking oil. And I don't mean losing games. I mean losing bodies. They lost Carlton Davis and Aleem McNeil to what they believe to be season-ending injuries yesterday. They're already missing Aiden Hutchinson. They don't have Alex Anzalone. They lost Marcus Davenport. I just don't know how many guys a team can lose. I know that they can outscore a lot of teams and get to shootouts. They can do that. But they're just missing. They signed Quan Alexander off the Broncos practice squad to play. They signed Jamal Adams off the street to play. Yeah. Literally, they're taking people from the street to play defense. And that's why they gave up all the points they did to Buffalo, aside from the fact that Josh Allen's Superman. So to me, I listen, it'd be great if Detroit made it. Would love to see it. I just don't know if they have the manpower right now.
I got a two-parter. First of all, where are you? Are you there for Monday Night Football, wherever you are?
I am in a hotel room in Connecticut, right outside in Bristol here.
All right.
A little Courtyard Marriott. And, waiting to go over to
Chicago at Minnesota tonight, Atlanta at Vegas. I'm going to ask you again, since you work for ESPN, why are there 2 Monday night games?
I don't have an answer for you because I don't. I'd have to ask around, Vic. Just because I work for the company doesn't mean I can explain when they do these things. The league is always juggling the schedule, and there's always a method to the madness. They don't just randomly do this. I don't know why it came down like this, but it did. And here I am in Bristol for the pregame tonight.
Can I ask you a really dumb question, by the way? And I admit this is stupid.
I just did.
Sure.
Well, there's a quarterback that's won 2 straight Super Bowls and's got another ring on his finger too, and I think that's the obvious choice here. But if you were to pose this question to NFL GMs and they said, "Hey, we got a fantasy draft. You can take anybody in the league with your first overall pick," how many would choose Josh Allen over Patrick Mahomes right now?
Is this a real draft or a fantasy draft?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. A real draft, just like if they had to choose between one of those 2 guys, what percentage of GMs would take Josh Allen over Patrick Mahomes?
It's an interesting question, and you're asking it off of a game in which he lit it up. You're asking it at a time where if we look at Josh Allen's numbers the last few weeks, Josh Allen in the last 3 games has completed 58 of 88 passes for 1,027 yards, 14 touchdowns, no interceptions, 0 sacks taken. So
he's ran in like 6 touchdowns too, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a total freak. So when you're asking me this question now, I would say that Josh Allen would get a lot of support despite the fact that Patrick Mahomes is who he is. I still think Mahomes gets the nod on reputation, but the question you asked now, I think would be more heavily debated than ever before. And again, with this being a flavor of the month, flavor of the day type of question, and him, throwing the 14 touchdowns, no interceptions, and running like crazy and never getting sacked, and them winning and becoming right now what might be I think they are the favorite in the AFC to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I think you might get some Josh Allen support.
Yeah, it's crazy.
No big deal that Denver bypassed him. No big deal.
Oh, come on. Vibes are good here, Adam. What are you doing?
But Adam, real quick though, I know for a fact that Elway liked him. I mean, Elway went up there and looked at him on a number of different occasions. I know that. But doggone it, I just think the Paxton Lynch, I just think he was gun shy. You know what I mean? He didn't want to make quote the same mistake twice in a row. And because Elway's instinct was correct. His instinct was correct.
They may have looked at him. I don't think he was ever seriously a part of the conversation. I'm just telling you. Like, really? I remember.
Wow.
I don't remember it that way. Now, maybe somebody from the front office could tell you specifically he was. But I usually had a pretty good pulse on what they were thinking. I don't ever remember him being a guy that I thought, okay, well, Josh Allen might go number 6 to Denver. I don't ever remember that from my mind or my notes.
One last thing real quick, Adam. I want to go all the way back to Thursday, which was an incredibly boring game of just field goals. But the interesting part about it, we've had a lot of firsts this year. And talking to you, you said you've never seen a quarterback tap out of a game before with Anthony Richardson earlier this year. Never seen Tyreek Stevenson on a Hail Mary to win the game, barking at fans mid-play. How about Devondre Campbell walking off the field in the fourth quarter, refusing to go in the game? San Francisco, obviously, it's difficult when you have championship aspirations and the season goes down the tubes in the way that the Niners has this year. But what do you see in that situation for Shanahan and John Lynch to deal with in keeping that team together through a bad season?
To me, yeah, I've seen guys quit. There have been guys that have walked off. I don't know that it's been under those circumstances. First of all, a week before, Deontay Johnson was asked to go into the game, and he refused to enter. He just didn't walk off the field.
Mm-hmm.
So What he did was the same thing. Just a week earlier, Deontay Johnson was a man ahead of his time by 1 week. And I don't think you'll see either player play for their respective teams again. I don't know how you bring somebody back. I don't know how you bring somebody like that back into your locker room. Like, these guys are in battle every week. They are in battle. And these are your brothers in battle, right? You go through it together. And when you can't count on this guy, there's a broken trust, not to mention everything that comes along with that. And so, yeah, I would imagine they're going to suspend him. They'll cut him. They'll move on from him. He's done there, however you want to look at it. It's funny you say that. You started reciting all those things: a quarterback tapping out, a player taunting, 2 players not finishing the game. And I do think there's a larger message here. And I think it points to, I mean, I'm not a psychological professor. I'm not a societal professor, but I was on the phone with somebody this morning. We're talking about today's players. And, it's a different day and age with some of the challenges that they face. And so is there a connection between all these things with the younger generation? I'm just asking it out loud. And I'd be curious to hear your thoughts there. Yeah. Like, this guy was saying to me that a lot of kids, a lot of ADHD, social media, all kinds of stuff. It all feeds into why these people are the way they are. Vic, your children are older right now, right?
Sure.
Yeah. I got a 16-year-old girl. That comes sometimes with its own challenges. I think being a kid today comes with its challenge, social media.
Well, you just hit it, social media, Adam, and I hate to interrupt you, but you're on to something. 10, 20 years ago, if you sucked in a game, you go home, you never turn on the television, and you go to bed. If you suck today, you'll hear about it from somebody. If you can't open your phone, you can't talk. The world has shrunk. People are in your ear more. And I think social media is at the core of all of it. So I can't even imagine some of the athletes of the 80s and 90s, if they grew up with the phone in their hands with the social media, can't imagine how history would have changed.
Yeah. Again, the players of today are under pressure. They're hearing different noises. They're exposed to different ideas, and it's being reflected in different type of behavior that we've seen this year.
Yep.
More so, and probably will see more of going forward, especially with all the NIL money.
Yes.
And players having money and having been catered to even more so than they've been. Right? Like, I don't know where all this is going, but we may just be getting the tip of the iceberg on some of this stuff here.
Yep. Adam Schefter, ESPN, joins us every single Monday. Always appreciate the time, Adam. Thank you so much.
Guys, enjoy the victory. Happy holidays.
There you go. Happy holidays to you as well. Adam Schefter, ESPN. Take a quick break. Back after this. All
Brett.
conversations with Adam Schefter are brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Always appreciative of Adam jumping on the show. Yes, Moshe?
I like that tune. Thanks, Jess. I got a problem going on right now here in Vancouver. I don't know how to handle it.
Which is?
Am I going to dance? Am I just keep dancing? Here we go. It's 7:30 in the morning and it's still dark outside. What the hell's what are we doing? I mean, what am I supposed to do with this? It's not. I don't get it, man.
It's Earth. That's what it's called.
You're
actually.
north.
I know, but it's 7:30 in the morning, bro, and it's pitch dark outside.
But you're
Look,
north.
I'm not that far north, bro. It's not that far. Just north of Seattle. What, you cross the border, all of a sudden it doesn't turn light until like 10 a.m.?
Moshe, turn your mic down, by the way. You're obnoxiously loud right now.
Here's the other
I'm
thing.
sorry.
Guys, the Broncos are a 9-5 football team. And
I know.
With the loss by the Dolphins over the weekend, they are 3 games up on the teams chasing them with 3 weeks left to go, which would take an epic collapse for you to miss the postseason.
They're in, dude. They're in.
But here's the other thing I wanted to get to. Beyond that,
don't put any cart before any horse, Moose.
I think it's
Don't
pretty
keep me
safe to do
talking
now.
like that.
Because if they don't make the postseason, it's going to be a disaster. Okay, it would have to take a million things for that to happen. But assuming that they're in, here's the beauty of what last week did. Now it can be all for naught in 3 days, but for the moment, you're the 6th seed in the AFC, not the 7 anymore. You are not the final wild card spot. That is reserved for the 8-6 LA Chargers. That means if the season continues to go the way we think it will, where the Chiefs, how's this for a stat? You know what the Chiefs have not done in 14 games this year? Scored 30 points. Not once have they scored 30.
That's crazy.
But they're 13-1. They're 2 games up on Buffalo, technically 1 game up because Buffalo owns the tiebreaker. Bottom line is this. Season ends today with what the Broncos did yesterday and what the Chargers did yesterday. The Broncos would go on the road to Pittsburgh as opposed to on the road to Buffalo.
That is my dream scenario. Please work it out. I don't care, Brett, if there's one mission you have this entire holiday season, and I understand you're taking off. You're going someplace, right? You're out of here. Is that correct? You're going to be gone.
Yeah, I mean,
whatever it is you do.
I'm going to see family. You said I'm going someplace like I'm going to Italy. No, I'm not doing that. I'm going to Nebraska.
Okay. If there's one thing you do
Same
this
thing.
entire
Yeah,
it's the same. I mean, Omaha and Venice.
I get home, I see Bessie, I go, oh!
Get me a scenario. By the time it's all said and done, I need the scenario where the Broncos go on the road to Pittsburgh. Can you please just secure that for me? I'm begging you to do that because that would be my. First of all, I think they can beat Pittsburgh. Second of all, we gotta have Russ versus the Broncos. We have to.
It would be so great.
I need a whole week of Mike Tomlin because I can't get enough of that guy. I just listen to Mike Tomlin talk, and it gets me all jacked up. But I'd like to see the Broncos beat his butt. I just need this particular matchup. I think it would be absolutely fantastic. And you know what I'd like to do, Vic? Do you remember what was the AFC title game when Ben was a baby and he came in here and beat him? And what year was that? 2004?
2005.
Okay. Do you know how many stupid, terrible towels were in the stands?
Oh, I know.
Do you know how many were there? We got to find a scenario where we can get Broncos fans into Pittsburgh, man, and do something.
It's never going to look like that.
I know, but we need to pay back.
Yeah,
we absolutely
if that's
need
what you're
payback.
thinking, it's never going to look. Bronco fans, as much as they'll travel this week, by the way. Thursday night, that'll look like a Broncos home game. Nobody's going to go to Pittsburgh in January. All right? It doesn't work that way. People come to Denver because they want to come to Denver. Because most of the people that come to Denver, they want to make this trip here. It's beautiful. Who the hell wants to go to the Midwest and the East Coast in January? Who wants to make that trip?
People who love the Broncos.
Yeah, people who love the
It
Broncos.
doesn't work the other way around. Bronco fans will go to Vegas. Bronco fans will happily go to L.A. for that Chargers game. You know that. We've seen it before. But no one's going to Detroit or Cleveland.
Yeah.
Not happening.
By the way, just a point of correction here. I said the Chiefs haven't scored 30 points all year. They haven't scored over 30. They've scored 30 twice, but not over 30 points.
Did you guys think that I was going to come on the show this morning and gloat? Did you think I was actually going to do that?
No, because I know.
What did you think was going to happen? I'm curious. I'm just curious.
Here's what I know was going through. You're smarter than that. You're not a dummy.
You were scared.
You saw the final score 31-13, but you're no dummy. You know how nervous you were for all of us. And I had people actually reach out to me and say, stupid Mosier. When Jonathan Taylor went down the right sideline, do you know how many stupid Mosiers we heard in Denver, Colorado? Do you know how many people listening to this show, stupid Mosier? Because you know better. You know that game is different if he doesn't let go of that ball. You know it. We're not talking about a Broncos win today. I'll say it right now. If Jonathan Taylor scores, Broncos lose.
Yeah, but he didn't. He didn't score. He dropped the ball.
See, that's what I knew was going to happen.
See, but hold on a second.
That's where I would caution you to not play that game.
Don't get all braggadocious because he dropped the ball an inch before the goal line. You know what is that? The game was going to be lost.
Listen to me, smart mouth. Listen to me closely. I come on this program and I get made fun of it. I get, that you guys bust me up and call me names and all this kind of thing. When I say to you, Brett, you know what? The universe, it has these threads.
You do the threads. Don't you do the threads?
They weave intricately all through the universe, right? And why do these threads weave the way? I don't know why they do, man. I have no clue. But you're trying to tell me that in a game that was essentially a playoff game, Jonathan Taylor dropping the football before the goal line wasn't a thread of the universe weaving? Prove to me it wasn't.
Who cares? What's your point?
Here's the thing, though. Hang on. This is, what did I say at the very beginning of the show? The very
Prove
start.
To me it wasn't.
But what's your point? What is the point?
My point is that you say, well, if he had scored, then that game is over. Yeah, but he didn't.
It is.
Okay, but
why did he drop the football, Vic? I have no idea. You ask him, he goes, I don't know why I dropped the ball. I don't know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it. Aha. So maybe my discussions about the universe and whatnot are a little bit
you're
more
being
deep
stupid.
than you can
I want to hear your stupidity.
Okay, pause for a second.
There
pause.
you go. See,
this is why I said this at the beginning of the show. I said
this is why you have nose polyps. You know that, right? This is why you have polyps in your nose.
You're talking about spiritual, universal. I don't want to hear this crap. If I want my zodiac sign read to me, I'll go somewhere else.
This is why I said at the beginning of the show, that game is whatever you want it to be. That game confirmed if you or somebody who was skeptical about the Broncos, which we've seen a couple of these texts today, still haven't beaten a team with a winning record. That guy gets to be right this morning. If you're somebody who's like, oh, damn the opponents, they're 9-3 since week 2. They're a good football team. You get to be right this morning. Mosier, who said this is a guaranteed victory, gets to be right this morning. Vic, you and me, who were pretty skeptical about this game and very tepid about it, get to be right this morning. Like everybody does, because that game was so bizarre. And think about this for a second. The total numbers in this game. 310 total yards of offense for Indianapolis.
It was bad.
193 for the Broncos.
Bad.
5 turnovers for Indianapolis, 3 for Denver. And the first 3 turnovers for each team resulted in 3 points. 3 points. 6 total turnovers, 6 total points scored off the turnovers. The game was ugly. It was messy, but I will continue to say what I've said all year long. Good football teams win games where you play bad football.
Yes.
They still find a way. And the Broncos found it. By hook or by crook, did you get lucky that Jonathan Taylor drops the ball? Yeah. You know what else you did? It's a 17-13 ball game in the fourth quarter. Yeah. Colts have the football, the chance to win, and Nick Bonito takes a house call the other way.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep.
2 things can be true. Listen, the Broncos deserve all the credit in the world. They're 9-5. A winning record is guaranteed. My God, the playoffs are on the doorstep. We're there. This is it. It's beautiful. They prove to be resilient. They play the entire game. They don't quit no matter what. Yes. They also got lucky, and the game is different if he doesn't fumble the ball. The end.
You'd rather try to bust me up in my universal thoughts than be happy about a Bronco. I don't get you, man. I don't get you. And let me tell you,
Mark. If Jonathan Taylor doesn't let the ball go, do the Broncos win or lose? And be honest. Do they win or lose the game?
They probably lose.
Okay, that's all. That's all we're saying. Just be honest with yourself.
I'm totally honest. They probably lose that game, but he dropped it, and only God knows why. Here's the 9515. After that JT touchdown, my mom texted me, Mosier's going to hear it tomorrow.
Everybody was texting me. Everybody was texting me.
Hey, first of all, I don't know what your mom's name is.
Because you're inappropriately arrogant about games before they happen. That's what it is.
Okay, I don't know what 9515's mom's name is, but I would just tell her, zip it, Doris. He dropped the football. The Broncos won the game. They covered yet again. I don't know what to tell you. Now, was I thinking it was going to be like this? No, I didn't think it was going to be like this whatsoever. But I'm sitting here today in total darkness in Vancouver at 7:40 in the damn morning going, dude, they won 31-13. I don't know what else you want me to say. All these other things are true, Brett. You're right. Whatever bias you had coming into the football game was probably reinforced by what the hell just happened. Listen to me. And they won 31-13. They easily covered blah, 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 blah. There's a reason for that. That's the Colts aren't very good, bro. And they need a lot of things to go right their way, and they clearly are not a very good team. You're welcome.
Texture says, the Broncos are not a good football team. Nobody in the playoff picture is scared of them. I hate to break it to you. Outside of like two teams in the AFC, you aren't scared of anybody.
Yeah.
Outside of Buffalo,
I agree.
And maybe a little bit of Baltimore.
I agree.
Who said that?
Like, the AFC, guys, is pretty dang bad this year.
Yeah,
you know what is scary?
Who said that?
All of the NFC is scary.
I look at the AFC and I say to myself, what's so special about Houston? What's so special about Pittsburgh? There's nothing special about those teams. Hell, the Chargers went from a team, oh my God, what are the Chargers? They just got boat raced by Tampa.
They got bullied in the second half. They didn't score. They had a halftime lead and never scored again. And when you look at the Chargers, by the way, have you seen them lately, man? They've lost 3 out of their last 4 games. They lose close one to the Chiefs, and then they just come home and lay a biggest egg you could possibly think of. They got problems. Hope the Broncos go there and win on Thursday.
I think the Broncos will win on Thursday. If Patrick Surtain, at least one of the two, if Riley Moss, Patrick Surtain, most likely Surtain is the most important player. He missed the first go-around with the Chargers with that concussion protocol. If he can play and he's not limping around, I don't see any reason why the Broncos can't win Thursday night.
Yeah.
You just said they would. Now you're saying, I don't see why they can't.
It's contingent on what I just told you. They got to have their secondary at least half intact. If you're going out there without your 2 starting corners, good luck.
Well, then it's a problem.
Just quickly, though, that question between AFC teams, like, who are you scared of? You're scared of Buffalo, and maybe it's just for the Broncos' perspective. I'm still scared of Baltimore. I still am. Just their offensive firepower. Now,
you should be scared of those 2 teams. Nobody else should scare you.
Now, let me just say that the Broncos are in the NFC, just for argument's sake. And the teams they'd match up with, who are you scared of? Detroit?
Yes, because they
Philly?
can outscore their problems. Yes, because Philly's
you know
their
what?
defense is good.
Detroit's too tattered. Detroit is, speaking of, Adam mentioned it, I don't fear Detroit if I'm in the NFC anymore. They got injuries galore.
Hang on, Vic.
2 more defensive players out for the season?
I'm well aware. I'm very pessimistic right now because I think they're beat the hell up on the defensive side. 16 guys are on IR, but Vic, they put up 42 points yesterday.
I get
That's
it, but
scary.
They're going to have to do that every week.
Oh,
they're going to have days where they can't.
But they can't.
They've been doing a pretty good job of it.
I don't know that there's a day that they can't, Vic. That's how good they are offensively. I'm not kidding you.
I still look. I'm with you,
dude. Watch them. Watch that team play the game.
Let me tell you, Vic. I'll give you what you want. I was very, very optimistic in thinking I might see a Super Bowl this year. I don't feel that way anymore with this defense, but that offense should scare everybody they line up against because they can put 40 on the board. They can. But between Detroit, Philly, L.A., I think is freaky. The Rams. Minnesota continues to win. Tampa now with a healthy Mike Evans is a little bit scary. Like, they got a whole bunch of teams on the NFC side that you're like, dude, who the hell do you want to play when the postseason comes around?
It's wide open. It's wide open, and that's the beauty of it. And the Denver Broncos are in the mix for the first time in 8 years. The Denver Broncos are in the freaking mix. It's Monday morning in Denver, Colorado. It's Monday morning in late December, and we are talking about the Denver Broncos in the playoffs. When is the last time we had these discussions? When?
Before I arrived. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. I was just talking to KJ during the break, and it reminded me of something. You know, Vic, you said this earlier that you don't think that Anthony Richardson is a starting quarterback in the league, and I think there's a lot of evidence to support your argument. Now, I think he might get maybe one more year in Indianapolis just because raw tool-wise, amazing arm, he is as big as anybody on the football field. It brought this up. Do you remember from, I think the biggest player on the Broncos is Malcolm Roach. Had him wrapped up.
Yeah.
And Anthony Richardson ripped him off.
Dead for rights. It happened on several occasions yesterday where they could not bring him down. He kept shrugging off would-be tacklers.
He is so damn big. I couldn't. I told KJ, I'm like, it feels like you're watching, in some ways, an even bigger version of Cam Newton with just his size and ability to rip off would-be tacklers. And he's got speed. Like, he takes off that touchdown on the first drive of the game, and you're thinking, uh-oh, that's not good. But he is such a uniquely odd prospect that I don't know what you do if you're Indy.
I'm out.
I don't blame you. Like, if you complete 45% of your passes, you can't win. You can't win that.
Yeah, you're not a quarterback. You're not a quarterback. You're not a serious quarterback in the league if you complete 45% of your passes. The question would be, can he get better? With his unique skill set and his size, can he be better than that? Can you coach him up to be a more accurate thrower and make better decisions? I think you probably can. So I wouldn't give up on him, but it certainly would not take a whole lot for me to, going into next year, it wouldn't take a whole lot to convince me, man, maybe we better go in a different direction.
Hey, it just dawned on me. When's the last time this happened? And I'm going to consider Denver Boulder the same market. It is the same television market, right? When's the last time a television market in this country had, in one calendar year, and this is over the course of 6 months, you ready for this? The best player in basketball, the MVP, the best player in hockey, the Hart Trophy, and the best player in college football.
Yeah.
All in the same calendar year, 6 months. When's the last time that ever happened?
Never.
I don't recall. I don't think it's ever happened. I can't think of a time when one market, let alone a state, had all of those. When was the last time a state, just a whole state, had three of the best on the planet in their respective categories?
I mean, think about the royalty. We're surrounded by royalty in these respective sports.
Can I?
These guys should be wearing capes.
I was trying to think who would be the options for the other two. Like, if in the near future, could you get two more in the only other places that they don't have them, which is the Broncos and the Rockies. The Rockies are going to be tough. Doyle, maybe. Tovar, I don't know. Whatever. Broncos.
It would have to be Bo.
It would have to be Bo. Could I say if Benito wins Defensive Player of the Year, that's essentially MVP for the guy who's...
it's got to be the best player in the game.
Yeah, but it's impossible for a defensive player to win it.
Yeah, but we're not doing these other awards because there are other awards. There's defensive... we're not doing that.
That's fair.
MVP. That's it.
Texters, if you say Chris Bryant, I will throw this entire computer to monitor, okay?
Brett, we had Larry Walker, okay, and he won it. I don't know that we'll ever see that again ever in my lifetime. I mean, not, in the future of the Rockies, it could probably happen, but not again in my lifetime. And that's what's so sad about it. When we talk about the Rocks, I keep saying in my lifetime, which I hope has plenty of lifespan left. I don't know, but hopefully it has plenty of lifespan. But whenever we talk about the Rockies, no, not again ever, in my lifetime. And
I'm not doing it.
That's depressing, bro.
That's enough Rockies for today. I'm not doing a single second of Rockies here.
Again, well, you brought it up.
I was just saying, like, you get, again, of the 5 major sports in this country that we follow intimately, and get a lot of attention and television networks and all that different stuff. 60% of those sports, you possess what has been deemed the best player in their respective sports. In 3 of the 5, which is pretty damn incredible. And
Moshe, I got to say this too. I can't recall the last time I watched an Avalanche game and an Avalanche goalie had, what was it, 37 saves? Was it 37?
38.
38?
38 saves.
Like, wow. Whoa. 38 saves? Huh?
Pretty exciting, right? Pretty exciting. Now, I don't know who's going to go tonight. I don't know what the schedule is going to look like coming down the stretch. I'm guessing on Thursday, and this is what stinks, nobody's going to be watching the Avs and the Sharks. Now, for us, excuse me, for Avalanche fans, it's going to be very interesting because you're going to have Blackwood versus Georgie, right? On Thursday, each goalie is going to be going against his former team here, about a week and a half.
Can't lose that game.
After the deal was done. Right. No, you can't. So for me, it's going to be interesting. For the rest of fans in Denver and beyond, they're going to watch the Broncos and the Chargers. So Riker and I were talking about this. Should we do the game with no pants on? You think anybody would notice?
We got a Nuggets game
pants?
that night. We got a triple header Thursday night. Got a Nuggets game at the exact same time. So I'm in your boat. I wonder, on a night where the Broncos can clinch a playoff spot, they're playing the Chargers. Clearly a huge game. It's Thursday Night Football. The Nuggets are playing the Portland Trail Blazers. You got your game. I don't know why the schedule makers torment us like that. Again, tonight, both the Avs and Nuggets playing doubleheader. Why? Why so many of these? What is this, like the fifth doubleheader of the last week?
Yeah, I don't know why they're on the same nights. I have absolutely no clue why they've done it to us like this, but they have. It stinks. I mean, because they're going tonight. We're head to head tonight, and then we're head to head on Thursday. Yeah, I don't know, Vic. You should do it without pants on and see if anybody.
Hey,
people are going to be watching. Don't get me wrong, but the Broncos, because they can clinch that playoff spot's a pretty big deal.
Hold on, before we get too far ahead, one thing real quick on the Avs game from over the weekend. Love that the debut of Blackwood being peppered that many times in your debut and making that many saves certainly gives you a boost of confidence. Did not love that you're up 3-0, and all of a sudden that game became very, very tight and nervous at the very end. Now able to close it out, get a couple empty netters, great.
Hey, that kid, Evangelista, made a hell of a play.
Yes, he did.
I mean, he cut through in the backhand. That was pretty nice. Hey, Vic.
But hang on.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
But I also want to get to this before we get to a break. Vic, we got our first munder of the season. Can we give it up for the Nuggets finally getting one of those?
Defense.
Good Lord.
And if you ask Nikola Jokic, right, he attempted how many shots in that game? 9?
Yeah.
I think he finished with 9 shot attempts. He had 4 in the first half. His numbers were very pedestrian. He was probably the happiest dude there.
The worst Jokic stat, well, maybe not the worst, but the least impressive, let's say, Jokic stat line of the season comes in a game where the Nuggets look their best. That says something, okay?
That says that his teammates came to play.
Yes.
That says that as a defense, as a collective, that came to play. That says you can't be a one-man team. That says I'm sick of attempting 38 shots and winning games 141 to 130. That says let's play freaking defense.
Yep.
That's what it says.
You get a good
And
game from Jamal.
played. Yeah, he played pretty well. What I was going to say before we get to the top here, Vic, do you remember a supermodel named Linda Evangelista?
Yeah, the name comes to mind.
Yeah, because that's that kid from Nashville's aunt.
It is?
Really?
Yeah. Luke Evangelista, his aunt is Linda. She's older now, but she was a supermodel for a long time. Yeah. Anyway, just thought I'd pass along that little anecdotal note.
We have a double dipperoo tonight, so both teams are. And aren't both of these games? It's 8:30 tonight for the Avs,
8 o'clock for Nuggets and Kings.
Which is what, Moj? 8:47 or something like that. Actually,
Dude, I don't know, man. I feel like I'm up here in the
ridiculous.
I don't know, man.
So,
by the way, I texted Connor. He goes, I don't know how Connor knows this.
Is it still dark? Let me see. Open your drapes.
Well, it's not super dark, but it's.
Show me them drapes, Moj.
There you go. Can you see out there?
Looks like Gettysburg.
It kind of does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Looks like
but
hell.
he says sunrise isn't until 8:08. I'm like, well, screw that.
But both Nuggets and Avs late games tonight, but good to see them both get wins over the weekend, especially the ways that they did it. You get the debut of Blackwood, in which he plays great, makes a whole bunch of saves. You get a Nuggets game that looks like the Nuggets. Good defense. Jamal plays well. It's very even throughout, like scoring-wise and production-wise. You get some bench contributions. Like, all of it looked great. Thank God.
You know, Jamal looked spry and athletic. He had that one layup where you're like, whoa, where's that been?
Yeah.
And then after the game, did you guys hear his post-game comments? he mentioned, oh, yeah, the hamstring's fine. I've been dealing with some foot issues. What was the term he used? He has a foot injury, and he casually just dropped it in there. And it's not a casual injury. Help me out.
I didn't hear that.
You didn't hear that?
Mm-mm.
It was his very last comment in the press conference. And any kind of foot injury, especially in the NBA, plantar fasciitis.
Gotcha.
Plantar fasciitis. Now, this is the thing I think that knocked out Peyton Manning for several weeks, his final year. I don't know how you fix it. I don't know if it's something that's chronic. I don't know. But if you have plantar fasciitis and you're dealing with it, it could explain a lot. It could.
I thought it was plantar fasciitis.
Whatever the hell you call it. Foot pain. Okay?
I thought it was plantar fascistus.
I thought it was plantar fascists.
Well, if you're going to say it, you better be intentionable about it.
I thought he had plantar fascists. Bottom line is this. Let me ask you guys a question. I'm going to ask you a basic question.
Hurry up.
If you have a chronic injury and it's been troubling you for a while and you just mentioned it, doesn't it behoove you to bring it out and talk about it? What purpose does it serve to sort of hide it?
Okay.
Massively?
I think we can get to that. I got an answer for you. We'll get to it next.
Good talk.
All right, just quickly here, I want to get back to the Broncos, but Vic, you said, why would Jamal not say something about a potential plantar fasciitis injury? Why keep that inside? I think the reason is...
Well, and it's not just him. It's any professional athlete that is suffering from some chronic injury, something that debilitates said athlete from performing at an optimal level. Why? And it happens in hockey all the time. This is like hockey secrecy. Oh, we don't talk about injuries. Well, if I'm going out there and not performing up to standard and I'm sucking and I got to hear people on talk radio yap about why I'm sucking, by God, I'm going to let them know why I'm sucking.
Nobody wants to hear an excuse.
But it's not an excuse. It's the reason I'm sucking.
Hang on, Vic. Hang on.
Hold on. No, you hang on. You hang on.
Okay, hanging.
If I had a problem with my voice, you'd probably hear it. But if I had an issue where I had to start taking, I don't know, laxatives to help my voice.
Uh-huh.
And I had to take a ton of them. And I'm going back and forth to the bathroom to speak. I'd probably pretty much let you know, hey, I got issues this morning.
Okay. Here's where you hang on. I'm not speaking on, and I'm going to get the laxative thing out of my head as quickly as possible.
Okay.
I'm not speaking about the way I feel. I'm speaking about the way the public would feel. No one cares that you're hurt if you're on the floor. Uh-huh. They just want results. None of that matters. You want to know how I know that's true?
Yeah.
Because Jamal was pretty obviously hurt in the playoffs last year and nobody cared. Do you think it would make anybody feel better when he goes, you know what? I had a problem with my calf. I couldn't get the right lift on my jump shot. I couldn't get to the rim as easy as usual. Nobody cares.
But what you call an excuse, again, I'm speaking
I'm
as
not
a
saying
professional
that.
athlete.
That's how it's going to be perceived.
If I'm a professional athlete and I cannot perform at optimal standards, if I cannot be me, then I'm going to tell you why I can't be me. Hey, I can't be me today. Here's why.
I don't think you'll like the result of that. Go ahead, Moshe.
What am I supposed to be doing?
Moshe raising his hand.
Am I hanging on? What am I doing?
What do you mean?
Moshe, is it an excuse? Is it an excuse if a professional athlete reveals why they're not playing at optimal standards?
Well, I'm not accusing anybody of this, but when somebody's sucking, could they say, yeah, they're trying to actually hide it a little bit by saying, yeah, I've been dealing with this, this elbow thing, and I won't tell anybody about it, because nobody's going to give me sympathy. I'm sure it's worked that way, too. Well, I'm dealing with, this shoulder. Ain't nobody knows about it. It's not that big a deal. Don't worry about it. That's,
How about this, Vic?
Well, no, you've just been sucking. You're dropping passes.
Hang on. Vic, when LeBron lost the finals, I think it was his last year with the Cavs.
Uh-huh.
Series ends, Cavs lose. He shows up to his post-game press conference with a cast on his left hand.
Do you remember that, Vic? He shows up with a cast on.
But that's LeBron. That's LeBron. We know his claim. We know his song and dance.
You're right. Jamal's going to get a lot of sympathy from fans right now.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know that it's not going to be received well if he starts to say, I'm not playing well because I'm hurt.
How you receive it is up to you. That's a subjective standard. I'm just telling you that if there's something lingering that is causing, and you're right, if you play, if you get on the court, if you get on the field to play, if you get on the ice, you're deemed healthy. You're deemed healthy. Nagging injuries, they shouldn't. But from what I'm told, this plantar fasciitis, it's like stabbing the bottom of your heel with knives. That's what it feels like.
It hurts like hell, yes. And if you need, let's put it this way. I just always say this. If you're good enough to play, then you're good enough to play. If you're not good enough to play, then don't play. I mean, it should be as simple as that. If you need it repaired, and nobody's saying that guys are faking things, I'm not saying that. But if you need it fixed, well, then stay out and fix it.
I got an idea. Should Jonathan Taylor have said that he took laxatives before the game?
Absolutely.
And that was his excuse. He had to get off the field as soon as possible to run to the bathroom.
Okay, listen. I'm asking you to use common sense. Common sense in evaluating how an injury affects an athlete.
Of course. Yeah. But here's the thing, Vic. Sports fans aren't rational. Win me win me needing a lot win now. That's how they think, okay? And by the way, going to the Jonathan Taylor stuff, we all agree, turning point in the game is they go up 20-7, and that game feels like it's done because your offense they can't run. Throwing the football, you're turning it over consistently. Remember, Bo Nix finished with 3 touchdowns and 3 picks. He started with 1 touchdown and 3 picks before a couple of turnovers late set them up, good field position, hit Sutton back pylon, like all that different stuff. But nothing was working.
Listen, he threw for 130 yards. It's not a great day at the office.
In all 3 phases, for most of that game, the Broncos were bad. Until Mims popped off a couple of punt returns late, until you got a couple of turnovers late. Think about it. Jonathan Taylor's gashing you through the ground. Richardson is doing his Richardson thing, which is completing 40% of his passes, but a couple of big pop passes that get them downfield. The offense can't move the football. You're turning the ball over. Like, it's a perfect recipe for we're going to blow this amazing opportunity.
That's the beauty of having 3 phases. We talk about it all the time. Coaches can't say enough about 3 phases. Marvin Mims changed the game. How many times did Marvin Mims
fully agree
take the ball, put it in Colts territory, and say, here, put it on a platter. Here's the platter. Go ahead. Bo, offense, what do you want? I just gave you great field position again. In fact, 3 straight punt returns. There were 3 in a row in which he moved the ball into Colts territory. And on the third one, the 61-yarder, he basically put him on the doorstep.
It is such an underrated and undervalued thing in the league if you got a punt returner who can actually get you field position. Like, it goes unthought of. Everybody says, I'm not going to waste a roster spot on a return specialist. Well, what if that guy can change the game like Marvin Mims did? But one thing I wanted to hear, Cortland Sutton after the game talking about Jonathan Taylor dropping the ball before he got in the end zone and what would happen if he did that on a Sean Payton coach team. Here's Sutton.
That was a really big momentum swing in the game. You know, they had a chance to go up 13, I think, at that point in the game, and I mean, that would have been a huge momentum swing for them, and it wound up being a backfire and a momentum swing for us, being able to go out there and find a way to capitalize on what they did. And so I don't even want to imagine what that conversation would be like if one.
What are the conversations like with Bo as he's kind of struggling and with a couple picks?
Okay, we can cut it there. I think what the reaction is going to be from Sean Payton, he's going to kill you. I think you're just going to be dead on the sideline.
Well, you know, it's in the post game. He was asked twice, Sean Payton, about that play, and you could see the wheels in motion in his brain. He wanted to say what was on his mind, but he couldn't. He didn't want to be that guy. He didn't want to rip an opposing player and go viral, right? Because that's the worst person, the guy that rips an opposing player for a big mistake. I'm sure Jonathan Taylor doesn't feel good about it. He said as much. Do we have the Jonathan Taylor sound by chance, Jesse? Because Jonathan Taylor, after the game, I felt for him, man. I thought he was going to cry. Listen to this.
Well,
yeah, they said I didn't cross the goal line. That can't happen. Did you know at the time, or? No, not until there was a flag, or not a flag until they started reviewing it. JC, we haven't seen you do that before.
All right, hang on, cut it. It's kind of hard.
It sounds like
it's killing.
Sounds like an inside of a tire.
What were you going to say, Moj? Go ahead.
When was the last time a player single-handedly knocked his team out of the postseason? Or a chance of the postseason? That's because that's what he did. That's essentially what he did. It's all on his shoulders.
It's tough to play that game because they still had the lead. But
I understand. But
when's the last time?
We all have said,
Raheem Moore would like a word.
Over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point on that one play. But his team had the lead. His team had everything going for it. It's crazy.
Yeah. Again, Raheem Moore would like a word.
Well, what's crazy?
That's a long time ago.
What's crazy is Jonathan Taylor played pretty damn good too. You know what? I'll give you this, as we're kind of like mixed bag, riding the high of a win, being in virtual playoff position already, to some of the bad stuff that happened in that game. I'll tell you the most annoying thing. It wasn't the turnovers. It wasn't the lack of a rushing attack. You know what annoyed me most? Jonathan Taylor twice on 3rd and 10 and 3rd and 9 ran for a first down early in that game. You guys remember that? Like, That is some inexcusable stuff, and
Some
that's where
third
I
down.
started
Yep.
to get really nervous about what that game was going to turn into. I'm like, it's 3rd and 9 and 3rd and 10. The Colts are scared to put it in Richardson's hands because they don't know what he's going to do with it on a 3rd and long. And so they said, we'll do the safe thing and just run it with Taylor, and they would turn into like 15-yard gains.
And they get it anyway.
This is the beauty of the sport of football, is that there are other ways to win a game. It's not always just the obvious answer. Moj, close your eyes. Moj, close your eyes. Pretend you're not in Vancouver. If I whispered into your ear, you didn't watch that game. You didn't watch that game yesterday, and I whispered into your ear and I said, hey, Mark, the Broncos are going to pass for 121 yards total, and they're going to run the ball total for 72 yards total in the game. Would you think they win that game?
No, I think they get destroyed. Or if they do win the game, if they do win the game, it's 10-7.
Yeah, and 3 picks.
And 3 picks. I want everybody driving. I want
they lose
everybody
that game.
Everybody listening to. I mean, just think about how crazy the sport of football really is, and how it hangs on so many different threads. You like the thread thing. This is a team that threw the ball for 121 yards and 3 picks, ran the ball for 72, and put 31 points on the board.
Yeah. That game.
How?
Listen. That game in which all those things you just said, Vic, 121 total yards passing, 72 rushing, 3 interceptions. And they produced more points than the Chiefs have scored in a game the entire season.
I mean,
insane.
It's
just insane.
It's just nuts.
Pure
Football's
insanity.
nuts. Football's
nuts.
crazy. And if I told you again, and look at it both ways, they did that. If I handed you the box score and said, yeah, Broncos win 31-13, but I told you, yeah, see this score? It hinged on one play early in the third quarter, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
That also can be true, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yep.
Absolutely crazy.
303-504-0925. Still a lot to get to with this Broncos game. Again, guys, we're sitting here on December 16th, 3 days away from another game in which you could clinch a playoff spot before Christmas. Get to it next. Here's your proposition. With the win over the Colts yesterday, which obviously had massive implications. If the Colts win that game, we know the rest of their remaining schedule as compared to what yours is. You would still be technically in the driver's seat, but with a much harder path to get to your destination. So winning that game yesterday, I think that eliminates the Colts. Because even if they finish 3-0, they finish with the same record head-to-head, you win, so the Colts are out of this. The only teams you have left to even worry, air quotes, worry about is Cincinnati and Miami, where you'd have to go 0-3, they'd have to go 3-0. But more than that, again, this is where you start to get greedy, and I fully admit that I am getting greedy, but screw it. Here we are. I'm starting to think about where you should be positioned in the AFC. Like, if you do X, where does that put you as far as seeding-wise? Because you aren't going to win the West, and the Chiefs are likely going to be the top seed heading into the postseason. Ideally, what you'd like is the Chiefs to continue to win, as gross as that is to say, so they lock up the 1 seed in Week 18 when you play them at Mile High, you get Carson Wentz as opposed to Patrick Mahomes. I think that's ideal. But you start looking at who your matchups are going to be. And no matter what, I'm doing everything in my power to avoid playing in Buffalo. I do not want a single ounce of that Josh Allen.
I think it's too early. I understand where you're coming from. Just clinch that playoff spot. And a lot of this is fate. A lot of this is you can try to manipulate these results and you win as many games as you can. Hell, the Broncos could win out. Think about this. The Broncos could win out, finish the season 12-5. Are you kidding me? 12-5? And still get a matchup they wouldn't like. You never know how it's going to end up. You just don't know.
Think about this for a second. This is what's crazy. I'll give you 2 scenarios.
I can't I like to think that my brain functions okay at times. I can't comprehend 12-5.
I mean, I just said it, and it could happen.
And by the way, if not for that stupid Kansas City block,
yeah, who knows?
13-4.
Well, hang on a second, though, Moj.
I mean, can you? But Brett, can you conceive those numbers? Because I can't.
Well, maybe what's crazy, Moj?
Maybe your crossword brain is better than mine, but I can't conceive that.
12-5 is on the table, and it's as likely as 9-8. That's what's crazy.
That's insane. I can't do it.
I would say 9-8 is more likely.
9-8 and 12-5 are both on the table, and yet,
yes,
you would say 9-8 is more likely than 12-5.
Yes,
I
think it's way more likely they lose the last 3 than win the last 3.
Hang on a second. Let's say they beat the Chargers. Oh, let's go the other way. Let's say they lose to the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh crap! Now the Chargers have the tiebreaker against you. And you have to go to Cincinnati. They still have life left.
Have you seen what Joe Burrow's been doing?
Yeah.
He's been carving up the world.
Yeah, Cincinnati's still scary.
Somebody said Joe Burrow looks like the bad guy in a karate movie. I think they're right about that.
He does.
With the
Johnny Lawrence?
And like even worse than Johnny. But then dig it, man. So then you go to Cincy and you lose. What if it comes down to you have to beat Kansas City, and they're playing for home field or something?
Yeah.
That would suck. But I can also see them going to it was essentially a home game in SoCal and winning, and then the Bengals have nothing to play for, and so they give up, and you win that, and then you're going to play at home against Kansas City for a 12-5 record. That's insane. I can see that happening, though. I can see that playing out that way.
Let me tell you something, though. Here's what is potentially available heading into this week. Let's say the Broncos win against the Chargers on Thursday. Do you know who the Steelers have?
No.
They play Baltimore for the AFC North lead. So you beat the Chargers. Baltimore beats the Steelers. Now all of a sudden that first road game, again, we're looking a little bit ahead, but just for argument's sake, it's at Baltimore as opposed to at Pittsburgh.
Okay.
And so you might not even be in control of stuff like that. That's how crazy this is.
Yeah,
I go back to the threads that Mosher brings up. We're talking about all this. The Broncos have a chance to win 12 freaking games.
Can you weave them though, Vic? You got to weave them.
Right.
Like give me a little weave. Come on,
so
they
take
connect
that
and weave.
Take that whole thing, right? I'm talking about 12 possible wins. And if a man simply carries a football 2 more inches across a goal line, 2 more inches. I'm asking for 2 inches here across the goal line. If he carries that ball, we could be talking about, oh my God, they may miss the playoffs.
Yeah. Yep.
Because listen, you never know what happens in the game, but I'm convinced the Broncos lose that game if Taylor scores.
Me too.
They probably do. Because they had nothing going there. They probably do.
I think the Colts then just they might run Jonathan Taylor 35 times in that game to have Richardson not throw it with a 2-score lead.
What was the final?
Changes.
Let me try to look it up here. The final time of possession. Let me try to find that. Here
the first quarter, I can tell you what the first quarter was. The first quarter was absurd. It was 11-14 to 3:46.
Yeah, I actually wrote down.
It ended up almost evened out at 31-32 to 28-28. So that's pretty. It got a lot closer as time went on.
The plays in the first quarter, Indianapolis ran 23. The Broncos ran 6. Pretty ugly. Now,
but see, that's the point. If they're up 20-7, then all of a sudden they're just going to run the football like crazy. They're just going to pound the rock and eat the clock. You got no chance.
You know, the rookie of the year thing is probably gone unless something crazy happens the last 3 weeks. Did you hear Cortland Sutton defending Bo Nix pretty vociferously after the game? He said it during that interview, Jesse, after we were talking about the Jonathan Taylor fumble. He went in, somebody asked him about Bo. And, Bo, there was a lot of unrest in the crowd at Mile High. And when a quarterback throws a pick, clearly you're going to blame the quarterback. But there was more to it. Even Sean Payton took some of the blame for putting Bo in those situations. But listen to Cortland Sutton defending his quarterback afterwards.
Bo's been having a great season, and it's actually funny you say that because, obviously the fans are the fans, but, hearing people in the stands behind us talk bad about him, when he's having a little rough patch is disheartening because obviously I know the fans are going to be the fans, but it's like, bro, like everybody's screaming his praises of Offensive Rookie of the Year and how he should be in these conversations and stuff, bad-mouthing him behind us. I think it's so BS, but we got the confidence and faith in him, and he and I had a couple of conversations on the sideline.
He goes on and talks about his mistakes in the game, but that's a natural reaction, though, because you're watching a team underperform. You're watching a team not play to standards. You're watching the most important home game at Mile High since 2015. So clearly people are going to be upset after the quarterback throws his third pick, because it was after that pick where you're like, oh, my God, what is happening here?
Well, I understand that if there's one thing I found out, players hate to be booed no matter what, okay? They hate it. And I understand nobody likes to be jeered. It's the biggest home game you've had in like a decade, though, with a whole bunch on the line, and you're playing like ass. Let's just call a spade here. The Broncos were playing really poorly in a game that mattered more than any game in like 10 years. Like, they were antsy in the crowd. I was antsy at home. Yeah. Like, I totally understand.
But what does it say about a team where they're given an inch, well, maybe more than an inch, right, but with the drop by Taylor, but then they take that and they turn it into 21 fourth-quarter points and they win the damn game going away? I mean, that says a lot about that team is what it says to me. It says, you know what, yeah, we've been looking like crap. I mean, we caught a huge break in early in the third quarter, but then they took that break and they compounded the problems for the Colts and just kept going and going and going. And by the way, Vic, are you the one that retweeted that Colts song guy? Where the Colts are going to win. Uh-huh. It's so much fun.
Hear it, Jesse. I think it's one of the better songs I've heard in quite some time.
But who is this guy? Is this a real dude or is this a comedian?
No, that's a real guy.
This is
I know it's a real guy.
He's a musical artist who's headquartered in indie country.
No, he's not a musical artist. He's just a big fan.
Are you sure about that? Because on his bio it said comedian. I looked at that. I'm like, is this guy like traveling around the country and he does this as a skit?
I disagree. I think he's a graduate of the School of Juilliard, and he's very renowned in the art of singing.
There you go.
This is our Colts. This is our team. We bleed blue. This is our Colts. Whether win or lose, we love them.
Well, you lost, you moron.
Beat the Broncos. Let's nix them in their big fat bows. This is our team. Go Colts.
I need to ask a question.
That's so good.
What is nixing them in their big fat bows mean?
I don't know what that means.
You guys don't respect music. You don't respect what it takes to put together a hit song. You don't respect it. And when you don't respect the work it takes, then you make stupid comments like that. It's a wonderful piece of art.
Nix them.
I mean, that guy's got to be a joke, right? It's good because I know the Carolina Panthers guy. I know that guy was not a joke. He's just some random toothless hillbilly trying to do a rap.
That guy rules.
And he sounds like a cat. I mean, he really does. His roar is pretty good. I'll give him credit, but he was actually trying. I don't know if this guy's actually trying, or he's trying to play a prank on us. I don't know what's going on with this.
Do you know how much I would give for Carolina Panthers rap guy to have a sit-down dinner that is recorded with microphones with Xavier Leggett? Just a nice delicate raccoon entree that they could both like family style share and just have a conversation with each other.
And Vic, I apologize. I don't want to get away from football because there's a lot to talk about, and we all know what happened yesterday.
Off the top of your head, give me a Broncos song right now. 10 seconds.
Make those miracles happen.
No. I want you to sing a Broncos song off the top of your head. Like that guy just gave us that wonderful piece of art.
Well, what's the tune? I mean, do you mean
just go. We're gonna riff. Come on, give me something. Give me 10 seconds. Going into Charger country. Going to.
This is our Broncos. This is our team. We love.
No. You can't steal. No. Come on, give me something fresh. That man put himself out there, and you guys are ripping on him. He put himself out for the world to hear. Go ahead. That's what I thought.
I got nothing.
That's what I
got
thought.
Nothing. Yeah.
See, he's courageous. He's brave. You guys are losers.
I missed something yesterday. One of my favorite things to watch happened yesterday at the Broncos game, but I guess it didn't really happen. You were there, Vic. Explain to me what happened at halftime.
What do you mean? The mutton chopping?
It's called mutton bustin'. It's where the kids ride on the back of a sheep.
Oh,
but from what I understand, the sheep got sideways. Like, did we have like a sheep revolt, like Bahram U, sheep or true?
I don't watch cartoons. I was paying attention to stat sheets and stuff like that. I don't know.
No, my butt. You're glad handing around the press box eating hot dogs. I know exactly what you do. I've been there with you. I know exactly what you do. You're playing tickle fight with Kliss and whatever it is you do at
right
halftime.
Now. Come on, give me 10 seconds of a theme song as the Broncos go to Chargers country Thursday night. Give me 10 seconds to motivate the Broncos.
It's been 10 years, but it's going down. Broncos going to SoCal town. They're going to beat the Chargers ass all night. Half the stadium orange and bright. Let's get it now to the postseason. Gonna make our dreams come true with the Broncos in SoCal. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me.
so there's going to be a radio show in SoCal, much like our radio show, that's going to take that soundtrack and mock the hell out of you at some point. And I can't wait. I can't wait.
Hold on a second. You just repeatedly badgered both of us to do something for 10 seconds. We do it, then you say, good. Now I'm going to stick it right up your craw. That's not cool, bro. That's not a good
Is it cool what you did to that poor guy who gave us that?
You're Devondre Campbell. That's what you are.
Is it cool what you did to that poor gentleman from Indy who worked his butt off to put that song together?
Well, that guy's a tool bag, okay? I don't know if he's trying to be or not, but that's dorky. That's lame.
I would argue his song's better than yours.
I hope to. Well, because he's got. Okay. Listen. I gave him what he wanted, Brett, and it's never good enough. You know what I mean?
Denver Broncos with sharp hooves and teeth. In this game, we call their. Yeah, you can't really do a good, intimidating horse, can you? Horses are intimidating, but they don't sound intimidating.
No, they don't, man. But horses, I told you.
Do that again, Vic?
Horses scare me, man.
Vic, do me a favor. Give me 1 second of a horse sound. Just 1 second.
1 second.
Do that again.
That sounds like a sick elephant.
I don't think I've heard anybody worse at impressions in my life than you. No matter what you do, animal, human, whatever.
Wait,
Dude, I don't watch cartoons. I play sports.
Hold on a second. Is the Colts guy? Is he a real guy or is he a special? Is he a special?
I don't
needs?
know, Moj. That's why I wanted to.
Oh. Well, if he's a special needs person, then I thought it was like
no idea.
We
just heard the song. We just put the song on.
Oh, well, I'm not gonna do that. I thought that somebody said that he's a special needs person.
I don't know. I think that he does a great job every week. Okay, there we go.
Wait, he does this every week?
Every week he has a new song for the new opponent.
Oh, well, I had no idea. I didn't know that.
Well, do you think he sings bow them in their Knicks holes or whatever he does every
I didn't
week?
I didn't go back and do a biographical sketch on this guy. I just saw the stupid song that was on the internet. I mean, people are like, oh, you guys can't make fun. I mean, how the hell are we supposed to know? You want me to go back and read his life story?
It's fine. It's fine, okay? It's all right. We got the Mosier song out of it, so that's good.
I mean, the Mosier song lives. Jesse, you better have that song framed and ready to go all week.
I apologize for not following along on social media.
Fine.
I had no idea.
It's fine. Texture says, can we get an Italian horse from Vic? Try one of those for me. That actually sounds like Scooby. Scooby. Yeah. Raggy. I think we should do that. We should have animals that have accents from around the world. Do you think that exists?
Well, did you ever see that? Did you ever see that husky that speaks Italian? Huskies are talkers, right?
Does a Swiss husky sound different than a husky that's in Colorado?
Well, I don't know, but that Italian husky was going.
I did see that.
Yeah, did you see that guy?
I did see that.
Yeah, the dog was speaking Italian.
Well, I don't know if it was speaking Italian.
It sounded like he was. Hold on.
You know what?
Jesse, do me a favor, Jesse. Google Italian husky and you tell me this dog is not Italian.
No, the dog
Italian
is.
husky.
Che sono cattivi. Dici, tu sei troppo educato. Siediti.
When a husky.
I mean, it's really good.
Come on, dude.
Robert Ruby?
He sounds like friggin' Scooby-Doo.
Roll! What is one of those? Anyway, 303-504-0925. What a day, man. Broncos 9-5, 6th seed in the AFC, just knocked off the opponent that was fighting for their spot.
You know, there was a time in this fair city where 9-5 would be mid, be like,
Not no more.
It's crazy. It's great. I mean, seriously, Moj, you remember the days where if the Broncos were 9-5 and they were just shooting for a wild card spot, a lot of fans, you know what it's like? It would be like Nuggets and Avs fans right now. Mid. Like, playoffs, big deal. It's so funny how expectations change based on season, based on what you've done. Because if I told you, I don't know, in 2015 that the Broncos were 9-5 and headed to the playoffs, you'd be like,
Well, yeah, but we've been. Listen, it's been a long time around these parts, Vic. I mean, but think about it. Think how the Walton Penner Group has really turned this thing around so quickly. This is pretty awesome. It's been a long time. Believe me, I'm excited about this. This is really good. What's going down right now, especially with the cap situation and the rookie quarterback, this is really good.
And not only really good, it's going to get better. Money's going to.
I don't care. I don't care how you get there.
It's going to get better. Dead cap's going to start going away. They've signed a lot of their core players. It's only going to get better here.
Can always get in touch with us, Voice of the People, on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Freaky Law Firm. They're in your corner.
Mims going to play it from around his own 25. Mims has some real estate, comes across the field. He's got a lead blocker. Mims gets it inside the 25. Mims finally brought down at the 50.
I would say he's in the
Taylor,
argument
boys-
for game MVP.
Yeah, you know what? We haven't talked a whole lot about Marvin Mims, but let's do that for a second, please. Because this guy changes games, man, and teams have to account for that. This guy's legs can change. I mean, obviously he can change field position, but you know he's probably more of an important player than we have talked about or given him credit for, Vic. I know you talked about his punt returns, and you're right about that, but this guy, if they could just incorporate him more offensively somehow, I don't know.
Well, they tried to make him a running back.
Total X factor.
They try to run him out of the
tried.
backfield as much as they can, but the fact that the hidden yards can change the outcome of a game the way it did yesterday. Again, I gave you the numbers. I told you that the team that scored 31 points rushed the ball. 31 points, all right? 31 points, rushed the ball for a grand total of 72 yards. Threw the ball for a grand total of 121 yards. And they scored 31 points. How? Well, you got plays like Marvin Mims makes out there in special teams where every time he touches the ball in a punt return, he crosses the 50. He gets you ideal field position. He did it on 3 straight possessions.
Yeah. Yep. No, he's a game changer, and he's somebody. You know, this is I'm trying to think of what this would be. It's a secret weapon that not every team possesses. Having a returner who can flip field position like that on a pretty consistent basis. Like if he's got a little bit of room, he'll take it for 30 yards.
Yeah.
And that's 3 first downs you don't need to grab on the way to the end zone anymore.
Right.
Like, it's big.
3 punt returns for a total of 97 yards, averaging 32 per. He was the Broncos offense.
Yep. Yeah. You know, between that and defense coming up with turnover after turnover, yeah, it's huge. And that's kind of, you know, when you talk 3 phases of a football team, that's where this stuff matters. Like, hey, guess what? Offense didn't have it yesterday. Just didn't. For whatever reason. Couldn't click, couldn't find a rhythm. You got to find other things to step up. You get a few turnovers. You get a couple of really good punt returns, set you up in good field position. And also what that does, let's say that, you know, they didn't score every time that he took a punt like that in big position. But you punt the ball, and now you're asking Anthony Richardson to do that 12-play drive thing. Oh, you complete 45% of your passes? Yeah, good luck with that. Like, it makes it even more difficult on the opposing offense, too.
I thought Mims had a great game defensively. P.J. Locke with that tackle that forced the fumble had a big game. I thought the Chris Abrams drain, who played that other corner position, made some big plays. Benito, obviously. There are guys who made a lot of big plays. None bigger than Mims, though. Mims was the MVP of that game. Would you guys agree? The MVP.
I thought
and Jonathan
he was.
Taylor.
And Taylor, listen, Taylor ran the ball effectively. I mean, obviously some big chunks, but this guy can be, when the postseason rolls around, maybe he can be a difference maker in one of those games too, just because of what he's able to do and the kind of field position he can put his team in. It's very impressive.
Marvin Mims, by the way, leads the NFL in punt return yardage. He's got 408 on 26 attempts.
Let's go. Hey, no time to chat about that game. That game's over. We're done. They got to get ready for a Chargers team who look like crap.
Yeah.
And you figure, I always hate playing a team the week after they look like crap, by the way. Don't you? Remember Baltimore? They went to Baltimore the week after they got upset by Cleveland?
Yeah.
I just, because you know that they're going to be down the Chargers' throats this week, getting ready for the Broncos. And I don't know if the Broncos are going to be healthy in the secondary. Those questions remain. In case you haven't heard, PS2, they're calling it an ankle sprain, not official. I saw him walk around in the locker room afterwards, and he looked fine. He didn't leave in a boot or anything like that, so it's not that serious. But, you know, that's right after a game when the adrenaline is still there. You never know by today. No idea.
By the way, the team that just pasted the Chargers, and I tried to warn people about this when you had the folks out there saying they haven't beaten a team with a team with a winning record. Tampa Bay has a winning record, and you beat them. And let me say something about Tampa.
Not beat them. Bludgeon them.
Tampa, in games in which it's similar to the Dolphins, when they have Tua, they're a completely different team, right, Moj? We talked about that a lot. Tampa with Mike Evans is 8-3 this year. They're a very good football team, and they can light you up when that guy's on the field and healthy.
Did he play against the Broncos, or
He
was
did.
he out that game?
It's one of the losses that they suffered when he played.
I think the Broncos got them at the right time, too. I think that particular week was the right week to get Tampa.
Yep.
I think they were looking ahead a little bit. But, you know me with Baker. This guy's a gamer, man. He really is. They pasted the Chargers in the second half yesterday. Absolutely pasted them.
The ability of the Broncos, I think, to not let mistakes hinder them is a huge factor in why they have the record they do this year. It's a huge reason why they are 9-3 in the last 12 weeks. They are, I think it's just accepted, guys. They're going to make mistakes. And that's, it's funny, Moj, when we were heading into that game and you were pretty confident about it. And I said, I think you asked me, what's the ways that this game could go sideways? And I go, well, the rookie quarterback could look like a rookie. Like, that's still available every single week. Now, he's pretty good for a guy who has his lack of experience at the NFL level.
Right.
At not turning the ball over, but it's always going to be there, especially when you don't get a rushing attack to help you. Because here's what they have to do when they can't run the football. They look at Nix and they say, you got to win us the game, man. And so I think sometimes he gets a little hero bally, and we noticed that.
Amazing.
We noticed that a couple weeks ago when he threw just that 500 ball up to Cortland Sutton that got picked off. Who was that against again? Help me out. It was just the heave from the end zone that was straight up in the air. Payton said it was his fault. Whoever that was, like he's Cleveland. That's right. Still capable of doing stuff like that. And look, that was a game in which Nix looked like a rookie. He did.
Yeah, he did. But to put it on him because you can't run the football that effectively, I mean, it's a pretty big responsibility for a rookie quarterback. I don't care how old he is; he's still a rookie in the NFL. But you have to do that, and to still be 9-5 throughout the course of the season because they haven't run the ball effectively all year. It's impressive. I mean, he had a rookie quarterback type of day yesterday, but still, it's impressive that he's able to handle it, and that Sean Payton says, kid, go out and do it for us. Now, you're going to make mistakes, sure, but I guarantee you against the Chargers, he'll be much more careful with the ball on Thursday night.
Let me give you guys a couple of numbers, by the way. Nick Bonito is tied for third in the NFL in sacks this season. He has 11.5. He is tied with T.J. Watt on that number. The only people ahead of him are Daniel Hunter from Houston with 12. Trey Hendrickson leads the NFL with 12.5.
Okay.
Benito also has an interception. I'm going to say 2 interceptions, but only one listed. Yes. And he's got 2 house calls.
Yes.
And I was just looking at something.
I was going to ask you, how many touchdowns do those other players have? I don't know.
None. Probably zero. Probably none.
Yeah, let's come to the understanding that what you saw yesterday, I know it's officially, we're going to call that a pick six.
Yeah.
Was it on this show? If you listen to this show, it's a pick six.
The ball was thrown. Yes. He caught it and went the other way.
We're 2 pick sixes on a season. You get 1 in your career as a linebacker, and you're happy.
That's so weird they call that a fumble, though, because it was a lateral pass.
Well, because if it touches the ground,
it went backwards.
Yeah.
But it never touched the ground, bro.
I know.
But it never touched the ground.
That's the point, though. Because it was backwards, if it had touched the ground, it's up for grabs. You could return it to the...
It was not a forward pass.
Yeah, well, if my aunt had... I mean, I understand that. I'm just saying that...
Moj, if you time a snap and you turn around and it's a pitch play to the outside and you catch it mid-pitch, it's not an interception.
It's just funny how they call it a fumble.
I agree.
I find that comical. That's all.
But here's the other thing. I was looking at this. Nick Bonito is in year 3 of his 4-year rookie contract, in which he is making $1.5 million this year. This offseason, you can add about $27 or $28 million on top of that. I think that's what this season's done. He's going to get around $30 million a year.
Is he going to get fined for his picture, his pose?
He will. Everybody who's done that has gotten fined. You don't get to do the Marshawn, turn around, hold my... You don't get to do that without a check coming your way. I love the celebration, by the way. Every time somebody does it, I smile.
By the way, with the new kickoff rules and they imposed that 15-yard penalty, it didn't matter one bit because he still kicked it into the end zone. It did nothing. So if you're going to get a 15-yard unsportsmanlike, do it on a celebration in the end zone because it really doesn't change anything.
Yeah. Yep. But God, has he been good this year.
Oh, it was the 15-yard penalty on the try?
I think it was on the try.
Oh, okay. I missed that. I thought it was on the kickoff. I thought they imposed that on the kickoff.
Which I think was actually pretty big for the time because that would have turned an 11-point game into a 10-point game.
Good point.
But still, it felt like once that was in, that game was over. Like, is Indianapolis going to put together 2 drives in which, score, stop, score? Probably.
As soon as the Broncos took the lead, it felt like the game was over. The Broncos defense got better as the game wore on, and that was the difference too. Let's not discount this. The Broncos defense in the first quarter looked porous.
Yes.
It looked terrible.
Really bad.
They gave up third downs, long third downs, by air, by ground. They looked terrible. And they got better and better as the game wore on. Opposite thing happened to the Colts, obviously. They found ways, and that's a resilient team. It really is. When you get better in whatever category or area, that's a sign of a good, poised, resilient team.
Yep. A lot more discussion on this game with the morning sprint after us. No Raj today, so it'll be Berto and Coach Mike Sanford breaking that down for you. The 9-5 Denver Broncos, who are currently 6th in the AFC. 6th. How about that? Got a double dipperoo tonight, both late games. Hearing both right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Nuggets and Avs. See if we can get a repeat of what happened over the weekend for both teams.
Mose, you like those late starts? Because I'm really looking forward to coming back home at 1 in the morning.
Yeah, well, I'll be doing the same thing, yet I'm up at, Brett doesn't want to hear it, but yeah, it's still going to be dark out.
Brett's going to hear it. You know what? Brett's going to hear it. Whether he likes it or not, he's going to hear it.
Have a great day, everybody. We love you all very much. Talk to you tomorrow. Bye.
And that one is intercepted.
Shane came over, talked to me, and said if it's not there, throw it away. So if you kind of look from my perspective, it was there pretty much until 15 just turned to Ed Reed and just came through out of nowhere. So, I mean, it was a great play by him. So we just got to execute it better.
I want to grow up and be just like Nick Bonito. When I want to grow up, when I do grow up, I want to be just like Nick Bonito because that is the man. Welcome to the Morning Sprint. I'm Mark Bertinelli filling in for Alex Ryan. Raj is out today again, joined by the coach, Mike Sanford. How you doing, Coach? How you feeling, man? You got up early today, brother. You got up early today to talk some Broncos
Just
football.
a cool 3:45 a.m. Why wouldn't you?
Oh, man.
Hey,
living that TV life, brother.
I'll sleep when I'm dead, Berto. I'll sleep when they take me out to pasture. Man, I had a lot of fun last night. The best way to get ready for a 5:15 a.m. spot on the TV networks is to scroll Twitter, the X machine, until like 11:30 at night and just watch all the hilarious takes on Nick Bonito's Casa Bonito interception.
Yeah.
And so I came across that one last night. It was the Bonito. You play that one more time? I need that one more time in my life. That's
And that one is intercepted.
Man.
So good, man.
This is the man.
So good. What a fun. I'll tell you what, man. In Power Field right now, it's like it is the 2 weeks in a row between the 2 games in a row. Obviously, there's a bye week mixed in there, but 2 games in a row. It is just such an entertaining building to watch a football game because you never know what the heck is going to happen.
Right. That game was drunk. I mean,
so was the Browns game, right?
I was
drunk as hell.
That was pretty crazy too. But yesterday was wild, man. That was absolutely insane what the Broncos did there in the fourth quarter. I was nervous. I was real nervous watching that thing. I was getting kind of cranky about the Broncos offense. But, whoo, man, what the hell's going up with? Well, not just the turnovers in that Broncos game yesterday, but turnovers in the NFL yesterday were insane. There was a 10-turnover game yesterday, man. There's a game where they turned the ball.
We had an 8 spot ourselves.
Crazy, man.
Just a cool 8 spot. 5 from the old perfect AR5. He cooperated. Shane Steichen as the head coach. Good old friend of mine, to be honest.
Is he really?
I love Shane Steichen. I coached him at UNLV. He was a quarterback when I was a graduate assistant. My dad was the head ball coach. But, man, that trick play that he called, that was about as ugly as it gets.
Yeah. Bonito even talked about it afterwards where he was like, man, I knew something was up as soon as they snapped the ball. He was like, Anthony just kind of moseying over to the side. He's like, I knew something was up. I mean, when you're calling a trick play like that as a coach, man, like it's got to, like that was a folding lawn chair. It took forever to develop, man. It was just way too slow.
Well, the other thing I didn't like too, and just in terms of play design, I'm a Boise guy, right? And I played at Boise State. I coached there. There's an expectation when you're coaching at Boise State, especially on the offensive side of the ball, that you have all these cool trick plays. Yeah. You're supposed to run 3 a game. And they're all supposed to be touchdowns. And if they don't work, you're a terrible coach. I looked at that it was a quick screen, then throw back to the quarterback. And then that was going to be a screen. So the O-linemen were going to release down the field. And then AR5 was going to be catching a backward lateral, taking off and running. Well, guess what? You don't throw that thing right back to the original tackle box. Why wouldn't you do that? Because there's a lot of humanity there.
Yeah.
And Nick Bonito just happens to be sitting there watching like AR5. This guy's not going to get an Academy Award anytime soon for that acting job.
No.
He's sitting there like, ooh, I'm sneaking out.
I'm
being sneaky. Hey, don't look at me.
And everybody was looking at him going, he's being sneaky. What's going on there? Especially
and then
Bonito.
and then you throw the ball to Adonai Mitchell, AD Mitchell, who is a rookie, and you put that responsibility on. If it's not there, throw it away. How the hell could you tell if it's there or not? Because you're throwing it back into the tackle box where there's a sea of at least 8 human beings. Like, it's not going to look good. Terrible play call. And I loved it because I loved it for the Denver Broncos.
Well, Let me ask you this. The Denver Broncos, I mean, a great win. The Broncos, obviously, here in 3 days have to play the Chargers, and if they win that one, then they lock up a playoff spot. They basically have one locked up right now. They like a 95% or 90% chance they're going to make the playoffs. But the Broncos have scored. In their last 2 games, they have put up 72 points, and the offense still doesn't look like it's supposed to be. Like the offense still looks janky to me, and they put up, I mean, some of those were defensive touchdowns, especially yesterday. But, I mean, what do you think about the Broncos offense?
And in the Browns game.
What
2 pick sixes, brother.
The first half of yesterday's game, they looked awful.
Bro, you've scored 21 defensive points in 2 weeks.
That's not bad.
Of football. 21.
It's not bad, bro.
There's teams in the National Football League that haven't scored 21 in the last 2 outings.
Mm-hmm.
The Broncos defense. Nick Benito's got 14 himself.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah. 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter yesterday by your Denver Broncos. One of them, well, you've got Benito getting on the board. You got Cortland Sutton doing things.
Hey, that was a nasty route.
Filthy.
Did you see the little double move?
Yes.
Gotcha. See ya. Tutty.
Will you compare those 2 quarterbacks for me? When you look at what Anthony, because you can see the vision.
I can't.
But it's so frustrating.
I can't see it.
Oh, I can. I can. It's kind of exciting.
You've got to be able to see the
stiff-arming 300-pound
Cool,
lineman.
play tight end, brother.
But is that what you think?
He can't see the field, man. He can't see the field. And his franchise, they've paid him well. He was overdrafted at 4, but they haven't nurtured him properly at all.
You don't think so? You think they're going to have to move on from Anthony Richardson?
I don't know if they do or not. They should.
Man.
I mean, I watched it. I was excited to see him. I love big athletic quarterbacks.
It's fun to watch.
I like guys with big arm talent, but I really don't like quarterbacks. They don't see the picture.
Yeah,
and he just cannot see. He's also incredibly lazy in the pocket. He relies on his size, and as a result of it, he's not moving his feet to get to quiet spots to be able to deliver football passes. And so ultimately, he ends up getting jostled about, it feels like every third throw, he's getting hit as he's throwing the ball, and he's incredibly inaccurate. The dude's under 50% on the season.
I know. He threw the ball 38 times yesterday. He completed 17 passes. That is all kinds of but listen,
he did complete 2 to the other team. You got to throw that in there.
I said, well, listen, man. Bo Nix threw 3 touchdowns yesterday, but he also threw 3 interceptions.
That was not a good Bo.
So
not a good Bo yesterday.
Tell me what you think. We talked about Anthony. What do you think about Bo yesterday?
Well, I think this, and I said it to everybody who was surrounding me up in the press row. I said the difference between these 2 quarterbacks is that one of them is going to respond to the adversity he's played himself into, because he's shown that time and time again. Anthony Richardson, what was his response mechanism when it wasn't going well in the first 4 or 5 weeks in the season?
He quit.
He said, "I'm tired.
Yeah,
I need a breather.
Yeah,
I need a breather."
But since then, though, he had the 3 best games of his NFL career. After that, walking away.
Still a couple of them completing sub 50%.
And I still want to give him I'd still love to give Anthony Richardson a chance, but I don't know if you can do it in Indianapolis.
Give him a chance. I love him.
He's 22 years old, brother.
It will help the Broncos in their playoff pursuit for years to come. Yes, I agree. Anthony Richardson should be the Colts quarterback for at least the next 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
Dude, he just doesn't see it. And I love here's what I think about AR5. And I know we're not an Indianapolis sports talk radio station, but one thing I notice about Anthony Richardson, Shane Steichen had a lot of success. In fact, he is the head coach of an NFL franchise because of his great work he did with Jalen Hurts as the offensive coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles. I think there is an incredible undervalue placed on Jalen Hurts, the passer. And you just think that you're just going to get this great athlete and he's going to be Jalen Hurts 2.0.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, this Anthony Richards, he wasn't a great passer in college. He only started 13 college games. And this is where Bo Nix and the 61 college starts that a lot of people were making fun of him for.
Yeah,
guess what? They kind of matter now. Because those 13 don't look great, do they? And the problem is for AR5, which Bo doesn't have the problem, dude, the NFL does not sit around and just say, we're going to give you 3 years, see how it goes. It is a what have you done for me now lately type of league. And AR5, man, this there doesn't look like there's a path forward for the Colts and Shane Steichen in the AR5.
Wow. All right, so let me now bring up the biggest play of that game yesterday, or one of the biggest play of the game. And I would like to hear from a coach's perspective how you saw – listen, the final score was 31-13, but that is not indicative of how that game played out. You know what I mean? Like, that game was much closer than what the score would say it is. But Jonathan Taylor, 41 yards to the house, gets there, hits the dance, he's feeling good, and then all of a sudden we realize, no, he dropped that ball before he crossed the line. Dropped that ball before he crossed the line. It would have made it 20 to 7, right? It would have made it 20 to 7.
13-point lead.
So
and the momentum of it,
right? And then all of a sudden, that gets off the wave off that touchdown, and the entire nature of that game changes, and the Broncos start wailing and wailing at the coach. So if you're a head coach of a team and you have a player who drops a touchdown inches before crossing the line, how do you address that?
Well, here's how I would address it, because I've lived this life as a head coach and as an offensive coordinator, where if that happens in a game and it costs you a game, it's your fault.
You take the blame for it?
You want to know how it's your fault?
How?
Is that we had a culture at places that I've coached, everywhere I've coached, where you score a touchdown, guess where that football goes?
Where?
Into the hands of the referee. And then you can hit your celly.
All right.
Are you ever going to drop a ball before the goal line?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Insofar as you hand the football to the official. And guess what the ramifications were in the punitive measures that we took if you just flip the ball 5 yards into the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't playing.
Wow.
You ain't playing, because that's part of our culture. And you want to know why? And this is, as a coach, what you do. I'm going to show you a clip of Jonathan Taylor had a chance to take his team with the playoff spot on the line.
Yeah.
Franchise hopes and dreams going one direction, and you have all the momentum on the road, and now all of a sudden you give up the chance to go up 20 to 7.
Mm.
And now you get the break speed off you in the fourth quarter, giving up 21 points.
I did like the way he handled it afterwards. Like he stood up there
Are you
in front
talking about Steichen, or are you talking about Jonathan Taylor?
I'm talking about Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, see, to me, Steichen should be, and I love, this is my guy. Like, I texted with him the day before the game. But if I'm Steichen, I'm saying that's on me.
Yeah.
That's a cultural problem. Would that have happened with the Broncos? Did you hear what they said in the locker room after the game?
I heard Cortland being like,
not have happened.
Sean Payton, he's like, if we were on the road and that happened, Sean Payton would make you walk home instead of get on that plane.
Because there's a seriousness to how Sean Payton coaches this team.
Yeah, I don't understand
why.
I don't understand why that keeps happening. Like, Jonathan Taylor was like, it's never going to happen again. He's like, I took full responsibility. He stood up in front of the room and apologized to that whole team for something.
You want to know why it happened? It's because you allow it to happen.
Really?
100%.
Wow, man. Wow, see, I had no idea that's the way you were going to go with it. Because, I mean, it's
100. I mean, like, I saw it from the box. And as a opposing head coach, when instant replay started becoming a thing in college football, man, I always watched the touchdown from the other team go into the end zone. And I was always like, is he going to hold on to that sucker? Is he going to carry through? And there were a couple times, and I got a little calloused and a little burnt because guys would drop it like a half a yard in.
Yeah.
And I'd be screaming at the ref. I'm like, you're going to challenge that. Don't challenge that. And unfortunately, I never ended up on the correct side of one of those challenges. But, I mean, I'm always watching that because that is a cultural flavor that you see play out. And guess what? It costs you your season.
That's crazy. It's crazy to me.
Your season.
One play. It feels like one play. I mean, I'm sure there was a lot of things that happened yesterday that could have changed the nature of that game, but it feels like Jonathan Taylor cost his team a chance at the playoffs because of one mistake, one middle mistake. I mean, that was a touchdown, man. I saw some people online saying, you know what? You should just allow those kind of things because that was a guaranteed touchdown anyway, man. I was like, no. You got to cross that line, brother, with the ball. You don't just that's not a gimme, man. We ain't playing golf.
It's no different than hockey or soccer.
Yeah, that thing's got to get across the line. Get across the line.
With you in possession of it.
Yeah.
Guess what? Didn't happen.
Yeah, absolutely crazy, man. 9-5. The Broncos are 9-5. The Broncos are going to the playoffs. They're going to the playoffs. We will have to discuss how good the Denver Broncos actually are
once we get back from the break here. But thanks for listening to the Morning Sprint. You can watch us on the Safeway Twitch stream. Celebrate the holidays with Safeway. We have everything you need to create a holiday menu your whole family will love. Download the Safeway app to clip deals, plan your meals, and shop for the season's best. Save time this holiday season with pickup or delivery. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors.
I probably wouldn't be talking to y'all boys right now, to be honest with you. I think a lot of boys, I think I saw an interview of Coach Prime saying that if one of them boys do that, they might as well keep running because they're not going to be on the team no more. I would not want to have a conversation with Coach Payton after doing something like that. I got to finish through the end zone. That was a really big momentum swing in the game. You know, they had a chance to go up 13, I think, at that point in the game, and I mean that would have been a huge momentum swing for them, and it wound up being a backfire and a momentum swing for us, being able to go out there and find a way to capitalize on what they did. And so I don't even want to imagine what that conversation would be like if one of us would have did that.
Preach, Cortland Sutton. Preach it. That was Cortland after yesterday's win by the Denver Broncos as they take care of the Colts 31-13. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. Mark Bernoulli in for Alex Ryan today, and of course the head coach Mike Sanford. We do have some breaking news from the NFL. Lions running back David Montgomery is now out indefinitely after suffering an MCL injury during that loss to the Bills, according to Adam Schefter. And that game was drunk too. That game was crazy because the Bills were housing the Lions, and then Detroit made this crazy comeback, but it falls short, and Buffalo's now 11-3. They put 48 on Detroit.
Yeah, good old Dan Campbell. Coach Stone Cold Steve Austin 316 decides to onside the kick after they had made a 21-0 run and just stifled all the momentum. That thing went back to the 5-yard line.
Crazy talk, man. Jared Goff, 5
Live by the
touchdown
sword,
passes.
die by the sword.
Yeah, but I like it. I mean, you're a coach. Like, how aggressive do you get when you're making play calls? You know what? Let me ask you this. In the Commanders-Saints game, the Commanders beat the Saints. Jaden Daniels, 2 touchdowns and 226 yards, although he got murdered behind that line. I think he got
8 sacks?
7 or 8 sacks, and he got hit 12 times in that game.
He probably secured Rookie of the Year.
I agree. He's probably
the
best.
Our conversation kind of is going to move, I think, a little bit more from Offensive Rookie of the Year for Bo Nix to Sean Payton for Coach of the Year.
Okay. And I don't think he's going to get that either.
You go get this one in Los Angeles, and you beat Jim Harbaugh.
You get to 10 wins.
You get to 10 wins when you were predicted to win 5.5 with a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, come on now.
Yeah, it's never going to happen.
I just checked the odds this morning. He's third coach.
Yeah, he's not going to win it. The national media hate that man.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think so.
I've had this conversation with some people before.
Because Coach Payton likes him some national media.
Yeah. And there are some guys who are pro Sean Payton, but it feels like for the majority of people out there just don't like him. Like, aren't going to vote for him to be Coach of the Year. At least I don't think so. Like, listen, I like him. I mean, look at what he's done with this team so far. He looks great. But my question is, yeah, Jaden did get murdered in that game, but the Commanders won it. And at the end of it, the Saints had a chance to kick the extra point and tie the game in the closing seconds to make it 20-20 and go to overtime. Instead, Saints go for the 2-point conversion and the win. They don't get it. They lose the game. How do you think about that? I mean, the Saints ain't going to the playoffs. Might as well take a chance anyway. But where's your head at as a coach making a call like that where you're like, we're going for the win. To hell with the tie. At home. They were at home, too.
Yeah, I like that. That's a little different. You know, I mean, I think that's a smart play. Like, just you're at the end. You're at home. Like, just go for it. Mm-hmm. What I don't like is some of these decisions that are giving you your team, and I'm talking about the Lions situation, your team offensively and defensively and special teams is putting itself by virtue of just standard football, putting itself in position to take over a lead. And anybody who thinks momentum isn't real, they don't understand the psyche of an athlete or the psyche of a sideline when things start going bad.
Mm-hmm.
But then you onside kick with 12 minutes to go, and you allow that collective air to come out of the sails right then and there. That's what I think happened. I don't know. That Lions game, and now you see David Montgomery's hurt. Don't love that.
Yeah.
Sonic and Knuckles, one of the great tandem nicknames.
You still had Jameer, but yeah.
Jameer's good, but man, he's not the hammer. I mean, that David Montgomery is the hammer.
It's so weird. Like the Lions are 12-2, but you lose to the Bills yesterday, and all of a sudden, everybody's no longer high on Detroit after watching.
They're pretty banged
Josh
up.
Allen and the Bills.
They're pretty banged up. The Lions have got. I mean, their defense right now. They're playing with a bunch of practice squad guys that started the year there. They have a lot of injuries. And Aiden Hutchinson, while they did keep winning games after his injury, he's one of the best players on the defensive side of the ball in the NFL. You're going to feel that in due time.
Yeah, he is. He is great. What? It was a broken leg. He broke his leg. Is that what happened to Aiden?
He snapped that sucker.
The Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills are now 11-3. Josh Allen's been going crazy. He almost went 5. No. What did he do yesterday? It was Jared Goff who almost went 505 TDs. He did
but Allen it was the ground game. He had 5 combined touchdowns, three through the air,
and 2 rushing,
2 on the ground.
Yeah.
How many yards rushing?
He 68 yards.
Jeez, man.
James Cook rushed for 105. He rushed for 68. Altogether, they almost rushed for 200 yards total as a team. The Broncos rush game was terrible yesterday. How many total? You know what? I don't even know how many total yards the Broncos rushed for. Is it? I bet you
72.
Was it 72?
72. It was an ugly day.
Sean Payton won't do it. He won't do it. He keeps talking about establishing the run. He won't do it, man. He loves to throw that ball.
There's just not a commitment to it.
You're right. They won't commit.
And really, there's no commitment to one of the backs either.
Yeah.
It never feels like. I do think there's going to be a commitment by default. Javonte Williams just has not shown it. For the last, how long is it? 2 months since he's had a good performance?
Yeah, it's been at least a month.
At least 6 games.
Yeah. So,
And so here's Jaleel McLaughlin had an injury. He got banged up, didn't really return to play in the second half. I think we might have to see a little Audric Estime and just let the young man tote it.
All right. Feed the man and see what happens.
See what we got.
Yeah.
Because, man, you look at the overall stats, and I hate being a stat guy, and especially after an amazing win. At the end of the day, man, this team scored 31 points, but you did it with less than 200 total yards of offense.
It's crazy.
Because you could say the run game wasn't working. The pass game averaged 3.9 yards and had 33 attempts.
It's drunk.
33 attempts for 121 team yards. 121 team yards. That's not exactly a pass game that's working.
I think that's the reason that people don't believe in the Broncos outside this city, man.
I believe in this team.
It's these weird numbers.
I do. I believe in this team because what I love about this team, and this goes back to Sean Payton being the adult in the room that everybody needed, particularly here in Broncos country, and that franchise needed, the building needed after the Nathaniel Hackett failed experiment because there was a child running an organization. This is a grown-ass man running an organization. And this is a team and a culture that has a seriousness to it. And when one of the pieces of the machine isn't working, they grab that rope and they take strain. And in this game, it was Marvin Mims, 3 punt returns, 97 yards. That's 10 first downs.
Yeah.
Berto, it's 10 first downs.
No, the Broncos special teams have been a revelation this year because it was one of the weaknesses of the team for the past 4 or 5 seasons. We've been making fun of the special teams on this squad.
You name it. Dixon's been great. Freaking Will Lutz is just Mr. Automatic. And then you now have Marvin Mims, who I believe is he leading the National Football League now in punt returns again? Punt return yards?
He very well might. I can look it up. But yeah, he very well might be doing just that. I do appreciate them letting Marvin get a little bit loose out there and improve things. But I mean, let me play devil's advocate for a moment, because here in this city, there's nothing but love for the Denver Broncos, and sitting there at 9-5 and probably going to make the playoffs, almost definitely going to make the playoffs. They can make the clinch one if they beat the Chargers this weekend. I mean, it's great, but there is a view of the Broncos as a paper tiger.
I love it.
Kind of a paper tiger, where it's like the Broncos
nation.
only beat teams that suck. Like, all their wins come against teams that are bad. All their wins come against teams that are below 500, or all their is that because you can only play and only beat the teams that are on your schedule. So good. Why do you think that people look at the Broncos and think their record is not indicative of how good or bad they are because they're beating up on bad teams?
Well, if you do look at, the NFC South as a draw, that's not the Broncos' fault. They destroyed the NFC South. I think a lot of people think that just because they destroyed the NFC South, it's like, hey, big deal. Cool. Everybody does.
Yeah.
But you also destroyed a Tampa team in Tampa. Granted that Vita Vea wasn't playing, the big-time safety, I'm drawing a blank on his name, Antoine Winfield Jr., he wasn't playing. You beat him 27-7. And that same team went and demolished the Los Angeles Chargers this weekend.
Yeah.
And they're going to be a playoff team. So you demolished 27-7, a playoff team. Here's what I think about the Denver Broncos. The Ravens game didn't do them any favors in terms of the national perception.
Right.
Played bad. Offense wasn't very good. Defense was horrific.
Yeah, you gave up 41.
You gave up 41 and a perfect passer rating to Lamar Jackson. But then you go and you play the Chiefs. Chiefs, what, one loss?
Yeah, at the time, they only had one loss, right?
No, they were undefeated at the time.
Were they undefeated at that time?
I think so.
Yeah,
Because
they
that was November 10th when they took on the Chiefs. Wow.
And you had them beat.
Yeah.
You had them beat. I think you're going to beat the Chiefs here.
Right.
And this is my point here about the Broncos. I actually love the fact that coming off this 31-13 weird game, I love the fact that they get back out there, particularly Bo Nix.
Okay.
Gets to get back out there 3-4 days later. It's like, let's do this thing again. Let's run it back. Hey, man, I didn't have my jump shot on that first game of one-on-one. Let's run it back. And that's exactly what the Broncos are going to do. I think you're going to beat the Chargers. Chargers are beat up. Justin Herbert, his ankle, it's just been beat to all living crap.
Yeah, he didn't look.
He got rolled up again.
Why do you think? But is it the injury? Because yesterday, when the Chargers got housed by the Buccaneers, Justin Herbert, and I love me some Justin Herbert. You could obviously tell he wasn't quite as mobile, but it almost felt like it was delaying his brain for half. Like, it felt like he was half a second late on everything.
It's kind of how Bo looked too.
Normally, normally he's sharp. He's just launch. You know what I mean? But it felt like he was half a second late on everything he was doing. Like his brain was going just a little too slow. And I don't know if that's just the point he finds himself in the season or the injury or whatever it is, but he didn't look right. If the Broncos had lost yesterday instead of finding a way to win that game against Colts, what do you think the conversation around Bo Nix would have been today?
I think it's still, for me, I think it's still the development of a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
And it's not a smooth upward arrow for the entirety of that journey. And even the sophomore year, you're going to see some C.J. Stroud, sophomore slump.
Yeah.
I think it would have been disappointing, wasted opportunity as a team. You got to win these. You got to win these next three, obviously, if you were in that position to guarantee that you were going to be a postseason team. And you're banking on the Colts losing. You know, you lost the head-to-head to them.
Yeah.
So I don't think that Bo Nix, in terms of my take on Bo Nix, changed one bit from what I see of his overall growth and maturation. The one thing that Bo Nix did, and he's done time and time again, Berto, is when it's bad, he somehow, some way ends up responding.
Yeah.
And he responded again. AR5 did not respond.
Yeah.
He does not have that mechanism.
That is one of the key features of elite athletes is that they always find a way to dig down deep when it comes to winning time. Also, they don't dwell on their mistakes as much. Like Bo's sitting, like those inner picks that Bo threw.
It was ugly.
It's not like somebody tipped the ball up and nah, man, those were just bad throws.
Bad misses. The first one across the middle, I still like.
You're
I watched
who's
the
he throwing
All-22
that
today.
to? Where was it going?
There's arguably 3 players that could have intercepted that ball, depending on where he located it. The read itself was like so out of character for Bo Nix. It was like, and then the ball he sails to the sideline. I heard Sean Payton was like giving Cortland Sutton an earful. I mean,
I saw that. Right, they showed that on the sideline where and Cortland and Sean were talking, and it looked like Sean was yelling at him for being out of position or something like.
It was a sail route,
right? And that's what.
And the concept matches the sail concept. Like he got jammed at the line of scrimmage. It happens in the NFL. The first 5 yards, he created enough separation, and Bo Nix just he sailed it and threw it behind him. It was ugly.
Mm-hmm. So what do you tell Bo as a quarterback coach? What do you say to Bo after that game? Because you got the win. Like Bo, what makes it a great win is that Bo looked like a rookie quarterback. He made rookie quarterback mistakes, and Bo somehow still found a way to win the game. So that is a net positive, man. You get to learn from your mistakes that you made as a rookie, but you also get the dub. So today, if you're sitting down with Bo Nix, what do you talk to him about yesterday's contest?
Well, the great thing about Bo Nix is that his special traits are between the ears, and his ability to respond, his ability to get back to work. You know he's going to do that without a pep talk. So that's a great thing. Now, as a coach, you just want to reaffirm his belief in himself, and also that as a coach, we have all the belief in you. Mm-hmm. This was an outlier performance. Don't forget, Bo, what got you to the place where you were in the discussion as the best rookie quarterback in the National Football League. Mm-hmm. It was just making the right decision, being okay with checking the ball down, being okay with taking off when you need to take off. That's still all in your arsenal. He even did it early on in the game at a 20-some-odd yard scramble. He's got the ability to do those types of things. He doesn't need to prove you. I would tell Bo, you don't need to prove to anybody your worth and value. Everybody already knows your worth and value in this franchise. So just go back to being you. Mm-hmm. And I think he was pressing a little bit. He didn't look comfortable. I think he was trying to have another statement game.
Yeah. You think he was thinking about how big that game was? A little bit of pressure on him, a little bit of pressure.
I think the Browns game, I kept talking about, my favorite thing about the Browns game was that he touched the hot stove.
Yeah.
He kept touching that sucker in the game last night. He was like, hey, hot stove. Ow. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that kind of feels good. Ow. Kept doing it, man. And you know what? I think the Broncos are in a place because of their defense where these last 3 games, Chargers right now, it's a lot of self-inflicted wounds in their blowout loss to the Bucs. Bengals, they've been in self-inflicted wound waiting to happen on both sides of football. And then the Chiefs, who knows who's going to be playing quarterback for the Chiefs? Patrick Mahomes
was
all
tough.
kinds of beat up after that game.
Yeah.
And are they even going to – why would you play Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, that's a good question. Why play him? I bet you Patrick Mahomes doesn't go against the Broncos in that final game of the season, right? Why play him?
My point of that is, what's the next best thing for Bo? I think it's just go back to being you. Let the other team make the mistakes.
Yeah.
Because we saw yesterday in the National Football League, 51 total turnovers.
It's crazy.
The most since 2016 in one NFL weekend.
Everybody was turning the ball over.
So let the other team make the dumb mistakes.
Yeah. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Mark Britton, filling in for Alex Ryan-Emmy. This is Morning Sprint. We're coming to you live from the Backus and Schenker Studios. Their passion is justice. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we've got to talk about the Heisman Trophy winner. That's next right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
And Coach Prime, Shador, man, y'all changed my life forever. That one simple phone call, Shador, look where I'm at. Man, that's crazy, bro. It's crazy. I'm trying not to get emotional because I know our last game coming up soon. But I'm thankful for both of y'all. Coach Prime, I'm going to whoop you on that late tomorrow or whenever we get the chance. But thank you, man. You changed my life forever. I told you that multiple times. I really appreciate of it.
CU's Travis Hunter is the winner of the 2024 Heisman Trophy. He was awarded that on Saturday night. Welcome back to the morning sprint. Coach Sanford, Travis Hunter, the best player in me and KJ were here on Saturday night doing the Avs broadcast. We were watching the Heisman Trophy ceremony, and just about 10 minutes after Travis won the Heisman, Nathan McKinnon scored a goal in that game, and Connor was talking about how people here in Denver need to be happy that you have the Heisman Trophy winner in Travis Hunter. You got the MVP in hockey, Nathan McKinnon. You got the MVP in basketball in Nikola Jokic, and all that happened in 2024.
And the MVRH.
What is that?
Most valuable radio host, and Mark Bertinoli. Let's go, baby.
Oh, brother. Yeah, so that's what we were talking about on Saturday night. Congratulations to Travis Hunter, man. I think we all saw it coming, but it was pretty close. It was pretty close. Like, Ashton got a lot of first-place votes. Those are two really good college football players, and you know both of them. So what do you think about Travis winning the Heisman?
Well, I predicted it before the final vote
you
was revealed. I knew Travis Hunter was going to win it, deservedly so, in every single way imaginable. I do believe that Ashton Jeanty would have been deserving probably in just about any other year except for maybe a 13-0 Alabama or Georgia with a quarterback that threw for 4,500 yards and 38 touchdowns and 2 picks, right? Like, that's the kind of year that Ashton Jeanty had. The thing that's so wild, Berto, I'm going to set the scene for you.
Okay.
I'm the interim head coach at the University of Colorado.
Yeah.
In November, end of November, freezing cold. We're playing the University of Utah. 10-1 at the time, Utah. We're getting beat like, I don't know, felt like 100-0 in the second quarter. And somebody comes over to me and whispers in my ear, hey, 2 years from now, this team's going to have a Heisman Trophy winner. I'd be like, dude, get out of my face. Like, think about that. That really is remarkable. And that's a bit self-deprecating on my own part. But
yeah, they were bad, bro. And now they're good.
And now you have like the real Louis that was forecasted by Coach Prime. To be honest, man, there have been some good players, but the guys that are really making the dent in college football and are going to make a serious dent in the draft are 2 dudes that came with from Jackson State with Coach Prime, and that's Shador Sanders and Travis Hunter. I absolutely loved Travis Hunter's acceptance speech. I thought it was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Did you like it?
Yeah. I liked it. Like, I mean, I'm assuming a team is going to, let me say this. I hope that a team is going to let Travis Hunter be Travis Hunter in the NFL. Instead of pigeonholing, making him do what they think that he needs. I would love a team that's going to let Travis be you know what I mean? Play both sides of the ball, because it makes me nervous that the NFL, you're going to get a coach in the NFL, is like, no. Now you're catching balls for us. Yeah, you're catching ball. You're an offensive player. We're going to keep you on the offense. Because it feels like it's what Travis wants to give a try at, and I think he can do it, man. I think he can do it. I think he can play both sides.
The challenge in the NFL is going to be just how much time you have in the building. You know, and they cap it off. You're not allowed to have extra meeting time.
Mm-hmm.
It's all run by the NFLPA. The NFL league office has cameras to see who's checking in and getting extra time. The meeting time piece of it in terms of the schemes, I think, is the only hurdle. I just think that a team that predominantly plays man coverage, Denver Broncos. A team that needs an elite frisbee catching dog at the receiver position, Denver Broncos. I don't know, man. I think you got a perfect spot here in Denver. I just don't think we're going to be able to afford the draft.
I was like, where are you going with this, man?
That's the thing, is that if you play a ton of zone coverage, that's where the complexities come in terms of install adjustments week by week.
So you're just saying there's just not enough time in the day for him to learn both the offensive
it's not
and
just time in the
defensive
day. The NFL, like, they put a hard cap because the NFLPA in the 90s, they realized that these players, there was like this kind of uncomfortable friction with coaches that wanted the players in the building at all times. And they started, getting into they have a union. It's a labor union. It's a very well paid, well compensated blue collar labor union. But
but it's a bad union. They never win anything. The NFL
they won that. They won that where there is a hard stop to practice. There's a hard stop to meetings. And so I think that there will be a situation, and I brought up the Broncos just because they play so much man coverage in Vance Joseph's scheme. Man coverage is certainly the easiest thing to pick up. Sick. I got him.
Yeah.
Right? And Travis Hunter is one of one in that space. And he can play zone. I'm not saying he's his pick last year against TCU, that was on zone coverage.
Mm-hmm.
He read that. Remember that little wheel route? That was the best play, in my opinion, of Travis Hunter's career. That was
really
just from a football IQ standpoint, instincts, ball skills, everything on display, sprawled out, picked off the wheel route. He can play it, but the combination of the complexity of offense and defense, I think it's going to be a situation where he is a wide receiver that plays nickel. And he plays on a team that plays predominantly man coverage.
Okay.
And then you know what you can do with that? You can go fall around the best dude.
Yeah.
So say you're the Broncos against Jerry Jeudy, and I know, a lot of opinions about Jerry Jeudy. He went off in that game.
Yeah.
You would have loved to have had a slot player that can go inside, outside, can travel the field. And then, hey, you just play him when you have an elite player, or you play him in sub packages and nickel and dime.
Mm-hmm.
And you just give him to either the best or the second best wide receiver and say, you got him, eliminate him.
Sean Payton would be a great coach to play for if you're Travis Hunter, but there's no way that Travis falls to the Broncos unless
zero chance.
Zero, because he's going in the top 3, right? So he's either going to go to the Giants, the Raiders, who else is
Jaguars.
or Panthers? Yeah, Jags or Panthers, right? Are in there? Yeah, maybe the Jets. Although they found a way to get a win yesterday.
I know.
Man, how about your boy Aaron Rodgers rushing for over 50 yards, 45 yards or something with them old legs? He's still out there.
Tell you what, that ayahuasca keeps you young, man. You got to stay on that ayahuasca.
Yeah, no, it's good time. It is so crazy. Obviously, Shedeur was there on Saturday night, and it was fun to hear from him too. But he's gonna go to New York, and then Travis is gonna go pick number 2 to the Vegas Raiders, and that's gonna make me angry because he's gonna be working against the Broncos. I just want Travis to go to a coach that will let him play both sides of the ball, or if he played for the Broncos, if Travis Hunter was a Denver Bronco, Sean Payton would give him a shot everywhere. He would just want him to touch the ball, right? Maybe give Mims a break, let him take down a punt, let him do an end around on offense, put him on a wide receiver, make him a DB, throw him at state, whatever. Sean Payton would find a way to get him into the game.
Could you imagine him being the joker of all Sean Payton jokers?
Man, it'd be great.
I know. I don't even want to go there because
right. He's going to be wearing silver and black, bro.
I'm going from 6 to midnight here pretty quick, and I don't want to get there. I don't want to get there.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I agree completely. But it was a great moment for the University of Colorado and for Travis Hunter and Coach Prime and the crew, because that's a huge moment. You're right. It was just a few years ago where we would not be talking about CU football. But now, man, it's one of the bigger stories in this state. Just amazing. It's just amazing. And we're all a little bit spoiled, right? Because we've got a massive amount of sporting talent in the city right now, with Joker and McKinnon and McCarr and Miko and Travis and Shedeur up there at CU. We're God doesn't give with both hands, but he is lately, at least here in this state.
Enjoy it.
Yeah, enjoy it. Because it won't be around.
Because frankly, Travis Hunter, you get one more.
That's it. One more. Right. BYU, what's up?
Come on now. Come on now. And the Buffs are taking this game seriously. Travis Hunter, that was one of the things that I loved about Travis Hunter's acceptance speech is how many guys that are winning Heisman trophies with the draft ahead of them are talking about a non-CFP bowl game. I'm not going to get too emotional because we have one more left.
Right.
I love that.
Because the smart play would probably be not to play either Travis or Shedeur in that, right?
That's what most situations right now.
Yeah, if you're a numbers nerd and you're just sitting there the best thing for either player is
the risk of injury is 17.3%, which is weighed against the value, which is $63.6 million.
Yeah, no, you sound exactly like one of those dudes. You're right on the money with that one, but either way.
All right,
let's do this. Let's take a quick time out. When we come back, we got to talk about, we got the Avs in action tonight. We got the Nuggets in action tonight. And we had some crazy stuff going on in the NFL yesterday. We'll get to all that next.
Hey, Denver, you hear that noise? Yeah, that's the mountains calling. And in this case, it's the slopes that are calling. And that's Loveland Ski Area. That's where me and my family will be going this winter. It's Coach Mike Sanford. If you're looking for a quick trip up to the mountains and you want to have an opportunity to be on the lifts, on the slopes, not in lines, this is the place for you to go. Just 53 miles away from Denver. You're looking for proximity. This is the place for you. I just drove up there last Tuesday. It took me 58 minutes from the studio here at Altitude Sports Radio. I would strongly suggest give the gift of snow this holiday season. Season passes are still on sale at skiloveland.com.
Welcome back to the morning sprint. See, I've stopped calling it the morning quickie. Mike Sanford, Mark Bertinelli coming to you live from the Back of Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. If you want to be part of the program, the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. It's 303-504-0925. Text in. Tell us anything that you would like to talk about. The Denver Broncos with a huge win last night. The Avs won on Saturday. The Nuggets won on Friday. Both the Avs and Nuggets play tonight. The Avs are in Vancouver.
What
to take
was
on the
that?
Canucks. What?
I'll give you a mulligan.
What'd I say?
I have a member mulligan available to you here at the country club I belong to.
Okay.
What did you say? When are the games?
Tonight?
You said tonight.
Tonight.
No.
Tonight. Tonight.
Sorry, I have to get it. Hey, I don't want to do it every day. I don't want to go to the well too
that's
often.
fine. Yeah, we got 2 games.
Dude, when you're known for something, man, you got to lean in all the way in.
Well, both the Avs and Nuggets
10
play
toes,
tonight.
10
on
toes
the West
down.
So both those teams are playing pretty good, and we'll talk about it in just a moment. Bo Nix leading the Broncos to win, or would we say the defense leading the Broncos to win last night?
Bo Nix, big part of it. 3 touchdown passes, 21 points in the fourth quarter. You cannot diminish some of the positives that you saw, even if the stats weren't very pretty. 121 total passing yards as a team after the sack was taken out. 130 yards for Bo Nix. The response was great. The hitting the open dudes that Sean Payton schemed up, that Troutman touchdown was beautiful.
Yeah, that was nice.
It was a little
wide
fake
open
screen to the left. Got a little eye candy for that single high safety, and then you get Troutman just right up the pipe. He did a great job selling it, and both threw a great ball. Same thing with Cortland Sutton's touchdown. Beautiful. Absolutely perfect route. And sometimes as a quarterback, the hardest ones to complete are the ones that are wide
open. Yeah.
So I give him a little credit on that. And let's call it like it is. Chris Dempsey, back in the great days of Dempsey and Company, he called that Bo Nix was going to be a 20 touchdown passer. And so Dempsey, if you're listening, I disagreed with you at the time. You are right. And I keep receipts. I keep receipts on how bad I am, how dumb I am.
And that was one of them?
And I was one of them.
You didn't. Well, I mean, how far above your expectations has Bo played this season for the Broncos?
Man, significantly.
Yeah.
Significantly. I thought we're going to see a lot of good game management, but I didn't think the team was going to be good enough to where it would look good enough.
Right. I thought it was going to be. I thought it might look a little bit more like Jaden in Washington, where the Commanders are winning and Jaden's playing great, but he's also running for his life. Like, it almost feels like he's making stuff up as he goes because he's just running for his life behind that line.
Big difference, though, man, is that this line's been invested.
Yeah.
You've spent
he's been
major
great.
money on it.
Yeah, that line in front of Bo has been amazing. Right now, the AFC playoff picture is this. Kansas City Chiefs receive a bye.
Boo.
The 2-seeded Buffalo Bills would host the 7-seeded Chargers in a matchup that I'm assuming Buffalo would roll in, just stomp those.
Just depends on
turkeys?
the health. Just depends on the health of Justin Herbert and J.K. Dobbins. There's a lot of. I'm
Yeah.
telling you about this game on Thursday. We got to start getting our minds right because it's going to be here before you know it.
Yeah, it's going to be here.
And I think the Chargers, certainly the Broncos secondary has some injury questions. Riley Moss, is he going to be up? PS2, how serious was that that minor ankle sprain as they released it today? You know, I love what I saw from Chris Abrams' drain.
Yeah,
He was out
look
there
at the rook,
competing,
man. Look
out
at
there
the rook.
competing and ball and play with a little swagger. But, man, I think the Chargers might have a little bit more injury problems right now.
Yeah, they did.
They're
Well,
banged
especially
up outfit.
once again, I don't know what's going on with Justin. The number 4-seeded Texans would take on the 5-seeded Baltimore Ravens. What do you think about that matchup? Texans and Ravens in a first-round matchup.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I don't know where. I wouldn't.
The Ravens are a big, you never know if they're going to beat a team 41-10 or they're going to lay a stinker against the Cleveland Browns.
And I don't know why that is, man. I don't know why. Like, I'm a believer in Lamar. I am a believer in Lamar.
And Derrick Henry?
I'm a believer in Derrick Henry for sure, man.
But right now, and here's where I think the answer to your question about what's going on with the Ravens, are you a believer in this year's defense?
Nah, probably not.
It's been bad.
They've been giving up a lot of points. I mean, the Ravens have the exact same record as the Broncos right now, and I never would have thought that would be the case. Never.
I'm saying the next 3 weeks, it's the morning sprint for 5th seed. Why not? Go play the Texans.
You think? Well, listen, man. Right now, the Denver Broncos, as a 6th seed, would face the 3-seeded Pittsburgh Steelers, because the Steelers lost yesterday, but they clinched a playoff spot because Miami and LA lost. So what do you think about a first-round matchup with Russell Wilson's Pittsburgh Steelers and Bo Nix's Denver Broncos?
All the drama.
Yeah, that would have some juice. Wouldn't it have some juice?
I'd rather play at Houston.
That game would scare the hell out of me, though.
Not because of Russ. Don't get anybody listening.
No, it's a Tomlin thing, right?
Yeah, it's a Tomlin. It's a man, Pittsburgh. You
got to go to Pittsburgh. Yeah, no, you're right.
Terrible towel.
Yeah.
I mean, the Texans fans are just like, y'all excited to go to the playoffs?
Yeah.
That'd be a fun time, wouldn't it?
Yeah. You're
It's a
right.
little different environment.
Yeah.
There's just not an identity as a franchise down in Houston. I'm sorry.
No, I get it. Right. At least not the fanatic fans that they have there in Pittsburgh and that whole, just the history of the Steelers.
Which defense do you want to play?
Oh, no,
the Steelers in Pittsburgh?
No, I get it.
With the crowd noise? Or do you want to play the Texans defense?
Yeah, no, I would love to go to the Texans. But then to get there, the Broncos would have to win out and get a little bit of help.
Well,
but they can do that.
Ravens got to lose one of their next three. Who do the Ravens have?
Oh, that's a good question. I'll tell you right now who the Ravens have. They have, coming up on their schedule, they have Pittsburgh. Wait, hold on. Yeah, so they got Pittsburgh. They host Pittsburgh.
Ooh.
They're at Houston.
Ooh.
And then they host the Cleveland Browns. That's their remaining schedule. So
there's a loss in there, Berto. There is a loss in there.
You're right. Either Pittsburgh or Houston gets them, you think? Or they just
control your own
catch
destiny.
an L from Cleveland and fall to the 6th spot, and the Broncos
control
jump
your own
them?
destiny. And go ahead.
Yeah,
you got one, KJ.
Coach, I'm with you. There's a loss in there. They got the Steelers on Saturday. And then on Wednesday, they got the Texans.
You're right.
Houston.
They're playing on Christmas. You're right. They're playing on Christmas.
Dude, this is a quick turnaround. The Baltimore Ravens. Okay, now.
You're right. That's
Everybody
almost like a
thinks I'm
Thursday
crazy,
night
but
game.
you know what? Everybody thought I was crazy for writing an article in the Denver Gazette in the Coach's Corner 2 months ago, and I said the Broncos are a postseason team. I said it at the time.
Yeah, you were right, man.
Am I right?
You're absolutely right.
It's done. It's locked in. It would take a miracle. They'd have to lose out, and there's no way the Broncos are doing that, man. They're not catching 3 straight L's. They've won 4 in a row. The Chargers, the Bengals, the Chiefs. Now, none of those games are going to be easy. You know what? Cincinnati's still so surprising, man. They're 2 games under 500, and I saw somebody on national television yesterday stump for Joe Burrow as the MVP. The Bengals are 6, right? And that's the problem. Like, Joe Burrow's numbers are ridiculous. He's got 4,000 yards. He's got 36 touchdown passes and 3,977 yards in just 8 interceptions. Those are MVP numbers, but your team is 2 games under 500. How does that work out, man? There's no way Joe Burrow can be the MVP, can he? Or I guess he could throw for, he's got 3 games. He could throw for another 500, 600, 700 yards, get close to 5,000.
3 games the way he's been going, that might be at 900 or 1,000.
You're going to have to give Joe Burrow and his 7-win Cincinnati team the MVP, man?
You want to know why he's got so many yards, Berto? And why I'm not a big passing yard stat guy?
Yeah, why?
It's because when you're losing, what do you have to do?
Yeah, you got to throw.
And now I'm not nothing taken away from Joe Burrow, the player. But you can't talk about the MVP with Joe Burrow and being a team that's sub 500 because there's so many games where they're catching up and getting, soft shell zone coverage at the end of the game. Give the thing to the odds-on favorite right now, which is minus 900 on the lines for futures. That's Josh Allen. He's playing the best of anybody in the NFL right now.
Yeah. Man, he's been Are the Bills, is it possible for Buffalo to stay as hot as they currently are? Because the Buffalo Bills probably, even though they just lost, they had that crazy winning streak, but they lost to they lost to LA, right? But in between, they've won like 7 of the last 8 games. And Josh Allen's going crazy. They put 48 on Detroit. And I love the Lions, but what the hell is going on with Detroit's defense?
Injuries.
Yeah, we were just talking about Aiden last hour.
That's gonna come into play with even the Chargers coming up.
I got no faith in
so beat up.
Detroit's right now. They're gonna get that bye. They're gonna get that bye unless the Eagles can catch them, right? But Detroit right now is like the Eagles and the Commanders would be the first round matchup in the NFC right now. I love Philly. Man, they were still beefing on the sidelines yesterday, and they won that game going away.
I love that nobody treats Nick Sirianni like he's the actual executor.
Right.
He's the CEO of the football side of things.
It was the defensive line coach. It was like,
Clint Hurt.
Shut up, man. Go away. Nobody wants you over here. Go away, Sirianni.
Get the hell out of our face. You imagine if we just walked up to Dave Fleck and be like, get out of here.
Yeah. Like he comes up, he comes into the studio to ask you something. And we're like, what do you do? Get it. Good God, get out of here.
We're doing radio, Dave.
Right, man. Come
out
on.
of here.
Trying to do our jobs and you're bothering us. Yeah, so crazy. You're right. That man has no respect. Sirianni gets no respect from his team, from the city of Philadelphia and his team.
And yet, what is their record?
They're cruising. They're cruising.
Are they 12-2?
They look good. Yeah, I think they are 12-2, right? With their win yesterday, was that their 12th of the season? Hold on, I'll tell you right now. Yeah, they're 12-2, man. They're 6-1 at home. They beat the Steelers 27-3. That's a 10-win Steelers team that they beat yesterday, and it still feels like half the NFL's like, the Eagles are a joke, man. They don't know what they're doing. They hate each other.
They got one of the best defenses in the National Football League right now. They have the best two-headed monster between Jalen Hurts and AJ. And Saquon Barkley is playing out of his mind.
Yeah. He's going to rush
That's
for
a good football team.
A quadrillion yards this year.
But you know what they're going to do?
Break that record.
They're going to have an ugly loss in the postseason, and then the Nick Sirianni fire chants are going to start back up.
If Jaden Daniels and the Commanders beat him in the first round, then guess what? There's a fire sale in Philadelphia. They're going to blow that thing up. The Bucs and the Packers would meet in the first round. That's an instant. Like, Green Bay is currently the 6th seed, but I was just talking to you. I love me some Jordan Love. He looked great yesterday. He's been looking great. Like the Green Bay, it wouldn't shock me the Green Bay Packers made it to the Super Bowl this year. But that's
wouldn't
a lot
shock
of that
me at all.
Yeah, like at halftime of that game, they asked the coach, like, what's working? He's like, everything. We're looking great, man.
They look terrible in the second half, though. The Packers went like, they tucked their tail between their legs, like, we got to hold on to this lead.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
So the other team that was really interesting to me over in the NFC is, like, there's some fun teams over there. We haven't even talked about the Vikings, but it's the LA Rams, man.
They're trending.
What's the Rams going to do? Like, the Rams are going to make the playoffs. And there was a point of this season where I was like, no way. They're going to make the playoffs. Matter of fact, there's a game between the Rams and the Seahawks coming up here that's going to be absolutely massive. I don't know what week that is, if it's in a couple of weeks' time or the final game of the season. But listen, I love me some Stafford. How do you feel about Stafford as a QB guy?
Big arm talent, makes every throw. I just think it's so rare for a guy to not really be that mobile in today's NFL.
Yeah.
But, man, McVay's cooking. He's got his guy Puka Nacua back. He is incredible. Insane ball skills. I mean, just off the charts. You see the catch he made where he's like, he kind of did a bit of a Lynn Swan where he pinned a catch on the sideline against the defenders.
I didn't see
it. It was a defender's, like the back of a defender's helmet, and then slid it across. That dude's unbelievable. And he's been hurt most of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And so you got Puka Nacua back. This Rams team is living it out what I thought the Bengals would do.
Oh, really?
Which is catch the hot hand on the back half of the season.
Okay. Yeah, because they are cooking. They've won 3 in a row, and they won like 4 or 5.
They're going to win that division.
I'm sure they are, because I don't know what's going on with. So the Seattle game is the last game of that year. So the Rams they got the Jets and the Cardinals coming up, and the last game of the season is the Seattle Seahawks. Depending on what Seattle does, that could be a massive football game on the last day.
Berto, I do think that when you look at these postseason games, how you finish the season, if you haven't like clinched it and you're sitting guys out in the final game of the year, that's a different story. But how you finish for a team like the Rams, like if the Rams keep doing what they're doing right now, do you think anybody in the NFC wants to see them?
No.
Okay, same thing with the Broncos. That's my point on the Broncos. Full send these last 3 weeks.
Well,
if you're playing good football and you're confident and you have the recipe, guess what? You can make some dang noise in the postseason.
Right. I would feel like no matter what team you play, even if you end up going to Buffalo or you end up going to Pittsburgh or something crazy happens and Buffalo hops up and you have to go to Kansas City in the playoffs, I got to think that no matter what team you face, the Broncos are hard out. They are not a team that's going to get housed in the playoffs in the first round, right? They're going to make it tough for you to move on.
Can you beat the limping Los Angeles Chargers?
Sure you can.
Can you beat the 6-8 Cincinnati Bengals?
Oh, yeah.
Can you beat a Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce-less Kansas City Chiefs?
Yeah. Kansas City ain't going to play.
Do you realize what
nobody
the
in that
Broncos'
game.
record would be?
Yeah, it'd be 12 wins, man, right?
12-5.
That's so stupid.
And you'd be a 5th seed.
See,
Most likely.
At that, once again, I'm always talking about building statues. At that point, you build Sean Payton a statue. Because there ain't no way this
right
team
there for the taking, man.
No way this
it's
team's
right there, and I'm telling you, it's right there for the taking. And I would have probably said this about a quarter and a half into being in Power Field last night. I wouldn't be like, well, let's talk 12-5, baby.
Does it make you feel better or worse that the Broncos won that game despite the struggles of Bo Nix? Does that mean because Bo Nix looked like a rookie yesterday, but you still got the win. If Bo Nix plays like that against the Chargers, you're going to lose. If he plays like that in the playoffs, you're going to lose.
It makes me feel better, Berto.
Okay.
You know why? Because of what is inside, the inherent intangible qualities that Bo Nix has shown time and time again. Him having a performance like that, do you think he's going to be the guy that's like, it is what it is. We won. Dude, that guy he's probably watched the film 62 times between last night and this morning.
Yeah.
I mean, I've watched it 3 times. Imagine him.
Yeah.
He is a football sicko.
Yeah, no, it does seem like that's all he thinks and talks and wants to care about. Yeah.
And he fixes things. He does. He's fixed things throughout the course of the year. And that's the thing I love about him. I love the intangible qualities of the player, which was not anywhere near the top of my priority list when I was evaluating him at the Combine in the Underwear Olympics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get you, man. All right, it's a fun segment, talking a little Denver Broncos. We got NFL news and notes from KJ next. It's time right now to get in the know. What does KJ know? Everything. And he's going to tell you about it right now.
All right, story number 1. Sean Payton has his Monday Zoom call, and he does not like to give injury updates on the Zoom call, guys. And Jeff Legwold found that out the hard way this morning when he asked about Patrick Surtain.
John, yeah, just not going into the injury specifically, but did you?
I'm not going into the injuries at all, Jeff.
Okay, well, I was just curious if you had any sort of feeling about Pat.
I like Pat.
Okay. In general, yes. Okay. It just seemed like
I like him a lot.
He was moving around fine after the game, but I don't know how you saw him this morning.
Jeff. I appreciate your question. I like Pat.
Yeah, I think everyone does.
Yeah, I love Pat too, Coach. I love
Pat's
too.
a great player, great dude.
Man, Sean Payton had a couple of them espressos, right? Or is he just like he's just done with Jeff
lattes?
2 lattes in the morning, 40 minutes later. I'm
Listen, man, he had to ask the question. He's one of the most important players on your team. You got a game on Thursday night. You got it.
But you could tell this is 9-5 Sean Payton.
Yeah. This
Not
is
grumpy
like,
Sean
hey,
Payton, because there was a little fun.
Yeah,
and I'm here for salty Sean with a little fun. It's a little salted caramel on top of salty Sean.
Yeah, no, I like it too. I like when Sean Payton gets a little swag. When he's not just doing that full ball coach thing where he's got like that little man, I'm a Super Bowl winning football coach. Like, I got a little swagger to me. I kind of like Sean when he's like that.
Yeah, he's getting a little of that. I'm a Super Bowl pursuing.
Yeah,
head
but then
coach
again,
now.
I'm not the one who has to ask him questions every day. I'm assuming that might get old after a while where you're like, oh man, I'm going to have to ask him this question. He's going to pop off.
It's tough. The thing I've learned from being on both ends of this is crazy, man. The last year, I'd never thought in a million years
you'd be the one asking the questions.
I would ask a question of Sean Payton. And I have. I've asked a couple. I'm usually I'm not going to lie, I'm a little scared, man. I do need to go to church. Yes, I do. I am scared.
I need to ask Legwold what head coach went off on him the most, because he's had some, when you've been in the NFL for 30 plus years like Legwold, I'm assuming every once in a while you ask a question that a coach feels is.
I think he had some what was the head coach? I'm drawing a blank on his name right now, of the Steelers before Tomlin.
Bill Cowher.
Bill Cowher.
He had some Cowher, I think. I think he got some Cowher experience.
Interesting.
I think he got some Phillips in Nashville and Houston.
Yeah.
I think Bum Phillips, maybe a little Wade Phillips. I don't know. One of the Phillips.
No, I'm
Could've
sure.
been Wesley Phillips.
I'm sure it was Bum, because Bum had Wade is like hey man, like a nice, he's like, he wants to have a good time.
Hey man.
Yeah.
You boys been.
Yeah. No, it's pretty good, man. You got it.
King of the Hill, baby.
Yeah.
Bobby Hill.
All right, KJ, what you got?
The Eagles won the Pennsylvania Cup 27-13 against their in-state rival, the Pittsburgh Steelers. The controversy all last week was Jalen Hurts. When will you pass the football? Well, Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts had a little response for the media after the game.
Hey, you want us to run it? We can run it. Yeah. You want us to pass it? How about that pass?
So that's what y'all wanted to see, huh?
John, you said you'll figure this out. Is that what we saw tonight?
We found a way to win the game.
All right, there's Jalen Hurts, man. 290 yards, 2 touchdowns for him yesterday in that win over the Steelers.
Is that how Jalen Hurts just showed up, sat down, and just dropped the...
That's the first thing he said as soon as he sat down. That right there.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what he said.
How about a guy Sirianni in the locker room? Like the first thing he says, and there's like 1 or 2 people that are like,
yeah, coach. Yeah, I'm telling you, man.
It's just off.
It's just a weird dynamic, like in Philly with Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni and whatever's
a lot of drama.
Yeah, it feels like whatever happens away from the media is just like Philly's got some issues, but man, they're 12-2, so it's not that bad.
That locker room sounder from Sirianni. I want to hear that first. Give it to me real quick. That the very beginning, the very first thing, we could win it running it.
Where it's like one dude who's like, "Way to go,
Hey, you want us to run it? We can run it. Yeah. You want us to pass it? How about that pass?
They just got one dude.
Oh
was that
my
Saquon?
God.
Who was it? Who was it? Like, you know what I mean?
It sounded like it was like the backup center. It's like the backup center.
Right, didn't even
he was
play.
a practice squad guy. He was undrafted free agent.
Didn't even play in the
He's
game.
He's like, the head coach, he needs somebody to speak up.
He's like,
I'll
yeah,
be his guy,
coach.
man.
Yeah.
That's a little bit different than a Dan Campbell, Macho Man Randy Savage post game.
Yeah, man.
And we're going to come in here.
Right.
And we're going to run the football right your ass.
Yeah, nobody's breaking down doors for Coach Sirianni. They're not running through doors for Sirianni. That's
We're
crazy.
going to play kneecaps.
Man, that's crazy. All right, Cajun, what you got?
Well, as Coach said, the Broncos are in the race for 5th place. Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens are keeping pace with the Broncos as they sit in the top AFC wildcard slot as of right now. They beat the New York Giants 35-14, but the play of the game involved Lamar Jackson trying to, as he would put it, hold up his pants to keep it from falling down in front of millions of people.
All right, so look, they was asking me that, so I'm like, I felt like wind was touching my butt, you know, so I was trying to keep my tights up for real. I feel like the tights just like got a little loose or something, I don't know. So I was like just trying to keep my pants up, but that's all it was. It was too cold out there, like, what? Might end it on that.
So, Lamar, you felt the wind on your cheeks.
On your butt.
Yeah, your cheeks felt that wind.
And he was like, what's up with my pants?
You know what, Lamar? I got another something that you're going to have to be aware of feeling here.
What's that?
It's going to be something nipping on your heels.
That's the Broncos
That's
on your
the Denver
butt.
Broncos. They're nipping on your heels.
Wind was touching my butt, you know.
Them Denver Broncos are coming after your 5 seed.
Man, I thought like the Baltimore Ravens, are a great team, are a good team or a great team? 9-5 Baltimore Ravens, good team, great team.
Great quarterback, great running back. Their defense has been playing like the cheeks that we saw come out on the football field from Lamar.
Yeah.
Their cheeks. Their defense is cheeks.
Just
You
bad,
know what the Broncos have?
What's that?
They have an elite defense.
Yeah.
An elite defense at the end of the year in the postseason matters.
Yeah.
A lot.
I agree with you. I agree with you because the Broncos defense, man, has been well above where I thought they were going to be this season. I mean, they're great. Like top 3 in the league, top 5 in the league, man.
Top 3 and the real categories that matter, top 3.
Yeah, yeah. All right, KJ, what's next?
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Devondre Campbell will be suspended by the San Francisco 49ers for the final 3 games of the regular season, according to ESPN. Adam Schefter was on Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane this morning, which you can catch every Monday at 8 a.m. And he discussed not only how rare this situation is, but he kind of got into detail about the optics of what bringing these players back or not bringing them back would look like.
Yeah, I've seen guys quit. There have been guys that have walked off. I don't know that it's been under those circumstances. First of all, a week before, Deontay Johnson was asked to go into the game, and he refused to enter. He just didn't walk off the field.
Mm-hmm.
So what he did was the same thing. Just a week earlier, Deontay Johnson was a man ahead of his time by 1 week. And I don't think you'll see either player play for their respective teams again. I don't know how you bring somebody back. I don't know how you bring somebody like that back into your locker room. Like, these guys are in battle every week. They are in battle. And these are your brothers in battle, right? You go through it together. And when you can't count on this guy, there's a broken trust, not to mention everything that comes along with that.
I don't know how many snaps of live tackle football that Adam Schefter has participated in his life, but I do know this. He is spot on when he talks about that brotherhood, letting down your teammates, guys that are putting their bodies on the line, which is that's their livelihood, and their cash cow is their body. And then you have a player just refusing to play. Yeah. Adam Schefter, you are spot on. It's a code that you can't break.
Right. It felt like there was some players in that locker room that were going to swing on that dude if they ever saw him again. But it does also feel that San Francisco's so pissed at him, they're being a little vindictive because the Niners could have just cut him and say, get the hell out of here and go away. But instead, they're like, no, you know what? We're going to take some of your money, and then we're going to kick you out. And then we're going to cut you. Because they could have just said, we're done. Campbell, get gone. But instead, they're like, you know what? We're going to suspend him for 3 games, and then we're going to cut him.
Yeah, we're going to get some of ours back.
Yeah.
And they are.
Yeah.
Going back to the visual of Adam Schefter playing live padded tackle football.
Schefter's a small dude, right? Isn't he? Like, he is not a tall man.
Is it possible?
Do we have measurables on Adam Schefter?
Is it possible for me to get my hands on some Adam Schefter
memorabilia
tape? I want to do a film study, deep dive.
Well, you know what? Didn't he tear his ACL dancing on the field one time, covering a game for NFL for ESPN? He was like, "Hey, check me out," and then he ripped an ACL or something. And then that just happened a couple of years ago.
Even
so
if it's
can't
Pop
be that
Warner,
athletic.
Even if it's Pop Warner, I want to get a good deep dive on just short area quickness, change of direction, long speed.
All right,
ball skills,
I bet you it's out there somewhere.
Football intelligence.
Yeah, I think it's. Oh wow. I had no idea that Barstool Sports did a story called "I think Adam Schefter is a midget. He's under 5'6".
I saw him at the combine. He's not. I mean, he's not uncomfortably short.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Of course, Barstool, man. Gosh.
But yeah, he did blow an ACL, or he tore his hamstring. He pulled a Moser and tore his hamstring or something. All right, what you got next, KJ?
You guys kind of discussed it a little bit earlier, but Travis Hunter, during his Heisman speech this weekend, he, did the thing that most Heisman candidates do, and they encourage the kids, never let anyone tell you what you can't do. But over the weekend, multiple reports came out that several anonymous NFL scouts believe Travis Hunter should play cornerback full-time and have a package for wide receiver. And I want to ask you guys, should Travis play both sides full-time, or should he kind of lean towards what the scouts are saying?
Yeah, play full-time. No, full-time, man. I want Travis Hunter to play every position on the field if he could. I want him to play quarterback and tight end. I want him to do everything. And I want an NFL team to let him do everything. More Travis Hunter is better for me. But, I mean, Coach, is it like what there's a phrase, I think it's specialization leads to power or something like, or leads to, if the more you specialize, the better you are. So if you took a Travis Hunter and said, all you are is a wide receiver or all you are is a corner, does that elevate his game?
Travis Hunter, as the old saying goes, Travis Hunter, jack of all trades, master of all. And that's how I see it. The dude is a football player at any and every position that he plays. He should play both ways. The ball skills, to me, is what makes me think that he should be very, very involved on the offensive side of the ball. Because I see one other NFL player with the ball skills, really two. I've watched more of the Puka Nacua experience this year, but it's Puka Nacua and Justin Jefferson are the two that show that type of ball skills.
Wow, man!
And you got to tap into that if you're an NFL franchise.
Yeah,
you've got to.
What if you're only on Travis Hunter's side? If you're Travis Hunter's family agent, if you're Coach Prime, financially, it's wide receiver. If you only have to pick one. It's because wide receivers are getting $30 million a year now in the league. I mean, but corner is such an important. I don't know, man. That's a tough question to answer. But once again, let that man do everything. Give him a shot. There are some teams that just won't do it. Like I'm not sure the New York. If he goes to the New York Giants, I'm not sure New York would do. Well, it depends on who they're. If Daboll's still there or what the coaching situation looks like. But as a head coach, you'd let Travis do what?
Oh, yes.
You'd be like, all right, let's go.
Do I want to win football games? Do I want to put a top 10 player in the National Football League on the field in each respective position? Yes, I do.
Yeah, it's ready. It's going to be great. Either way, that was KJ's NFL notes for today. Mike Sanford, Mark Bertinelli, Raj is still out. I think he's back
He's Mai Taiing still,
tomorrow. Yeah, I think so, man.
He's got an umbrella in his
He's
drink.
probably drunk right now. Drunk on a plane? He's coming back, right?
It's a Dirks Bentley song.
He's got to do.
Well,
yeah,
dude, first off, we don't know if he's coming back. You can't assume
you're
that,
right,
Berto.
You're right. He might. He's got to do Between the Pipes with Spring at like midnight tonight after this late hockey game.
Oh
this
man,
evening.
I'm gonna tune in on the Twitch feed and just see a sun-kissed Alex
I was
right
about to
now.
say he's tan. He's got to be tan,
I'm over here pasty as all get
I know
out,
he's
just
gonna be
miserable.
looking good.
His beard's looking just horrible.
See, but if you invite that guy to the Christmas party and he shows up with a tan, I don't know, man. There might be some issues. Like, although I guess you're living your life right if you're tan on Christmas. Either way. All right, let's continue with the program after a break right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Denver, what's good? It's Coach Mike Sanford. And if you're like me, you've got the itch. And that itch is to get up and get on the powder. And that's up at Loveland Ski Area. Founded in 1936, Loveland is your locally owned and operated family business that you want to visit. You want to stay away from those insane lift lines that you sometimes will see with National Passes, Icon, and Epic. You have a chance to go to Loveland Ski Area, skip all those lines, and spend all of your time up there on the mountains. Check out SkiLoveland.com. Give the gift of snow this holiday season, and season passes are still available.
Welcome back to the final segment of the morning sprint. We've gone the entire show, Coach, and didn't even address the NBA Cup. Man, I just feel so bad about the NBA Cup semifinals this weekend. We didn't even talk about it.
I'll address it for you, Berto.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The winner of the 2023 NBA Cup was the Los Angeles Lakers. End of discussion.
Yeah. They got a banner for that bad boy. They put a banner up there, brother. They put a banner up there, man.
Hey, who hoisted the NBA Cup last year? Who was
LeBron James.
it? That guy. Oh, yeah. Hey, where is LeBron?
He came back.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah. He came back. Matter of fact, he even finally talked about why. He was like, my foot has been bothering me. I wanted to keep playing, but the Lakers were like, no, go away for a little while. That's what LeBron said was going on there. So
the tinfoil hat theories are not true.
Yeah.
LeBron just has a
but there's still a rumor. There's still a rumor that if LeBron is down for it, the Lakers will trade you LeBron and Bronny for a massive package. But I don't know why you would do that. Why?
I personally would not want a massive package or LeBron and Bronny. I want neither of the above. Hey, Berto, you want to know something crazy, man?
Yeah, what?
So there he is. There's my guy, Petros Papadakis. I was at that interview live at Mountain West Media
Were
Days.
you? You were super stoked to hear that?
Oh, it's so good, man. I was there with Nate Kreckman.
The Cracker.
And that was about the loudest three human beings. Cracker, me, and Petros Papadakis.
You could hear all of you.
In a mixed company area, open space, open air, radio booths around us. People are looking at us like we were nuts. So I'm used to the Heisman Trophy weekend.
Yeah.
And the Army-Navy weekend.
Yeah.
Being kind of like almost a sad moment for me because
you're
not going to get real ball for another 2, 3, 4 weeks.
Yeah. It's like a month away.
You're getting a bunch of just, postseason exhibition bowl games, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get a little FCS playoffs here and there. You get, you might see the Celebration Bowl between the two HBCU power conferences. Might get a little, famous Idaho potatoes, Mac versus Mountain West.
Yeah. The Pop-Tart Bowl.
I
saw
woke
the
up
new
this morning.
Trophy.
I was listening to two pros and a Joe on the Fox Sports Radio here on 92.5 at 5 a.m.
Cup of Joe.
Oh, is that what it is? 2 pros and a cup of Joe?
That's it?
I thought the guy's name was Joe. Anyway. Oh, it's Jonas Knox. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jonas Knox. Yeah, he's a Joe. And he's with Brady Quinn and, LeVar Arrington. Do you realize that Thursday night we get Broncos-Chargers to clinch the postseason?
Yes, huge football game.
And then if you feel like you're having withdrawals from college freaking football, do you realize that we get a college football playoff this Friday, 4 days from now, the battle for the Hoosier State in the frozen tundra of South Bend, Indiana.
It's crazy.
The IU Hoosiers are playing. They're kicking off this inaugural 12-team playoff this Friday. And then we get...
Yeah. I didn't realize.
And then we get more on Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday we get three. We get 3 playoff games on Saturday. Friday, it's Indy and Notre Dame, and whoever wins that has to face Georgia in the next round. But then on Saturday, you've got, the early game is SMU Penn State. And then the winner of that game
College
gets Boise.
Station. That game's at College Station.
Gets Boise.
I got to do my scouting report for the Boise State second round game.
Clemson at Texas in the afternoon, and then Tennessee at Ohio State at night.
Come on now.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Come on now.
That's good stuff. This college football playoff bracket stuff is amazing.
But I know you're from Texas. I know you're from the great state of Texas, and because of that, you're more of a soccer guy. You like watching tennis and golf.
Mm-hmm. Those
but
are my
man,
sports.
Even you are going to love this slate of weekend
It's
college
gonna be
football.
great, man. It's gonna be great.
And then when you feel like you're like, oh man, it's over. I got to wait another week. You get the NFL the next day.
Yeah. Then we get Sunday football. It's gonna be great, man. No, I didn't realize until you just said it that we got a playoff game on Friday. I had no idea that Indiana Notre Dame is playing Friday in Notre Dame. Who do you got in that game? Who do you got taking on Georgia in the next round?
I've been betting against Notre Dame like the entire season.
And making money left and right?
No, verbally betting. If I had actually been wagering hard-earned money against Notre Dame, I would be broke.
Yeah, you'd be low.
Because they keep beating everybody. They beat the brakes off Navy, beat the brakes off undefeated Army.
Indiana's a pretty good team.
Dude,
I mean, they got housed by who?
Ohio State.
Ohio State housed them. But other than that, man.
Dude, I kind of like Indiana, man. Curtis Rourke, the transfer from the Ohio U Bobcats. Riley Leonard really hasn't had to play really good football in leverage situations they've just been boat racing everybody with their really soft schedule. I think Kurt Signetti, with his bravado and his chest puffed out and, all of his East Coast vibes, I think he goes in there and finds a way to get a dub in one of the biggest upsets in college football history.
We'll get playoff games this weekend, and then the next round is on New Year's Day. That's when we'll get we'll get one game New Year's Eve, and then we'll get the other 3 playoff games from that round on New Year's Day. By the time we get to the championship game, it'll be January 20th. Who's going to win the college football championship this year?
I have a hard time betting against Oregon. I just do.
Yeah, just because,
they're the most complete team. They're the team that right now, to me, looks like they have the fewest warts in a season where a lot of teams have some semblance of warts. So I got the Oregon Ducks, but I'm fully anticipating a whole bunch of chaos in this 12-team
Yeah, it's
playoff.
going to be great, man. It's what makes college hoops so much fun. You know what I mean? There's going to be a team that makes it to that semifinal on January 10th that I wasn't expecting. It's going to be some crazy, like Clemson's going to get in there, or Tennessee,
like
or somebody.
A team that plays on just a blue field. Could you imagine?
Okay, yeah.
Could you
imagine,
imagine,
Boise?
Berto?
Listen, I don't want to hear anything from Boise State fan because y'all got a pretty good draw. Boise got a pretty good draw. Like Oregon is going to end up facing Ohio State probably
Winner
in the
Tennessee,
next round.
Tennessee, Ohio State.
Yeah, and then you chuckleheads are going to face SMU or something like that in the next round.
Hey, there's some power on that blue field, man.
Like Boise's going to house Penn State or SMU. I don't care who they get. They're winning that game, man. And then they're going to face Georgia for a chance to play for the title, unless Notre Dame or Indiana. But I think it's probably going to be Georgia and Boise in that semifinal.
And Ashton Genty's rested up, has 3 weeks of recovery.
There was a lot of believers in Ashton. KG, we talked about this. It was the closest vote since 2009 for the Heisman.
15 years.
But, I mean,
it's almost as if I kind of predicted something correctly.
Yeah. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Vegas had it as a landslide.
When's the last... Don't break your arm over there, buddy.
When's the last time 2 players of this caliber finished 1-2 in the Heisman? I can't even I don't even know. Like, because guess what?
What was the 2009
Ashton Genty and Travis Hunter are gonna wreck this league. They're gonna wreck the NFL. Both those guys are gonna be great NFL players. Yeah, I'd be shocked if both of them didn't have at least a decade-long career in the NFL. But I'm wondering if any. I can't think. I'd have to research it. I have to go back and look at it.
Let me guess before you announce it. Their coach, I think it's going to be Tim Tebow and Sam Bradford.
Ooh.
Close, but no cigar.
What
it was actually 2 running backs. It was Mark Ingram, now of Fox Noon Kickoff.
Yeah. He was there at the ceremony. I saw him.
And he had 1,300 votes, 1,304 versus Toby Gunner Gerhardt. Toby Gerhardt of Stanford, the Stanford Cardinal football program, a player that I had a chance to coach for a couple years.
Wow. You know what?
Not that year, though. I was out at Yale coaching a bunch of 36 ACTs that year.
Maybe the year that Matt Leinart won the Heisman and Reggie Bush was he won the Heisman for USC the very next year, right? So they got back. I don't know, man. That's a great duo, though. Travis and Ashton is absolutely amazing. Amazing weekend for
Two
CU.
superstars.
Yeah, it's going to be great. But either way, all right, that was the Morning Sprint. Thanks for tuning in on this Monday, December the 16th. I hope your week goes well. For the coach, Mike Sanford, I'm Mark Bertinelli. KJ Granderson, always a good job. We've got PhD next.
On 2nd and 10, Nix to the end zone. Touchdown. It's Troutman. Richardson puts some air under it. Richardson's pass, and it is picked. Brandon Jones with a snatch for Denver. 3rd and 1, they go play action here. Nix up the seam. Nix is picked again. It's Womack. Nix again overshooting his intended target, who was Sutton on that play. Well, if you're a Colts fan, I hope you're sitting down. The Jonathan Taylor touchdown run overturned, dropped the football before he crossed the plane, and because it bounced into the end zone and out of bounds, it's a touchback, and Denver gets the football. Just unbelievable.
That was significant. That was significant. I don't get it, but I'm not going to try to. Yeah, I don't know what that was going to be. Yeah, it was a significant play that you go from breaking a long run for a touchdown for your team to us having the ball.
Mims going to play it from around his own 25. Mims has some real estate, comes across the field. He's got a lead blocker. Mims gets it inside the 25. Mims finally brought down at the 15. Big play out of the backfield. It's the fullback Atkins, and he punches it in. And the Denver Broncos have taken the lead. They set up Mitchell. It's going to be a double pass. And that one is intercepted. Oh. It's Bonito. Unbelievable. Bonito had a 71-yard pick six against Cleveland 2 weeks ago. Strikes again for Denver.
He came over, talked to me, and said if it's not there, throw it away. So if you kind of look from my perspective, it was there pretty much until 15 to turn to Ed Reed and just came through out of nowhere.
Nix on a 3rd and 6 going back towards the end zone. Sutton all by himself for the touchdown. A 20-yard strike from Nix.
I asked Sean Payton. I said, hey, you still won 9 games because you come out like a grumpy Gus. And he was like, yeah, that's good. Go grab a cupcake on your way out the door. It's like, wow. Which was kind of a great quote. Like, listen, man, if you're happy with this, this isn't what we're all about. If this is it, go grab a cupcake on the way out if that makes you feel better about it. We got other fish to fry here. And I
like that.
I'm going to guess most Broncos fans should absolutely love that. Welcome to the show, brought to you by AAA Home Improvements.com. They'll get it from you can dream it, they can build it. Scotty on the road in Sacramento. Beautiful Sacramento.
Rainy Sacramento today, boys.
Oh, okay. All right. The rainy season in Northern California. And Tyler Columbus. And what a weekend. What a weekend. Congratulations to the University of Colorado, to Travis Hunter. That speech, that moment, it's up there in bus history, baby. One of the top moments of all time.
That's got to go down as the all-time greatest Heisman speech.
Great
you
Heisman
want to talk
speech.
About raw, authentic, spending time.
Gonna
He
put
was not in a
little
rush.
Put Lil Wayne right there.
He got Lil Wayne. He spent about 5 minutes thinking Lil Wayne. He told Lil Wayne, I've never even heard of you until my girlfriend made me listen to your music.
It was great. We'll get to more of the Heisman stuff in a minute, and the Travis Hunter Sr. That story, fascinating. Backstory on that, the whole thing. Who knew? But we'll get there. The game. So many interesting moments. Bo Nix has his worst game as a pro, I think, and they still figure out a way to win.
Well, for a team that didn't even have 200 yards of offense, for a team that started out atrocious on defense, started out atrocious on offense, for a team that threw 3 interceptions, for a team that couldn't capitalize on many opportunities of sudden change, it was a hell of a win.
Hell of a win. Hell of a win.
I don't know what to say other than that. I mean, if you weren't ready to throw your remote through your TV and smash that thing about 115 times, you weren't invested in that game. What a crazy experience that was.
What do you think, Scott?
Start with Sean Payton's reaction. No coach I've ever been around that's worth his salt has been happy with the win just on the surface. Well, maybe on the surface they're happy. You're right. He said, hey, we got 9 wins now. First winning season since 2016.
So they've done, and I know a lot of this wasn't his hump, but that is significant, especially for all of us Bronco fans that have basically died slowly by paper cut over the last 8 seasons. It's good, but a coach has got to have, and we've seen this with Malone a lot. On that run up to winning the championship, where they'd win, be up 26, put the bench in, and you'd win the game by 13, and he'd come back and just be waxed upset, right? Because this isn't the style you want to play. So I'm glad if he'd have come out giddy and happy.
Not at all.
I really would have questioned him. I don't know if it's the worst game Bo's played.
What's worse?
Well, the first 3 or 4 games, you can go back in and look, and I thought it didn't look good. Didn't throw the ball away as much as he threw it in this one. I think someone said he was 3 of 8 or 3 of 9 on passes that flew 10 yards or more. 3 of them were picked off, and I think 2 of them were touchdowns. One to Troutman and one to Cortland at the end of the game. Yeah, he really missed some throws. And then I thought they got real conservative and like you're going to do, I think any quarterback, any young quarterback, all of a sudden, let's dial it down now. And after that 3rd interception, I mean, he wasn't throwing the ball more than 5 yards. I mean,
there was a point in the second. There was a point in the second half, Scott, that they said he'd only attempted 4 passes of over 10 yards.
Yeah, and he was 1 of 4 at that time, and I think 2 of those had already been picked off. Listen, 2016, was it an ugly game? Yes, 2016. Did Bo Nix look horrible? Yes, 2016. Did the Broncos inch themselves closer to playoffs? Yes, 2015. You got to just keep all that in mind. It was a game, and listen, last time you went to playoffs, you sure won a whole lot of games that season that the defense saved your ass. And now you've had 2 home games in a row where really the defense / special teams in this game, Mims was fantastic.
Fantastic.
But 2000, they've won you the last 2 games. Your last 2 home games, your defense and special teams won you games. Good. You still got the win. I'd rather learn a lesson in a W than try to figure out a lesson in a loss.
Oh, yeah. Sean Payton was grinding. There may have been some death grip in the steering wheel around a sushi restaurant parking lot. Could have been. That possibility definitely existed. If you're satisfied with this, go eat a cupcake if it makes you feel better. But it's
I don't understand how he can't dial up a better running game. And I think it's too simple.
Brutal.
I think it's too simple to put on running backs.
Well, it's atrocious. I don't look. The team would tell you it's not the offensive line's fault because they paid all those guys and they believe in all those guys, including a fresh extension to Garrett Bowles last week. But that is as abysmal of a rushing game as I've seen in my life. And do you guys know what the Indianapolis Colts were ranked in rush defense?
I think 28th.
28th or
something like that.
31st.
31st.
The second worst team in the NFL, and we couldn't gain a freaking yard. And then you look what Jonathan Taylor's doing, and that's a guy who had a weird year. He's already over 900.
If that's a Monday night game, Tyler, we just made their linebackers first team All-Pro.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the difference, though, when you look at what Jonathan Taylor is doing, a guy that has got 900 yards on the season after this game, but really had not had a lot of big plays coming into this game. And what you see is a dude that every time he gets the ball, he gets 4 to 5 yards, 4 to 6 yards, over and over and over. And we just don't got one of them things. So I'm not putting it all on the running backs. I'm not putting it all – it's definitely a group package here. Thank God Jonathan Taylor had pulled the old bonehead, dropped the ball. I swear, man, on everything. Call me crazy. I think that ball crossed the goal line before he dropped that thing. I'm not kidding you.
I never saw a good angle that would definitely say he didn't. Dude, that he did. Right?
The Broncos got 2 or 3 incredibly fortuitous calls in their favor, including that one. I don't know how they overturned that thing. That's nuts to me.
Sean Payton talked about that moment.
It's a fair question. I can't recall covering that. It wouldn't be a teaching point.
Oh wait, I gotta read back. Sorry about that. He was asked, because the play itself is so unbelievable. Would you coach it? Is it a coaching point? And Sean was kind of like, not really.
It's a fair question. I can't recall covering that. It wouldn't be a teaching point. Yeah, I think that'll be difficult for the coaches and everyone of his teammates. It'll just be difficult, and I don't get it. And so, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Whether he crossed the line, it's a slightly moot point, because what in the world are you thinking? I don't know if there's another play in sports that is confounding as the habit of dropping the ball slightly before you cross the goal line. If it happened one time ever, it would be like, you got to be kidding me.
It's 2 or 3 times every year.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that was the announcer said it was the second time this year.
Yeah, 2 or 3 times every single year. Look, boys, progress is not linear, and nobody ever assumed that it was going to be. So was it a good game for Bo Nix? Hell no. It was not a good game. I'll give him credit. He threw a couple nice throws at the end of the game, and he got to walk away with a good taste in his mouth by the time it was all said and done. But there was a huge part of that game where I flat out didn't think the Broncos deserved to win the game. I mean, I'm being serious. They didn't deserve to win, and neither did the Colts, for the record. Neither one of those teams deserved to win that game.
Should have been a tie?
Yes, that's what I literally tweeted that. I literally tweeted, in this game in a tie, because neither one of these teams deserved to win this thing. And what drove me the most nuts about that game is the amount of sudden change moments in the game that went in the Broncos' favor that they were incapable of capitalizing on. From turnovers to great punt returns, not being able to turn it into points. I mean, they must have had 4 sudden change moments that were an opportunity for the Broncos to run away with the game. And I guess on the scoreboard it looks like they did. But holy cow, was that a frustrating experience to watch.
Well, the first good Mims return on the other side of the 50, and they didn't score on that one. Heartbreakers when they end up getting that call back from the rushing touchdown, right? No, we're calling back Denver's ball. By the way, I don't hear you guys complaining about that. If it goes out of bounds, you lose possession.
Not now.
Today,
it's a great rule.
Yeah,
love that rule.
Today, right?
Awesome rule.
Yeah.
Who would ever change that?
But that's that right there, getting that type of break. That's where you're hoping that drive now goes right down the field, and you put points on.
And
the
they
board,
went 3 and out.
And it was 3 and out and a punt.
Right. And you don't even have to score off of that, but what you got to do is you got to get a first down or two so that you can flip the field.
Yeah.
Well, there were a lot of remarkable, whether you think they deserved it or not, there were some remarkable plays by the Broncos. And one in particular that led to a penalty call that is pretty funny just to even hear or to understand what you can and can't do. Plus, Surtain being put back in the game after getting leveled. Our own Jeff Legwold and Sean Payton, from what I understand, I have not heard it, but I've heard about it. So I kind of want to hear it for the first time on the air. But apparently they had an interesting back and forth today on the conference call. So stick around. We got tons of great stuff to talk about, including Travis Hunter winning the Heisman Trophy. The Nuggets, I don't know. Maybe they're fixed now. Maybe it's all good. Maybe it's all right. The Nuggets and the Avs, maybe they both got fixed over the weekend, and we're good with both of them. Plenty of great stuff to talk to. Happy holidays from your friends here at PHD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. Excuse me. Hey, it's the holidays. It's a little chilly out. Still, you can get outside. You don't want to be freezing in your home. I host the Premier Heating and Air Show every Saturday morning at 7:30 a.m. Podcast is available at altitudesportsradio.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're in need of heating and air experts, go to premieraircolorado.com or give them a call at 720-547-8009. Premier Heating and Air is an independent American Standard and air conditioning dealer. We love American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning as well. Now is the time where you're hearing my voice. I can get you a special deal. Usually it's $89, but come here. $49 furnace tune-up. Just mention my name. $1,000 trade-in credit. 0% interest financing for 60 months. There's all sorts of great deals going on with Premier. And again, just use my name when you call 720-547-8009. Get that DMAC deal, man. PremierAirColorado.com. That's PremierAirColorado.com. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
They set up Mitchell. It's going to be a double pass. And that one is intercepted. Oh! It's Bonito. Unbelievable. Bonito had a 71-yard pick six against Cleveland 2 weeks ago. Strikes again for Denver.
Illegal demonstration. Number 15 on the scoring team. That 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the try.
Illegal demonstration. So
first time I've ever heard that one called. Have you ever heard that?
Scotty, when you put your hands down your pants, just hanging around there in the hotel room, it's
well, I thought
demonstration.
I think the official would have been better. It says unsportsmanlike penalty. He did the Michael Jackson.
Exactly, or the Marshawn Lynch.
Mm-hmm. No, just you're sitting on the couch watching TV.
I cannot believe
illegal demonstration.
I guess some fan tweeted me and they're like, "Man, Nick Bonito came up with the greatest celebration of all time right there." And I tweeted back, I was like, "Do you really not know who did that first?" Like, no.
That was Marshawn.
Yeah.
I was on the Beastquake.
I was on the field.
I was with you right there.
If you notice, though, Nick didn't get up in the air very well. You got to jump up higher, and you got to get your back a little bit more flat.
Perhaps get that illegal demonstration going a little tighter.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hey, all I know is you had a 48-yard extra point.
You did. That was a banger.
That.
You know what was so crazy in that game? The wind. How windy was it? It was so windy, they couldn't have two flags on the field. They practice the national anthem. They practice the national anthem, and there's a Colorado flag and an American flag. They had to go without the Colorado flag because it was getting away from them. So they used all the people that were going to be holding the Colorado flag just to hold the American flag.
Wow.
That's how windy it was. We were down one flag. Never mind the skydivers. No skydiving going on there yesterday. And it was like, before the game, it was crazy. Tents were blowing over. Tailgate parties were askew. But you know what? I don't think the wind really had much of a factor on the game, as it turns out. It looks like the wind was, kind of a non-factor. I was surprised by that.
They said it was 15 to 35 mile per hour winds, depending on any point of the game. But watching it on TV, I certainly couldn't tell that was a factor. I don't know if in the game it felt different, but on TV, you wouldn't even know and had somebody not told me.
I am a little surprised based on how windy it was before the game, the flag thing, the skydivers, all these, the flags were just ripping, but it just didn't seem to matter. So, all right. So, hey, cool. Glad it wasn't a big deal. Although, Bo Nix came out without sleeves, and it's like, all right, you're a tough guy, I guess, but the Broncos are in the shade there, Scott. You know what I mean? Like, the opposition is in the sun, which, during September can be brutal because it's super hot, but it's kind of nice. It's nicer when it's just a bright, cool day. Now, the sun goes down, obviously, in the second half for everybody, but I thought Bo Nix played like crap in the beginning, and I do wonder if it just was like, he hasn't played in a lot of discomfort sort of games. I wonder if that had something to do with it, too. I'm throwing it out there. Just a point of observation.
You got to find an excuse somewhere.
Well,
I'm telling you, he had his worst game as a Bronco. I'm not hiding from that.
Oh, it was bad. And you could see he got into a fragile mental state at some point in the game. And getting credit to Bo because he actually talked about it after the game, and I give him a lot of credit. I thought it was a very mature response when he was talking about it. He admitted that, yes, you get in your own head afterwards, and then the battle becomes not seeing ghosts. So a very mature response to the situation, but you could see he got broken mentally during that game, and you knew that because he stopped taking chances. I don't know that the wind had anything to do with it, to be honest, D-Mac, because the balls that he threw that got intercepted, I guess in theory you could say the wind carried an extra 5 yards.
I don't think so. I think he wasn't seeing it. He was losing confidence. Sean Payton wasn't calling the right game. I mean, it was.
Well, it's really hard. That
bad.
makes it really hard on a play caller when you know that your quarterback is in a fragile state of mind.
Yeah.
As a play caller,
and your running game is non-existent.
Non-existent.
Exactly.
Non-existent.
How do you go about managing that, right? Because you got to push the field. You got to continue to be aggressive, but you dump the screens off. You have as many behind the line throws as you could possibly get. It makes life tough on everyone.
Well, Yeah.
Or you know another thing you do, Tyler? You find your tight ends.
Okay.
Well, they did a little bit.
You got 2 of them for touchdowns.
You got 2 of them for touchdowns. Troutman was 2 of 20. Atkins was 1 of 15. They both had touchdowns. And Kroll was 2 of 8. I mean, that's all right. I mean, relatively.
That touchdown throw to Atkins, it was a variation of the exact same play. I don't know if you guys remember when I was breaking it down a few weeks back when they had Mims in the backfield that went reverse action, a little dive action with Jaleel down the middle. Atkins blocked 1,000, 2,000. Nobody was there. It was a variation of the exact same play in the exact same spot of the field, and it worked perfectly again.
Well, I tell you,
a nice job of Atkins. He break 1 or 2 tackles to get it in there too. So,
yeah, man, it was cool. I mean, listen, these aren't long drives because you were handed the ball in tremendous, territory. So that's cool. Want to get to the Leggy and Payton about Patrick Surtain here in just a second, but let's take a moment to give Nick Bonito some props, bro. Like, he is making a run at Defensive Player of the Year in the NFL. And Dan Orlovsky did an all-22 breakdown. That play he made was extraordinary. And I'm telling you this, watching the all-22 on it, if Richardson catches that ball, man, if that's not a touchdown, I'd be surprised. It was set up absolutely perfectly. It was basically a screen pass to Richardson after all the, the voodoo stuff. How Nick Bonito?
I think it was going to be a double throw. Was it?
No, it was set up as a screen. Richardson was 1,000% going to run it. 1,000%. You go back and watch it. It was set up for a screen for him to run, and they had it blocked except for one dude, Nick Bonito, who, first of all, he didn't get sucked in, right? He didn't get drawn across the field. So he more or less held his edge, held his area of the field. Then he slips a block. And then he sprints forward to pick the ball off. Like, you see some of those weirdo high school tapes where the linebacker runs through and they go to pitch it to a running back and he just grabs it and runs in the end zone. Like, only things that can happen in just, lower levels of football.
Which didn't they end up calling that a fumble return, right? Because
they did.
That was a pitch back, right?
Correct. Yeah. Correct.
So he's had a pick six and a fumble return in back-to-back weeks.
Yeah, I guess you can't call it a scoop and score, but it's the equivalent of that. I guess. Such an extraordinary play. I'm actually like, how did you do that? Like, how did he read it? How did he see it? How did he not get faked out? It's you don't get coached to do this.
No.
Hey, listen now. No, hold on, because we talked about that last game. That pick six he had in that Cleveland game was an unbelievable defensive play where he was playing the zone, stayed home, passed one guy off to grab the second guy, pass that guy off, and then boom, he's right there, steps in front of that third guy. That was an unbelievably disciplined play he had on that one too. So two games in a row. He's just been a disciplined player, I guess, right?
I guess so. But that is as good of a defensive football play as you're going to see. And the guy who threw the ball back to Richardson, he was like, I thought he was open. Then he came out like Earl Reed.
Ed Reed,
sorry. And it
Earl was a hell of a player, too.
That's true.
Ed's little brother.
It was open. It was a good play. They talked about that it worked over and over in practice. They called it at the right time.
I thought it was actually one of the dumber trick plays I've ever seen.
Go back and watch it on the all-22, man. That's a touchdown if he gets it to Richardson. It's a touchdown.
I give Nick Bonito a lot of credit because, when that ball gets tossed to the other side of the field, a lot of players just kind of shut it down because that ball is so far away from me. I've got zero chance of making an impact on the play. Stayed engaged. The dude, it just took him forever to get the ball back to Anthony Richardson. And anytime you see that wide receiver take a step back, immediately it's going to be a trick play.
But you think it's going down the field, though. I mean, you're right.
No, it goes to that quarterback all the time.
You throw it back to the quarterback all the time for a screen?
A lot.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I guess I don't see it that often, but I'll take your word.
I've not seen it from that far. I thought the receiver was way wider than you usually see that.
Yeah, well, a lot of times you'll see the quarterback do a little wheel route or something also on the little throwback. So there's lots of variations of how you can do it, but it doesn't matter. Nick Bonito did a tremendous job of sniffing it out and staying engaged. That was the impressive part to me is once that ball went away, most players shut it down.
Well, the Broncos all bid on it, rightfully so, except for Bonito. So not only does Bonito not bite on it, he gets past a block. I mean, it's serious next level stuff. It's serious, and to me, along with Mims and his big return, that and Jonathan Taylor dropping the ball. So I understand what you're saying. Like, hey, the Broncos didn't deserve it; they played so bad. But let's give Nick Bonito some props for making one hell of a play.
Of course,
I mean, extraordinary, great stuff.
Well,
great
and
stuff.
hold on, aren't you going to probably get Mims? And I don't know what else happened, transpired special teams. Doesn't he got to be up there in the special teams player of the week this week?
No, D-Mac's in the camp of anybody can return punts. He doesn't even want Mims on the team.
I like it if you can give your team an advantage, but don't overblow it with special teams.
But I mean, good Lord, man, a couple good returns and we couldn't do anything with it.
Well, they scored a touchdown on the long one.
On the second one?
On the 60-yard one, right?
Yeah.
They scored a touchdown off of it. Did they not? That was to Atkins, wasn't it? Or Troutman?
I don't remember, to be honest.
They scored a touchdown. I mean, brought it to like the 7-yard line. They scored a touchdown on that one. I forget exactly. I think it was I think it was Atkins. I think it was Atkins.
That one was Atkins.
But yeah, I feel you. And listen, it took 5 turnovers by the Colts. 5 turnovers. Bananas. Okay, I'll get to Legwald and Payton here in a second. What did you guys think? First of all, great interception by Surtain. Makes a pick, goes down untouched, and I'm going to guess he was probably thinking of Jaquan McMillan the game before, who fell down untouched, got up and ran in for a touchdown. So I don't blame Surtain for saying, I wasn't touched, I should get up and run. I mean, I get it. But boy, oh boy, did he take a tough hit, man. Yeah. And I was so nervous that he was getting his knee blown out, not his ankle. Okay, that happens. Broncos do nothing with that. You're right. What do you think about him going back in, the Broncos putting him back in the game at that point?
Yeah, it's always tough without understanding the circumstances. How severe was it? Did he feel like it was a big deal or not? I mean, hindsight 2020, you look back on it, you're like, the game was pretty much in the bag. I mean, I guess in theory there was a crazy situation. There was a world in which something crazy could happen, but the game was in the bag. And you had Quinn Miners went out, which was scary. You had Pat Surtain get injured. Both guys end up coming back in the game. Now the question for me, I don't really know how to answer the question because I don't know how serious the first one was. Did it become more serious on the second one? I just don't know. I wasn't on the field. But I do wonder, now on a Thursday night game, you might have no choice but to sit him. You might have to sit Riley Moss. You might have to sit Pat Surtain because if you're following the formula of what the Broncos have told you anyways, they're okay with losing this game against the Chargers, and they damn sure better make sure that he's healthy next week because you're going to have a short week the next week as well.
Well,
they're going to flex that game into Saturday night, and so it's going to be 2 short weeks in a row. Well, I guess it's a long week because you had Thursday night.
Right. So Leggy on the conference call today, and I have not heard this yet, but I just heard it got a little spicy. Little spicy with Leggy and Sean about Surtain.
With Leggy and Sean, no way.
That's what I heard. I have not heard it, but I heard about it, so let's see what it is.
John, yeah, just not going into the injury specifically, but did you
I'm not going into the injuries at all, Jeff.
Okay. Well, I was just curious if you had any sort of feeling about Pat.
I like Pat.
Okay. In general, yes. Okay. It just seemed like
I like him a lot.
He was moving around fine after the game, but I don't know how you saw him this morning.
Jeff. I appreciate your question.
I
like Pat.
Yeah, I think everyone does. Beyond that, with the young corners, can you expand on the decision to sort of how you used them yesterday in certain looks?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think going in, we wanted to focus with Damari in the base down in distances because we were able to kind of identify or have a better clue of who was playing what receiver. And then the sub packages, Chris got more of that work, and those guys handled that well. It was good. 2 things took place yesterday. We felt somewhat positive about this young corner out of Pitt a few years ago, and it was good to see him getting back in and competing because he did a good job. And relative to the young player, we felt somewhat positive when we looked at him coming out in this year's draft. And the last 2 weeks, he showed some moxie, stayed with his guy, didn't panic when the ball's in the air. There's something about him. And so in both cases, I was really encouraged.
What is it with those two?
That wasn't that bad.
I like Pat. I like Pat a lot.
They are the odd couple, man. Leggy and Sean, man.
But he did pacify him at the end when he finally got the question.
Great question. Great question.
Game plan, great question.
Great question.
Let me get snarky with him, but still remember that the digital ink in which Leggy writes with is always available and never runs out.
There is. Listen, I think there's mutual respect between the two of them. I do think it's there, but it's an interesting relationship. What can I tell you? And good for Jeff for not backing down. Right? And
I'll eventually change the question.
Eventually, yeah. Listen, you can watch us on the Safeway Twitch stream. Celebrate the holidays with Safeway. We have everything you need to create a holiday menu your whole family will love. Download the Safeway app to clip deals, plan your meals, and shop for the season's best. Save time this holiday season with pickup or delivery. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Okay, the Travis Hunter acceptance speech was just next level. And details about his dad that I don't know if many of us are aware about. And a salute to one of the most extraordinary moments in CU history with Travis Hunter winning the Heisman. Coming up next. Closest Heisman vote in 15 years between Travis and Genty. And good for Ashton Genty, too. By the way, did you see Cam Scattaboo picked up a couple votes, too?
Did not. How many get? 5?
A little bit. I think he got 1 first-place vote. They got 7 total votes. Shadur was 5th place. I don't know why they didn't invite him. He was in 5th place on the vote.
Stupid.
Far behind. So I don't know, why is that? Whatever. Who cares? What a moment, though. Favorite moment of the Heisman. And I don't know how much you watched. I got to admit, I was at the Avs game. I kind of cheated it. I just sort of watched the last 5 minutes. But, did I need to watch the whole hour? Or was the last, 5 minutes kind of it?
It's the speech that matters, for sure. First off, do you guys think I can pull off that suit?
No.
You think I get the little cross V-neck thing that's going on?
No, you cannot pull off that suit.
No?
No.
I think Scott would look pretty good.
It looked like a revision of the 70s leisure suit.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'll tell you this.
Baby blue.
Without a doubt, whatever we want to say about that suit, I guarantee you he knows more about that suit and style than we do put together. So any thoughts we have towards any fashion at all should be completely disregarded.
No, you know what was kind of cool? Sometimes you kind of take these things for granted, and these players, you just assume that it's not that big of a deal to them. I'm him. I know I'm going to be the second overall pick, this and that. But to see what that moment meant to him, it took him 5 minutes to get up on stage.
It was awesome.
Like hugging his coaches, hugging his friends, his family, his fiance, all those sorts of things.
Take your time. Take your time.
To the point where they didn't know what to do on TV.
Well, you got to keep going.
You got to keep going.
Yeah, I mean, you just won the award, man. It's one award. You won it. You can take as much time as you want. Nobody's going to play you off.
I mean, that moment meant the world to him, and I just thought it was truly one of the most authentic speeches I've ever seen in my life. And sometimes when they go too long, it drives you nuts. Not that one.
Nah, and when he got to his dad, I don't know about you guys, I started getting a little misty, man. I got a little choked up. No doubt about it.
And I want to say something to my father. He's not here to be able to make it, but I know you're watching on TV. Dad, I love you. All the stuff you went through, man. I look at your oldest son. I did it for you, man. All the times that you didn't get to see me. When the time you came to see my games. From not seeing probably 2 games in high school to seeing me on TV every weekend and coming to see me, man. That means so much to me. I know you wanted to be here and you can't. But trust me, I got you. I'm bringing the trophy home. I love you.
And then later on, I don't know if you guys saw it. I hope you did. Of somebody filmed Travis Hunter Sr. By the way, it's Travis Hunter Jr. Filmed Travis Hunter Sr. watching that, getting all broken up, watching it on TV. He's only 39 years old. Travis Hunter's dad is only 39 years old. And the reason he missed the games this fall, guy was in jail for 90 days and just got released on December 5th. So I don't know what the exact reasons are. I would guess it's got something to do with that. I don't know. So unfair for me to speculate, I guess. But he couldn't be there. But you want to talk about a classy move by Travis Hunter, because we all talk about Deion Sanders is his, other dad or whatever. Nobody really talks about his dad. And listen, things obviously weren't sweet. I mean, they moved from Florida to Georgia to get out of a bad situation. And his mom's got, he's got a stepdad, so things aren't great there. But that was a moment, Scott. I don't know, man. That was as emotional and as cool of a moment in an acceptance speech as I've ever seen.
Well, I sent you the video of his dad actually watching when Travis was saying that. You could see kind of the raw emotion. Listen, we're all proud of our kids in different moments. Most times it's, making a goal in soccer or getting a base hit in baseball or, in Tyler's case, pancake blocking or winning a butterfly or something like that. There's only a handful who get to see their kid go up and accept the trophy for the greatest college football player of the year. But it was pretty raw, pretty emotional when he mentioned it. And I could just imagine as a dad, you're there, because then not only are you proud of your dad, I mean, proud of your son, then you're all of a sudden caught up in that, boy, it's they always say right before you die, your life flashes before your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
You almost wonder when those moments happen. All of a sudden it flashes in front of you. What did I waste?
Yep.
Yeah.
How much time as a dad have I wasted? And I got to believe that plays into some of the emotion.
Well, I mean, obviously the dad's made some mistakes. I mean, we don't need to beat it up, but it's pretty obvious. And to have your son being that forgiving and that generous at that sort of moment, oh my God.
He's
kind of
mature
ridiculous.
beyond his age, to be honest with you, watching Travis Hunter for, to assume, that it was as rough as, the mom moving out of Florida to Georgia to get away, I'm assuming, and obviously went and played for a bigger high school or a more popular one.
I don't think the high school had anything to do with it, though, bro. I think it was a bad situation.
It was complicated. That's just simple as that.
But to have all that complication, as you're saying, go through, and to still seem to be as mature as he is. And listen, he's still a kid. He's still up on stage flashing the watch sign to Shadeur, and he's still doing some, kid things also. But then he gets up and speaks, and that speech becomes will be iconic. I mean, ESPN will run that thing
awesome.
over and over. You got to believe as they get ready for next year's Heisman.
Yeah, and then my guy Doug Flutie gets to be in every single shot. I don't know. It's just the way he was positioned on the camera. It was like Travis and Doug Flutie for the whole thing. I'll tell you this, Travis, you guys here, I mean, there's all sorts of cool stuff. He paid for 50 folks to come out there, like teammates and stuff. 50. 5-0.
He wanted to do the whole team also. He just couldn't figure it out.
Hey, 50? Pretty cool, man. I know he's going through some drama here the past 24 hours about his girlfriend and this, that, the other thing. There's only one little thing that I'm a little bit nervous for Travis Hunter for. Just a pinch. Small thing. Is that he's into this IRL. Do you guys know what IRL streaming is? Do you guys know? If you don't know, it's fine. But it's in real life streaming, where you more or less just sit there and you stream yourself playing video games and other stuff. And for younger people, it's not really an older person thing, but for younger people, they'll just watch you play video games for like hours and hours and hours on end. Well,
isn't that how Twitch started off being?
It's huge on Twitch. It's primarily a Twitch thing for all the Twitch folks out there. Yeah. So he's into that. And I watched a little bit of how emotional he was today defending his girlfriend. My only just pinch nerves about Travis in the future is that's a world that you can get caught up in, and I would think there's a lot of toxic nature about it.
Well, that was the first time I've literally ever seen Travis seem mad about something, like ever. He's the most humble, down-to-earth dude ever. It's hard to explain how certain kids just develop the motivation and the drive that they get. He's a 4.0 student. He's a homebody. He doesn't party. He doesn't drink. He doesn't smoke, all those sorts of things. And he's been nothing but humble and gracious every time you've ever heard him speak. But he did get frustrated, and he did get mad about the stuff that's getting speculated about his girlfriend. And the streaming stuff, though, I mean, dude, there are so many players in the NFL now that are living that life.
Yeah.
I mean, Von Miller was living that life. And that was when it first kind of started getting going. He was doing the Twitch stream and playing video games.
Yep.
I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, there's the list goes on and on and on. It's just a part of the culture that these young kids live in now.
It's such a wild thing. It's so open. It's so inviting for everybody to be part of. That's it. Other than that, I don't see anything stopping this kid. I think he's going to be a New England Patriot. I think the Giants did their best to stay in the running. So did the Patriots win or lose? I think they lost. Did they? What did they do?
They lost, I believe.
Okay. And the Raiders get to crap the bed tonight and do their part in it. 2 games tonight. Falcons at the Raiders. Ooh, boy. Ugh, man, somebody's got to win that game. Maybe it's a tie. And Bears and Vikings as well. Yeah, who did the Patriots lose to?
They lost to the Cardinals.
The Cardinals. Boy. So they took care of business. So you still
they had a chance. They had a chance to win that game, didn't they?
Well, it's 30-17, so I didn't follow it. You got to tell me, man. I didn't see any highlights. I don't know that game.
31-13.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
How about the Chargers getting smoked?
What do you think about that?
Smoked 40-17 by
Weren't they
Tampa
up
Bay.
14-7?
Again, I guess you would have to tell me. I'll take your word for it. I didn't know that. All I know is they got their butts whipped, which I did not see that coming. I don't think it changes my opinion on this game on Thursday night on a short week with Pat Surtain banged up and Riley Moss out of the game. But maybe it's a good thing for the Broncos.
Well, I think Herbert's a little banged up too. Let's see. It was 17-13 at halftime, Chargers. And then Tampa Bay outscored the Chargers 27-0 in the second half. Hey, one thing that's
like Denver.
That is really interesting to know, because one thing that Denver's done such an extraordinary job with is piling it on late. They haven't started great. The Broncos really haven't started all that great, but they have had a knack late in games for putting up points one way or the other. And to see that the Chargers are susceptible to it, okay, so where does that put the Broncos in the playoff picture, and what are we truly rooting for? Details next.
it's I'm not gonna lie, it's tough. You start getting a little bit in your head, and you start questioning, what am I actually seeing it? Am I, what was that? And so it's tough, but we're all, I feel like everybody goes through it. So the ones that can get out of it and finish the game and win and not let it dictate the outcome of the game, that's usually when you find some maturity and you find some growth. And that, I just got to continue to do that. Unfortunately, it's not the first time I've thrown 3 in a game. Hopefully it's not going to be the last, or hopefully it's the last, but probably football will tell you it's not going to be if you play it long enough. So just got to move on to the next play and get the next completion.
I would say Bo after the game was rattled and composed at the same time. like what just happened there? We won, right? Yeah, we won. But boy, oh boy, that wasn't exactly sweet for me. And I think he was having some severe moments of doubt there on the sideline. Had to be
question.
Raised up by his teammates. I think he was seeing ghosts a little bit yesterday. He was questioning, what am I seeing? What am I doing out here?
Well, the first pick was horrible, but I've seen Tom Brady and I've seen Peyton Manning and I've seen, they lock in, boom, there's a receiver, and you miss that linebacker or that corner sliding over from the opposite side, just jumps in front of the ball. And when you see that pick, and I know you guys did the same thing, when you see that pick, you're going, what the hell is he looking at?
What is he looking at? Yeah.
I mean, that guy hit him right in between the numbers. But again, you stare down a guy and you're not paying attention to the periphery. That stuff kind of happens. That was a bad throw. They overthrow to Cortland. I've seen that. You could see the window tight down between the corner and the safety. That thing got a little small. And, maybe he's thinking, Cortland go a little deeper or whatever. And he just kind of put air on that one. That might have been an indecisive throw. Not necessarily horrible, but a horrible result, obviously. But yeah, I just thought the first one was the one you're like, come on now. That's the one that you hope you avoid.
It is 5 interceptions in two games, two consecutive games.
The overthrow that Scott was just talking about to Cortland there, when Cortland gets to the sideline, Sean Payton laid into Cortland. So I would assume Sean Payton thought that Cortland was supposed to go somewhere else than where Cortland went. It certainly appeared on the sideline that Sean Payton had his quarterback's back. Now, is that Sean? Just he's always going to have his QB's back or not?
Yes.
There are people that are arguing that 2 out of the 3 interceptions were on Cortland Sutton. Now, I don't know. I don't know how anybody would ever know that unless you're in that building and you know what the specific route was that he was supposed to run. But there was clearly a miscommunication between the 2 guys.
Well, I don't think it was Cortland's best game. I think Cortland's.
I thought Cortland made a hell of a play on that one deep throw for the touchdown. That one could have easily been an interception, and Cortland did a good job of getting his hand out and breaking that up. Wait, was that Cortland or who was the receiver?
That was Cortland.
Yeah, that was Cortland.
But Cortland's caught balls like that too.
I know.
Yeah, but that was turn and twisted. That's going to be picked if he didn't get a hand.
He had to go in defense mode there.
I get it, but I've just seen the guy make extraordinary plays. That's all.
But hold on. See, now you're blaming Cortland for this play. Dan keeps running behind you. We'll see it one more time. Look where Cortland is in the middle of. If you can show one more time, Dan. I mean, look. I mean, you're going to tell me that's a good throw? I mean, that's a good idea to make that throw. Watch the defense around him.
Boom.
I mean, it's terrible throw. And terrible I'm far definitely not blaming Cortland Sutton. I'm just saying when he got to the sideline, Sean Payton laid into him.
But again, Cortland Sutton also barked back a little bit too. So again, Cortland and Sean Payton will be okay now.
There you go.
I don't know
what. I mean, even if Cortland, I don't know what the miscommunication could have even been on that.
No, I think it was just a terrible throw. I think Bo's been off a little bit. That's all.
What was the third one?
Oh my God, what was the third one?
We got the one to start the game, and I don't know if that one right there was 2 or 3, but the one to start the game.
That was just one, I thought.
Horrible read.
We got it, Dan? No, that's not the third. Oh, it is the third? So they're down 13-7. Go ahead if that's the third. Zing.
Oh yeah.
That's pretty bad too.
It was the deep comeback.
Yeah, it's not reading. It's not seeing the field. Can't do that. It's third.
Yeah,
You know what? It is third down, though. It's not first down. It's third down. It's not.
Yeah, you
it's
just
not
don't want
great.
a 20-yard return.
You're not even in field goal position on this one either. Not really.
The problem is if you go back and watch when he steps back, look where his eyes are and where they stay the whole time. And Tyler, you can talk about it now. So what's the safety doing when his eyes is on that guy the whole time?
Yeah. I mean, on this one, he did kind of come over to it late, but absolutely, they're able to read his eyes the whole game. I'll tell you this. Bo Nix regressed with his footwork in this game big time. He's been doing a great job of getting comfortable in the pocket. I don't know if you guys noticed on the first interception, but he jumped. Like why? Yeah. And
Which means you have no zip on the ball at all.
There was no reason. It was almost like he felt like he couldn't see or something, but you can't be jumping and throwing if there's no reason to be doing it.
Well, is this the second one? This is the first one. Oh, okay. The first one. This is terrible, too. Oh,
this one is the worst one of them all, in my opinion.
That is awful. That was terrible.
I don't know how these could have been on Courtland Sutton. I mean, come on.
The last two, or the first two you just showed, if you're blaming Courtland Sutton on that, then you may, you're either an apologist or you're not really watching.
Well, the first one, it was the target was little Jordan Humphrey. I remember that too because Bo had just run for a first down, like he made a really nice play to run for the first down, and then it's 1st and 10. Why are you so anxious? Relax, man. I don't know, man. He's been off. I'll tell you that, but he had enough resilience, enough composure. Where Jameis Winston didn't, and neither did Anthony Richardson. Neither one of them had the resilience just to kind of hang in there when things were going poorly.
Well, and
he did.
Neither one of those guys had, and listen, people can say this is a knock. This ain't a knock because quarterback's going to win you games, and sometimes your defense is going to win you games, and sometimes your special teams. And when your quarterback's off, if you want to win a game, and we talked about last week, a must-win, if you will, one of the ones you should win, you got to have it. 2 weeks in a row, your defense and your special teams, and this one in particular, Marvin Mims, showed out.
Yep.
I mean, we'll even throw about the dumb penalty on Benito. Dude, you got a 48-yard extra point. I mean, that's not a gimme.
No, no. But the game.
Come on now.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, what illegal demonstration?
Illegal demonstration. I've literally never heard it described that way. It's usually taunting or whatever. Illegal demonstration. And I didn't see Nick Benito pull it off in real time, like the very first time. And so when they said illegal demonstration, I immediately knew what he did. I'm like, oh, he had to grab himself. Come on. What else could that be?
All right, so what are the illegal demonstrations you can't do?
You grab the Benitos.
You can't grab the Benitos.
Cannot grab the Benitos.
You can't Michael Jackson grab the Benitos.
No grabbing the Benitos.
You can't do the throat slash, right?
No throat slash, right?
You can't fire a gun. You can't even pull an arrow these days.
You can't pull an arrow?
There's the good guys getting flagged for it.
Can you set up a bazooka?
Oh, that's a good question.
So are we saying no on bazookas?
Yeah, I think we're a no-go on bazookas.
How are we doing on knives or axe throwing?
Axe throwing.
How are we like scoring and toss the ball to the official? Is that a penalty anymore?
Yeah, old school.
No
old school
fun,
there.
please,
Yeah, there you
here.
go, Scott. Get off my lawn.
No, I mean, that could be the new celebration.
I'm just curious what other illegal demonstrations there are. That's
By
all.
the way, you see if you hadn't talked about this, the first touchdown of the game, do you remember it?
Mm-hmm.
Richardson
ran
What did he do
in.
in the corner? What did he do in the corner of the end zone to the crowd?
I do not remember. What did he do?
Mile high salute.
Oh, okay. Mocking the opponent's
Somebody
salute.
should have decked him for that one.
Mocking the opponent's celebration is always a classic.
Hey, I'm kind of impressed that dude even knew about the Mile High Salute.
Yeah, there you go.
Anthony Richardson, Gen Z dude, knows about the Mile High Salute.
He's educated.
Yeah, maybe because he actually watched football in history.
There you go.
Well, probably because he's just watching those Tebow tapes.
I just don't get the vibe that Anthony Richardson is big on history, but
why is that? I heard he's really into the Battle of the Bulge.
There you go.
Yeah. But hey, listen, whatever. It's World War II in color now.
It is amazing. That dude, he is the definition of the Bill DeMadden character. I mean, you look at him on the field and you're like, that dude's going to be good. I
didn't realize he was that thick.
Oh, he's thick. He's fast. He's all of it, man.
Hey,
Crazy arm strength. But
when you saw that first completion he had, did you not go,
Oh, yeah.
crap?
Oh, yeah, he came out the gate slinging. It only lasted about 5 minutes, but he came out the gate slinging.
It lasted the first quarter, and that was it.
Yeah.
What we noticed, though, too, I know exactly, and I'm sitting next to Mike Sanford and Vic at the game, and all of us looked at each other like, whoa, okay, that could be a problem today. Because it was like 3 or 4 throws like that, and then, of course, play action's going to work. And he was it was such a beautiful play call on his touchdown run. I mean, it wasn't even close. It was a great play call, great drive. And we're sitting there like, this could be a problem. But then what you noticed on all of his throws, the ones that weren't even in the dirt or 10 feet over their head, you know where they were? They were just like, it should be right here, right in your numbers, right on your shoulder. It's kind of like up to your right, up to your left, his accuracy is, I mean, not only is his accuracy not great when he just doesn't hit you at all, but it really isn't that great like when he puts it on you.
You got to explain to me why they didn't run him. I mean, he had 46 yards, but that all came on one run. Why do they not have 10 to 12 designed runs per game for that guy? It's crazy. That's malpractice as a coach. Like, the dude can't throw.
It would have worked, that's for sure.
What's scary and why it was such a big play, the drop of the touchdown.
Yeah.
And if Denver comes back and scores, because once Denver took the lead, it was almost like the running game became non-existent for Indianapolis. And if they take a 20-7 lead, I think that whole game and the game plan of Indianapolis may change. You might have seen more design runs after that.
Well, I'll tell you what, we can go over now where the Broncos sit, and I am curious what we're all kind of collectively hoping for. 40-point swing, whether on odds to make the playoffs or not with that win. Gargantuan game. 40-point swing, 90% in, 50% out, win-loss, that sort of thing. So let's go over that and see where all that sits. A reminder, if you want to chime in, the voice of the people on the app is powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Love to hear your feedback as well.
I got something for you before the end of the show, just for you. Okay?
Just for me?
Just for you. Your guy Dan Campbell had a moment this week.
Oh, well, I'm always up for talking about Dan Campbell.
Oh, he had a bad moment.
Did he really?
Yeah.
All right, well, we can get through because we'll go through the entire league and how everything sits coming up next.
Hey, if you notice your hair starting to fall out, it sucks. I know. I've been there. I get it. It's a bad feeling. And you might have already gone online, spent your hard-earned money on the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Nothing's working the way you want it to. Dang it. Well, time to invest in yourself. Do it the right way with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. You guys, nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and now it's your turn. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. It's a one-day job. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. The entire team, the best of the best. You're going to love everybody over there at Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair, they believe in what they do so much that they guarantee for life that your hair is going to grow. Matter of fact, your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day. That's a great feeling knowing a company believes in what they do so much that they guarantee it for life. So don't waste your time. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration today. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Simply call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Well, those were some of the challenge. Like at halftime, it was like, look, D, we talked about the quarterback run, the zone, all of that, and special teams. We talked about winning the net punt battle. We weren't doing that. Offensively, ball security at a premium, and we weren't doing that, and that was frustrating. So we, as coaches, myself, starting with myself, have to do a better job, and we will.
Yeah, Sean was tough on himself. He wasn't going easy on himself. We'll get some no dumb questions here in about 10 minutes. Scotty is in Sacramento, where the Nuggets have fixed all their problems. I'm happy to report that from over the weekend. It's good to know that that's fixed. And the Avs. They both fixed all of their problems. And now it'll be blue skies.
You called the Avs game, though, right? That first game home from that long road trip, and then all of a sudden, against a better team, they just pounded Nashville, didn't they?
Well, Bedsy was not happy after the game. He said we still didn't play good. Everybody's sick. Said Logan O'Connor was puking in a bucket, at the first intermission, but Blackwood stopped basically everything, and you got some empty netters, and you won 5-2, and. Here we go. You got two good goalies. They got a good personality. Blackwood's a big dude for hockey. That dude is large, 6'4". And then I asked Bednar, I go, does it help? Height, is that good? He goes, yeah. I was like, yeah, dummy. And he goes, we would pick a taller goaltender 100 out of 100 times if at all. And it was like. It's like the fat kid syndrome.
It just blows my mind that there's like 6'7" goaltenders that can do the spread eagle. I mean, I'm 6'8". My body doesn't move like those guys' bodies do.
If you've got a kid who's ridiculously tall and can't play basketball for whatever reason, even not ridiculously tall, if your kid's going to be like 6'5" to 6'7", put him on some skates and put him in the goal. Your future is bright. We'll get to all of that in just a little bit. Tell me about the Dan Campbell stuff, because we can go through where the Broncos sit. They're sixth now. They actually are over the Chargers. They have a game lead on the Chargers now. And if the playoffs were to start today, Scott, Broncos against Russell Wilson, man, if it were to start today, how about that? That would be pretty awesome. Well, we got more time to go. What'd Campbell do? I thought it was a blowout for a while there with the Bills.
Well, it more or less was a blowout. And believe me, this pains me to give this to you because I'm a huge fan of Dan Campbell, and you and your prediction that he's going to do something stupid to get himself out of the playoffs. It pains me to give this to you, but I got no choice. I mean, this was a bad one. So they are getting smoked by the Bills in this game. But they're trying to fight back, and slowly but surely they make it a ball game. There's 10 minutes left in the game. The Lions had just scored they're down by 10 points, okay? So I think it was 45, or I forget what the score was, but they were down by 10 points.
Down by 10.
And
how much time's left?
10 minutes on the clock.
Okay.
12 minutes on the clock. Okay, you're down by 10, 12 minutes on the clock. And
a lot of time.
You got yourself a football game, right?
Down by 10, 12
down by
to go.
10 points.
Sure.
We got ourselves a competitive football game.
Yeah, you're going to have at least two possessions.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Well, what does Dan Campbell do? You don't know?
Goes for the touchdown, not the field goal?
No.
What?
He scores to get down by 10, goes for the onside kick.
Why?
He goes for an onside kick with 12 minutes left in the game.
You have to declare it, so he declared it.
You have no choice but to declare it. And you're only allowed to go for the onside kick in the fourth quarter in today's football. So he goes for an onside kick, which nobody can explain.
Why would he do that?
And obviously the worst part about it, not only did they not recover it, the Bills catch the ball and they take it all the way down to the 4-yard line or 5-yard line.
Wow.
So they return the onside kick down to the 5-yard line.
Wow.
This game is getting out of control. Dan Campbell's the world's biggest idiot. Well, lo and behold, somehow the Lions find a way to fight themselves back into this ball game again. Okay?
Did the Bills score a touchdown there, or is that when they missed
I
little?
I actually don't know.
I think because I saw the Bills missed a very short field goal. Was it on that possession?
That would explain a lot how they were still in the game.
Well, they definitely missed a really short field goal. I saw a highlight of that. I don't know when it came, though. I will assume it's then.
I would assume it as well because the game should have been out of control at that point.
Right, because if you're down by 17 with 7 to go, whatever the time's left, the game's certainly over.
Well, so somehow the game continues, and now Dan Campbell's not done with the bad decisions, okay?
Mm-hmm.
They're still in this ball game, like long shot, but they're in this thing.
Okay.
Buffalo's got the ball with 2:40 on the clock.
Okay.
Bills have got 3 timeouts in the bag.
All right.
And a 2-minute warning.
Okay.
So you got 4 timeouts left.
Bills do. Okay.
Bills do.
And the Bills have the ball.
Excuse me. The Lions have got 4 timeouts left. The Bills have got the ball.
Ah, okay.
Right? Bills run the ball on 3rd down to set up a field goal.
Okay.
2:40 on the clock after the dude gets tackled.
Okay.
What do you do then?
Call timeout.
Nope. We're not going to call timeout.
You got to be kidding me.
We're going to let this thing eke down.
Down to the 2-minute warning?
To the 2 minutes and 2 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, my.
So
and call timeout then?
No. You don't call timeout, but they kicked the field goal, and there was 2 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, okay.
Now,
that's
the game's
dumb.
out of control.
Okay.
But the Lions march down the field and they score. Still, some way, somehow, they've got like 12 seconds left on the clock. They go for the onside kick. This time, it's perfectly executed, and everybody and their mother thought that the Lions got the recovery. They didn't get it. But he had 2 absolute bonehead decisions at the end of the game there that absolutely cost his team.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to manage a game. He coaches from the heart, not the head.
I still love the dude. He's still my guy.
It's the cult of Campbell. But this is the stuff that's going to cost him. I mean, it cost him this game, although I guess it doesn't really matter, right? They're still the number 1 seed. But this is why the Lions will not win the Super Bowl. Oh, wow, they're tied with the Eagles, but they do have the tiebreaker based on best win percentage in conference games. But they're there with the Eagles. Are the Bills a better team than the Lions, Scott?
Well, both teams were banged up. Neither team had, they were probably 60% healthy. I think it's surprising to me not to see Buffalo score 45, but to give up 40 or 38 or whatever it was.
42,
whatever it was.
Well, they just gave up 44 to the Rams before.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So the defense part of it is absolutely shocking to me because I think, and I said this the other day to somebody, if Bills can't win it this year, I'm not sure they're ever going to be able to win it. I think this is their best opportunity. That being said, this is about as bad of a defensive football team. I mean, when they went 4 in a row and lost back in the 80s and 90s, their defense was pretty good. Their defense right now is horrid. Now, I think their entire defensive backfield is like, second, third teamers.
All right, well, let me tie this into the Broncos because here's where it sits. Have you seen the Steelers' last 3 games, by the way?
Not really.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I've seen the scores. But...
No. What they have left. The Steelers, what they have left. They've got Ravens, Bengals, Chiefs. Not in that order, but they've got Chiefs, Bengals, Ravens. They got that left. That's the Steelers' last 3 games.
So basically the same as us.
We throw the Chargers in there that just got scallywagged by, the Buccaneers yesterday. So I don't know if we got as hard of a schedule as they got. My point being is the Ravens are now a game behind the Steelers. How confident are we that the Steelers are going to win that division right now?
Pretty confident.
Well, they get the Chiefs this week, and Mahomes is going to be questionable. So that could play out in their positive.
Okay. I'm just pointing out, you realize, who would you rather play in the first round of the playoffs, y'all?
Pittsburgh.
Right. Chiefs. Not the Ravens. We don't really want to go to Baltimore, right?
Chiefs.
Definitely don't want to go to Baltimore.
You would rather play the Chiefs in the first round. You're being serious, right? I hope you are.
I get it.
Kind of.
I get it, Scott, and there's a lot of people saying the same thing. Patrick Mahomes is in the running to be the greatest of all time quarterbacks, right?
Yep.
I, generally speaking, don't want to play people that are in the running to be the greatest of all time in the playoffs.
Well,
who'd y'all beat in 2015, the AFC Championship?
I got it. I mean, if I could have chosen a lesser opponent, I would have.
Here's the problem, unfortunately, the Bills actually have a pretty easy schedule, man. Do you know what the Bills' last 3 games are? Patriots, Jets, Patriots.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So,
God, it can't get any easier than that.
Right? So they're going to go 14-3. The Chiefs' final 3 games are the Texans, Steelers, and Broncos. 3 playoff teams for the Chiefs. How are they going to do in those last 3 games?
Probably pretty good.
2-1.
I mean, they'll probably win the first 2 and then not play their starters in the last one.
Well, if they go 2-1, then they win first place because the Bills can't catch them. Even if the Bills go 3-0 in their last, they go 2-1. The Bills are down by 2. Now, the Bills do have the tiebreak over the Chiefs, but if the Chiefs really can figure that out and go 2-1, they're fine. If they go 1-2 and the Bills go 3-0, the Bills will be the number 1 seed. So that last game for the Chiefs, it may matter, it may not matter. It may matter, it may not matter for the Broncos. But I'm just asking you guys who you really want to see in the playoffs and what the strategy really is. Now, I know you just go out and win the games. You worry about the rest later.
No strategy.
No, I get it. But I'm sitting here thinking I have become the biggest Pittsburgh Steelers fan in the world right now. And I want the Steelers. I do not think they're that good of a team. I think the Broncos' best chance to advance right now is to play the Steelers in Pittsburgh. You guys?
Well, Pittsburgh's arguably the most well-rounded football team of the bunch, but they're the least dynamic of them. So I'll take the least dynamic.
They got Ravens, Chiefs, Bengals. They got a 1-game lead on the Ravens. They are going to have to do something.
Ravens' schedule isn't all that bad either. They got Steelers, Texans, Browns.
If we have to go after all this and make the playoffs after all this and end up in Baltimore, oh my God. Got no chance. I don't think the Broncos have a chance in Baltimore or Buffalo.
Well, look, whether it's first round or second round, I hate to sound like that guy, but I'm still not banking on the Broncos making noise in the playoffs this year. This season's already been incredible. You got a winning year, and you know who is proud of it? You know who's proud of having a winning year? The owner. And in the tunnel, Mike Kliss tweeted it out that Penner was yelling out, hey, winning season. So it meant something to them.
Oh, of course it meant something to them. And Sean Payton told us all if we were happy with that to go eat a cupcake.
Yeah.
I bet he didn't tell Greg Penner that, but, he's telling the
well,
rest
he
of us.
just did. He just did. What did Sean Payton tell Greg Penner to do, D-Mac?
Eat a cupcake.
Go eat a cupcake. Hey, Greg. Oh, you're happy? Yeah, go eat a cupcake. Sean's had a couple of banger responses. The play better one was great. The if you're happy with that, go eat a cupcake. That's pretty good. Pretty good.
I like Pat. I like him a lot.
I like him a lot. Yeah. Go eat. That's a great line. If it, we're just happy to be here. Oh, really? Oh, go eat a cupcake.
We'll have some cupcakes for you guys as you leave, and then we'll go from there.
That's pretty well executed.
That's a great line.
Yeah, it is.
A great line.
That's good enough for you? I'll go eat a cupcake.
Yeah.
We got some cupcakes for you. It's a great line, man. I get it. But they're certainly not just happy to be there. This is good news for Broncos fans, right? Scott, that's what you want to hear from your team. You don't want your team to be satisfied. You want your team to want more.
You got to get everybody in there. I wondered if the start of that game there wasn't a lot of reading some clippings over the past 10 days to start that game also. And it happens. It happens to a lot of teams. You forget the hard work that it got you that you had to get to where you are, and then all it takes is about a week of the muggles telling about how great you are, and nothing you do is wrong. That guys buy in. It's human nature. I thought that was a little bit of the essence of the start of that game. But, again, they won the game, and that's another sign. That's another, in my opinion, a step in the process of evolution of becoming a team that's legit.
And if you're
we saw that, we maybe saw that in the last 2 weeks, to be honest with you, even the Cleveland game.
And if you're just satisfied and that's everything,
go have a cupcake.
Go eat a cupcake. All right, time for no dumb questions. On the Shant Mazda text line, I'm so dumb. I would have been looking for the cupcakes. True story. I told my wife that story when I came home, and she goes, "Oh, you guys had cupcakes?" I go, "No, we didn't."
You know what that means? That means she really doesn't listen to what you're saying.
Well, that could be true.
It's
Thank you. Thank you to oldchicago.com. Order online. Find a location near you, oldchicago.com. Scott?
No matter where you are, if you're eating a diet, you're on a specific this, that. The one food when you go to a restaurant that's on the menu item that you almost always have to order. Is there that one entree, appetizer, dessert? Is there that one thing that when you go out to eat, you see it, you go, okay, I got to go there?
It's not cupcakes, but if it's on the menu, and there's clam chowder on the menu, your boy can't get that Massachusetts out of him right there, man.
I do love me some clam chowder now. Now, do you put Tabasco in it?
I do not.
Oh, yeah. You got to put Tabasco in it.
Not against it, just never have done it.
I know East Coasters are anti-Tabasco in it, but...
I never even thought of it, actually. I'll give it a shot.
Tabasco and some oyster crackers.
Well, oyster crackers, yeah, of course. You'll always put something like that. I hadn't thought of the Tabasco. It's a guilty pleasure, though, because, of course, the best clam chowder is the creamiest and the worst for you and all that sort of stuff.
I got simple pleasures, man. And you got queso as an appetizer, I'm ordering it.
Okay. As simple as that? Okay.
Well, right. I went last night and I was thinking about this. I'm two things, really. One, if there's an onion soup on a thing, boy, it's tough for me to pass an onion soup. I like good onion soup.
Wow, okay.
But last night I went to this place. It's right out the hotel, just to the left a little bit. And they had chili. And so I started thinking about me and D-Mac over the last, 3 or 4 times we've had that remote. You and I kind of ordered that
good.
Chili.
I love the chili.
That's really good on Joe's Broadway.
That's right, Joe Willie's, yeah.
Joe Willie's on Broadway.
Yeah.
So this place is a barbecue place.
Yeah.
And I ordered this. First of all, it was a hamburger, but it also had brisket and pulled pork and something else. I mean, it was about this thick, and it was just unbelievable, pretty good. And so I didn't go the full bowl. I ordered the cup of chili. Let's see if you've had this one, D-Mac.
Okay.
It was beef brisket chili.
That sounds good to me.
Dude, first of all, it was great chili, but it had cubes of beef brisket cut up inside the chili.
That sounds good to me.
Dude, I ate as soon as I was about halfway down this little cup, I'm like, man, I should have had a bowl of this right here. That was outstanding.
Love it.
All right, layered no dumb question here, okay? Are you positive the Denver Broncos are going to win one of the next 2 games against the Chargers or the Bengals?
No.
So, my question.
Scott, you positive? Positive.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Positive. There's a big difference between positive and
all right,
hope.
fine. You want to put it at 90%?
No. I do not feel 9%. In fact, I think there's a very good chance they're going to lose both these games.
Okay. Are you prepared as a Denver Broncos fan to actively be rooting for the Kansas City Chiefs to win their next couple games?
I am, yeah.
Because that's what you need to be doing.
Yeah.
Look, there's a world where you don't win any of the final 3 games. And if the Chiefs have something to play for in that final week, I don't feel great about this Chargers game. You got Riley Moss, who's already out. And I would bet that Pat Surtain is going to be very limited or doesn't play at all in this game on a short week. He's banged up. You're going to put your most valuable asset out there on a short week. So don't feel great about that Chargers game. Bengals, it's Joe Burrow. Who knows what could happen? We need to be actively rooting for the Chiefs to win so they do not play their starters.
How did the Chargers fall apart to the I haven't watched the game, just to be honest.
29 yards rushing.
So how did the Chargers fall apart?
We won a game doing that.
So they just couldn't move the ball in the second half against the Bucs? Is that how they got outscored 27-0?
I was on at the same time as the Broncos game, so I didn't see it.
Yeah, I didn't either. So, but I'm going to investigate. I'll certainly watch it today and see what the deal was, because what the hell, Chargers? So, but I think it sets up terrible for the Broncos theoretically. It's a short week. There's guys that are hurt in secondary. It's not great unless Nick Bonito can put on the Superman cape, and maybe he will, frankly. Who knows? But there's got to be some reason why the Chargers were so bad against the Buccaneers late in that game.
Something had to happen.
Edwards for the Chargers. Edwards 8 carries, 23 yards, 2.9. Vidal,
So they can't run. They're not running the ball.
3 carries, 9 yards. They had 32 yards rushing.
How many sacks did they give up?
And how about this right here? Herbert only threw it 33 times.
And he's banged up.
All right. I still don't feel great about it.
No, me either.
I don't know if I would feel great about it if it was on a Sunday either. I don't know if I'd feel great about it, period, frankly.
It looks like there's a very strong possibility that is the week after that on Saturday?
Yeah, well, it hasn't been
right?
officially, but
okay.
even Sean Payton is talking about it being on Saturday.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, it looks like there's a very good chance that game gets moved into Saturday. And if it does, I'll tell you this. And now it might have actually been a good idea to move it to Thursday. Because it really does give you a strategic advantage against the Bengals.
Yeah, there you go. They're on a short week. You got extra time. Cool. The Bengals are, I don't know, they're dangerous.
I still don't like it.
They're dangerous. Chargers, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say about the Chargers. 4-3 at home. They can't run the ball. 11 carries for 32 yards. That's terrible. They're outscored at home, 27-0 in the second half at home. They suck, man. At least they did against the Bucs. Are the Bucs really that good? Broncos handled the Bucs pretty easily in Tampa. I don't know, man. Maybe it's not that bad. Maybe it ain't that bad. I'm fixing to find out. Meanwhile, let's diagnose one of the quirkier plays of all time and give props to Shane Benito. The craziest thing is the Colts aren't upset about that play, I don't think. Meanwhile, the Broncos chime in on what Sean Payton would have done to them if they dropped the ball before the goal line. Details next.
They set up Mitchell. It's going to be a double pass. And that one is intercepted. Oh. It's Bonito. Bonito had a 71-yard pick six against Cleveland 2 weeks ago. Strikes again for Denver.
All right, what did you think of the play call? About the play design, just the play itself, and we'll hear from Shane Steichen in a second.
I thought it was a very poorly executed trick play. First off, anytime you see that lateral throw to wide receiver, so when he backs up, you know you got a trick play coming. You're never going to back up unless the intention is to have the double pass going on there, right? And it takes like a second to get the ball back in his hands, lost it back to Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson was trying to get back lateral behind him as well, which was setting up for the triple throw almost right there. But it was poorly executed. Nick Bonito gets a lot of credit there for just staying in the game. He stayed in the game. A lot of defenders, when that ball gets thrown away, they just kind of shut it down because I got no chance of tackling a dude on the other side of the field. And he saw Anthony Richardson back it up, and his radars went off.
What do you think, Scott?
They're great when they work and they look cool. Then when you saw it, you went, "Oh my gosh!" I thought maybe just going to do a bubble screen at first, but then you see that little step back throw. And Bonito, when he first starts to throw the ball, now it took a long time, and it's a long way away going back to the quarterback. Bonito wasn't in the picture.
Nope.
I mean, he wasn't even in that screen. They had a camera right from that sideline. He wasn't even in the picture. And then just zoomed out of nowhere to make really I really do believe this. I think he made the game-saving play.
Yeah, I think that play was supposed to take a lot of time because I think it was supposed to suck the defense at least over to that side of the field for what Orlovsky described as, well, this was going to be basically a screen back to Richardson because he had the blocking set up. But Bonito just blew the whole thing up. It is pretty interesting to hear Shane Steichen and A.D. Mitchell, who threw the ball, like, no, man, that was a good play. Here's Steichen. Go ahead, Dan.
Shane, can you explain the play involving A.D. Mitchell and why you chose to rely on him in that moment?
Yeah, I think that was a play we were looking to get called, and that was the first drive kind of that we started getting something going, and then we got that ball on that play, and, credit to 15. He made a hell of a play, and that's what happened.
Then A.D. Mitchell was just like, wasn't my fault. I was told just to do this, so I did it. Here's A.D. Mitchell.
Shane came over, talked to me, and said if it's not there, throw it away. So if you kind of look from my perspective, it was there pretty much until 15 to turn to Ed Reed and just came through out of nowhere. So, it was a great play by him. So we just got to execute it better.
You repped it a lot in practice, I assume. And what was your confidence level about it?
I'm always confident.
Because it had worked in practice, you're saying?
I know you see a play like Ed Reed. Looking back, do you feel like you could have had a chance to maybe throw it quicker, or is there not a way to get around it?
I executed the play call.
I did nothing wrong here.
Wasn't my fault.
Don't come after me. I just did my job.
Told me to go back.
I'm a robot. This is what it was called to do. I didn't try to read anything, but just stay in the play.
Well, I gotta defend my guy A.D. Mitchell there. I think when he did throw the ball, I think Richardson was open.
It took him just a second and a half too long to throw the ball because I don't know if you guys remember, but he had to spin that ball for whatever reason to get it where he wanted it to, rather than just putting his hands on the laces and turning it around. He actually spun the football to get it where he wanted to, and it was that little second and a half that gave Nick Bonito time to get to it.
I don't actually think it's a bad play call because every movement, every indicator is that, yes, I threw it backwards so I can throw it somewhere else. But to think that I'm just going to throw it back to my quarterback for a screenplay? There is all sorts of options. And if you watch it, the Broncos are sucked into the play for the most part. Malcolm Butler's interception in the end zone, while they should have just given the ball to Marshawn Lynch, that would have been the smartest, simplest thing to do. Malcolm Butler still had to make an extraordinary play to intercept that ball, not just knock it down, but to pick it off.
And the amazing part is that came just very shortly after Jonathan Taylor had already dropped the ball before the end zone. So between those two catastrophic events for the Colts, it was all over after that.
Well, Go back to what Rod Smith told us, that 6 big plays in a game and you want to win 4 of them. And when you hear that saying, you're thinking the big bomb, the big D, the bob. But guess what? They're defensively and luck too. Defensively, Benito, big play. Reddit came through, makes a play of the game. Taylor dropping the ball at the half-inch line. I still thought he got in, but they didn't. New York didn't, and they don't like to reverse that.
How do they not? That's crazy. That ball was on the plane. That's nuts.
That looked like but it turns into a big play. Big play. So there's 2 of the biggest plays in the game, and guess which side they both fell on?
Right.
Denver Broncos.
It's that kind of day, man. It's been that kind of year. It's
Look,
when do the football gods start telling you there's something else with this year that's special? At what point are you getting tapped on the shoulder by the football gods?
I mean, I think we've kind of probably reached the peak of the specialness of the season. If you're trying to insinuate that this is going to continue to like some insane playoff run, I doubt it. Look, the Colts are not a good football team. And
man,
they had the 31st rushing defense in the NFL, and we couldn't do a thing. It was like the 25th overall defense or whatever it was, and we couldn't do a thing either in the air or on the ground. So, yeah, the ball bounced our way, and yes, in 2015, we had a couple games where the same thing happened, where we probably didn't deserve to win the football game, including that Cleveland game, that one for sure. That was one of those games that you didn't deserve it, yet we won it anyways.
Richard Taylor dropping that ball reminded me so much of 2011 when Marion Barber went out of bounds for the Bears against Tebow, like for no reason, like just no reason for him to go out of bounds, and he just runs out of bounds, and Prater hit, a 59er and a 52-yarder in that one to win? Like, dude, I tell you what, man, there was just something about that year in 2011. I don't know about 2015. I think you guys were really a talented team. That 2011 team, though, with Tebow, I don't know, man. There were holes on that team all over the place. Yeah. That was not like a great team, but they just had some crazy things happen that went their way. And there are some, listen, it went against the Broncos, against the Chiefs, and then the football gods are like, you've paid your penance, you get these next 4 games. And you know what? They had 4 expected wins, guys, and they got them all. So now what? A new season starts, and it turns around on Thursday with the Broncos in the playoffs. It's PHC on 92.5. We'll get there next. I saw my guy Colts at the from the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at the Avs game on Saturday night. It was great to see Colt there, and he was telling me about a Miami sports talk host who just goes on the air and goes, "Listen, I have erectile dysfunction, and I got a young girlfriend. Thank you, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic." And I'm like, all right. Well, I'm glad it works for that dude in Miami. I'm glad the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there when it comes to issues of erectile dysfunction. And whether you're an older guy dating a younger girl on Miami Talk Radio, or you're just a dude driving a truck out there and, things got you down a little bit where you don't need to be down, okay, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. They're the best, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. It's $99. It includes a medical consult, T and PSA test. If advised, a test dose. Hey, and if it doesn't work, the office visit is free. They got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations close to you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So it's easy to find. Just put this number in your phone, 720-440-7900, or just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
On 2nd and 10, Nix to the end zone. Touchdown. It's Troutman. Richardson puts some air under it. Richardson's pass, and it is picked. Brandon Jones with a snatch for Denver. 3rd and 1, they go play action here. Nix up the seam. Nix is picked again. It's Womack. Nix again overshooting his intended target, who was Sutton on that play. Well, if you're a Colts fan, I hope you're sitting down. The Jonathan Taylor touchdown run overturned, dropped the football before he crossed the plane, and because it bounced into the end zone and out of bounds, it's a touchback, and Denver gets the football. Just unbelievable.
That was significant. That was significant. I don't get it, but I'm not going to try to. Yeah, I don't know what that was going to be. Yeah, it was a significant play that you go from breaking a long run for a touchdown for your team to us having the ball.
Mims going to play it from around his own 25. Mims has some real estate, comes across the field. He's got a lead blocker. Mims gets it inside the 25. Mims finally brought down at the 15. Big play out of the backfield. It's the fullback Atkins, and he punches it in. And the Denver Broncos have taken the lead. They set up Mitchell. It's going to be a double pass. And that one is intercepted. Oh. It's Bonito. Bonito had a 71-yard pick six against Cleveland 2 weeks ago. Strikes again for Denver.
He came over, talked to me, and said if it's not there, throw it away. So if you kind of look from my perspective, it was there. Pretty much until 15 to turn to Ed Reed and just came through out of nowhere.
Nix on a 3rd and 6 going back towards the end zone. Sutton all by himself for the touchdown. A 20-yard strike from Nix.
The big question of the day, 2 o'clock, the most important hour of the day. Thank you for listening. Wherever you are, on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Big question is now what for the Broncos that they took care of these games. And we'll get to the stupidity of what Jonathan Taylor did in a second and what that would do to Broncos players. Hang on for that. But the big question is, with this win, no matter what it looked like, no matter if you were satisfied with it or not, you did it. And you did win these 4 expected win games. You did do that. And at 9-5 with a 90% chance of making the playoffs, 3 games to go. Fellas, now what? What should be the fair expectations for the rest of the year? Because if you're satisfied with this, fellas, if you're satisfied with just this,
go have a cupcake.
Go eat a cupcake.
Yeah, man. I mean, according to the NFL playoff predictor, they've got the Broncos a 91% chance of making the playoffs. So what's next? You got to handle your business against one of the remaining 3 games, and you will be a playoff team. There might be a situation, I haven't looked at it closely enough to know, there might be a situation in which you could limp into the playoffs even after losing these 3 games, but golly, I mean, come on, you want to talk about a bad feeling. It's going to be a weird day when the Broncos get in and they review that film. That's going to be a weird day because you enjoy the win. Look, it's tough to win a game when you throw 1 interception. It's nearly impossible to win a game when you throw 2 interceptions. You throw 3 interceptions and you win the game. Oh, now I'm actually just kind of impressed. I mean, how the hell did you pull that off?
You pulled it off because the other team turned the ball over 5 times.
Yeah, because Anthony Richardson on the other side was liable of doing whatever dumb things Bo Nix did. Mm-hmm. Anthony Richardson was going to do it as well.
All right, does that happen? And Winston did too because they're just not good or because the defense makes them do it?
Scotty?
Probably a little bit of both, don't you think?
Maybe. But I'm going to point to the fact that this Broncos defense is pretty extraordinary. And they play better the deeper a game goes. And the game ain't decided.
They played better in second halves, for sure, it seems like, doesn't it?
The game is not decided in the first half. And as bad as that first half felt, they were only down by 3. They were. It could have been a lot worse. But, of course, it took the world's dumbest play by, Jonathan Taylor to make it that way.
Well, listen, even if that's the last, say that play's not overturned, that's a touchdown. If that's all they have, not that Indianapolis would run the things they ran, I think in today's NFL, you're holding people under 20 and under at home. You got to win those games.
I think,
don't you?
I'll tell you this: the dumbest thing I've seen on the internets today is the speculation that should still count as a touchdown if you're unencumbered going to the end zone. It is the dumbest. I'm not a huge fan of the whole touchback rule.
What do you mean? It should still count as a touchdown if you drop the ball short of the goal line?
Within the 1 yard line, if you drop the ball and you're
why not call it the 2 yard line? Why not call it the 3 yard line?
I told you it was the stupidest thing I saw on the internet.
Yeah, I'm not yelling at you.
They said
some people are arguing just because you let it go right there, it goes out, it still should be your ball on the 2 yard line.
Yeah, that's like D-Mac said, that was a dumb rule until yesterday.
Yesterday was awesome.
Yeah, that was a great rule yesterday.
It's still a very quirky rule. It's still an incredibly punitive rule. That seems weird because it doesn't seem to make sense with the rest of football. But okay. All right. I mean, why is the ball just not considered out of bounds?
I still hate the rule.
It's
but
a weird
in that
one.
particular circumstance, it made sense to me. That particular one made sense. It feels different when you've got the ball on the 5 yard line and you accidentally fumble and it rolls through the end zone. That feels different to me. That one, he deserved to be punished.
And the interesting thing is what they call possession, because I like I said, maybe they have better views than they showed on the replays. I mean, I couldn't definitively said, since they called it a timeout, and replay is supposed to be conclusively proves otherwise. And the replays they showed us really wasn't conclusive, proving that he let go of it.
It looked to me like he was extending his hand, preparing to drop the ball. Yes, he was extending his hand, but that ball is firmly in his hand as he broke the plane. I guess they were saying he started the process of dropping the ball before he crossed the plane. Whatever.
It was funny in the Broncos locker room afterwards because Sean Payton was beside himself and he didn't want to get himself in trouble. But his view of what kind of mistake that was, I really do wonder if one of the Broncos players had done that. I do wonder if they'd be on the team today.
Who is it?
Well,
Is
John.
it a starter?
Well,
yes, they're still on the team.
Well, for the Broncos running backs, I could see him cutting anybody. The Broncos running backs right now ain't anything special. Jonathan Taylor's pretty special, obviously. But here's a bunch of different guys. Who you got there, Dan? Who's first?
We'll start with Adam Troutman.
Adam Troutman about this.
You wouldn't want to be a part of that. If we were in an away game, probably would be catching commercial flight by yourself home. So.
Next.
Here is Cortland Sutton.
Okay.
On if that happened to a Broncos player.
I probably wouldn't be talking to y'all boys right now, to be honest with you. I think a lot of boys, I think I saw an interview of Coach Prime saying that if one of them boys do that, they might as well keep running because they're not going to be on the team no more. I would not want to have a conversation with Coach Payton after doing something like that. You got to finish through the end zone. That was a really big momentum swing in the game. They had a chance to go up 13, I think, at that point in the game, and that would have been a huge momentum swing for them, and it wound up being a backfire and a momentum swing for us.
And last one, Jonathan Cooper about the same thing.
Yeah, that play was crazy with Jonathan Taylor. Shout out to him.
Shout out JT.
Shout out to Jonathan Taylor.
Appreciate you.
Way to go, pal.
So here's a no-dumb question.
That's a riot.
If that play isn't reversed, ever win that game yesterday?
No, I don't think so. They'd been down 20-7. I think all the momentum would have been on Indy's side. I think Indy wins that game if he scores that touchdown. I think they lose.
I can't remember the exact circumstances of what had happened right before that, but I remember being vividly ticked off for about 10 minutes leading up to that moment. And then Jonathan Taylor breaks that thing, and I literally threw my hat because I was in so much frustration.
Well,
everything
that
was
was
going
after
their
one
way.
of the interceptions, Tyler. That was after one of the interceptions.
Is that what it was?
That drive and play, yeah.
Well, that would have been 10 points off turnovers, which is not, ideally you score touchdowns, but 10 points Off 2 turnovers, usually that would doom you. There's not a lot of coming back from that. But there's a big difference being down 13-7 compared to 20-7. And sure enough, the Broncos just kind of nitpicked their way down the field, got a field goal. They go into halftime 13-10. We see a nice 10 minutes of mutton busting out on the field where parents put their 5-year-olds on sheep that have no chance, the kids that is.
Did you see Minnie Miles?
I saw Minnie Miles. I thought he was going to break his little mini neck.
He had a lot of padding on.
Okay. But still, it's one of the most fascinating things that parents are okay having their 5-year-olds be stomped on by sheep. But, whatever. It's for our entertainment. We enjoyed it. They came back.
My only regret as a dad is I never had my kids do that.
Is this company out of Wyoming?
I don't know where the hell they're out of. I think they were promoting the stock show coming to town. So I don't know where you get your sheep from. But
I have been to the stock show and watched the mutton busting. It is pretty fascinating.
Mutton busting is the highest level of entertainment because it ain't your kids. But somebody wants to. You know what I always thought? It'd be funny to be like the 5th kid in line when he sees, the 4 other 5-year-olds just bite it and have no chance whatsoever. What's that 5th kid thinking? Oh, my turn? Anyways, they came out in the second half. They looked like a different team. After that terrible play by Jonathan Taylor, the Broncos outscored the Colts guys 24-0. That's it, man. Game, set, match. That's it. That's a wrap. It was a remarkable turnaround. And it does make me wonder, is this team... I'll be disappointed if this Broncos team does not win their wild card game. I will be disappointed at this point if we're just setting the bar at 0 now, because I think we just ended a portion of the season. I don't think the season is like just in 4-game chunks. I think there was a 2-game chunk with the Ravens and the Chiefs. I think we just finished a 4-game chunk, and now we have a 3-game chunk. And I'll be bummed out if they don't win a playoff game at this point.
Well, I still contend this. You got to win at least one of these games. Miami, and Cincinnati are in striking distance if you were to lose all 3. And if you lost all 3, that means you'd lose to Cincinnati. So now Cincinnati, if you guys had identical records, would have the tiebreaker over you. Which I will say this: does anybody want to play Cincinnati first round of the playoffs?
Hell no.
If Cincinnati were to get in,
hell no.
So it's still Cincinnati and Miami. Indianapolis is cooked now, and again,
does Miami still have a shot? I thought Tua was telling everybody to go to Cabo. Are they still actually in the running? Like, it's time for vacation time. Pack it up. Like,
did he really say that?
I thought he said something like that. Yeah.
Wow.
Thought I heard something like that.
Broncos are 9-5, Colts 6-8, Dolphins 6-8, Bengals 6-8.
Yeah, well, Miami did lose.
So if the Colts win 3 in a row, they would tie and Denver lost all 3. They would tie Denver. You have the head-to-head with Colts. So Colts, you're not worried about. Miami 6-8. They win. I don't know how the tiebreaker would break, but Cincinnati, you lose 3, they win 3. They're going to have the tiebreaker on you also because they play each other. So you got to win. You win one of these next 3, you're in.
Well, let's dig into it deeper as we look at the NFL. And Sean Payton was a little Sean Payton-y earlier today. By the way, Sean Payton's conference call supposed to be at 10. They moved it up to 9:40. Your boy did not. I got the ice cream, but I didn't get a phone call about the conference call. Yeah. So I got the ice cream's there, but the phone wasn't ringing. Missed the whole thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
No love.
Jeff Legwald got a call, and then he yelled at Sean. Let's Football Goes coming up next. I think we have our new intro for Leggy. Jeff.
Jeffy Poo.
Jeff,
you like Brock Bowers? Jeff.
No. Jeff. Thank you to our great friends at Old Chicago. Order
Real quick,
online.
I don't know if this is part of your story.
What?
Real quick, Dan, I don't know if this is part of your stories or not, so I apologize if I steal it, but I think we've got our answer to Jeff's question for the record on Pat Surtain. He was listed as what would have been a full participant in today's practice. Obviously, it's an estimation because they didn't actually practice, but they're telling you Pat Surtain's fine.
They are telling you that. I don't know if you got to believe them because it comes with this weird caveat about it's an estimate. They weren't there today, so they're just saying full. I think they're playing some games here today. We'll see what it's like at practice. I think that's important to say. They actually weren't there. They didn't really practice. So how to, gotta make the Chargers work a little bit, right? Gotta make them think a little bit.
They're saying he's fine.
Jeff. What's up, Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner? Let's football go, brother.
All right, well, we'll start with that. Interesting decision from Sean Payton to put PS2 back into the game after he got hurt on his interception. Here is Sean Payton after the game explaining that it was really more of a medical decision, not his decision.
Anything we do relative to a player's injury is always like, if the medical staff feels like he can go back in and he's healthy enough, there's never any, well, we don't need him now. It's just strictly, is he healthy enough to play? And if he's not, he won't. And if he is, he will play. And that's, I think, the only way you can approach things like that.
All right, so thoughts on Sean's decision to put PS2 back into the game?
Well, I think he's telling an honest answer there about the way the majority of coaches go about business. The way it works when a dude gets hurt, the trainers immediately go talk to the coach. They tell the coach what's going on. The coach says, can he play or not? They say yes, and he goes back in the game. But I do roll my eyes at it a little bit. Like, I can't remember exactly how much time was left on the clock when he got banged up again on that. But you got to look at it as a coach and say, how important are you to our team? And how much time's left? Do we feel like we've got the game in the bag or not? For all intents and purposes, that game was in the bag when they put Pat Surtain back in.
Hey, do you know how much time that Nikola Jokic played in the fourth quarter of the Clippers game?
Zippo.
0. You know why he didn't play? Because the game was over, and you don't need him anymore. And there's not a lot of players like that on a team. There's not a lot. There might be one or two. Surtain's one of them. It was a dumb move. Scott?
Yeah, after the interception, you got to believe it's pretty good. But I wonder how depleted they are. And
dude, he took a shot on that interception.
To that left side.
I thought it was his knee. I thought he might have blown out his ACL right there. It was a dumb move.
Or a hip pointer. I thought he got a helmet right in the hip, a hip pointer, or a thigh bruise or something.
You don't have to go with what your trainers are saying. The game was over. You did not need him. And you risk things by it was a dumb move. It was a dumb move. You can think beyond the trainers if you're Sean Payton on that one. Or if you're VJ, stand up for your guy, for crying out loud. What are we doing here with Pat Surtain? We don't put him back there for punts, do we? We don't throw him the ball to, catch the ball down the field. We don't put him in the backfield, but we're going to stick him out in when the game's over after he just took a shot like that. Seems kind of inconsistent to me. It wasn't a good moment, and that's why Sean's defensive on it. Otherwise, it was a great game, for the most part. They won the game and all, but that wasn't smart. I don't even know how you defend it any other way. We screwed up. He should not have been in the game. You guys are not fighting against me, so I'll just take your silence as.
Well, I said the same thing as you, so I agree.
So we agree.
We all agree. Yeah, I didn't fight against you. I said the same thing.
Yeah, there was only 3 minutes, wasn't there?
Something like that. The game was over. Game was over, Brody. It's 31-13 or whatever it was. 3 possessions with 3 minutes to go. You did not need Patrick Surtain in that particular circumstance. And guess what? If you really did need him, you can stick him back in the game later if something really, truly falls apart. It was a dumb move, and I'm glad that he's okay. I hope he's okay. He was moving around okay in the locker room after the game, by the way. It was all right. He wasn't in a boot. He wasn't on crutches. It was nothing like that after the game, so hopefully he's fine. Next up, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Colin Cowherd here for just a second on who he thinks is the leading candidate for NFL Coach of the Year.
Sean Payton's the coach of the year.
What?
This team is going to make the playoffs. And they're not only going to make the playoffs, they now can win when they play poorly. They beat the Jets when they played poorly on the road. They played poorly for 3 quarters today.
Okay, so 2 questions. One, do you guys think that Sean Payton should be the leading candidate for NFL Coach of the Year? And 2, did yesterday's performance from Bo Nix help or hurt him being in the discussion of Offensive Rookie of the Year, or is it sort of indifferent? For context, Jaden Daniels yesterday, fellas, 25 of 31, 226, 2 touchdowns, no picks, 11 carries, and 66 rushing yards. The Commanders get the 1-point win over the Saints.
Yeah, I think Bo Nix was always fighting an uphill battle on getting Offensive Rookie of the Year. I thought it was feasible. I thought he could pull it off, but that game probably ends that run for him. Outside of Jaden Daniels melting down in the final 3 games and doing something insanely stupid. In terms of Coach of the Year, so guys that should be in the running for Coach of the Year this year: Dan Campbell, Sean Payton, Kevin O'Connell, and Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin should be, and you know what? If you're asking me who I think would be the lead candidate right now, I would say Mike Tomlin.
What's Buffalo's coach?
McDermott.
I mean, after the heat he took at the end of last year, and some speculated he was going to be fired, to have the year they've had, and the only blemish on Kansas City's record is at the hand of, I mean, let's think about Buffalo has beaten the best record in the AFC and the best record in the NFC.
So I just pulled up the Vegas odds here, and their list is very similar to mine, but not in the same order. The favorite, who do you guys think the favorite is to win the Coach of the Year?
Tomlin.
Scott?
Yeah, I would probably go Tomlin or Washington.
Dan Campbell at -150. Next would be Kevin O'Connell at +400, Mike Tomlin at +650, and then Sean Payton at +1400.
I don't think what the Lions is doing is remarkable. I think they've built themselves up to this point. So I don't think there's anything special about what Campbell's done other than the fact that he's built a really good team over the past few years. But
he stayed a franchise, and if not for this year, then it would almost be a coach of the year emeritus, right? For what he's done over the last 6 years.
I agree with you. To me, coaches of the years are the coaches that did more with less.
I agree, and Campbell's just done more with what he's got, which is quite a bit.
I don't disagree with that, but I also disagree with that in the sense that I think we punish coaches and we forget. And I'll go this: I don't believe Phil Jackson ever won a Coach of the Year. And the issue is, you had all them stars. Well, until you've been on a team, especially in the NBA, the prima donna league of the world, until you've been in the NBA and had to manage personalities that are so monster, like Jordan and Rodman and Pippen and Shaq and Kobe and all these guys that he did it with. Dude, that takes a great coach, too, to be able to manage those kind of headaches.
Listen, man.
Different kind of headaches. You're going to win a lot of games, but I'm telling you, there's something about that, too.
Just because you hand out like E.E. Cummings and Jane Austen novels doesn't mean you're the Coach of the Year when you're looking there with Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and Shaquille O'Neal. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's fine, but see, that's a cynical muggle approach.
That's right.
Instead of he's got to figure some way to reach monster-ass egos and keep them and bind them together some way, somehow. I thought he was a brilliant coach.
All right, well, Ty Lue won with, he won somehow. I like Ty Lue and all, but is he a genius coach? He won a championship.
But he didn't win six.
He didn't.
He didn't go 6.
Right,
well, wait, take it back. He won 11. Sorry, I'm sorry. Phil Jackson won 11.
Why don't we talk more about Casey Jones being one of the greatest coaches of all time, or Bill Fitch? What about those dudes?
Well, we talk about Red Auerbach as being one of the greatest coaches of all the time, and John Wooden.
We do.
Didn't they have the best talent of that era of athletes?
You know what John Wooden had? He had the triangle of cash. Oh, and success. He did the pyramid of success and a boatload of cash from a used car dealership in Los Angeles. And that just worked amazing in the 60s.
God, you are cynical.
Scott, at the end of the day, if you got the best players, you got the best chance to win. I don't know
unless you got a dumbass coach. I've seen dumbass coaches ruin it also.
Right, I'll give you that. I'll give you that those guys weren't dumbass coaches. I will say this. The coach of the year is the coach who does the most with the least. And that, my friends, is a battle between Kevin O'Connell and Sean Payton.
Well, according to Vegas, Sean's got very, very little chance of winning it.
Well, that's hey.
To be fair, by the way, that list that I read off with Dan Campbell being the favorite at -150, that was 4 days ago. So it was before this weekend's catastrophe.
Do not be surprised with the Steelers' nosedive in their last 3 games, too. They got a tough schedule, and I think that thing is a house of cards. That's why I want the Broncos to face the Steelers.
What about their team looks like a house of cards to you?
Their quarterback.
I think it's the most well-rounded football team in NFL. Now, not the most dynamic. That's a different thing.
Well, I just told you. Their quarterback. I do not believe Russell Wilson is that guy.
In the right situation, it works pretty well, man. It worked for a long time for him.
Didn't work this weekend, did it? There's been bumps in the road. And just look at their schedule the last 3 games. Ravens,
Bengals,
Chiefs. They're 10-4 right now. What do you think the Steelers finish?
I think they beat the Ravens.
Oh, really?
And I think they beat the Bengals.
I think I'll bet you a cupcake they lose all 3.
Okay, deal. They won't lose all 3.
Cupcake bet.
All right, cupcake.
They lose all 3. Cupcake.
Yeah. What kind of frosting?
Make it easy on yourself.
I like the cherry.
Okay.
He likes the white cream.
Yeah, I do love white cream too, Scott.
Okay.
Yeah.
The cupcakes. Next, Dan.
All right.
Get it all over the face.
We get the joke. Yep. We understand the joke.
Yeah.
Scott brought this to my attention over the break, and I wanted to ask you guys about this. So the combined record, and Scott, correct me if I'm wrong here, of the Broncos' opponents that they've beaten this year, the combined record of the teams the Broncos have beaten, 39-84 is the combined record of the opponents the Broncos have beaten this year. Scott, I'll just kind of let you take this away. What does that mean to you, 39-84?
Well, they've beaten the people that they're supposed to beat, like D-Mac put on these last 4 games, and they're not bottom feeders for sure. I went and did some checking. So the best team in the AFC right now, record-wise, is who? Kansas City, right?
Yep.
You know what the combined record of the teams Kansas City's beaten?
What is it?
What would you guess?
39-84.
No, that's a 9-win
I think Scott's
team.
leading towards a winning record.
I don't know. What?
No, well, they played the same conference we did.
I'm going to say it's lousy.
They played the same conference.
It's going to be just like the Broncos.
It's lousy, not as lousy, but it's 75-94.
Okay.
So we want to sit there and talk about and now Kansas City's had some ugly.
Scott,
what?
Time out. The Broncos and Chiefs have both played the same amount of games, right?
Yeah. Okay, dummy from the East Coast. How many games has the Broncos won?
39-84. Do you know what the math on that is? I mean, I can do it for you real quick.
Let me get a calculator.
That's 123, right? But you just said in the same amount of games, the good old Chiefronis have played 164. So how in the world have?
Well, they're 13-1. You do the math and add it up for me. 9-5. Here's the opponents: 9-5, 6-8, 6-7, 8-6, 5-9, 6-8, 2-4, 8-6, 9-5, 3-11, 2-11, 8-6, 3-11.
That sounded like 79-84.
Do you really think I can do math that fast? Do you think
let me go back. 20, 33, 39,
it's gonna take me a second.
44, 50, 50, 62, 71.
I'm going to take a nap.
77, 84, 92, 97. I got 97 losses.
97 losses, and they played 123 games, so you can subtract that. And
so
you get
9, 6, 12, 21.
My brain hurts.
That's all right.
29, 34,
so they're
40, 42.
Dude, they're 26 and 97. 26 and 97. It's worse than.
No, that's not right. How do you beat the Ravens 9-5 and they only got 26? You beat the Chargers twice, who are 8-6.
Right,
there's 9, there's 16 and 9. That's 25 wins, just those 3 teams.
This is actually something that makes sense and we should do because I am curious about it. Oh my God, this is going to take work. Ravens have a winning record. Bengals losing. Falcons losing. Chargers winning. Saints losing. I don't know, Scott. Really?
49ers losing. Raiders losing. Tampa Bay winning.
My guess is
Denver winning.
The Chiefs.
What's the takeaway?
My guess is the Chiefs and Broncos against their opponents have a very similar
They played the exact
win-loss.
same schedule.
Well, and again, because we got the East Coast pessimism coming out on a Monday, I was trying to vouch for you in the sense that although it's a little more lopsided with the Broncos, the Chiefs have feasted on an easy schedule at times.
Yes.
And then fortunately have won games against, Baltimore and Tampa and Denver. You got both Denver in there. Denver's 9-5. They got they got one of the better records.
I would say, and I do not know how to do this. I'm sure there's some nerds out there that can help us out. But I would say the best team in the NFL is whoever has the best record, whose opponents have the best record, whoever that is. But there are so many lousy teams in the NFL this year. My guess is the top teams' opponents' records are all pretty lousy.
Mm-hmm.
That was my point. I was actually trying to side with you. And Mr. Defensive Protecting, I'm trying to show you that even the Chiefs, the best team in the AFC, has feasted when they needed to feast.
Well, in that case, I apologize and say thank you.
That was a hell of a point.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. You're saying numbers. What are we doing with numbers, really? Seriously, with numbers. Dan, did you have any other stories? Could you help at all, Dan? Or are you just going to sit there eating a cupcake?
I was going to mention, speaking of the Chiefs, that Patrick Mahomes has been diagnosed with a high ankle sprain. Now, the Chiefs do say they're optimistic it won't be serious.
High ankle sprain.
High ankle sprain, which
they pulled him out of the game. I don't know if you guys saw it. They actually, now the game was well within hand, and they did what we should have done with Pat Surtain.
High ankle
sprain.
But
he banged up his ankle. They taped both ankles to try to hide which one it was, so the opponents didn't know which ankle it was. And by the time they got all taped up, they said, you know what, this is stupid. Let's put Carson Wentz in the game to just finish things out.
Yeah, handoff right, handoff left.
Actually, they threw the hell out of it. That's what you thought they would do, Scott, of course, but they threw the hell out of it with Carson.
They did?
Yeah.
And they beat the Browns. Let's see. Carson
He was
Wentz.
only in there for a series and a half, or 2 series or whatever.
He threw 2 passes, Tyler.
I know, but you got to look at the context of it.
Throwing the hell out of it.
You got to look at the context of it.
Of the 2 passes?
Yes. They came out swinging in a 4-minute drill.
You said they threw the hell out of it.
They came out swinging in a 4-minute drill, throwing the ball when every other team would run it.
Okay. All right. We're getting on each other's nerves here late in the show. I don't want that. We've had a good show so far today.
You can't even get. Mr. Elf came over and asked if you needed some helping with the Christmas present. You get it frickin' blown up intact.
No problem.
I was trying to give you some love. I
appreciate the love. I'll take
because last week you said, "Yeah, that's what all the nerds that hate Bo Nix will point out the schedule of their opponents." Yeah. Well, Patrick Mahomes and Tyler called Patrick Mahomes earlier in the show maybe the greatest of all time. Guess what? He's feasted a little bit this year too, hasn't he?
That's a good point.
But no, Scott, you're wrong.
No, I apologize and I appreciate the love. How's Sacramento, by the way? Is it cool?
You guys are both great people.
Rainy.
It's raining in Sacramento.
Hey, Tyler, guess look what I brought with me because I figured I was drinking too much coffee.
Yeah, maybe.
What'd you get?
Remember
Your
our
mushroom
little
stuff?
things?
Oh, yeah. I missed that.
What's that?
We should bring it back in. It's his
I found
little
a brand
mushroom,
new can that I had.
Nootropic. You know what a nootropic is?
I have no idea.
It's brain food.
It's this new island they found where Epstein hasn't been.
It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, if you need a new vehicle, check out my friends at Phil Long Ford, the best car dealership in Colorado. You're going to love your experience at Phil Long Ford. This is a different car dealership, guys. I built a relationship for life, And that's what you're going to do. Once you buy a car from Phil Long, you'll realize they're different. They respect your time. They get you in, they get you out, they give you the best price. Matter of fact, Phil Long guarantees they'll beat any car dealership by $500. So no reason to go shopping anywhere else, because when you go to Phil Long, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. I don't care whether you're looking for a car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, even commercial fleet vehicles. They've got it all at Phil Long Ford, because they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, and vans on their lot today. We're talking about the best inventory in Colorado, the best prices, one-stop shopping. Why would you go anywhere else? You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. You're going to get the best price. Don't go to anyone. Go to Phil Long Ford. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Bo, it is the first winning record the Broncos have had since 2016. So there's some positives, very positives, to take away from that. So how do you balance that? And does this change any expectations that you've had at all now that it's a real thing, that you guys at least have gotten to this point?
Well, I think it speaks to our team. It speaks to what we've been able to do this year, what we've overcome, the adversity we've gone through, and in a game like today, we felt like down there for a while, especially the first half, and good teams respond on a day like today. I mean, good teams find ways to win, and playoffs teams find ways to win these close ones. And I felt like that's what we did. So it's a sign of a good football team, and we have that. We have a really good defense who played outstanding again today. They're going to continue to play well, and then special teams, they gave us a spark in the second half, and then offense, we finally did what we were supposed to do, and we finished some drives and got the ball in the end zone. So it's a team effort, but I feel like it's a good sign. Sign of a good team. It's a good sign that we're winning these close games, the tough ones that don't necessarily look pretty, but we're just finding ways to win.
Yeah, you get some style points for winning that game. But did Bo Nix cost himself a chance to win Rookie of the Year with that performance? And frankly, 5 interceptions in 2 weeks.
Probably. Yeah, and that's a bummer because he was really making things interesting there. And matter of fact, not only was he making it interesting, it felt like all the momentum was in Bo Nix's favor. Because there was a little lull there in the Jaden Daniels season where the Commanders had lost a handful of games straight. He was not playing great football. Bo Nix was on the rise. It seemed like their arrows were going in opposite directions. But Jaden Daniels is already out to such a landslide in the public vote based off the early goings that I don't know how Bo Nix bounces back from this unless Jaden Daniels just absolutely falls off the map in the last few games.
I think he's probably going to be third.
Third? Who's second?
Yeah.
You really got to ask that, D-Mac?
Bowers is second?
Yeah.
Okay. That's wild.
Well, Bowers on pace as a rookie to be an all-pro.
Yeah, okay. I'll give you that. He's the only thing they got, so I'm not going to you're right about that. I mean, how did he do yesterday? Oh, they're playing tonight. Watch. The Raiders will do something really stupid like win tonight against Atlanta. Holy cow.
I mean, that could easily happen.
Oh, it could easily happen. And they're so stupid, they'll actually do that. That being said, I know what you're talking about with Bowers. It's incredible that you could be that bad, but you are the only good thing that team's got going on. Is he the best tight end in the league this year?
Yeah.
Is he first team All-Pro?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right now.
That's pretty cool. Good for him, man.
I mean, I actually don't know what all the stats say, but I mean, you think about, we've had some great runs of phenomenal tight end play for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
You don't hear much about Travis Kelce. You don't hear much about George Kittle this year.
Right.
You don't hear much about any of those guys.
It's the time of Bowers.
The guy in Detroit's really good, but has been hurt 4 or 5 games, hasn't he?
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Why am I trying to play? God dang it! He was the rookie last year. What is wrong with me?
Yeah.
What is that dude's name?
Pitts?
Starts with a P.
Kyle Pitts?
No, there is a P. No. And he's talking about Detroit. Sam Laporta.
Sam Laporta.
There you go. We were both on track there. I got the Sam. He got the P between the two of us.
Figured it out. Well, anyways, Monday Night Football tonight. Nate and Andy are at Hofbrau for Monday Night Football. A couple of games going on tonight. Also, you have the Nuggets and Avs both in action. What's that?
I was just looking at the stats. So George Kittle is still at the top, and then it's Brock Bowers for this year.
Give it to the rookie.
Well, Kittle has 60 receptions for 861, 8 touchdowns. Bowers has 87 receptions for 933, but only 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, so they're giving more credit to the touchdowns, understandably. But
hey, Bowers has 27 more catches than Kittle. Now Trey McBride has, according to this, 89 catches for 938.
There you go. Hashtag asunder. That's what I'm talking about. Just goes to show relative value, fellas. You can have the greatest tight end in the world, but boy, oh boy, you don't get that quarterback, man. You in trouble. You in trouble. But you can have a great tight end. As Surtain was a great cornerback. But without the quarterback, man, you got nothing. It's just an NFL. It's a imbalance of importance, like no other sport. No other sport has it except for Jokic and the Nuggets. We know that's an imbalance of talent as well. But looking at the brighter side of life, you had the most balanced Nuggets game of the year on Friday night, man, with the Clippers, and it was a blowout. You got 2 blowouts in a row. Atlanta and now the Clippers. And you got scoring from all over the place. Jokic didn't play in the fourth quarter. Got Jamal, who was, had fresh legs, went out there, scored 20, hit his first 2 3-pointers, or at least 2 out of 3. Made all the difference in the world. I think defensively he's got a little something to be desired, but that Nuggets team played pretty good on Friday night, Scott. I liked it. Man, it was a good game.
I thought they had a great second half. In fact, to finish the third quarter, they did go on a 20-6 run.
26,
just really,
which was a
really
quarter. That was a quarter.
Yep, and you and I were texting. I thought they played better in the Atlanta game from start to finish.
I agreed.
But the finish was from midway through that, about the 6-minute mark. Like I said, they went 20-6 to finish that game the third quarter. And I mean, the Clippers had no answer after that.
Hey, listen, are the Nuggets undefeated this year if they lead after 1 and at half?
I think they at
after both.
At half, one of the two they're 8-0 now, and the other one they're like 6-0 or 5-0.
Right, it's something like that. Like if they've got the lead at half or I think it's even at the end of the first quarter is a better indicator. And they had kind of a lousy second quarter against the Clippers, but we've seen it a million times. When teams have to fight back, it takes more out of them. It does. And the Clippers had to fight back, and they were a little gassed. And the Nuggets handed to him in the third, and Jokic didn't even play in the fourth.
I mean, that had to have been the most well-rounded game that
I thought it was.
Jamal was the leading scorer, but all the starters had between 16 and 18 points.
He had Strother, I think, and Westbrook did not have double digits off the bench. You know what's fun about Westbrook, though, in that game, Scott? Even though he didn't have a great line, per se, he had great energy. And there was a cool moment at the end of the game where he's coming out, the crowd is all fired up, right? And there's, those millionaires on the courtside seats, and Westbrook's going past him and high-fiving them. And I'm like, hey, that's cool, man. He was feeling good. I'm telling you, it was a good vibe in the building. And then on Saturday, they're chanting Blackwood's name. We're getting Blackwood chants.
Can I just rehash for a quick second the little debate you guys had about the numbers with Kansas City? Can we just come back to that for a quick second? Because we got a smart texter who figured this thing out, that we are a bunch of dum-dums.
All right.
And it definitely goes in Scott's favor.
All right, what is it?
You know what you were discounting? Kansas City has beaten 13 teams versus the Broncos 9.
That's what I said.
Which is where, yes, I know that's what you said, but that's where the extra games are coming from.
I thought it was the total against all opponents.
The games they won.
The games they won.
Yes.
Oh, all right. Maybe I was hearing it wrong then. I thought you were just talking their record against all their opponents.
I mean, I'm not calling myself smart because
what
it
is
took
it?
a texter to point that out.
So it's your record against teams that
they beat.
Teams that you beat against their, okay. All right. Okay.
So it adds up.
Some of the teams they played a lot of games too, so there's going to be more games. By the way, here's a dumb stat for you. I think the Nuggets are undefeated this year when they hold opponents under 120 points.
Yeah, that's kind of bananas.
That's a little
120?
120.
Well, have a good call tonight, and the Avs go. Do you know what time they drop the puck tonight? 8:30.
Who are they playing?
They're playing Vancouver. I would tell you exactly when things are happening, but nobody's updated our whiteboard here in the studio.
Wow.
So
the whiteboard that DMAC demanded.
Listen, Darren, you're in the studio on a Monday, and you know it's part of that 5-day weekend thing.
But hey, Nate and Andy are up on that big whiteboard. They're at Hofbrau. The Nuggets play tonight at 8 o'clock. I know when things are happening. 7:30 pregame. I actually don't know are the Nuggets or the Avs on 92.5 here, Dan? Oh, yeah, I bet Dan doesn't know.
I do know because I'm doing the hosting for the Nuggets. Nuggets are on 950, Avs are on 92.5.
Avs are on 92.5. All right. Because that game doesn't drop. They don't drop that puck till 8:30. 8:30. 8:30.
8:40 puck drop.
8:40 puck drop. 8:40 puck drop? Okay.
It's only 30 minutes earlier the Nuggets are playing, right?
Yeah, but the hockey goes, it doesn't matter. Who cares? We'll talk about the game tomorrow. The Broncos are cruising towards the playoffs. Travis Hunt,
75 and 97.
Exactly. And on that note, Nate and Andy next on Altitude.
Jeff. I appreciate your question. I like Pat.
Yeah, I think everyone does.
He did drop it like it was hot. Welcome into the show, everybody. We're out at Hofbrau. We are getting you set for a Monday Night Football doubleheader tonight. Bears, Vikes, Falcons, Raiders. Oh, can't miss that one. Plus the Nuggets and Avalanche.
Or you could.
Both in action this evening. We have so much to do with you today, but more than anything, we would like this radio show to serve as an appreciation of Colts running back Jonathan Taylor and his desire to not hold a football running past the goal line yesterday, thus taking a 13-7 game and keeping it a 13-7 game while giving the ball back to the Broncos. Andy, just some downright comedy goes in the Broncos' favor yesterday. They would outscore the Colts 24-0 from there. Pretty sure all the Colts just wanted to climb into a bunker and hide, especially Jonathan Taylor. After that happened, just an unbelievable, unforgettable moment. And here are the Broncos, winning season, clinched, playoffs,
all but
clinched. Let's be honest. It would take an unbelievable turn of events for them to not make the postseason. But my God, the Broncos, things were not going well. They were not at all. And then Taylor breaks free, scores that touchdown, or we thought. And it was like, oh, man, they are behind the 8 ball right now. Nah, they were fine. All was well. Marvin Mims would hit a couple of big punt returns, and the Broncos would win the game. Going away, by the way, Nick Bonito makes another case for Defensive Player of the Year. But my God, that was one of the funniest football games I've ever seen in my life. It wasn't going great, and then Serbian guy was cracking up after Jonathan Taylor managed to do that.
Yeah, Marvin Mims decided he'd go make a big old play.
Hell yeah.
The Nick Bonito interception still is – we got to play the cut from the Colts receiver a little bit later. He cracked me up with his bitterness about things. But, I mean, that thing was Nick Bonito just lying in wait.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't get it.
Definition of slow developing.
So I've heard a few shows today and I've been around town. Why? I feel like people are down, man. They won the game.
Why is anybody down?
There's nothing to be sad about.
No.
Game was won.
Yeah.
Guess what? Good teams, they win in all different ways.
They do.
Okay?
This is one of those lessons, and I retweeted my buddy Chad Andrews after the game, who put something out, and I was just like, God, he is so spot on right there. Sometimes in the NFL, if you're just not terrible, you can win.
Yeah.
And that's what the Broncos did yesterday. Like, they made mistakes. There was no doubt about it. They did not play a good game yesterday. They made way fewer mistakes than the Colts did. And they win. And that's how it works. If you can play good, disciplined football, even on a day where your rookie quarterback, guess what? We all got reminded he's still a rookie, okay? Progress is not always directly linear. You don't just automatically get better every single week. He ran into a tough one yesterday. Gus Bradley kind of had his way with Bo Nix. God, if you're Gus Bradley, by the way, you had 2 weeks to put that game plan together, and you nailed it. Oh, you had it. You must hate Jonathan Taylor so much right now.
Yeah, you hate everybody else you work with. You do not like your coworkers today.
No.
You don't want to be on the Zoom call.
No, you don't.
Yeah, come on, man. Here's the deal. You know what? Here's how I'm going to sum up yesterday's Bo Nix performance. He didn't get away with some throws he's been getting away with the last couple of weeks.
Well put.
It was bound to happen at some point.
Well put.
So it happened yesterday. The good news is you won anyway.
You did.
And now he takes a lesson from things. Like you said, he continues. This is still a growth year, a learning year from him.
Yeah.
Sean hopefully learns a couple stuff, a couple things about plays to call. And look, at the end of the day.
We'll see. We'll see on
yeah,
that one.
I know. Woo. Here's what I hope comes of this. Now, you got to get a running back that I think you truly can rely on. We'll have to see what the story with had Mammoth on the head. Jaleel McLaughlin, what happens with him and how bad the old bruise is on the thigh or whatever. By the way, Audric Estime is such a violent runner. But you do have to run the football more. We've known this about this team. You can't fall into, just because we've had a few good pass games, and all of a sudden you start going pass happy. You don't need to go 2013 Broncos on this sucker. Keep it balanced.
This is my confusion to it all, Andy. And I know you were watching on TV yesterday, as I was. Sean Payton does the halftime interview with our girl Aditi, And he says in the interview, we got to run the football.
Yeah.
And then what does he do? Right away, it's throw, 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 boom, there's an interception. Okay? It's like, oh, you were right there. You just said you needed to run the ball, and you choose not to. The run game, tell me if I'm oversimplifying this. This feels like a simple solution to me. Audric Estime, early down back. Javonte Williams, third down back. You're done.
Yeah.
Jaleel McLaughlin is your change of pace guy. You're done. It seems simple to me. Did you realize Javonte Williams' last 3 games, Andy, 18 carries, 14 yards?
That is not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not what you need. Now, I know they'll tell you they're trying not to telegraph what they're doing when he comes into the game, i.e. pass blocking for Javonte, but
get over it.
It is what it is, you know. And look, the other thing, it just was, I don't understand. You know, I guess I'll also put this out there. This is why sometimes teams go, man, bad time for a bye week. Even though I'm sure everybody wanted to get rested and guys wanted to get healthy.
Yeah.
Broncos are kind of like in their groove. They were in their spot. Offense yesterday looked like it fell out of it a little bit.
Took
just
all
phases,
quarters, yeah.
not just Bo and the interceptions. It looked like it just was a weird offensive day. And maybe I say that because I thought with the way that they play defense, I thought the Broncos offense was going to feast against that thing because they had been feasting against teams that didn't blitz or pressure a lot. But guess what? They brought blitzes at the appropriate time. I think here's what I hope Bo sees too. It looked like they fanned out and rushed Bo a little bit differently.
Yep.
So Bo, keep your eyes up and maybe look to pass a second time, maybe work the pocket a little bit more. But again, these are all good lessons, and you learned them in a win. Let's not all be down.
And it was a win, man, where again, like, okay, your offense stunk.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, fine. You had 193 total yards. You still won the game. And, oh, by the way, your defense carried the day. You forced 5 turnovers. And, oh, by the way, Marvin Mims is arguably the best return man in football. I know our guy, Turpin down at Dallas would like a word, but still, that's what you were reminded of in that game. Patrick Surtain came up with a huge interception. Weird play. We'll talk about what happened after he got up after that one. And Nick Bonito he's just a special friggin' player.
Is he going to steal Defensive Player of the Year from everybody?
Seriously.
He's like, what, the first guy since 2014, I think, J.J. Watt to have 10 sacks and 2 pick sixes?
Touchdowns in back-to-back weeks scored by him. Although technically not a pick six, Andy. It was technically a fumble return for a touchdown.
Shut up. What? That's how we're categorizing that?
It was a lateral. So as it not being a forward pass, technically it's a fumble return for a touchdown that we all know is a pick six, but technically fumble return touchdown.
While we're talking about stupid stat anomalies, did you hear what they ruled? Who fumbled into the end zone? Was it the Cardinals that fumbled into the end zone and then they recovered it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear what they labeled that?
What's the ruling?
It's an offensive TD.
It's just offensive?
The big man doesn't get responsibility for it because he recovered a fumble in the end zone, so he doesn't get the touchdown.
So it's just a team touchdown?
Yeah, in lacrosse, we have what we call the in-home.
Sure.
And when something stupid happens, the in-home is the designated guy to get the stat.
Sure.
He also has to sit all the penalties, like if the goalie does something stupid.
Yeah.
I think like hockey is a version of it too, the bench guy. So they don't even – the big man goes in – not only does he recover it, but he keeps his body parallel so he doesn't go out of bounds, and he gets nothing on the stat sheet. It's just an OTD.
Should Jonathan Taylor – should he get a statistical mark for a forced fumble as well as a fumble loss?
That's a great question. Does he get the defensive stat? Let me ask you this, though. I got to tell you, and I'm glad it happened. I'm glad it changed the game. I was starting to feel like, man, Don't go Broncos of December, we know so well. And that's what I thought was happening on that play. But there's still a small part of me that's like, man, are you sure? Because of the rule, are you positive that ball didn't find some way to creep over the bound?
So I was rewatching the telecast today. And
they didn't have a pylon cam, which shocked me. I thought everybody had to have a pylon cam.
No, because if you look at it, Cincinnati had one of those yesterday too. on a scoop and score play.
And then he just,
And Battle just
tried to switch hands and lost it.
Right, and just lost the thing. But they had the camera that was pointed straight down the goal line. So they didn't have that yesterday on the telecast. The angle from up above with Taylor running into the end zone, it looks like he just had the ball and he just dropped it like 2 yards into the end zone. And there was that one shot from the angle behind him.
It's the control, right?
Right, where you can see he's sort of like, he's almost like doing like a basketball move. He's sort of like switching it into his other hand as he's dropping it. But you can see that he doesn't have possession.
He starts to release grip.
Right.
God.
It's kind of like a cool move, but it's not cool because it meant you didn't technically have what football defines as possession crossing the goal line. I think they got the call right.
Sure.
Like,
well, look, don't do it. You're releasing it. Why are you not? If you're an NFL player, wait until you are in the back of the end zone to do something with that football.
I don't know.
At bare minimum, get to the middle of the end zone. Don't risk it at all.
I don't know why they.
Where did you think you were on the field?
I don't know.
While we're talking about weird turnovers, by the way, so I heard this today. The intercepting player yesterday. Gosh, I'm forgetting all the dang games he's happening in. Oh, it was the one that got Jameis Winston benched. Did you hear about? So the DB on that play said he came out of the route and looked up at the Jumbotron in Cleveland. It was McDuffie.
Yeah.
Said he looked up in the Jumbotron in Cleveland, knew where he was, and then made the catch and kept his feet in balance while looking at the Jumbotron.
Awesome.
We may need to move where the damn TVs are now.
I mean, that happens all the time, though. Like when guys are on breakaways, they can look up at Jumbotrons and see, like,
who's chasing
is
them.
anyone behind me in case I feel like, I don't know, doing a Marshawn Lynch and jumping backwards and grabbing my D&Bs while I'm falling into the end zone. Not that anybody did that yesterday.
So I was at a bar yesterday with my lacrosse buddies. They were like, "You going to talk about this on the radio?" I was like, "Yeah, we'll see." When Benito jumped in and we had the back angle, everyone was going nuts in the bar. I'm trying to figure out how I want to phrase this. Going, why did he get the penalty? And so I said, I think I said he either did the Michael Jackson or the Marshawn. I can't, but we said it's an anatomy grab.
Yeah.
And so when they showed the front angle, everybody yelled, "Anatomy grab!" Of course, we used a different word, but I'd never heard a whole bar in unison. Like we were celebrating the penalty because at that time everything's
cool
funny.
Penalty. Yeah. That's
it's
a cool
funny because
penalty.
you're winning. Would not have been fun. And then he had to kick the extra point from North Glen.
Right.
That was pretty sweet
well,
too.
It's as long as you hang on to the football, you can grab whatever you want, and it's okay by me.
Yeah, your coach would much rather firm grasp in one hand. You can firm grasp everything as long as the ball is one of the firm grasp things.
Yes. Jonathan Taylor, not a 41-yard touchdown run, just a 40-yard run with a fumble and a Bronco touchback. Score goes from 20, well, what would have been 20-7 to 13-7 in Denver ball. TV didn't capture it all either. Like, they came out and they were showing that angle, and I was looking at it and I was like, I think that's the Broncos offense down there.
Yeah.
He really did drop that thing. Oh, man.
Oh, they came back came right back, and he was right there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Poor Jonathan Taylor. Oh, it's such a professional player to do it, too.
I know, of all the guys, right? Of all the guys, and everyone's having now I see the highlight of the Broncos. They're having to show the Benito touchdown strictly from the first angle. Of all the guys, MVP of your team, MVP of your fantasy team.
Right.
Probably aren't at the record you're at without the guy.
One of the best.
And yet he chucked the playoffs possibly away for the Colts in that move.
On that play right there. Maybe Denver comes back and wins that
game. We don't know.
But also you know how tough the game script is going to get after that. They're going to lean into their ground and pound run game. You're going to be down a couple of scores and having to force it a little bit more. Bo was already struggling throwing the ball down the field. It's hard to say what would have happened. Now it's the Colts.
Yeah,
maybe they could have completely given that thing away.
Maybe it's Bo's first great comeback at home and his Legend of Elway. We don't know.
But fortunately,
I'm glad we didn't have to.
We don't have to live in a world where that happened because Jonathan Taylor dropped the football and inserted his own head up his own rear. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are with you today until 6. We're out here at the Hofbrau at 92nd and Wadsworth in beautiful Westminster, Colorado. And we got rears to smack when we return. Let's see if we can set a record for how many people want to congratulate Jonathan Taylor for his play in that game yesterday. Broncos win. And really, the funny part of it is, Andy, they won convincingly. Had you fallen into a coma during that game and then woken up afterwards, you'd have been like, oh, yeah, the Broncos kicked their butts.
Went like we thought.
Yeah. Not really. Not really. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and it is the holidays, which means it's the time of love and joy. But if you've been avoiding both the love and the joy because of erectile dysfunction, then it's time to get on into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and, you know what, take part in the season. Take part in a little love and joy of your own, if you know what I mean. Stop on in there, get a consultation, and see what they can do for you. You know, they have many treatments, not just one, and they can find the right treatment for you. And frankly, finding the right treatment is the difference between having just an okay experience and a great one, getting the old love and joy of the season back fully. So go on into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, have a conversation with them. Again, they have treatments that work when the pills and the herbals fail, and treatments that have success rates well over 90%, some that can even have you last in an hour or more. Plenty of time for love and joy. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Your initial visit is only $99, does include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TPSA test, and a medically advised you'll get a test dose. But if the test dose is not working in the office, your visit is free. They have 5 locations throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
what happened there at the goal line there with the football?
Yeah, they said I didn't cross the goal line. That can't happen.
Did you know at the time or?
No, not until there's a flag, or not a flag until they started reviewing it.
JT, we haven't seen you do that before. I mean, were you consciously aware that you're dropping the ball, or how did that play out?
No, you're never consciously aware you're dropping the ball. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it.
It looked like you were trying to switch hands at that point.
No.
No, you were just slipped out.
No, you just can't do it. It just can't happen.
Can't do it.
I didn't think Mike Singletary would get on the show today.
I like how that reporter was kind of like trying to give Taylor an out. Like, looked like you were trying to switch hands. He's just like, nope, I'm an idiot.
I love him. Good for him, dude. Really? There's no other way to handle that thing. He didn't blame anybody and get angry about it. He just said, can't do it.
Nope.
Can't do it.
Yep.
Can't do it.
I'm dumb. Were you consciously doing it? If I was conscious of it, I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
Oh.
He just lost track of where he was.
I know.
But thank God he did.
It's just wild because, that dude is such a good football player, has been for a really long time. Cornerstone of that franchise, one of the great Colts to ever do it. In fact, Andy, I want to look this up. He has scored 45 career rushing touchdowns.
Dude, if they want to release him today, we can. I'd claim him in a heartbeat.
50 touchdowns for the career in total.
All right, here's my question for you.
Not 51, though. TS, my guy.
Oh, it could have been.
Hey, real quick though,
could have been.
Andy, can I get a let's do a little media evaluation.
Okay.
Right here. You as a longtime sideline reporter.
Yeah, been in a few scrums.
You've spent a lot of time in losing locker rooms. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And when you're in the losing locker room, you have to use the quiet, sad voice.
Yeah, it's golf time.
Okay. In this situation, this is a unique challenge because now you have to use quiet, sad voice in a losing locker room to a guy that pulled a brain-dead move to cost his team the game and arguably any shot to go to the postseason. So this is some next-level stuff. I don't know who this Indianapolis-based reporter is. I'm assuming it's an Indianapolis reporter here. But let's give this guy a grade. Here we go. This is the first sad, quiet question to Jonathan Taylor after he pulled the bone yesterday. Go ahead, Spring.
What happened there at the goal line there with the football?
Excellent low voice.
Oh, breathy. It was good. What happened there? What
that sounded almost like Jim Nantz welcome you to Augusta.
What happened there?
Hello, friends.
Yeah, that had some Roy Firestone to it.
It really did.
That was nice.
So yeah,
Tom Rinaldi. What happened there?
You went out to your garage, you tried to pull the car out of the garage, and she put the driver through your windshield. What went on in that Village Inn, Tiger? That's exactly what that was.
Yeah, because the irony is, if he holds the ball for a fraction of a second longer, you're like, hey, what happened on that touchdown play right there, man? That was an unbelievable run.
What did our guy say? Death by inches? That was the literal death by inches.
Yeah.
I think Fangio's in the locker room pounding the table for this today.
What happened on that?
Okay, let's talk about this. I've done that. I'm not going to tell you that I haven't.
Oh, no, we've all been
there.
It's
been terrible.
You got to do sad, quiet locker room.
You know what I think I did with that? I'm going to out Seth. I can't remember Seth's last name.
Okay.
Anyway, Seth was with the team forever, and Seth was really good dude. Seth Medvedev, whatever. Is it Roger Medvedev? Anyway, I went to Seth and
Roger Federer?
Wasn't there a Medvedev? Hey, isn't there a Medvedev or something like that plays tennis there, Spring?
Yep, there is.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
So he's probably Seth Medved.
Good job.
Except that's the car company. That can't be right either. None of that sounds right to me. Anyway, Seth was Broncos PR, all right?
Okay.
And I go to Seth after the game, and, Dave's doing a little tap dance, and Ed has no interest in finding anybody to talk to because he's the former player that's lived through this, so it's up to me. And I'm like, who am I going to talk to? And I go up to Seth and I go, this was 2016 when things are really getting flushed. And I'm like, this is post
back half of the season was ugly.
It was December, and it might have been after the Patriot game when we found out later that Aqib Talib told Russell Okung to just shut his mouth and don't talk. So anyway, I go up to Seth and I go, I really don't know who to talk to after this game. Obviously, it's got to be someone on defense because the offense, none of the offense is even at their lockers.
They scored 3 points in that game.
And we got early access. For those that don't know, as a rights holder, I was allowed in 10 minutes. I had 10 minutes before anybody else got in there to kind of get my stuff in.
That's one of those moments where you're like, can we get a return on this?
Go ahead and let them in.
Let everyone else
Please
in first.
let them in. son, for the love of God, let other people in. I don't want to be – because then it's even worse because then you got to really whisper with the guy. It's just you in a room full of people staring at you. So finally Seth goes Seth was like, go up to Darian Stewart. He just got that new contract. Go, maybe go to him. And I was like, all right. And it was really a rookie mistake. It was one of the times where I learned, guys, just ask your miserable questions. I'm going to give you a miserable answer and we'll be done.
Right.
But instead, I'm trying to be like, well, bright side guy here. So I walk up to Darian Stewart, and I go, tough game today, but at least on the bright side, hey, man, you got a contract. You're able to – man, I don't get it. And he said the F word. He dropped an F-bomb. I don't give a bleep about a contract.
Yeah.
I was like, awesome.
Yeah.
How about that game? Well, we said, I'm like, and now I'm worried. I'm like, well, he doesn't care about this mic either, I see. So what a guy am I, because normally the protocol is just get it back up to the play. Like twice I heard Roach beat with Keith Traylor and Clinton Portis when that happened. Roach was like, Dave, back to you. I mean, he couldn't even, like as soon as the word came out, Dave, back to you, he wouldn't let him finish the answer. Roach isn't even taking any chances. And I'm like, and Darian's staring at me and I'm like, God, I guess I got to ask another one, but I can't. What do I do here? Protocol says just get out of this thing. So I think I asked him one or two more, and I got rid of it so bad. Seth comes up all happy. How'd it go? I go, he dropped the F word on me. That's how it went.
That's one of those where as soon as you take the mic down, you just turn around and just bolt.
You're just like,
I got to go.
I almost want to just hand him the mic here. I'm leaving. I'll tell you what, the ones, I don't know what's worse, because I've done a couple games, and thank God it wasn't like this for us yesterday, but I told you, I did the one in Buffalo where I corralled Eddie Royal when the season's over. You're going to San Diego where you haven't won forever, and they're going to beat the snot out of you. Spoiler, they did.
Yeah.
Because you blew this game at home. The Baltimore game, like the ones where you're good and then it's like sudden death, those are the worst. You don't even know what to ask anybody.
Yeah.
At least what I always try to do is a couple about this game, and let's look at next week real quick. Ain't no next week. We're done. We are done.
The closest that I've ever come, I think, to what it would have been like to talk to Taylor yesterday was I was one of the first three dudes to walk up to Raheem Moore after the Baltimore playoff game. You were probably standing right next to me. And we were –
He sought me out because he wanted to explain himself.
Yeah. He was
awesome about
it.
Same with
just like Taylor was. Honestly, give Taylor all the credit in the world. He didn't run from it. He didn't blame anybody else. He was like, nope, I can't do that.
You know who else did that? Who's that Rockies closer that blew it against the Phillies and just stood in the locker room? And
Houston Street.
Yeah. And you know what? Like, again, Taylor sounded like Street where I got a mad respect for him. Houston Street, and I think I stood in his media group for 5 or 10 minutes, and literally the same question. People just kept coming up that had missed that we've covered this.
Hey,
and he gave the. And
what are you doing?
He didn't get upset with anybody. He didn't Jerry Jones anybody.
No.
He just stand there going, "It's on me," and he answered every question. It sounds like, but I'm telling you, dude, how much is this going to change stuff? Like somebody put out there, I don't know how I got it, maybe because I've looked at too much Colts news this week. Somebody called the Colts Observer, said that fumble may change the course of this franchise.
Yeah.
And when I started thinking about it, Shane Steichen may lose his job because now you're not going to the playoffs.
Right.
Now you're going in another completely different direction, Anthony Richardson.
Do you run out of patience with Richardson now?
Well, and again, Richardson, here's the good thing that Bo Nix got to avoid as a young quarterback trying to figure it out. Knicks, because of what the defense and the punt returns did, they could stay within themselves offensively. That's why you got that pick six game, because you're just trying to get something going.
Oh, it's
yesterday. So now you're reaching into your desperate bag of tricks.
Steichen's just like, I need something.
Yeah.
We're getting nothing going in the passing. Broncos, by the way, they solved the zone read thing, and Cooper had that huge drop on Richardson in the backfield where it was like, okay, just do the mush rush and just go directly at the quarterback and just commit to it and live with the mistake if you don't make it. I felt like early on in that game, like the Richardson touchdown, Jonah Ellis got sucked inside on it and they just ran right around him. Like, okay, sometimes you just got to make the decision of whatever you're going to live with on a play like that. And the Broncos, I thought, did a great job of that in the second half. Really, Denver's defense, which is good to begin with, and yesterday playing without Riley Moss, they made adjustments as the game went on, and eventually Richardson just made too many mistakes. The Broncos D-line thoroughly dominated the second half of that game. How many holding calls did Indianapolis get on running plays in the second half of that game? Because the Broncos front, John Franklin Myers was great yesterday. Oh, man. And he was so frustrated. He had that sack where he had Richardson, and then it's that thing we talked about on Friday. Richardson's a giant, so he's hard to take down. And you could tell Franklin Myers was, number one, frustrated, number two, exhausted from that play. But, God, he had a great game yesterday.
Was it Malcolm Roach that had him for a safety, too, and lost him?
Yeah. It was there. And then there was the wild play where Richardson threw it and Jonah Ellis batted it back to him. He caught the thing and ran it out of the end zone. It was a wild game yesterday.
Yeah, it was.
That's what's funny about it is that play right there, in an air quotes normal NFL game, we'd be like, oh, my God, that could have been such a massive swing right there. I don't even know if it makes the top 5 of whatever that insanity was yesterday. That game was bonkers. It was slow starting, and then once it got going, it was nuts, and the Broncos come out on top. Again, because their defense is awesome, because Marvin Mims is a great return man, and the Broncos have really, really good special teams. They almost had another punt that got downed inside the 1 or inside at least, whatever, the 3-yard line yesterday. The special teams are great. Bad offensive day. Doesn't matter. Let the other guys make more mistakes than you, and you can win a game. There's nothing to be upset about that Bronco victory yesterday. There really isn't. Like, Bo Nix is a rookie quarterback. Guess what, everybody? Reality.
Still threw 3 touchdowns.
Still made the plays when he had to. Was able to use the tight ends. They ran the exact same play with Atkins yesterday. Was it in the Atlanta or the Carolina game?
No, it was Atlanta.
It was the Atlanta game.
Where he was so wide open.
Yeah, it was the exact same play.
Yeah.
It's such a good play design right there, and he blocks, he leaks. Boom, you hit him and you score a touchdown. Good use of the tight ends yesterday, ultimately. And you, again, be less terrible than the other guys. Sometimes that's effective in the NFL.
And at the end of the day, you're on your way to snapping this playoff-less streak.
Yeah.
Let's just worry about that.
Great day for the Broncos. Go ahead. Chime in. Let's smack some heinies. Broncos win at 303-504-0925. That's the Champ Mazda text line. We'd love to hear from you. Who deserves an attaboy after the Broncos victorious yesterday? Coming up at 4 o'clock, we will delve into the latest on Patrick Surtain and what his status will be for Thursday night against the Chargers. But we're handing out attaboys when we return. We're live at the Hofbrau here at 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl on a Broncos Win Monday.
They set up Mitchell. It's going to be a double pass. And that one is intercepted. Oh. It's Bonito. Unbelievable.
Shane came over, talked to me, and said if it's not there, throw it away. So if you kind of look from my perspective, it was there pretty much until 15 just turned to Ed Reed and just came through out of nowhere. So, I mean, it was a great play by him. So we just got to execute it better.
You repped it a lot in practice, I assume. And what was your confidence level about it?
I'm always confident.
Because it had worked in practice, you're saying?
And then you see a play like Ed Reed. I mean, looking back, do you feel like you could have had a chance to maybe throw it quicker, or is there not a way to get around it?
I executed the play call. He made a good play.
It really wasn't there. That's when a guy breaks on it and catches it and runs it the other way. That's your indication. It really wasn't there.
Although I like you called him Ed Reed, but
yes, that was a nice compliment.
That was funny. Turned into Ed Reed all salty.
The funniest part about that play too was like, so Richardson comes out, throws what looks like it could be a bubble screen to A.D. Mitchell. By the way, Andy and I was rewatching the game today. They had run a play like that. Just a straight bubble screen. It was to Downs a couple of series earlier. So, like, they had run the setup for it. It's just that Mitchell caught the ball and didn't look the slightest bit like a runner. Like, he stepped backwards. You know, he got his hands on the laces and really set himself as a thrower.
Oh, he gave it away right away.
Yeah.
It just was, are you going to go back or are you going to go deep, right?
And the telecast had a great shot of Bonito, and he said he looked at Richardson and he was like, oh, something's up right here.
Yeah, what are you doing there, guy?
Yeah, and then just had to cut in front of that thing, and it's at that point it's essentially like a basketball play. Like you're just, hey, there you go, fast break, you're off to the races. In this case, it was a different two that Bonito got at the very end, but still, it was a touchdown. And Nick Bonito right now, I'm looking at these are the FanDuel odds. T.J. Watt still the betting favorite for DPOY, Defensive Player of the Year at -160. Surtain at +340. Bonito at +650. Those are the top three on the board right now. Will Anderson at 14-1. Danielle Hunter at 26-1. But, yeah, right now it's T.J. Watt, and then there's two Broncos hot on his heels.
You know, it's too bad that wasn't the national TV game. I mean, the highlight made it to everybody, but I just think, you know, after Bonito puts his name on the map on Monday Night Football, had he done that play on Thursday Night Football, who knows what that does to some of those betting odds? Who knows? Maybe he'll do it again.
Right now, he's up to 11.5 sacks. I believe he had a half of sack yesterday, so he trails Trey Hendrickson, who's got 12.5. Danielle Hunter has 12, and then Watt and Bonito both at 11.5. Myles Garrett at 11. So that's the rundown for you right there. But also, you know, now Bonito has 2 touchdowns on the year as well in back-to-back weeks to put on the resume. So it's right there. The crazy thing, too, is then Surtain got his 4th pick of the year, which I believe is now a career high for him. He's up to +340. We'll break down his injury situation coming up here at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock. Want to get to some of your smacks on the rear here on the show. Lot of love for Nick Bonito coming in as well it should be. Andy, I was thinking about this today, okay? Clearly, like, you think about whatever he is going to get paid, all right? But I'm thinking ahead to next year, okay? Bo Nix is your cemented starting quarterback on this team.
Yep.
Your entire offensive line is locked up going forward, which has been an outstanding pass-blocking unit. Your defense is one of the very best in all of the NFL, featuring one of the best secondaries and now, unexpectedly, one of the best pass rushes in all the NFL with Cooper and Bonito on the outside. And you got a lot of these guys coming back that are on the interior. Zach Allen going to be back. John Franklin Myers under contract next year going to be back. Right now, if you were setting a future win total on the Broncos next year, at first in my head I was like, oh, it's 9.5. You would probably put it at 9.5. And then I was like, is that enough on this team with everything that they have coming back next year? Will this team have a win total of like 10.5 going into next year?
See, I like the number 10.
Uh-huh.
I honestly haven't even looked at who they're playing or the division or anything like that. Look, things have gone well for the team this year. They've actually caught some luck, some scheduling luck. You have to face a Derek Carr.
Yeah.
When you went on the short week. You play the – I don't know. It's wild because the NFC South is not very good, but now Tampa's starting to look like world beaters all of a sudden.
Yeah, they beat the pants off the Chargers yesterday. They're 8-0 against teams that are below 500.
Right.
Fine.
I think, the Jets are not as good as we thought on all that kind of stuff. But, look, it'll be it's hard for me. To me, I'd have to say 10 right now, only because you got another year of this team. We don't know who they're going to draft, what offensive talent they'll add. Bo Nix is not going to be necessarily a rookie anymore, but he's got to get ready to deal with what C.J. Stroud has dealt with, and that's the whole league breaking you down, and you're going to be one of the top focuses because you've been one of the top rookies. So the league's going to try to figure you out a little bit better. I don't know. I mean, look, hopefully they're in 11 or 12 win territory next year, but again, I don't know what division they play. God, the NFL's so much change. Listen, man, it's happening in college football. I sent you guys. I'm shocked. Nikhil Hill-Green is leaving CU. I didn't see that coming. He's decided to hit the transfer portal.
Yeah.
He just got there. He's been one of their stalwarts down the stretch. That must mean he thinks he's getting some money. I think it's tough to guess the leagues, whether it's college or pro football, with the free agency one year to the next. But I'd put it at 10 if you had to hold me down right now. So what, 10.5 would be the number you think people bet at?
So you're going 10.5?
At 9.5, I think plenty of people would bet at
we'll take 10. The over. Yeah, we'll take the over. Right.
But if you put it at 10.5, that could be interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Vegas can't get it much more wrong than they did this year.
No kidding. Johnny Jazz Cabbage, Chris Abrams drain.
Yeah, shout out to him.
Really, and this is where we got to give VJ a little bit of love. I thought he deployed both Mathis and Abrams Drain perfectly yesterday. They used Mathis in the base stuff. They used Abrams Drain in the specialty stuff. He didn't overwhelm either player with too many sub-packages that they were going to have to know. It was just, okay, this is your focus this week. This is your focus this week. And in a game where you didn't have Riley Moss, and we've talked about the impact it's had when you haven't had everybody out there, the secondary wasn't a problem in that game at all for the Broncos yesterday. I thought they actually played pretty damn well. Now, it's Anthony Richardson who is not accurate, and it's his receivers who don't do him any favors.
No, they don't. And who the one deep threat got hurt? Alec Pierce got hurt.
Alec Pierce, and that was a play by Abrams Drain, and that was perfect coverage, and that was not getting a flag on a deep ball. That was beautifully done. That's that's a huge play. That is a huge play in that game. Really. I mean, Indy hit some third and longs, but, they didn't hit anything over the top yesterday. And that's when we go back to the importance of Taylor's gaffe. If indeed you're down 2 scores, well, then VJ's got to take more risks, which then open up one-on-ones down the field, and that's where maybe Richardson hits one of those.
Right.
And that can kill you right there, but – you're able to stay within your game plan if you're only down 1 score.
The good news for the Broncos is this. We've hit the point of the schedule where you're kind of like Anthony Richardson did a lot of his damage with his legs, right?
Yeah.
You're kind of done with that. Now, Joe Burrow can get out and run a little bit. Herbert's banged up. I don't think he's been looking to run anywhere.
No.
And Mahomes is now banged up. Here's the interesting thing for the Broncos. You're going on the road the next 2 weeks. Technically, with a team in this stage of development, I don't think you're going to go over the top to predict wins on the road. You got to be a little bit careful about that. Now, the Cincinnati defense is awful, but look, they're still alive in this thing because teams keep losing.
Yep.
So if they were to find a way to win out and one of those wins comes against you, Cincinnati all of a sudden has life. So you got to watch out for that game. Might not be as easy as their record would indicate to you. But all of a sudden, the Chiefs are in a real conundrum. They were talking about this on Good Morning Football this morning. I did not realize their schedule. Chiefs have the Saturday game this week, and then they got the Wednesday Christmas game before playing the Broncos. So they'll get a little bit of the extended time before they play the Broncos. But now, some on the national level are questioning, do they shut down Mahomes for the next 2 weeks, possibly give up the number 1 seed to Buffalo to get that ankle right for Mahomes?
Got a 2-game lead on Buffalo right now, but the Bills are red hot and breathing down their necks. It's a fascinating situation. According to reports out of KC today, they don't think it's severe. That's what they've said about the ankle injury so far.
He really got crunched, though. Did you
Oh,
see
it's
the
brutal.
hit? I mean, he
It's
not only
brutal.
got knocked sideways.
Yeah.
If you watch the guys in back, two big man, two D linemen's weights fall on his legs.
Real quick, though, on Kansas City, I know people are going to look at that and go, oh, man, that's a 14-point road victory. Chiefs are back, baby. They were +6 in turnovers, and they only won by 14.
Yeah.
That is nothing to hang your hat on right there. That team is still in trouble as far as I'm concerned, plus Mahomes is now banged up. What about Patrick Surtain? What is his status going into the Thursday game against the Chargers in L.A. on a short week? We'll tell you what Sean Payton said today, and we will tell you what the injury report says about Patrick Surtain. You'll want to hear this when we return on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. And don't forget, you got to thank Lil Wayne as well. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman, and I am here to endorse Denver's HVAC experts that truly care, Apple Air. They care about you. They care about your home. They care about your wallet by providing top-notch HVAC service and plumbing for the lowest possible price. And I know this firsthand because I just got a new furnace from my friends over at Apple Air. They came over, took one look at my furnace that had been in my house literally since 1993 and said, you may want to upgrade this. Well, indeed I did, and I saved $750 off a purchase of that new high-efficient furnace thanks to their December special. You can take advantage of this as well. If you need a new heating unit in your home, call Apple Air, 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813. Or you can hit them up online, appleair.com. That's AppleAire.com to get a free estimate. Or if you got a quote that you aren't so sure about, the pros at Apple Air will come out and give you a second opinion for free.
Apple Air, the experts that care.
How about the Bills going to Detroit and putting up 40-plus against that Lions team? Unbelievable.
Oh.
That pass from Richardson is intercepted. Surtain will check the flag here.
Yeah, Surtain took a shot, made the pick, got back on his feet. I think it was Josh Downs that came in to make the tackle, which he's just trying to make a play. I don't think it was anything dirty, Andy, but he got hit low.
Well, the guy's making a tackle, like you said. I believe with you. It wasn't anything dirty, but, man, it looked like it hurt.
Yeah.
That was a solid contact to the thigh.
There were a few hits in that game. First off, P.J. Locke, the hit that he laid on Pittman to cause the fumble was perfect. Also, shout out Adam Archuleta, who I think is a very good analyst, also did my favorite analyst thing, and he called a football helmet a hat, which that's
a hat on a hat.
It's just so perfect. It's just something you expect to hear from a high school coach in the 80s.
Yeah.
So right on. So thank you for that, Arch, right there. Jaleel McLaughlin took a hit. I want to say it was from Zaire Franklin. Ooh, he got licked on that play. There were some big-time hits getting delivered in that game yesterday. It was a fun one. But that included Patrick Surtain, who after the interception, so he came back into the game, and then he went down again, and then he left. According to Sean Payton after the game, Andy, he said, well, the medical people cleared him. That's our standard we go by, so he goes back into the game. Yeah, but it was also a 3-score game.
And there was like 3 minutes left.
Yeah.
You didn't need to put him back in.
You can consider some other factors right there and say, we really don't have to put him back into the game right now. But I guess Sean Payton didn't think that he had to worry about that. Medical people cleared him. Okay, that's good enough for me. I'm the football coach. I'm not the doctor. I'm sure is Payton's perspective.
Fair enough.
But why?
But, yeah, to me, the game's done.
Yeah.
We all saw how wicked the shot was. I'd just be like, you know what, get him in there, get heat on that thing. We got a Thursday game.
Yeah, shut it down.
Get the treatment going.
Right.
That thing's going to hurt tomorrow no matter what.
So,
like at minimum, you had to have a Charlie horse, right?
You would have thought. So then today, Jeff Legwold, always the guy that'll step in front of the bulldozer.
Not afraid of anything.
Jeff Legwold goes in on the Zoom call to ask Sean Payton about Patrick Surtain's injury. You know that Sean Payton loves these questions. Here we go.
John, yeah, just not going into the injury specifically, but did you
I'm not going into the injuries at all, Jeff.
Okay. Well, I was just curious if you had any sort of feeling about Pat.
I like Pat.
Okay. In general, yes. Okay. It just seemed like
I like him a lot.
He was moving around fine after the game, but I don't know how you saw him this morning.
Jeff. I appreciate your question.
I
like Pat.
Yeah, I think everyone does.
How do I decide what's my favorite part of that entire exchange? I like Pat is pretty good. However, Jeff.
Jeff. I appreciate your question.
No. That's equivalent to.
No.
What I want to hear is when these two.
How do you feel about him?
Because Jeff's told us on the air. Jeff said every coach in this that he's covered in here. At one point, they all get a little. Everybody has to have a loud conversation with each other, shall we say, in private.
Yeah.
That's what I want to hear. Because theirs is coming at some point.
Jeff.
If it hasn't already.
Jeff.
According to the injury report, he was a full participant today. And now, look, Jeff's saying that he was moving around okay last night. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. So here's what's going on with the injury report, Andy. Like you just said, the Broncos did not practice today, so everything is an estimation. But Patrick Surtain is listed as a full participant.
Right.
Now, every other dude that is on the injury report, John Franklin Myers with a foot, DJ Jones with a finger. He looked to be in considerable pain.
Bad pain.
Jaleel McLaughlin with the quad injury. Hope he's going to be okay. And Riley Moss, who did not play yesterday, they're all listed as DNPs. Surtain is full. All right, well, if you're telling me on Monday, after he suffered the injury and the game is on Thursday, that he's a full participant, Andy, I take that as 100% no question. Patrick Surtain is playing Thursday night.
Yeah, I take it as a wait and see because we're in the shenanigans time of year. Now,
Sure.
to your point, look, whatever they do tomorrow is going to be at best a walkthrough, right? They're not doing – so people know short weeks. Remember, they don't do a real practice.
Yeah, they don't really practice.
At any point on a Thursday at all. Because remember when Brett Rippon had to fill in against the Jets all those years ago, they said he didn't even get a practice with the team.
Yeah,
because they walk through at best.
They'll do a half-speed install is about the most intense thing that they will do.
Here'll be the thing. If he's listed as full tomorrow again, then he's got to at least get on the field and play.
Yeah.
Or the NFL is going to have a problem with it.
Sure. I take that to mean he's fine.
I hope he is.
That's what I take that
Look,
to mean.
these guys take beatings worse than you and I are ever used to,
Yeah.
so that's fine. But that one is one where that looked like it. That's one where I would expect a guy to have a big old black and blue bruise, like a goalie bruise, after he was done with that.
I thought it was going to be his knee. They're saying ankle. And, again, when he was down and he was getting checked late in the game, it did look like that was the part of the of the anatomy.
So maybe he turned it. Maybe he felt nothing. Maybe because he got his feet knocked out from underneath him, it's why it's not a big deal. But
4th interception of the year, by the way.
And how about him running? That looked like a guy that won the Heisman, the way he just jumped back into the play.
Yep.
I mean, Richardson thought he had him beat, right? I don't know what Richardson thought. You can't go in that area.
I think Richardson was just guessing.
He's just hoping to get rid of the football.
By that part of the game, I mean, he was just guessing. He had gone at him earlier too, and Surtain had perfect coverage on Pittman. Just the classic, break. His break on the ball, and I mean he'll give a guy 2, 3, sometimes 4 steps of cushion, but as soon as he sees. Man, he watches eyes, he watches feet, he watches the arm, and boom, he breaks on that thing so fast, and they didn't stand a chance. Did not stand a chance on that play, and that resulted in yet another 3 and out. But that was, Broncos were still losing at that part of the game. Also, right before that, Andy, we got the shot of Goodell was hanging in the ownership box yesterday.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
And then what I thought was funny was our guy, the patriarch of the family, Mr. Walton himself, was down. Like, he was. He must have, like, his seat. He's a his seat guy, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Because Roger was.
You don't touch my seat.
Right. I am in my seat all the time.
Yeah.
Now, his daughter, I think, was up and sitting closer to Goodell, right?
Right.
But Mr. Walton himself, he was just, this is my seat, and I'm sitting here. You want to talk to me, you'll come down to my seat.
I bet if you sit in Rob's seat,
you got to move.
I don't even know if you're asked. I bet he's got one of those buttons like Dr. Evil in the lair. He just hits it, and you just fall into a trap door into a burning pit. and you are
should have known,
never to be heard from again. Doesn't matter if you're the commissioner of the NFL or just some poor dummy.
So if Roger had chosen that seat, is that where everyone gets the uncomfortable face? Because maybe, Rob Walton wasn't in there yet.
Right.
And it just starts kind of the weird body language. I mean, Mr. Goodell,
if you don't mind,
can I show you the appetizer bar we have up here or something?
Also,
just anything to get him out of the way.
And maybe it's just Goodell. It was just his time to do the rounds or whatever. Little surprised he wasn't at Buffalo, Detroit. He went to the Denver Indy game on that day.
Well, they did present the Super Bowl tickets for community action to a winner there. They had shown that at the half, so that was the main reason why he was there.
See, I assumed he was there for the mutton busting.
It could have been.
Yeah.
He might have been like, hey, we might need some more of this rodeo stuff at other venues. Let me check this out.
People seem to love
You sure
this.
it's safe? It
right
looks
here.
safe. It doesn't,
No, people seem to be having a good time right now.
Yeah, it's are you a little surprised, too, that maybe he wouldn't have picked the Monday Nighter? See, again, it had to be around this ticket thing. Why not go to the Monday Nighter that
I mean, he could be at a game tonight easily. He's got the NFL jet. He can get wherever he needs to get to.
Yeah, but at some point he's going to be looking like he did draft day where he's half slumped in the chair. just trying to I still got the picture on my phone. That was the funniest thing I ever saw. Even the commissioner was over the draft at that point. That's where he decided maybe we ought to break this up into 5 nights so I'm not sitting here for 2 rounds.
This is too much.
In this damn chair.
Wearing my cardigan like I'm Mr. Rogers right now. Nick Bonito, first player since J.J. Watt, Andy, in 2014.
J.J. Watt?
To have 10 or more sacks and multiple tutties in a single season. J.J. Watt was the AP Defensive Player of the Year that season.
Yeah, he should be.
Something to think about. Something to think about. It could be happening here for Nick Bonito. Keep it up, man.
But
you got 3 games to go right here. If he can close it out strong enough. And I tell you what, the way Philly closed out that game yesterday against Pittsburgh, how good do you feel giving that award to anybody on the Steelers defense? They just had a 10.5-minute, 22-play drive shoved down their throats at the end of that game to close that thing out. Did you realize the Steelers had the ball twice the entire second half of that game? Twice. And
the Eagles were still fighting with each other after that. Did you see what happened with Sirianni and the D-line coach?
Oh, those people are miserable.
Why do they hate each other? I don't think I've ever seen people that successful hate each other that much. By the way, did you see the tweet we got over the weekend?
The irony is they're just like the rock band, the Eagles. Go ahead.
They're all fighting too?
Exactly.
They're all fighting too? Every time you bring this up, every award now, I think about I think about the Messier. And our guy Eric always comes through. Dave Brown, decided to take a deep dive. This is from the New York Times, of all the guys, of how poorly the Messier has been chosen. It says it went to a guy who immediately left his town, the other guy immediately left his team, the expansion draft bait, and the guy who was traded 7 days later. So the Messier apparently does not have a great history. Like, if you win the Messier, you might be out of town.
Well,
it's not. I don't know if you want to win a Messier.
It's kind of. Do you remember when they did the deep dive into the Walter Payton Man of the Year?
And it wasn't so great?
Like, they went digging into Russ's charity, and they're like, oh, you gave like 2% of the money you raised to any actual charities. You were just using this to, like, pay your family's personal assistant, and that didn't age well either. You got to be careful when you go digging into that stuff.
Well, I found it funny.
You don't need to go lifting the lid on these things too much, apparently, including the most prestigious award in hockey. The Messier.
The Messier.
Uh-huh.
By the way, do you think, like, if a national award, it would either go to Bo or it would go to Bonito at this point, right? The Broncos don't have the win total for 2 guys to get Player of the Year awards like that, do they? But politically speaking, I'm saying.
I don't know. Good question.
Now, if they were to win these 3 games in a row down the stretch
right.
and on this long, what are they at, 4 right now?
If I had to guess, as I sit here with you right now, the Broncos will get shut out. I think Jaden Daniels will win Offensive Rookie of the Year, and I think T.J. Watt will win Defensive Player of the Year. It's kind of wild to me, too. We were going over it before. Surtain is technically still above Bonito in the betting odds. That could also be a challenge that the Broncos have, is when you have 2 guys that are up for it like that, do they kind of eat votes from one another a little bit?
I would agree. The good thing for Bonito is right now he's the guy getting the highlights.
He's getting all the touchdowns. And, again, grabbing his crotch. So that's the kind of thing that people are going to notice right there. We'll take a break. When we come back, Andy, when you get a gift, it is only socially proper to send a thank you note.
Okay.
We will send thank you notes when we return, addressed from the office of Sean Payton. That's coming up next on the Crackman and Lindahl Show.
what happened there at the goal line there with the fumble?
Yeah, they said I didn't cross the goal line. That can't happen.
Did you know at the time or?
No, not until there's a flag, or not a flag until they started reviewing it.
JT, we haven't seen you do that before. I mean, were you consciously aware that you're dropping the ball, or how did that play out?
No, you're never consciously aware you're dropping the ball. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it.
It looked like you were trying to switch hands at that point.
No.
No, you were just slipped out.
No, you just can't do it. It just can't happen.
Were you conscious? Did you know you were doing it? No. Jonathan Taylor, 40-yard run with a fumble. That's all it was, Andy.
I want to know now, who was he looking at? Head was up.
Yeah.
Is there some fan that caught your eye that you were particularly happy you made sad, or
he kind of skipped right ahead?
Yeah, that you just didn't, because clearly you lost track of where you were on the field. Nobody purposely does that.
Maybe there was a young lady. Who knows?
Maybe there was
a
young
could have been
lady
excited.
That caught it. Maybe they'll get married and there'll be a happy ending to all this because it ain't going to be the playoffs.
Thank you, Jonathan Taylor, for coughing up that ball yesterday. Score went from 19-7 to 13-7, and Denver ball just like that. Ooh, that's also one where, and I thought Spiro and Archuleta did a great job talking about it on the telecast. Mentally, that's a tough one to come back from.
Yeah.
Scoring on Denver's defense isn't easy. And you break off a 41-yard run. You're about to go up 2 scores on these guys. Everything that you had prepared going into the game, you're like, game plan is clicking. We're good to go. We lean into the run game right now, which the Broncos had been having a hard time stopping. Taylor had converted 2 third-and-longs on the ground in that game, where honestly it looked like Steichen was just like, all right, let's just get in field goal range, and instead Taylor made plays. You're ready to lean on those dudes. Now, maybe you make mistakes and Denver comes back and wins, but the game script is very much in your favor right then, and instead it's still a one-score game. You cough up that ball. Everyone on the sideline is just in a state of shock of, how the hell do we come back from this? And you can tell it mentally sapped them. They never scored again in the game. Never scored another point the rest of the game, and they lose 31-13. It was 24-0 from there after Taylor made that mistake. I mean, every Bronco fan that's listening to this, as they were watching that game right then, was just like, uh-oh, this is bad.
Well, because it was going to make the Broncos get out of their comfort zone.
Yeah.
You were going to have to start picking up chunks instead of the small stuff
right.
They, for the most part, tried to lean on. And let's be honest, Bo was off yesterday. The offense was off yesterday.
And if you have to use Bo Nix as a primarily drop-back passer when he's going to be staring at 7 back in coverage on every single play, that's not a winning formula for the Broncos.
Well, and look, Gus Bradley is a long-time defensive coordinator.
Yep.
The guy has coordinated some very, very good defense.
He had a good game plan
yesterday. It's not a shock that a rookie quarterback would have trouble knowing what he was looking at against a guy that is that experienced.
Yeah.
Now, Gus did he did bring a couple blitzes. He did bring a little extra pressure. He's not known to really do that. He's typically 4 all day and drop back and make him cut, throw into tight spaces. But he had a good game plan, as you said. He cooked something up for 2 weeks. He got a chance to digest Bo Nix. Here's the other thing, too, that we maybe underestimate. Another maybe little insight as to why Bo struggled a bit more than we all expected. Not only did they have the 2 weeks to prepare for this thing, but remember, the Broncos kind of showed a little taste of what the Bo Nix offense would be like when they faced these guys at the beginning of the game of the preseason.
Yeah.
So they had a little idea what to expect.
There's something to that. I think, it's Bo's first NFL bye week. It's his first game with real playoff implications, he's doing the thing where he's got to check off the boxes of all the things that he's doing for the first time as an NFL quarterback, and so this was a huge game yesterday. This is one where he had to play really, really well, and he went out and he struggled. Now, again, he got carried by everybody else, but this is it's a good reminder of Bo Nix doesn't get to just turn into Tom Brady. It's going to take a minute, everybody. And good NFL defensive coordinators are going to give him problems. Now, here's the good news. It happened in a game where you won by 3 scores, and Bo Nix gets to go back and digest the film and take a look at the mistakes that he made and the reads that he had wrong and the bad throws that he made in that game yesterday. Also, his receivers weren't awesome yesterday.
No, nobody was perfect.
No. Cortland Sutton dropped a touchdown that he normally makes a play on. I was really surprised by that one. That one was surprising. There was another low pass that he could have come up with. Devon had a catch in that game yesterday, which is pretty wild when you look back on it. So let's just remember here, hey, they got a victory, and Bo didn't play real well. And let's thank Jonathan Taylor more than anybody else. I think Sean Payton has to send a thank you.
Do we need some scribbling sound for this as you pen some thank you notes in this segment?
If you can make that happen, Spring.
Just a pencil sound effect, a pencil writing sound effect.
Just furiously.
Yeah,
yes.
like you're scribbling a note to Santa this time of year.
I think Jonathan Taylor gets the biggest thank you note of all. I think you have to include a gift card in that one.
What are we talking about? Where are we sending it to? Cracker Barrel.
Those are big in the Midwest.
Yeah,
they're everywhere.
Back in Indy,
they're everywhere around Indianapolis.
A Walmart gift card, shall we?
Go in and have yourself a chicken fried steak, Jonathan Taylor, on us.
Maybe a peach cobbler when you're done. Appropriate cup of soup.
Marvin Mims, I think, deserves a pretty big thank you note for the game that he had yesterday. He had a 27-yard return. Obviously, he had the 60-yard return that set up the go-ahead touchdown. He also had a play where he drew a late hit out of bounds on McGrone, which is a fun name to say. And really, Marvin Mims, he kind of was the difference in that game. They were struggling to move the ball. If he doesn't rip off that big punt return again, I think that thing's going to be a nip and tuck fourth quarter right there between the Broncos and the Colts. Marvin Mims, like in the not Nick Bonino and Patrick Surtain category, was probably the best Bronco on the field in that game.
Yeah, yes.
He made a big play on a bubble screen as well yesterday. Marvin Mims continues to be a playmaker. It's a good reminder for all of the offseason consternation about him not developing as a wide receiver. Oh, yeah, the guy still is a super special talent. It was on the coaching staff to figure out, okay, how best do we deploy this guy, because he's not a traditional route-running technician that we can just put on the outside and expect him to make plays. Instead, they found other ways to get him involved.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I think finding the right routes for him, which they're starting to do too, is also coming alive. But yes, he was, of all the offensive players yesterday, even though he didn't do it in traditional ways, he was the most effective.
Yeah. He played great yesterday. That man, his ability to be able to really just slither his way through some tight spots is special. Also on the 60-yarder, he could have gone out of bounds at the 45, 50-yard mark, and he cut back inside, kept following his blocking. The guy is he's always looking for a way to get to the end zone. He is a damn good punt returner, man. He had one early on in the game too, where he made a fair catch. And as soon as he caught it, I think he recognized, oh, crap.
I screwed that up.
Yeah, there was a return right there. He saw something out of the corner of his eye that spooked him because he put the hand up late. But as soon as he caught it, it was oh, wait, there's 15 yards of green grass in front of me.
Well, I also wonder, and look, I think this factored in a little bit. I was told it was gusty. I talked to a few people that actually got to go to the game, and it was a little gusty. It wasn't a steady wind necessarily. Maybe that punt return you're talking about, maybe simply the ball did something funny in the air.
Yeah.
And he lost a little confidence to catch it and go.
Yeah.
If he thought a guy was coming down on him. But
Shane Steichen, I think,
you want to thank him?
I do want to give a little bit of love to Shane Steichen.
Pen him a note.
And honestly, I feel for Shane Steichen. I think that guy's a pretty good coach.
He is.
Yeah. Again, when it came to his team's game plan going in, they were ready. They showed out as the more prepared team in that game yesterday. He got desperate. And the frustration of the game, to be fair to him, he wanted to murder Jonathan Taylor where he was standing. So the frustration got to him that it made him think it was a good idea to call that double pass against the Broncos front seven.
Yeah.
Not a good idea, my guy.
No, it wasn't. And you just wanted to use your trick play a little. But you know what that was? That's That's them trying to take the momentum back.
Yeah.
Because as you said, he felt it all flush. Everybody, you just don't mess with the football gods the way Jonathan Taylor did.
No.
And you see what happens usually when you do. Every sport has their gods, and you angered one of them.
Well, it's
football. Zeus was not happy with you.
It's got to be so tough, too, when you're a coach, because it's the guy that's doing that is like your best player. Or if not your most talented veteran, professional, probably a team captain. I don't know who these
The last guy
but
you'd guess, though, on the roster to do that.
Exactly. So it's like, that Taylor's the kind of guy that I'm sure Steichen holds up as like, everybody emulate this guy. This is one of my locker room leaders right here. And you heard it from Taylor after the game, but also that's, we wanted to kill him. Could you imagine if you played for the Broncos and you did that?
Oh, that was the thing. They were joking about it today.
Sean Payton would pull out a gun on you.
Yeah, there's a couple guys, if we wanted to play cuts from yesterday. Cortland Sutton basically, I'll paraphrase. Cortland said, I don't think I'd be here talking to you guys right now. Troutman said, if we were on the road, you'd probably take commercial back home. You would not fly with anybody else. Cortland also pointed out how Prime had said, if you do that on my team, you better keep running because you ain't going to be on the team no more.
Yeah.
So just head down the tunnel, big fella.
Uh-huh.
Sean Payton, this is what I wanted to ask you earlier. Is Sean Payton the worst coach in the league to do that for?
Oh, great
Like, what
question.
other player would be scared of – because Sean's not afraid to run a little hot at guys.
Yeah,
A lot of the modern coaches don't do that so much.
Right.
I have 2 middle fingers.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You sure do. Yeah. He would be one of the worst.
What about Dan Campbell?
Yeah. The thing that Campbell has going for him, though, is he screws up enough for everybody, and then he always, he'll lay down in front of the bus for it. Like, he called himself out for the onside kick yesterday.
Your defense is in trouble. The injuries are catching up with Detroit. We may have to talk about that during power rankings more tomorrow or something.
Yeah.
That team may have a great season ruined by injury, and they lost their running back again today.
Yeah, Montgomery banged up now.
Didn't their cornerback break his jaw?
Yeah.
Yeah, Detroit's all of a sudden they become a mash unit. Man.
Oh, it did. Just 13 guys on IR on their defense right now.
What about Andy Reid? Are you afraid of Andy Reid?
Yeah, I'm sneaky afraid of Andy Reid.
Sneaky afraid of Reid?
Yeah.
He gets the angry fat man strength going?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. No.
You're not worried about McDaniel. You're not really worried about
I tell you, I would fear the ire of either Harbaugh brother.
Yes.
Because for all of the blathering positivity that they have, there's always a seedy underbelly to that.
Yeah.
And,
especially Jim.
Yeah, you don't really want to cross
Jim's
that.
a little crazy. What about Tomlin? I wouldn't want any part of Tomlin.
No.
Did you see those dagger eyes he had going yesterday?
Oof, no.
Sirianni, we've seen the worst from. I don't think anybody worries about him unless Big Dom gets
I was
involved.
going to say Sirianni he'll sick his goons on you.
Yeah.
Then you got to worry about your family. You got to check your brakes when you start your car. That's a lot of stress.
Wow. Horse heads in your bed. What other things can we pull out from the mob movies?
Yeah, you got to look out then.
What about in the NFC West? McDonald's got a baby he's dealing with. You got bigger problems than me.
Yeah.
Sean McVay just gives you the handsome look that makes you feel worse. Kyle Shanahan, I'd be worried about because his dad's from the old school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What does Kyle learn from his dad?
It's all darkness with Kyle.
I don't know about
Kyle. I feel like there's guys that have gone through San Francisco in recent years we haven't heard anything from ever again. Man. Poor Jonathan Taylor. You dumb dummy. Broncos get the victory thanks to Jonathan Taylor yesterday. Anthony Richardson, he deserves a little bit of love.
Yeah, send him a big thank you.
As well. Uh-huh.
Thank you for being somewhat accurate with your throws at the beginning and then just not seeing anything after that at all.
Completely falling apart afterwards. Yeah, let's give some love there. And then obviously Nick Bonito, who was able to turn that game into a complete and total laugher. He gets a little bit of love.
What about
VJ?
Well. VJ adjusted some things.
Yeah, VJ ended up having a very good game yesterday. By the time it was all said and done, it could have gone much worse, and you do kind of wonder a little bit right now about, okay, how stout is this run defense going down the stretch here, about to play some colder weather games against Cincinnati and Kansas City to have to finish up right here. Are these guys going to be able to stop the run consistently enough? But no, I thought VJ had a good game yesterday, and that outside edge rush. Jonathan Cooper ended up having a good game. John Franklin Myers was terrific, and Benito is just what an unbelievable playmaker that guy has turned into. I didn't see this coming with Nick Benito. I really didn't. I thought he'd be a nice player, but I thought that Nick Benito's ceiling was going to be complementary pass rusher to the eventual top 10 pick that they would be making on the other side, who would carry their pass rush, and instead Nick Benito has turned into the guy, and then Jonathan Cooper is the complement, who's a pretty damn good player himself.
Now, it is a surprise because remember, Benito flashed once upon a time with Bradley Chubb in there too. But Chubb was a big physical outside linebacker. So
Right.
I thought Benito, who's the one we traded? Who's the guy we traded a little
Baron
bit?
Browning.
Browning is another one where those guys would feast when you had the big physical guy eating up a double team because of the freak that he was on the other side. And instead, Benito's the guy you better account for.
Zach Allen had another good game yesterday. He's clearly playing through stuff.
Oh, yeah. He's not himself, but fighting.
Yeah, he's fighting a ton.
I hope DJ Jones is okay because you talk about the run defense. It's going to be huge if that finger's an issue.
Yeah, no, that looked kind of – and that hand was already heavily wrapped, and then he was walking off. That guy didn't look too happy. He might be playing with the club the rest of the way.
The club.
What's more intimidating on a D lineman, the club or giant elbow braces that just make you look like you're a robot that's about to rip everybody apart?
With the cool – they used to do the big cool face mask. I always liked the big, 5,000 bars.
Yeah.
And it looks like they basically put a cage on your face.
Mm-hmm.
Now these new concussion helmets, you don't get that.
Nah, it's not as good anymore. They've all gotten soft. Thank you more than anything, Jonathan Taylor. Thank you for being a friend. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, Andy, massive Denver sports holiday that we all celebrated yesterday. Did you bake a ham? Perhaps roast a turkey? A nice goose? We'll celebrate when we return on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here, telling you about Colorado Off-Road, as I often do, and it's still enough time. We told you the 20th is the day you got to get in there. Well, the 20th doesn't show up till this Friday, so if you're looking for some Christmas gifts, get on over to Colorado Off-Road. Maybe you're looking for that bed cover that I've told you so much about. Get over there, check out the displays that they offer, and just see what each bed cover does, how different each bed cover can be. I'm telling you, I would have made the wrong decision had I not done this for myself. I would have picked the wrong one. Don't do the same thing. Make sure you don't just buy off the internet and blindly hope that it works right. Get into Colorado Off-Road. Have a conversation with Jerry Jones. Let him point you in the right direction. They are located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Take note of that. Get on into the showroom. They've got the step rails. They've got the remote starts. They've got the bed covers, as I've told you about, the floor mats, all that stuff over at Colorado Off-Road. You can find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Give Jerry a call if you got some questions. Jerry Jones, the owner. 303-761-1264. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Watson has it inside the arc, over to Westbrook. Westbrook drive, dish, over to Jokic at a three. Boom! Shakalaka! Nuggets lead it by 14 points. Their big lead of the night, 77-63.
He's on fire. That was Kaz Friday night. Nuggets blow out the Clips. And things were so good, Jokic didn't even have to play in the fourth quarter. Hey, you can watch us on the Safeway Twitch stream. Celebrate the holidays with Safeway. They have everything you need to create a holiday menu for your whole family. Download the Safeway app to clip deals, plan your meals, and shop for the season's best. Save time this holiday season with pickup or delivery. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors.
They got those chocolate strawberries yet? Aren't we nearing that time? Won't that read be coming?
It's my least favorite day of the year when Andy feeds me chocolate-covered strawberries.
Forcefully?
Not sensually at all.
No, trust me.
Very aggressively.
It's a big, yeah.
It's made me hate Valentine's Day. I'm sure it's nice for everybody else. It's really unpleasant for me.
Your wife has sent me notes of what's your problem?
I'm just sitting in the corner in tears. Make it stop.
Yeah.
I don't like them.
Years past this will be therapy. He used to love Valentine's Day. It used to be sweet. Then that damn Andy came along.
You know, all the holiday treats you should get at Safeway right now? Well, hopefully you did it yesterday. Because yesterday, Andy, a Merry Yokemas to all. 8 years ago yesterday, Michael Malone benched Yusuf Nurkic, inserted Nikola Jokic into the starting lineup for good. They blew out Portland that night. They would go 31-26 the rest of the way. By the way, did you realize, and Ryan Blackburn had this, I did not know, they had the best offensive rating in the NBA that season from that day to the end of the season.
Really?
Yes. From the moment the big Serbian went into the starting lineup, the offense ruled. But yes, the Denver Nuggets, where would we be if Michael Malone had not decided, hey, I don't know if this Yusuf Nurkic thing is working out so much anymore. Maybe I should put the dude that rules every time he's on the floor and put him in the starting lineup. Well, 8 years ago yesterday, it was done, and it has led to the greatest era in the history of the franchise.
Okay, you know what could be cool? And I'm really stretching here.
Okay.
I mean,
let's see what you're made of.
Top of the tree, putting the star on,
Okay.
no stool stretching.
Okay, don't fall and hurt
or
yourself.
whatever you got on top of your tree.
Okay.
Mackenzie Blackburn got his first start for the Colorado Avalanche the night before the Yokemas.
Blackwood, too.
I like Blackburn.
Okay.
What if the two come together? And your new forever starting goalie and your forever Denver Nuggets
Same
MVP
weekend.
have a little bit of an anniversary date on the same couple of days. Can't say weekend.
I like it.
But it's always together.
Sign us
They're
up.
tied together forever.
37 saves in his first game in an Avalanche uniform.
Did all right.
Overcoming illness.
Hey, the guy was big early. I
Yeah.
know he let in a couple late, but he had a real good start going. I mean, Nate talked about it. You know, they had the great early saves.
Yeah.
Kept him in the game, and you know what? It all feels right with the world again. What do we need to do? Did the Clipper game make you feel like all is right with the Nuggets world again?
No, but
are we getting there?
It did make me feel better. Like they've won back-to-back games, which they hadn't done in forever. They actually blew out opponents in back-to-back games. They won a game after a long layoff. Jamal played really well. He had good minutes with the second unit.
And the big key is he played. They said he wasn't going to play. They weren't sure.
We also now know that he has plantar fasciitis along with the hamstring injury.
Well, good. At least we're finding some stuff out, though.
Pile it on there. But, yeah, it was a really good game for that team. They had a great third quarter. Really, MPJ keyed that great third quarter after a terrible second quarter. Also, Dan Hyatt gave us the stat the other day, 7-0 going into that game when they have a lead after the first quarter. Well, now 8-0 on the year. That's a weird one. But they managed to have it. And again, most importantly, Nikola Jokic played fewer than 30 minutes in a game that you won.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, sign us up. Nuggets in Sacramento tonight at 8 o'clock. First of a 3-game road trip. They go to Portland and New Orleans. 3 straight teams, by the way, that are either 500 or worse. So I'd like to see them go 3-0. 2-1 is much more realistic, but I'd like to see him go 3-0 against these 3 crap teams coming up.
Yeah,
right here.
it's a bit of a weird trip, going all the way to New Orleans, whatever they got to do. But here's the thing, all right? What I feel like, I don't know, 303-504-0925, is it just me? I feel like things are getting right.
Is this a new bit?
It could be. I feel like the Avs are kind of back where they need to be.
Yeah.
I got good vibes coming through the TV at me again.
Oh, yeah. McKinnon, 2 goals and an assist, up to 50 points, leads the NHL right now. Great to see. They're in Vancouver tonight, 8:30. By the way, we'll have all those games for you here on Altitude Sports Radio. It's a big Mark Bertinoli night tonight.
What vibes are you? Because, look, the Nuggets aren't going to do this with a trade. It's a different deal.
Yeah.
Avs decided to change up the goalie room, and things just kind of feel good right now.
No, the Nuggets just have to remember, oh, yeah, we're awesome.
Okay, what is it going to take? Like, what do you have to see? The 3-0 trip, you kind of hinted at it there. What do you have to see for the vibes to be right for you with the Nuggets again, and we're done worrying about the petty stuff?
I need to continue to see Jamal Murray play at a decent level. He went. I know he had 20 the other night. He had some bad turnovers. He had some mistakes. But more than anything, I need competent, not hanging his head Jamal Murray on the floor right now. That's probably the biggest thing that I need to see out of the Nuggets at the moment. Like that's the key, right? MPG is having a nice season, okay? Christian Brown has melded well into the starting lineup. Aaron Gordon he still doesn't look completely 100%, but he's Aaron Gordon. He's so dependable. You don't have to worry about what you get out of there. It's all Jamal. I don't want to just oversimplify it that much, and I'm not saying that the team's travails are all on him right now.
But he's got to be.
When that combination works, they're one of the best teams in the NBA. When it doesn't, they're not.
He's got to be their second best player.
Has to be.
Period.
Has to be.
It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
But that's what you get the big contract for.
And it has to not be close.
By the way, Ryan does point out a significant fact.
Okay.
Benito, wearing 15 yesterday, making plays.
Yoke
Is 15 the number?
15.
Do we need the Avs to get a 15? I don't think they have a 15. Does somebody need to don the 15? Is 15 in Denver just somehow magic happens?
Maybe it is.
I mean,
maybe
Melo did all right with
the
the 15, despite the fact that everybody was angry at him.
He's an all-time great Nugget.
Brandon Marshall was a pretty good receiver wearing 15 here.
That is very true. I'm trying to look up Avalanche history.
There's probably a 15. I don't feel like 15's a big hockey number. I don't know why.
Yeah, you don't see a ton of 15 all out there. Let's see. Tap dance for me, Andy. I'm looking this up. There's been a lot of guys that have worn 15 for the franchise.
But the most famous 15, who you got?
Most famous, I'm going to go Andrew Brunette.
All right. Now coach of the Nashville Predators
Yeah.
was in town the other night.
Yeah. Probably.
He did all right.
Uh-huh.
He did all right. Wow, he was a 15, huh?
He was a 15er. Yeah. There's some names on here. Matt Hendricks was a 15.
Okay.
Nice enough guy.
Yeah.
P.A. Parento was a 15.
I remember him a bit.
Yeah.
He was supposed to kind of be a tough guy. I don't want to say he wasn't tough. But
Duncan Siemens was a 15.
Yeah, I think he played. How many games did he play? I feel like not a lot. He was always supposed to be the guy that was supposed to come up and be pretty good, but then wasn't.
Most recently, Yakov Trenin.
Oh, man, that was our guy last year. I kind of wish they would have kept him.
Yeah. He wore number 15. Apparently, he also wore 73. He changed numbers.
That I remember him more. I don't remember him as 15.
According to Hockey Reference, he was also briefly a 15.
Maybe that's all they had when they showed up, then traded a guy.
That's all I can do for you.
Good old Yakov. I mean, you need a Yakov and a 15.
Yeah, absolutely.
15 is still a weird linebacker number. What is it going to take to get Benito into a different number? I mean, maybe I shouldn't say that. He's been on a heater since he went to that.
Don't mess with what works,
I
right?
don't like 15 for the line. It ain't growing on me, though. Like, I think if I were to get – by the way, for everybody to know, because I did get a couple messages yesterday, I did not buy the Bo Nix jersey, so you can't put yesterday on me.
Oh, you haven't purchased it yet. Okay.
I don't know if it's going to be.
Is it still sitting in the shopping cart?
I told you I was worried.
Okay.
And I'm going to leave it alone.
Oh.
Now, I wouldn't mind getting a Benito, but I don't like the 15 for a linebacker. It bugs me.
Maybe this is the power of your curse, even discussing it.
Just the thought.
And suddenly Bo can't stop throwing it to the other team.
3 picks. I told you, I shouldn't be in on Bo. You all should just get me to – if Bo is bad against the Chargers, maybe I'll just go back to –
Yeah.
I'll go full anti-Bo the rest of the year.
Start yelling about
for
Brock
the sake
Bowers
of a
again.
Super Bowl run.
Yeah, maybe Brock Bowers will catch like 4 passes from Desmond Ridder tonight. You can get back on that bandwagon.
Oh, I haven't left the bandwagon.
By the way,
I like him to be at least a free agent.
I mean, you're kind to me because I thought they should have drafted Laiatu Latu, and I didn't even notice him on the field yesterday.
Oh, does he play for?
He's on the Colts.
Okay.
I think I heard his name once.
Yeah, he was out getting Laiatu lattes. Hey-o!
It's Craigman and Lindahl. We got football news when we come back. Massive injury stuff going on around the league. We're getting updates. Latest on Patrick Surtain, latest on Patrick Mahomes as well. We will find out what's going on around the league with the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Coming up next, we're live at the Hofbrau here in Westminster, 92nd and Wadsworth. Mexican Mondays, Monday Night Football doubleheader. Avalanche and Nuggets on your TVs tonight. Perfect place to watch it, right here at the Hofbrau. Hey guys, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Sport Trade. Go to getsporttrade.com. Download it onto your phone today. Use code NATE. That's right, the code is NATE. It's a great name. Nate Adkins scored a touchdown yesterday, and you can use the code NATE to earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place in your first week on Sport Trade. Terms, of course, do apply. Monday Night Football doubleheader tonight. Maybe you want a live bet Monday Night Football as you're watching this thing. Maybe you're going to get a sense of what Kirk Cousins is up to tonight. Well, if that's the case, live wagering on Sport Trade is the best live betting service in the industry. Instant in-play betting, no spinny wheels. They're not going to cancel your bet or change the odds or anything like that. Your bet is going to go through instantly as soon as you make it. Go to getsporttrade.com. Try out in-play betting tonight on Monday Night Football. Download Sport Trade again. Use that code NATE. Earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place in your first week. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Game and Gambling. Problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors. Thank you, Jonathan Taylor.
I really am surprised. You want to know? I guess I'm going to show my age.
Okay, let's have it.
Nothing about Jonathan Taylor Thomas worked into this somehow, the old home improvement kid or whatever.
JTT?
Yeah. We've gotten past those times.
Maybe. I don't know.
You know what I mean?
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, JTT.
King of Tiger Beat or whatever that thing is.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't even think about that. Spring, make it happen on the next return.
Hey, he found something.
And he wants some JTT in his life.
No, I'm
right?
all right.
It's okay.
I just thought it might show up.
Nobody's fandom's gonna get judged here on the Craig and Lindell show.
I was again. So the home improvement.
JTT was better than wasn't the younger one, or was it which? One of those kids turned out to have some problems.
It might have been. I think
issues.
all of them did.
Okay.
Pretty much, aren't we finding out if you're a child actor?
Did we find out that
problems.
Tim the Toolman Taylor maybe wasn't that good of a dad? He was absent. He was out at the bar with Al every single night after filming Tool Time and not paying enough attention to his children.
Hold on, Al
Borland.
Doesn't Al have a famous son? Ooh. I thought I saw a tweet that said Al's. What's the guy's name?
I'll take your word for it.
What's the actor's name? Do you remember?
Richard Karn, I believe, is who you're going for right there. This is. I just want a little. If I got that right, I want a little bit of credit.
You do, Greg. Good for you.
Thank you very much. How did I pull that one out?
Maybe he doesn't have a favorite. I don't
what
know.
was Wilson up to next door?
Wilson.
I couldn't even see his mouth.
Now hold on. Is that really him? Maybe that is. Now I got to look at the guy's picture.
All right, Andy's Googling things. Let's do football news.
That is him. Can tip the cap to you.
Right now, here on the Craigman and Lindahl show. That went a weird place. Let's get back on track. Let's do it, Spring.
Hey, it's time for the High Five. It is always brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Yeah, the Colts, they really hurt themselves in that loss in Denver yesterday. The Jonathan Taylor fumble that was just plain stupid. The slow developing trick play that Shane Steichen said after the game yesterday was good in practice. It was good in practice. Today.
Wow, we VJ'd that thing, huh? Had a great week of work getting prepared for that game, and then, not so much.
Today, Shane Steichen talked to the media once again, and one of the first things he was asked was this.
And that's what we did yesterday, and we have to learn from those times. I mean, they're hard times, obviously. Like I said, we got 3 games left guaranteed to us, and we got to get ready for the Titans. Bottom line.
This is a game where the Broncos threw 3 interceptions, turned it over 3 times, still finished +2 in the turnover differential to be able to get that victory. But most notably, it was what is technically a fumble return for a touchdown. It was a pick 6, let's be honest. But A.D. Mitchell trying to throw that thing back to Anthony Richardson. I don't even know if anything was developing down the field or not either. That's the other thing I don't know about that play, because it was so slow developing. And Andy, not for 1 second did it look like a real bubble screen.
No.
It had all the makings of like terrible trick play from the moment that ball was snapped.
It was forced. It was way too obvious they were throwing behind the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
And throwing backwards so it could be double pass.
And it didn't look
they
like
even say it in the commentary, double pass like right away.
Yeah, and it didn't look like Mitchell was going to turn upfield or anything like that.
No, and then look.
And they had a good, honestly, on that drive, they had already had, the DPI on Barton.
Yep.
They had a catch and run of 14 yards. Like they were moving on that drive. It was right before DJ Jones right after DJ Jones walked off the field that they ended up making that play and throwing the ball to Benito.
Maybe Benito really was the killer. Maybe it's more. I think if you're actually looking at when the tide truly turned, it probably is the Benito pick 6. But again, you go messing with football karma, doing what Taylor did, and just throwing a ball out of bounds. This is usually how it goes because everybody knows We're now chasing points that we already had up there.
It's so hard to score against Denver in the first place. You break off a big touchdown like that, have a chance at a 2-score lead on the road, and
you're not a good team. You know what I mean?
Exactly. The mental anguish that you then have to fight back from after a play like that, that's tough.
By the way, somebody texted in earlier. I hadn't really thought about this angle. How many fantasy leagues changed on that chuck away, too?
Ooh, yeah.
That was a 40-yard touchdown run, man.
Yeah. No, that's if you were starting Jonathan
And then he did
Taylor.
nothing after that. Nothing after that.
No, he didn't do much. No, you go from you're putting a touchdown on the board plus a 40-yard run. I mean, right away that's a 10-point play that, you coughed up 5-6 points right there. Yeah, that can kill you. Plus, again, if you took the points on Indianapolis, betting that game, brutal.
Hey, we got to talk about the Saints situation later.
But
we won't do that right now.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, Broncos injury report coming out of yesterday's game. They're on a short week, so it is an estimation of who would have practiced today. Riley Moss, Jaleel McLaughlin, DJ Jones, John Franklin Myers, all estimated as DNPs today. Pat Surtain sustained what is being called a minor ankle sprain on a hit from Colts wide receiver Josh Downs after Surtain sealed the game with an interception. Jeff Legwold, our very own here at Altitude Sports Radio, asked Sean Payton today about specifics pertaining to Pat Surtain's injury.
John, just not going into the injury specifically, but did you?
I'm not going into the injuries at all, Jeff.
Okay. Well, I was just curious if you had any sort of feeling about Pat.
I like Pat.
Okay. In general, yes. Okay. It just seemed like
I like him a lot.
He was moving around fine after the game, but I don't know how you saw him this morning.
Jeff. I appreciate your question.
I
like Pat.
Yeah, I think everyone does.
Does everybody?
Sean Payton, for somebody that has a policy, and Jeff Legwold is somebody that is not afraid to test the limits of
Well, then
said
there's
policy.
a reporting policy that he likes to go back and forth with Sean on.
At every opportunity that he possibly can. I did appreciate that Sean had a little bit of fun with that whole thing.
Yeah.
Yes. While also being really annoyed with Jeff the whole time. To the point where
Jeff.
He knows. But they know.
So
These two are, sometimes I wonder why Patrick doesn't go, here's the deal. We're going to open it for questions. Let's start with Jeff Legwold, and let's just get this done. And then Coach and Jeff can do that exact thing.
How do you feel about it?
And then we move on.
In general.
Because Sean knows he's going to ask him.
I like him. It was a nice
like
moment.
Pat.
Really. It reaffirmed a coach and superstar
How would
connection.
that have felt, though, if that
Heartwarming.
game had not gone that way?
Yeah,
we could have a whole different mood today.
Really, Andy, if Jonathan Taylor doesn't cough that thing, and I'm not saying that guarantees a victory.
I'm with you.
But
Colts are not world beaters.
It's a snug game, though, at the very least.
Oh, yeah, you're the one being desperate like the Colts were.
Yeah, that was a fantastic break that the Broncos caught yesterday, and they took advantage of it. 24-0 from there on out to be able to close out that game. 9-5, first winning season since 2016. Holy crap, we actually lived to see it happen once again, and they're basically in the playoffs.
By the way, how many people thought that was going to be another suck scoring fest like we got hexed by Thursday night?
Right.
I had a few people write me. They were like, this damn Colts game. I don't want to see these two teams play ever again.
Oh,
but it was
great.
10-7 or whatever at the half.
Fantastic finish, 31-13 the final. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
By the way, Pat Surtain, full participant in estimated practice today. So we think the ankle will be okay for Thursday night when the Broncos are in SoFi in LA to take on the Chargers. The Chargers just hosted the Buccaneers yesterday. They were up 17-13 at the half. Then they lost the second half 27-0 and ended up losing that game 40-17. Jim Harbaugh, Chargers head coach, after that loss.
Really, my vantage point is, this is life. It's football. We've seen the good times, and today we're looking at staring adversity, and it's how we respond. That's where my mind is on to, getting ready for this next game.
All right, some notes on that game. First off, no run game to speak of at all for the Chargers. They had 32 yards on 11 carries. Herbert got sacked 3 times, took some hits, 195 passing yards, 2 touchdowns. He threw his first interception since week 2, Andy. Snapped a streak of 357 pass attempts without an interception, which was the longest such streak in NFL history. Offensively, they struggled mightily, could not sustain drives. They were 0 for 6 on third and 0 for 2 on fourth downs, and they're getting ready to play a division opponent right here, but this is a Chargers offense, really defense, and I know by the time it was all said and done, Tampa put up big numbers, but really that game was pretty close after 3 quarters. Fourth quarter is when it turned into a laugher. Chargers defense I wouldn't worry too much about. I think that's a good unit. Offensively, though, man, the Chargers are not playing well, and they haven't for a few weeks.
Well, you can't help but wonder, is it because Justin Herbert is so beat up?
Right.
He's got like 9 injuries, and a lot of them affecting the lower body that can affect the platform you throw off of.
Yep.
They're supposed to be a physical team. Here's the thing I did wonder about with Jim Harbaugh coming into the league, and maybe this isn't the case, but some of the old school guys, frankly, I thought Sean Payton might be this way. It doesn't sound like he is. Some of these old school guys like to beat up their teams a little bit in their own practices. We know Harbaugh has been coaching physical. They've been playing physical since camp. This might be where it catches up to you, man. This might be where it catches up to you.
Yeah.
And now you got the short week, which they had no say about, I might remind everybody. Remember, the Chargers were not asked about getting the game flex, only the Broncos, because the Broncos had to waive their right to only play one road Thursday game, and they did that. It's looking like a brilliant move right now for Sean Payton.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, another AFC West team. The Chiefs went into Cleveland, won 21-7 yesterday, but Patrick Mahomes sustained what is being labeled a mild high ankle sprain late in that game. He had to leave. Carson Wentz came in and finished that game. The Chiefs play on Saturday. They host the Texans, and they open as home dogs. They were 3-point home dogs. They're now 2-point home dogs on Bet365. Will Patrick Mahomes play in that game? He talked to the media after the win in Cleveland. Here's Patrick on how his ankle's feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say right now. I mean, obviously, you're still adrenaline rolling, and usually it's kind of the day after when you kind of get a good sense of it. But I feel like I could have finished the game in different circumstances, but I thought the smart decision, I think we talked about, was to put Carson in, and he's played a lot of football, and he finished the game well.
So the report on Patrick Mahomes, Andy, high ankle sprain that, according to Adam Schefter, the Chiefs, quote, don't think is bad. They did the testing today. They'll evaluate him throughout the week and decide if he's going to play on Saturday or not. We talked last week about their schedule of playing 3 games in 11 days because after Saturday, then they got the Christmas Day game on Wednesday. So that's a very compacted schedule right now. They have a 2-game lead on Buffalo, and clearly they want to hang on to the 1 seed in the AFC. Don't want to give that away for anything, but right now this is a tricky spot for the Chiefs to see what kind of decision they make, and really if Andy Reid has any faith that Carson Wentz can give them a puncher's chance to be able to win a game.
Yeah, it'll be curious. They've got some tough opponents down the stretch. Remember that they've lost the tiebreaker to Buffalo. So if Buffalo catches you, you're going to lose out on that. Now, what matters more? Here's the crazy thing about Patrick Mahomes. Anybody else you telling me it's not that big a deal, I would go, you are lying to me. But we just watched this guy play through this exact same injury for 3 playoff games last year, so who knows?
Yeah, he's a damn cyborg.
If nothing else, I would give him the rest Sunday, right? Or Saturday.
Saturday, yeah.
The game this weekend.
Right. Maybe give him a few extra days to be able to get that thing right.
Because isn't there just one more win away or so from, or do they need 2 to make sure the Bills can't catch
I think they need at least 2.
Have you heard the Bills' ending schedule, by the way?
They got the Patriots twice and the Jets.
Dude, unreal.
Yeah, works out pretty well. Those guys, they put the work in. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
And finally, the Lions let up a ton of points at home to the Buffalo Bills yesterday, and they took a home loss, and that wasn't the only L that the Lions took yesterday. They are going to be without one of their 2 running backs, David Montgomery, for the rest of the season. He's going to have season-ending knee surgery. Dan Campbell was asked about it today.
Yeah, looks like he's gonna require surgery that'll put him out for the rest of the year. And he had gotten it at some point yesterday in that game. I mean, David's so tough, man. He continued to play through, and then got it checked out today, and realized that's what it was. And I mean, he's just the ultimate teammate, ultimate competitor. We're going to miss him, man. He's another one of these guys that got us to this position, helped get us to where we're at. And man, the rest of us, we owe him to keep going and make sure that wasn't in vain.
He's not dying.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, I had this feeling. I feel bad for Detroit fans this way. First off, if there's a team that I don't root for to win a Super Bowl where I'd smile for that fan base, it's the Detroit Lions. But this feels a little – remember when the Avs, like Kadri got hurt and we knew Nichushkin was dealing with stuff, and you just thought, man, we've had this great season, and it's going to fall apart thanks to injuries down the stretch. Boy, Detroit's got to be feeling a little bit of that right now. Their defense is struggling because all their guys are hurt.
Yeah. I mean, the good news is they still got Jahmyr Gibbs, but losing David Montgomery, that's a huge blow for those dudes. Their 11-game win streak is snapped. That was a franchise record. 13 defensive players are on IR right now for the Lions. Yeah, they're kind of coasting in on fumes, but, I mean, here's the good news, okay? You lose that game and you give up 48 points. And Buffalo's offense is incredible. Josh Allen's playing out of his damn mind. Rushes for 2 touchdowns, throws for 2 touchdowns yesterday. Bills have scored 30-plus in 8 straight games. Incredible. That's like a 2013 Broncos kind of run that this group is on right now. For Detroit, hey, guess what? Jared Goff is still awesome. Your pass-catching weapons are still in good shape. You still have a good O-line. You've managed to have a pass rush even without Aiden Hutchinson this year. I would say this. I thought before last week the Lions are without a doubt the best team in the NFC. I think the Philadelphia Eagles have done a good job fighting their way into a spot in the conversation. I think Minnesota and Green Bay are right there in the conversation.
No, I'm with you. I can't get over this, and look, your fake little friendship yesterday felt like Cortland Sutton and Emmanuel Sanders coming out after their fight in practice going, hey, we're just putting on a pay-per-view. Hey, everything's fine.
Yeah.
Philly probably would be the best team in the NFC, except I can't believe that you guys actually like each other. Here's the thing. When you got this much crap going on while you're winning, it makes me wonder how you're going to act when you actually are losing and you need to fight through some adversity.
Yeah, but when you can do what they did to Pittsburgh in the fourth quarter yesterday, you can beat anybody.
You can, but you got to be able to stand each other long enough.
I mean, do you have to?
I do believe you do. Yeah.
You have to like each other in football?
I think the minute that you get an interception, hurt feelings in the receiving room come out again.
Yeah.
Or I'm not getting the ball enough. Or I don't know. Look, maybe they find a way to patch their way through. Wait, what? Are they keeping Sirianni around next year? For those that missed it, Nick Sirianni was not being allowed to yell at Jalen Carter by the defensive line coach, for God's sake.
Yeah.
The head coach was being told by – now listen, the defensive line coach for them, not a small man.
Sirianni is there to throw the challenge flag, and I don't think they let him do anything
That's about
else.
it?
Yeah.
What did they go to the Super Bowl and win it in dispatch of Nick Sirianni?
Do they not let Sirianni up on the podium?
Jeffrey Lurie, I love this trophy. That's all. Thank you to the players. Just calls it a night.
Exactly. Good night, everybody.
Good night now.
Don't let Fangio talk. It's the Craig and Lindahl Show. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, anything concerning out of that victory yesterday over the Colts that could potentially be trouble for Denver going forward? We got a couple of items that we want to talk about coming up next.
Yeah, we're not all the way through the tape yet, just with our schedule. But I would say, look, there's some looks that we've got to be better at relative to when we're running a certain play into some tough looks where now you don't really have the leverage. We've got to do a better job as coaches, starting with me, and in having solutions when the looks aren't what you're practicing. Overall, though, I think it's an area that here we are with 3 weeks left in the season, we have to find more consistency there.
Yeah, rough one for the run game yesterday. 27 carries, 72 yards as a team, a mere 2.7 yards per carry. Bo Nix, your leading rusher, with 23 yards on the ground yesterday, Andy. That's a throwback to September right there when Bo Nix is your leading rusher. Had some scramble yardage yesterday, including a 16-yarder. As for the backs, Jaleel McLaughlin, 7 carries for 21 yards, and he got hurt. Javonte Williams, 6 carries for 15 yards. So let's tack that on. Last 3 games, Javonte, 18 rushes, 14 yards. That's not good. Audric Estime carried the ball 5 times yesterday, 13 yards total, had 6 yards on 1 carry, meaning the other 4 garnered a total of 7. Marvin Mims had 1 touch yesterday in the running game, and it was for no gain. Bad day for the run game yesterday. Andy, execution obviously problematic. The other thing, though, that weirded me out was listening to Sean Payton coming out of halftime, and he's talking to Didi Kinkabwala, the sideline reporter on CBS, and tells her, we got to get back to running the ball. And then the very first drive, all they did is throw it until Bo threw another interception. Was the very first possession of the third quarter. Like, Sean Payton falling victim to some of his own worst tendencies again yesterday of falling in love with the pass game on a day when Bo Nix was not throwing the ball particularly well and was really struggling with Gus Bradley's defense and the amount of cloud coverage that he was seeing out there. And yet Sean did not want to lean into the run game.
Yeah, it was wild. Maybe he wasn't – maybe he just – here's the deal. We know Sean does trust Bo. Even after a couple of mistakes.
Yeah.
He clearly just doesn't trust the run game now. But, see, I feel like part of the problem is you got to call those runs. Get them in a rhythm. Get them in a lather, you know?
Right.
If you're only going to run it here and there, the results are going to be what they were yesterday. The big old linemen don't get a chance to go forward. They don't get their sort of rhythm going either. I don't know, man. Are we assuming Estime is the lead back now, right? Is Estime the lead back? You don't think so?
No, I don't think that at all, because he had the great game against Kansas City earlier this year, and he carried the ball 14 times, and it was like, okay, it's finally Estime time. And since that, his carries are 6, 3, 3, and 5. Javonte Williams is the guy that Sean Payton trusts, but he's struggling horribly to be able to run the football. He took a shot yesterday too on a passing play where he just got licked. He got decleated on a play. But no, I don't assume Estime's the lead back. There's some disconnect there. I don't know if it's 100% that he doesn't trust him in pass pro. I don't know if is Estime struggling with the playbook? I don't know. I have no idea. But the guy has shown when he has the ball in his hands and he gets downhill, he's a good back. He might be the best back on the team.
Yeah, he's a battering ram.
Yeah.
The 2 guys go into the pile, one of them pops out, it's not Estime.
Right.
Rarely does he get knocked backwards.
But
now,
he's not getting trusted by this coaching staff.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an explanation for it, Nate. We've seen this out of Sean Payton before. They were really kind of kicking rear end last year.
Yeah.
Mixing up run and pass, and then they went away from it.
I said it earlier in the show. Javonte, fine if you trust Javonte. He can be your third down guy. He can be your Samaje Perine now. That's fine. Use the other guy in the early down situations. Clearly, Audric Estime is more dangerous when he has the ball in his hands, as is Jaleel McLaughlin, who got banged up yesterday. Because that just happens with running backs.
It also could just be well, then maybe we'll see if Bidet comes back. I mean, again, you're going to have to get some speed out there. We haven't heard anything about Tyler Bidet. Now, maybe he's not ever going to play again. I don't really know. It's just kind of weird how he was sort of the story of this big, the first part of the season. Then he gets dinged up. We never see him again.
No, he could really clean up the run game.
All right, here we go. You need him back in your life, don't you?
I do.
You don't you?
I do, yes.
Anything else you've been waiting on as you hope for his return?
We're good. We're good.
Yeah. Now I kind of don't want him back anymore. Never mind. Is Blake, someone typed in we should get Blake Watson out there. Is Blake Watson still a member of the team? I can't even remember.
I have no idea.
Did he get picked up by somebody else? I thought maybe he got signed by somebody else.
I do remember saying his name a lot in the preseason.
Yeah, we were big excited about him, and then like most of the preseason sort of stuff that happens, we never saw him again. Bottom line is you're going to need a run game in the playoffs because guess what? You're going to get some bad weather. Bo looked a little cold to me yesterday. We also have to give a little grace. Bo's got to get used to playing in some cold weather. He told us himself in front of that Jets game, I've not played in a lot of cold weather games. Or was it the Chiefs game where they thought it'd be snow?
5 picks the last 2 games out of Bo Nix.
Well, again, he didn't get away with a couple throws yesterday that he normally got away with, and then he just had a couple. It's part of the growth of a young quarterback.
It is.
It's going to happen.
And a part of it also is like with all of that success that came in October and November, there's also a lot of film that opposing defensive coordinators can break down now and go, okay, I see how Sean's using him now.
Yeah.
Because his role has evolved all season long.
The last 4 games he's been using it. He's been letting him throw more than we were used to the first half of the season. And like you said, it's 4 games of tape for coordinators to go, all right, let's get ready for these plays.
Lowest QBR of the season yesterday and his lowest passer rating since back in week 2 yesterday out of Bo Nix. So, yeah, it's again like I don't feel the need to kill him or kill Payton necessarily because he's had such a great rookie season, but also this is the life of a rookie quarterback in the NFL. You got to play well for a while. You got to smell yourself. Well, guess what? Now the league is going to adjust. And what Gus Bradley put out there yesterday of rushing 4 and dropping 7, he's going to see some of that coming up here now on Thursday night. Like that is something that L.A. is going to throw at him with Jesse Minter's defense, where they like to attack with light boxes anyways. They have no problem dropping guys back in coverage.
This game's going to be real interesting on Thursday night because, again, we got to remember the Chargers did put a pretty good whooping on the Broncos earlier in the year.
They did.
Until there was some, again, the hotly debated how much do we put credence in the points when they came back. But the Chargers like to play physical. I'm not sure the Chargers can play physical at this point
without
in the year
banged up
on
they
a
are.
short week without banged up they are.
Yeah, exactly. And their run game has not been particularly good here of late. Last time they played the Chargers, Bo was 19 of 33 for 216 and 2 touchdowns with 1 pick, but he was pedestrian for 3/4 of that game. They were really able to give him some problems. Now, he's a much better player. And
seen a few more things.
It's deeper into the season. Chargers are banged up, all of that. Andy, Travis Hunter won himself a Heisman Trophy over the weekend.
Awesome.
Massive. Absolutely incredible. Closest vote, by the way, since 2009, which really, more than anything, I was happy to see. I really was. Like, going into it, we talked so much about how tightly contested this race was. And, yeah, the voters gave Ashton Genty a ton of respect because he had an all-time great season. But also in the end, they recognized what Travis Hunter did is unicorn stuff. And it was a great weekend to see. It was great to see Travis up there. I thought his speech was fantastic. He said he was going off the dome. It was emotional. He talked about Coach Prime and Shador and Lil Wayne. And
Lil Wayne felt a little pasta J, and then all of a sudden he was there. I didn't tune in because I was watching the Avs game, so I think they went to intermission or whatever, and I went right back. I just was waiting for the announcement. My God, can you stretch out an announcement like that?
They sure can.
But so I went back, so I don't know how often Lil Wayne got shown prior to that, but I was like, Lil Wayne, and then there he is. I'm like, oh, wait, Lil Wayne's there? What are we doing? All right.
Also, that seating was really tight. Lil Wayne looked like he wasn't particularly comfortable.
No, he was squeezed in and kind of behind Dion, just gave everybody a little wave.
Maybe he was on enough cough syrup it didn't bother him. But, yeah,
sure.
Lil Wayne was happy to be there. Travis's speech was great. The part where he talked about his dad was extremely emotional. Obviously, his dad has had some issues here of late. So that was really good to see with Travis Hunter. It was a cool weekend for Colorado football. You had Shador out playing catch with Malik Neighbors in the street in New York City.
That got everybody talking.
That got people
Probably
fired
got
up.
the Vegas people not so happy.
Yeah, it got people fired up and talking about things, and then Giants went out there and had another awful day. So yeah, it's setting up nicely for Shedeur. By the way, congratulations, Shedeur, second-team All-American. That was good to see. Our guy Jacob Gardner for CSU, third-team All-American, the O-lineman. That was very cool. And I don't know, Travis Hunter is like 3 on the All-American team, just 3 times, just all over the place because he's just that good. And again, if you're going to put a guy on 3 different All-American teams, I think he has to win the Heisman Trophy because he's the best damn player in the country. And he's a guy that, again, anytime you saw him play, you were just like, this is the best football player I have ever seen, basically, at this level. And he was that guy throughout the season. Incredible. So cool to watch him win the Heisman Trophy. And he goes down as here's the question. Does this season alone, and it was a 2-year career, does he go down as the greatest Buff of all time?
Yeah.
Probably has to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could. I mean, it's tough because I watched Rashawn Salam for so many years.
Sure. Darian Hagan wants a spot at the table.
Hagan, Eric Bieniemy,
yeah,
Cordell Stewart.
Michael Westbrook would like to talk.
Daniel Graham was a great Buff. Don't forget about how good Daniel Graham was in college.
Sure.
We go on and on and on. But, yeah, look, I've just never seen anything like this guy. I really haven't. Quite honestly, I would have been angry if they decided to split it between him and Genty.
Yeah.
I really do feel bad for Genty. That was a legit great season out of him. Like I said, I told a bunch of people that season occurred at any point in the last 10 years, he wins it hands down.
Yep.
These two had the unfortunate luck of going against each other in the same year.
Yeah, and I thought the voters, they did it right. They really did it right. Genty got a ton of votes. It was basically Travis and Genty 1-2 on almost damn near every ballot.
Except for a few. You had those guys third. What are you doing? What?
Somebody voted for, the Army quarterback.
All right, bro.
I think Cam Scatabo got a couple of votes.
Yeah, time to turn in your vote, my friend.
Yeah, it's
Come on.
all right.
You can like your guys. I get it. Back your guys. But come on.
Travis Hunter's 2 players in 1. Great speech, though. It was emotional. You could tell he was feeling it. He had an interesting weekend. The Internet's got a lot of thoughts about Travis Hunter and his personal life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Phones are everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. It's the Craig Bennett Lindahl Show. We're out here at the Hofbrau, 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster, getting you ready for a Monday Night Football doubleheader. Plus the Nuggets and the Avalanche are both in action tonight. Late starts tonight. Nuggets in Sacramento at 8 o'clock. The Avalanche at Vancouver at 8:30. Listen to all those games right here on Altitude Sports Radio. All right, we got a Monday Night Football doubleheader tonight. Crankman and Lindahl, it's Dude Sports Radio 92.5. Plus, we got the Avalanche and the Nuggets in action as well. Everybody's playing late tonight. Good Times Bambino burgers are legendary in Colorado. In fact, they're so popular, Good Times has decided to up their Bambino game with an all-new Bambino. That's the Bambino Supremo with bacon, melted white American cheese, and, of course, all-natural beef. The new Bambino Supremo for a limited time at Good Times. All right, Andy, I know Falcons-Raiders is a suck game, but follow me on this for just a second, all right? Atlanta wins this game tonight at the Raiders, which they should. They would be 7-7 and a game back of Tampa in the NFC South. They close out with the Giants at home, at the Manders, and home against Carolina. 3 very winnable games. Manders had a rough time finishing out New Orleans. I know the refs were up to some shenanigans at the end of that game, but the Manders don't look like any great shakes right now. Tampa closes out with Dallas, Carolina, and the Saints. Not a terribly difficult schedule either. I guess my point here being is, yes, it's a bad game, but there is still a world where the Falcons could win the NFC South. Kirk Cousins gets back on track, and look out. Here come the Falcons to give us the worst playoff game in the NFC this year.
Yeah, I could see it happening because Carolina was favored and they got blown out yesterday. Obviously, they're not making any noise.
Nope.
The Saints are not good.
Nope.
Who else in that of it? Tampa?
Yep. Tampa leads the division right now at 8-6, and they just blew out the Chargers and put up 500 yards of offense in that game. Like, Tampa should close it out and win that division. I'm just saying it ain't over yet.
No, but technically, look, the Bengals aren't out of things either.
Also, Atlanta has the tiebreak over Tampa. They beat them twice this year. So if they end up tied, it would be Atlanta's division to take.
Okay.
Something to think about.
All right.
For the Falcons and the Raiders tonight. Obviously, Chicago is playing Minnesota as well. Monday Night Football. Let's talk to the guy that's wearing his.
It's a Minnesota bar.
He's got his Vikings jacket on right now. Our dude Ken from the Hofbrow. Ken, are there any actual Vikings in this place right now? Is Ragnar in the place?
Thor's sitting over there.
Okay.
Thor's sitting over there in his usual seat.
Did he bring Mjolnir?
I didn't see him.
How many Vikings you know, by the way?
I don't know. I just know Mjolnir was Thor's hammer.
Who's the guy that drove the motorcycle?
That was Ragnar.
Did we talk to him?
We had him on our show.
That's right.
Yeah, we talked to him.
Friend of the show.
3 weeks later.
Yeah,
friend of the show.
He was a friend of the program. He got banned.
Yeah, he got banned.
Yeah,
Oh, well.
he was misbehaving. They'd had enough. Wasn't it? He wanted to get paid more too.
I think that was it. Too.
Yeah,
they all do.
There was a discrepancy in pay, and the Vikings were like, "We don't care."
He's like, "Hey, I looked into it, and all the top mascots are like, fine, we'll get a new mascot."
You're just some bald dirtball with a beard. We don't need to pay
Technically
you.
not. He was like Fireman Ed, who got all uppity, and now the Jets won't even show him on the screen anymore.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? There was also I think there was a disagreement about him riding the motorcycle out onto the field.
A little loud.
Yeah.
They had that new building.
So
and
that
all
guy never comes here, Ken?
No.
Okay.
Would you like to invite him? Should we give you his number?
No, we're good.
We can get in touch with him.
What if he rode his motorcycle here?
Can he ride his motorcycle into the Hofbrow?
No.
Okay.
Have you ever thought about making a Viking ship with all the room in here? You know how the old spaghetti factory's got a train? What if you, just for Viking games, turn the stadium room into a Viking ship?
I hadn't thought of it.
Complete with wench quarters.
Yeah. And
Did the
I don't even know what to say.
Okay, that's good, Ken. No, that's good.
Yeah. Now, we're definitely a Vikings bar. That's my NFC team. And then we're definitely a Broncos
bar.
And speaking of that,
Rich
Carlos is going to be here Thursday.
Is he going to be shoeless? If he's going to make
the
appearance,
here you have to wear shoes.
No, not him.
Well, we may give him.
What about just one shoe?
He made a
He's
barefoot
got to have one shoe on. But he will be here Thursday along with Ron Egloff and Charlie Adams are coming with the Denver Bronco Quarterback Club. They're going to come watch the game Thursday.
And then New Year's Eve.
We got hot lunch in, and tickets are going fast. I'm not sure how many we have left, but yeah, they're here.
Where do you get that?
Online, Hofbrow.com.
Hofbrow.com.
Or you can get them on our Facebook page.
What is a party favor? What's the party favor I'm getting? Is it a kazoo?
Something like, those little kazoo
the
type
noise
things.
maker.
Yeah, the little noise makers. We got those. We got the little clappers. We got little
clappers.
Yeah, they sound like I don't know one.
Thunder
you got
sticks?
the TRs, Thunder sticks. Yeah, there you go.
Smash those things together.
We got the TRs for the women. We got all sorts of stuff. And
All right.
Free champagne, all that stuff for New Year's.
All right, Hofbrau, perfect place to spend your New Year's. Obviously, it's a perfect place to watch football. Again, Monday Night Football tonight. We got the doubleheader.
We got two Monday night games.
Two
and then
Monday
we've
night
got
games.
The Avalanche are playing later on tonight. We'll have them on.
Nuggets will be in action.
Nuggets will be in action.
We're still here for 2 more Mondays.
Two more
Come
Mondays.
see us.
Yep.
Yes.
Looking forward to that. I can't believe how fast the season's gone. It's been great having you guys out here.
No, man, we
You're going to miss us, aren't you?
love this place.
I am.
I mean, you know, there's other sports you can have us out here for.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Just
Steve.
saying.
I'm sure Steve
Oh,
will
yeah,
be giving me a
Steve's
call.
already, matter of fact, he's got a paper.
Yeah, he's got paper and he's got his pen.
He's working on these things.
Yeah.
He's scribbling notes right now. As we
All right,
speak.
when I come back next week, I want an artistic rendering. Nate, are you artsy at all?
Not at all.
We need an artistic
ship?
rendering of a Viking
A Viking
ship.
ship. A
We got a
blueprint.
buddy that's been on the pirate ship at the Bucks game.
Okay, listen. My grandson's a pretty good little artist, and
Okay.
I'll have him draw you up one. And he's a Vikings fan too, so he'll draw you up one.
Okay.
What if it's like cosplay styrofoam, easily put in and taken out of place?
Okay, well, what if it's not real big?
But if the Vikings play poorly, it might not survive.
Yeah, it might just be like enough for 2 people at a table.
Sam
Won't
Darnold
be a hell of it. It'll be more the
remembers that
rowboat
he's Sam
he escaped the
Darnold,
ship. Yeah.
and Vikings fans destroy the giant Viking ship.
What's up with your white uniforms tonight? You proud of those? Like your white helmet where you almost forgot to color in the horn?
It's the first time I think I've seen them this year, but I remember they were playing them. We got a little email, and I mean, a lot of teams are going with their white uniforms this year.
They really are.
I mean, it's
But a
it's
lot
the
of teams
thing.
make sure their logo stands out so you can see it.
Well, you noticed it.
No, I
So
noticed.
what are-
I noticed. I
people are
couldn't
talking
see the
about
dumb
it.
horn.
People are talking about it. That's all
Oh,
they
that's
wanted,
right. What
and
a
you're
bad
talking
idea.
about it. There you go. You're talking about it.
He's moving merchandise.
We
Moving
might not be here the
merchandise.
next 2 weeks after these suggestions. We'll see.
Guys, that's Ken Harrell. Come
Thanks,
out to the
guys.
Hofbrau. Come to his place. We love this spot. 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster.
Skull.
Watch Monday Night
now you're
Football tonight.
No skull. Sick of all the skull.
Andy's Bears taking on the Vikings tonight. Atlanta is at the Raiders. That is the second of the 2 games. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We look forward to chatting with you then. It is Birdo's Blitz, and then it is the Nuggets in Sacramento. It is the Avalanche in Vancouver. It's all happening right here on Altitude Sports Radio.